If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward.
Chapter 131.3. Candidate number 4's face now looked completely bewildered. Like he had no idea why such an obvious question was even being asked. The one who has the highest chance of survival. I mean, my goal is always to save as many people as possible. Candidate number 4. That's how the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau is supposed to operate. Ryu Jaquan stared blankly through the glass. The assistant interviewers instantly understood. This is a pass. A guaranteed pass. Candidate number 4's attitude might have been overly passive, but in reality, most highly competent Disaster Management Bureau agents tended to be a little off in some way. Trauma exchanged for conviction. In that sense, he was a textbook example of a viable candidate. So, a pass. And then, suddenly, candidate number 4's inner thoughts updated. Candidate number 4. Not that I'd ever find myself in a situation where I'd have to make a choice like this in the first place. Something about that wording. That phrasing was far too deliberate. A gap. Ryu Jaquan and the assistant interviewers tensed up for a moment. Their eyes widened as they focused on the next line of text. Candidate number 4. Well. I don't really have anyone I'd call a friend, so. Oh. Candidate number 4. Should I have just pointed out that this question doesn't even apply to me? Saying it's fine because I don't have friends sounds kind of embarrassing though. Candidate number 4. No, I shouldn't say anything. Let's just try to make some new colleagues here. Fighting. A heavy silence settled over the interviewers. Ryu Jaquan could feel the assistant interviewers staring at him. Their looks were practically screaming, if you keep dragging this out and don't pass him now, you are officially the worst piece of shit alive. Remove your oxygen mask and stand by. Candidate number 4 gave a small nod and took off the mask. The instructions were the same as before, but everyone in the room, both the candidates and the interviewers, understood. Thank you. Candidate number 4 had passed. All 4 candidates who have completed the aptitude test, please move to the waiting area. Beyond candidate number 3, who was being dragged out like a sack of potatoes, candidate number 4 adjusted his glasses in a slightly hunched posture before moving along. Even though he had just taken a subtle hit to his dignity without even realizing it. Which, ironically, made him all the more memorable as a successful candidate. Looking forward to seeing where that guy ends up. Yeah. The assistant interviewers exchanged glances, silently agreeing. If we ever run into that timid-looking candidate number 4 again, we should keep an eye out for him. Not that they needed to. Because that answer had been calculated to produce this exact effect. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Phew. At the waiting room. I sank into a chair with a deep sigh. My knees were pressed together, making sure I didn't look too relaxed. I made it through. But seriously, why the hell was Agent Bronze there? I almost passed out the moment I heard that guy's voice over the speakers. When I realized that one of the interviewers was Ryu Jaquan, I thought I was completely screwed. But surprisingly, it actually helped me refine my character. It's a reserved, introverted agent with an unspeakable, tragic backstory, but outstanding abilities. That was the character I had planned to play in the Disaster Management Bureau. To fit the role, I had spent weeks deliberately messing up my appearance before showing up for the interview. Being a bit withdrawn raises less suspicion than being overly smooth. After all, most Disaster Management Bureau agents had complicated pasts. I wouldn't seem out of place at all. Oh, was pretending to be shy mentally exhausting? Not really. I'm a naturally timid person, after all. All I had to do was drop my social mask and let my anxious, cowardly thoughts spill out into the open. Ha ha ha. Honestly. This was still better than pretending to be an insane MZ employee at Daydream Inc. At least, that's what I had to tell myself. I wiped the sweat from my face beneath my glasses. Anyway, it worked. I had basically secured my acceptance. Even with Ryu Jaquan as an interviewer. That's right. The same agent who had once been spectacularly backstabbed by me, had just passed me. Since I hadn't been dragged away by agents mid-interview, it meant he had decided to let me through. But now I have to hit him in the back of the head yet again. Because, at the end of the day, I was a spy. I internally apologized while breaking into a cold sweat. I am really sorry, Agent, just one more time. But, he's still a little suspicious of me, right? He passed me, but was probably going to keep an eye on me. Maybe even reporting everything to his superiors, detailing my past ties to Daydream Incorporated. That would be a problem. Since I had already taken this path, I had to fully commit, there was no turning back. I need to work harder to completely solidify his trust in me. I waited quietly. Before long, my number was called again. A confirmation of acceptance. Candidate number 4 from Group D. You have passed. Proceed to the designated location. I made it through. That location was probably where the interviewers would finally show themselves, hand me my agent ID, and assign me to a temporary division. Which meant I was about to meet Ryu Jaquan face to face. I didn't expect to run into my biggest threat on my first day as an undercover agent, but this is actually a good thing. Might as well resolve this issue now. Yes. Yes. I intentionally answered too loudly, then quickly lowered my voice as if I was panicking. After that, I scrambled to my feet and cautiously made my way forward. As I walked, I repeated my strategy in my head, the plan I had crafted for this exact moment. Operation Agent, I faked my death and escaped that insane cult company. Thus began my life as a fraudulent government agent. For the record and just to make things absolutely clear, I swear, I never meant for it to get this serious. Chapter 132.1. Agent Bronze, Ryu Jaquan, stood in a corner of the room, keeping any signs of restlessness off his expression. The room where the final successful candidates gathered. Several rounds of announcements had already called out the names of those who had passed, and most of the prepared seats were now occupied. But why isn't he here yet? As successful candidates were steadily called in and took their seats, the one person he had no choice but to pass still hadn't arrived. Kim Solium. His number had already been called 3 times. Candidate number 4 from Group D. You have passed. Proceed to the designated location. If that announcement repeated one more time, his application status would be put on hold. It would be considered an automatic forfeiture. Why in the world? He had gone through the entire aptitude test, only to give up now. Even Ryu Jaquan himself found it incomprehensible. The frustration was starting to eat at him when thud. I am so sorry. The door to the already nearly full room burst open, and a man stumbled in, his face flushed bright red. He was gasping for breath as if he had sprinted all the way here, and his suit sleeves and collar were dripping wet. 4. The candidate who had been one call away from disqualification. Kim Solium. From the looks of it, he had splashed water on his face out of sheer nerves. If he were really a spy, would he go out of his way to draw this much attention to himself? Damn it. No. No leniency. Ryu Jaquan pressed his lips shut, maintaining an unimpressed glare. Take your seat. Why yes, sir. Kim Solium adjusted his glasses and quickly shuffled to the farthest back corner, sitting down quietly. A candidate beside him hesitated before speaking up. Are you okay? Here, take this. And no, I'm fine. Thank you. At the kind offer of water, Kim Solium startled so visibly that Ryu Jaquan, knowing his true background, could see it all the more clearly. Like someone who had spent too long among corporate cultists in an immoral pharmaceutical company, where basic human kindness was an alien concept. Ryu Jaquan said nothing. He simply watched. We will now begin the appointment process. The Disaster Management Bureau's agent appointment ceremony. It was a simple, streamlined process. First, register funeral arrangements in case of death. Then, receive a temporary identification pass. A brief training orientation shall commence, and after that, there will be an overview of assigned missions. There were no bureaucratic formalities like in the public sector, nor did it have the rigorous military training of special forces. Because supernatural disasters, horrifying, unearthly anomalies, were not something any amount of training could prepare an agent for. Only experience could forge resilience. And most recruits were people who had lost family or loved ones to mysterious, unexplainable incidents. Even those who hadn't suffered personal losses carried a grim sense of duty, the unshakable knowledge that they had glimpsed the hidden world and could never turn back. That atmosphere saturated the room. Candidate number 4 from Group Kim Solium. Thank you, sir. Kim Solium bowed slightly as he accepted his temporary pass. Looking at him, his timid, withdrawn demeanor, it was clear that if someone with his personality had chosen to apply, it could only mean he had an unshakable resolve. Though, of course, there were also a few eyes filled with skepticism, as if wondering if he was just unqualified instead. For the next 3 weeks, you will undergo training and supervised field assignments. At the end of this period, your permanent division placement will be determined. Until then, follow the instructions of your assigned senior agent without exception. This was when the interviewers appeared. Each one stepping forward to take direct responsibility for the recruits they had selected. That was standard bureau policy. Although, in cases where a match wasn't ideal, existing senior agents could also be assigned instead. But at the very least, for noteworthy recruits, the original interviewer was almost always the one assigned as their mentor. And in Kim So-Liam's case, thanks to the subtle support and recommendations of the assistant interviewers, the agent standing before you will be your direct senior. They will oversee your training for the next 3 months. Ryu Jaekwon stepped in front of Kim So-Liam. From behind his glasses, Kim So-Liam's face went deathly pale. The exact moment he recognized him. *****. Follow me. Ryu Jaekwon could hear the quiet footsteps of Kim So-Liam, his newly assigned recruit, trailing behind him. Then, as they entered an unmaintained, isolated room in a desolate corner of the aptitude test facility, leaving only the two of them inside. Rustle. He heard the sound of something being pulled out. A weapon. Ryu Jaekwon's hand moved instinctively, ready to subdue him. Agent. I wanted to return this. It was the temporary agent badge and pistol. The very items that had been given to temporary agent Grapes during the Sekwang Technical High School incident. Things that, in the chaos of the situation, even Ryu Jaekwon himself had forgotten about. I should have returned them earlier, but I never had the chance. I apologize, sir. Ryu Jaekwon studied Kim So-Liam. If he had just kept his mouth shut, no one would have known. And yet, here he was, turning himself in, looking as if he had already accepted the worst possible outcome. As if he were fully convinced that the agent standing before him would report him as a corporate spy for that pharmaceutical company. Ryu Jaekwon's initial wariness simmered down. Does that company know you're here? A slow shake of the head. No, sir. How could he possibly believe that? As far as the company is concerned, I'm already dead. What? What do you mean? I was trapped in a darkness, a disaster, for over a month. Kim So-Liam's face turned slightly pale. Once it's been over a month, they just assume you're dead. So, as far as the company is concerned, I'm already a deceased employee, or rather, a former employee. They finalized an employee status as deceased without even attempting a rescue. Ryu Jaekwon was momentarily at a loss for words at the sheer brutality of that system. But then, another realization struck him. You were trapped in a supernatural phenomenon for over a month. Chapter 132.2. Kim So-Liam, still with his head lowered, gave a small nod. It felt like a hammer had struck the back of Ryu Jaekwon's skull. No way. His gaze swept over the other men again. This was someone who had once been neat, composed, meticulous. Yet now, he reacted to everything around him with quiet, careful hesitance. Like someone who had been irreversibly changed by a long, harrowing period spent inside a nightmare. Don't tell me, you did it on purpose. No, sir. Of course. Who in their right mind would willingly choose to be trapped in a ghost story for over a month? Especially someone who had already experienced such incidents firsthand while working there. But after I got out, I didn't report back to the company, on purpose. Ryu Jaekwon responded instinctively. Because that was the only way to leave quietly, without causing any problems. Kim So-Liam took a deep breath, then, at last, nodded. Yes. Liar. Daydream Incorporated was the kind of place that would cheerfully wave goodbye and say, Dobby is free, if someone wanted to quit. It wasn't that they wouldn't let you leave. It was just that no one ever did, because it meant throwing away every point they had painstakingly accumulated. I don't regret it, sir. But to Ryu Jaekwon, an agent unaware of how the company truly functioned, the situation seemed like a textbook case of occult escape. A victim of psychological trauma, PTSD, gaslighting, who had suffered so much that he had to fake his own death just to escape. I mean, I know I can't stop you if you decide to report me, but please, just don't make it public knowledge, sir. He was afraid of being tracked down by Daydream Inc. Ryu Jaekwon realized it immediately. But outwardly, he didn't show it. He only pressed further. What about your wish? That was why you worked for them, wasn't it? Kim Solium, still looking down with his head hung, let out a small, hollow chuckle. That doesn't matter anymore. Something happened while I was working there. The progress I had built up for my wish was completely reset. That's when it finally hit me. Daydream Incorporated's wish ticket system did grant wishes. But the company could decide, at any time, to deny an individual their reward. Completely at their own discretion. Unreasonably and unfairly. That I had been throwing my life away, working indefinitely in that nightmarish place for something that could be erased at a moment's notice. Ryu Jaquan gritted his teeth. The words, "I told you not to believe in that nonsense about wishes," almost slipped out, but somehow or another, he held them back. Ah. Don't worry. Since I've already been officially declared dead, I can't accumulate performance points or withdraw anymore anyway. The bitter smile slowly faded from Kim Solium's face. What remained was emptiness. And once that happened, I didn't have anything left to do. So, I remembered the business card you gave me and applied to the Disaster Management Bureau. Then, he shrank back slightly. If that offended you, I apologize. Suddenly, Ryu Jaquan felt as if he had been pressuring someone for something completely unreasonable. A guilt that settled deep in his chest. It was the kind of guilt one might feel if, after rescuing a civilian from a supernatural disaster, that same agent grabbed the civilian by the collar and demanded a detailed explanation of what had happened to them. An empty set. Here was a victim who had tried, against all odds, to live morally despite the circumstances. The guilt of psychologically cornering someone who had barely escaped from the immoral grip of a corrupt company. During the interview, Ryu Jaquan had singled him out, going as far as putting him under excessive scrutiny. And even now, he had called him in separately and was practically interrogating him. On top of that, Kim Solium had already lost everything, his goal, his affiliation, even the one thing that had kept him tied to that company. Ryu Jaquan thought. And yet, perhaps with some expectations, Kim Solium still chose to come here. The kind of work the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau did, protecting citizens from supernatural disasters, ghosts, unidentified life forms, and unknown phenomena, was the complete opposite of what Daydream Incorporated stood for. Given their past encounters, if Kim Solium had entered this agency with even a sliver of hope or a sense of purpose, then Ryu Jaquan clenched his fist. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He's not about to punch me, is he? I stared, cold sweat forming, as Agent Bronze's hand clenched into a fist. I had said everything I needed to. Seems like he's buying it. So why the hell was he making a fist? I kept my head down, keeping my face carefully neutral, and waited in silence for a few seconds. And then, beep 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 beep. The watch on Agent Bronze's wrist suddenly let out a blaring alarm. Wait here. Yes, sir. Phew. So that's why he clenched his fist. Click. The moment Agent Bronze stepped out the door, I let out a long sigh and sank to the floor. The only time I've ever lied this hard to a good person was during a game of Mafia. And now, I was deceiving a civil servant so I could spy on a government agency. I was sweating bullets. At this rate, I might be able to take a bath in my cold sweat. But the important thing was, he believes me, right? It seemed like he did. I took note of how Agent Bronze had gradually spoken less and less, how his gaze had shifted into something almost sympathetic. As long as that sympathy wasn't the kind reserved for criminals on their way to a high-security cell, then candidate Kim Solium was no longer under suspicion. Chapter 132.3. Perfect. I wiped the cold sweat off my temple. They say a great scam is 90% truth and 10% lies. And, unintentionally, I had kept that ratio quite well. For the record, neither of my fellow spies who infiltrated the Disaster Management Bureau had to go through this mess. Director Ho, about my fellow batchmates who... Oh, they've already entered. Until last month, we had a direct recruitment pathway into the Bureau, so they got in right away. In short, I was the only one who had to take the official entrance exam. Which meant, I had to suffer through this entire ordeal alone. Haha. Go Yun Joan, Jang Houn. I don't know where you've been assigned within the Bureau, but please. Just relax, enjoy yourselves, and if things go south, please come save me. I'm begging you. Was it selfish to hope my batchmates were safe and comfortable purely so I could use them later? Maybe. But right now, the only thing that mattered was, where exactly am I getting assigned? It wasn't too hard to figure out. I crossed my arms. Let's see, based on the dark exploration records, the three main divisions that Disaster Management Bureau agents were assigned to after completing their 3-week probation were. There are 3 major units. Simply put, these are the 3 main stages of handling supernatural disasters. First, 1. Preliminary Investigation Unit. A reconnaissance team that analyzes newly emerging ghost stories, assesses their progression and threat level, and reports findings. Their job is to track down rumored ghost stories, both online and offline, and categorize them. Of course, unlike Daydream Incorporated, they don't just throw agents into a disaster site and force them to create a manual on the spot, as they do with members of the field exploration team. Instead, they gather information and conduct investigations as safely as possible. With circumflex obs. This really makes me realize just how insane my old job was. Then again, I'm still technically working there, as a spy, no less. That's depressing. Let's not think about it. Anyway, next was the second one. 2. Dispatch and Rescue Unit. A rapid response task force that answers civilian distress calls when they've already been caught in a supernatural disaster or urban legend. Basically, a rescue team. They jump into the middle of a supernatural disaster, right when things were at their most terrifying, and pull people out. It's the most dangerous assignment, but at the same time, it's considered the core of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. It's the most respected unit in the agency. And their mission reports are the most entertaining to read, too. But this is not what I'm aiming for. I've had enough excitement. I could experience thrills vicariously just fine. The one I'm targeting was 3. Site Cleanup Unit. A post-disaster team responsible for restoring an affected area after a supernatural incident, ensuring that civilians remain unaware of what happened. Basically, the cleanup crew. Like crime scene cleaners, they'd go in after ghost stories had been resolved or sealed and restore the site. They were also in charge of handling documentation. That means, I'd be in charge of registering and organizing documents. This was the best role for gaining access to classified supernatural records, including those on the specific phenomenon that Director Ho mentioned. And for someone who's already read the dark exploration records, this is basically free real estate. It would be as easy as editing a wiki page. Relaxing. Enjoyable. No sudden death threats. And most importantly, I only go in after all the scary shit is over. In other words, it's the least terrifying unit to be assigned to. For the first time, I could finally work a government job without breaking into cold sweats. Can you hear that? The sound of my quality of life skyrocketing. And getting assigned there is simple. For the next 3 weeks, I just need to act passive and show that I have a sharp, analytical mind. If I emphasize classification, documentation, and organization, basically, skills suited for research, I'll be a perfect fit. And, hasn't it become obvious now? This perfectly aligns with the character I've been playing. Even better, my senior agent already knew I had past experience with supernatural incidents. And he also knew about my suspicious background. I managed to talk my way out of it, but if there's still any lingering doubt, they'll stick me in a paperwork-heavy role. Agent Braun seemed competent. And there's no way a rational agent would expect an ex-employee of a deranged pharmaceutical company to be put in charge of saving people. Phew. With a quiet sigh of relief, I got to my feet. Just in time, the agent returned. Thud. Kim Solium SSI. Ah, he's probably going to tell me to go home now. Take this. Thuck. Before I could react, something was tossed into my hands. An identification pass. It looked like an access badge, but I had already received one earlier during the appointment ceremony. New recruits are usually assigned to a unit after completing 3 weeks of training in pairs. I knew that. But I had no way of expecting what came next. However, I've taken the liberty of assigning you to a unit myself. Excuse me. From this moment forward, you're in the same unit as me. Wait. If Agent Braun's unit is... I had a terrible feeling. I flipped over the badge I was holding. Agent, Beta. Name, Kim Solium. Assigned unit, Dispatch and Rescue Unit, Black Turtle Snake Team 1-1. As of this moment, you are part of Turtle Snake Team 1. No. NOOO. Coincidentally, we've just received a rescue call. We'll be entering a disaster zone immediately to extract civilians from the scene. Follow me. My persuasion check landed a nat 20 in the weirdest place. Chapter 133.1. I'm on the Disaster Management Bureau's rescue team, huh? Having to go into a ghost story to save civilians, when I can barely look after myself as it is. Am I dreaming? But it was reality. And I even had to enter a ghost story right this moment to rescue someone. 7:30 p.m. Exactly an hour and 30 minutes had passed since I finished the aptitude test and was appointed. Yet, here I was, already receiving agent gear at headquarters due to the urgent directive Agent Bronze had received. And now I was riding a Disaster Management Bureau bicycle, heading toward the site of the ghost story. The sun's completely gone. Riding a bike in this cold, through the dark, makes me shiver, and so many thoughts run through my head. Citizens caught up in a disaster can request rescue using the number provided on the Bureau's informational leaflets. Yes. And I'm also aware that this number sometimes miraculously works even inside the ghost story. Just listening to this impromptu rescue briefing, which was so like the Disaster Management Bureau, was already making my head spin. I kept pedaling mechanically after the agent. When entering a disaster, traveling by bicycle is actually safer than going by car. Yes. Since most means of transportation either don't work inside ghost stories, or else trigger some of the worst mishaps. It was a fun world-building tidbit when I was only reading about it, but experiencing it in reality was really cold and grueling. For reference, the gear I received this time was more extensive than what I had as a temporary agent. A glass handgun, an iron badge, a notebook, and a fishing line. Whatever you do, don't lose the fishing line. It's the tool you'll need to make an emergency solo escape in this disaster. Understood. Remembering what happened when I was a temporary agent left me slightly uneasy, though I can't deny there was a bit of excitement, too. Which ghost story am I entering right now? The disaster we're heading into for this civilian rescue is disaster. Noticing my expression, Agent Bronze paused briefly, then spoke in a slightly more reassuring tone. You don't have to be so nervous. The civilian who called for help isn't going to die just from listening to the explanation. Yes, sir. His kindness was somewhat misplaced. First, let me explain everything. Yes. All right, I get it already. Facing forward again, Agent Bronze pedaled along a deserted neighborhood bike path and spoke. Kim Solium SSI, do you remember a chain store called Lucky Mart? They pulled out of Korea 11 years ago, but they're still well known in English-speaking countries. Agent. Yes. I've heard of them. Oh God. It's more than just heard of. I know it so well, it's practically a problem. A giant supermarket chain by the name of Lucky Mart. It became the motif for a certain ghost story. Back in the earliest days when the dark exploration records had still been archived under the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau, this ghost story was the 7th original ghost story documented. People rushing to find a supermarket late at night would stumble on a Lucky Mart branch by chance and go in. Then, vanish. Lucky Mart. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Disaster Management Bureau Registration Number, 1793 PSYA.2001.31. A bizarre phenomenon mimicking a large-scale shopping mall, trapping those who enter to wander forever, unable to escape. Associated with at least 300 disappearances over the course of decades, it's classified by the Bureau as a fracture-sanctioned disaster. A known method to end or seal it does not exist, and proactively preventing disappearances is likewise impossible. However, informational leaflets assisting individuals in escaping have been placed throughout this ghost story mart. Using those leaflets, certain citizens managed to return to reality, and their reports formed the basis for the exploration record. A massive shopping mall. A setting that feels comfortable and familiar in everyday life, yet also one that magnifies fear with its vast, mechanical repetition, making for a thrilling, chilling story. That is, when you're just reading it. It's fracture-sanctioned. Compared to the Bureau's classification, it's 2 whole tiers above that mountain lodge swarming with a serial killer where I met Agent Bronze. If this were Daydream Incorporated standards, it'd be close to B grade. I broke out in a cold sweat as I turned it over in my head. Have there been many cases where a Disaster Management Bureau agent entered Lucky Mart to rescue civilians and brought them out safely? Mostly. I think they got out fine. Sure, there were plenty of special cases in the exploration records where things went wrong. But typically, the wiki focuses in detail on such exceptional situations, so maybe it's nothing to stress over. Damn. I do want to see it for myself though. I have no idea why the item still isn't repaired. The memorial pop socket. I recalled my checking item, which still had unset adhesive on it, and let out a silent sigh. That person told me it would definitely be fixed in a month. That agent who pretended to be a Dakibi didn't seem like he was lying. It must be one of two things. Either because it came out of that merch box, so the repair didn't go through properly. Or because I spent the past month in a ghost story, so it didn't count as a proper period of time. In either case, I need a backup plan. Lucky Mart was such a famous ghost story that I could pretty much remember all its details. In that sense, I guess I should be thankful it's a named ghost story. But there'll come a time when this kind of luck won't cut it. Whenever I'd recall that time on the Tamara Express, where I couldn't remember anything about the owner of the Silver Heart, it would still send chills down my spine. To avoid another crisis like that, the memorial pop socket was absolutely necessary. Chapter 133.2. Now that I'm an agent, getting a new one should be even easier. I'll keep it in mind as a plan B, in case the repair never finishes, maybe I can find a replacement. Thinking about the broken memorial pop socket, carefully wrapped in cushioning and stored in my pocket, I turned over possibilities in my head. Meanwhile, Agent Bronze's briefing on Lucky Mart continued. It's a disaster you can only enter after sundown, so the timing worked out well for the person who called for help. May I ask about the appearance of the caller? Agent Bronze answered calmly. They're 2 first-year high school students. Wow. They just had to be kids. Now my conscience will stop me from bailing halfway and running off. Holding back a sigh, I memorized the descriptions and the official report from the time they called in. Noticing my demeanor, Agent Bronze gave me a somewhat sympathetic look and spoke. Don't worry too much. That explanation about being able to hold out for around half a day applies to high schoolers as well. Yes, sir. My pang of conscience only grew stronger. However, 2 agents who went in earlier are currently in a short-term missing status within this disaster. Don't worry. They weren't rescue agents. It was an unfortunate mishap during a routine search for sealing methods. That's very encouraging news, Agent. We must remain vigilant during the rescue effort, so refrain from any rash actions. Make sure of it. Yes. I'll keep that in mind. The words, "Do you really have to bring a new recruit in a place like that?" rose to my throat, but I swallowed them back. He's well aware I'm a career track new recruit, so there's no way he'll cut me any slack. DRR ring. The cheerful sound of a bike bell didn't reflect my mood at all, but I kept pedaling. Agent Bronze gradually slowed down, letting me take the lead. Agent. We'll be wandering like this for at least 20 minutes. The person who doesn't know where the building is should go first, so please proceed. I remembered. Lucky Mart entry condition, roam around for over 20 minutes, within a 3 kilometers radius of the old Lucky Mart location, searching for the store. In the freezing cold, I quietly rode my bicycle around the unfamiliar neighborhood. As long as I kept my mind focused on finding the supermarket, looking around the area without a navigation system, lost for about 20 minutes. Agent Bronze. I braked to a stop. I think I've found it. Then, I saw a fairly large 3-story building rising between the dark street lights. A green, glowing sign for a mart. Fresh Mart. It wasn't a chain store, but rather a locally branded supermarket you might find in any neighborhood. No, wait. The moment I blinked again. LUCKYMART. In front of the supermarket building, I saw the familiar chain store logo. It looked like it hadn't been refurbished in years. Dust clung to some of the letters on the signboard, and some sections weren't even lit. If you look more closely at one of the unlit sections. Flick. The light went on. Lucky Mart. Suddenly, a different set of letters than what I'd read at first appeared there. Try not to dwell on it. He's right. LUCKYMART. I'm looking at Lucky Mart. Good thing I was trying to find a supermarket in the first place. I parked my bike nearby and approached the supermarket building, which still had its lights on as if it were open. Let's enter Lucky Mart naturally like this. That made sense, since Lucky Mart is a massive supermarket chain with branches all over the country. There's no reason to feel nervous unless you consciously think about it. R. Epsilon S. If you see the supermarket after sunset, you enter under the illusion that Lucky Mart is still in operation. The automatic doors slid open smoothly, and I stepped into the brightly lit interior. It was a typical supermarket. It felt somewhat outdated and cheap, but as an old neighborhood mart, it was still mundane enough to be overlooked. First floor. Daily necessities section. Children's toys were stacked on a seasonal promotional display. A song that had long gone out of fashion played softly in the background. Is this the Idol song you like? No, Mom. That's a rookie group from MS Entertainment. People passed by while shopping. A family dressed in clothes that were trendy 10 years ago, holding outdated smartphones. Shoppers from the past. Upon entering, the scene appeared just like an ordinary supermarket with people casually shopping. But these were actual shoppers from the past, from when Lucky Mart was still in operation. Ha ha ha. The shoppers walked past us. Not only were their outfits outdated, but considering how cold it was outside, their light clothing felt out of place. As if, beyond a single doorway, time inside the supermarket was flowing differently. These are not people caught in the disaster. Ignore them. I nodded slowly. The callers, they said they were in what seemed to be the basement level, right? Caller 1, H help, please. We came into the supermarket and something's off. Ah, no one can see us, and it feels like we're in an old supermarket. Caller 1, the area. Well, we're around the snack aisle right now. Yeah, and I'm really thirsty. We're heading to the basement. I nodded and slowly followed Agent Bronze. This place, which seemed like a perfect recreation of Lucky Mart's past, still looked fine. No. If anything, it might have even felt nostalgic, like stepping into an earlier time. If, of course, you didn't know it was a ghost story. A tight tension coiled in my throat. Wow. This is insane. Every horrific case I'd read in the dark exploration records was coming back to me. Come to think of it, Lucky Mart had an unusually high number of unexpected twists in the records. Stay calm. Agent Bronze wouldn't have dragged a new recruit into a hardcore level rescue mission without reason. Chapter 133.3. I swallowed dryly as I stepped onto the escalator and began descending. Then, between the two escalators, moving up and down, I saw something fall. A slip of paper, like a receipt. Wait a second. Could that be? I quickly reached out and grabbed the small, receipt-like paper. You found it already. That's one of the informational leaflets placed by the Bureau. Right. A leaflet hidden discreetly out of the employee sight, meant to help civilians who got trapped in this ghost story through no fault of their own. The callers probably saw this, too. I checked the contents of the receipt-like leaflet. Take a slow, deep breath. You have been caught in a supernatural disaster. However, there is no need to despair. There are at least dozens of documented cases of successful escape from this disaster, and the government has recorded methods here to aid your escape. Please check the instructions on the back. Ugh, just reading this already makes me anxious. It's exactly the kind of thing you'd find in a ghost story survival manual. Honestly, before telling people to take deep breaths, they should fix the red font and formatting. But the content itself was exactly as I remembered. Flipping to the back, the instructions remained the same. I'm not sure which version this is, though. Among the listed escape methods, some would become ineffective after enough exploration attempts. As time passed, objects, targets, and layouts would change, altering the situation. Of course, some things never change. Like this. The ghosts standing at every entrance do not move until business hours end. Please rest assured. Right. At the entrance I came through, there must already be a grotesque ghost standing there by now. And the easiest escape method was to dash out when that ghost wasn't looking. If business hours haven't ended even once since you entered, you still have a chance. If you block the ghost's line of sight, you can leave. But not everyone's so lucky. Caller 1, Sniff, Hayek. Yes, we saw the escape instructions on the leaflet, but we can't do it. We don't have anything to throw over the ghost's head, and we didn't steal anything. Our arms can't reach. A with diuresis nui. This is exactly why an agent is needed. Specifically, someone who had useful items for the situation and knew how to use them. So once we confirmed the caller's identity, we had to get out of here before business hours ended. If the store closes, it becomes a real horror escape game. And fortunately for us, we quickly found two uniformed high school students near the escalator on B1 by the snack aisle. Wah! They were pressed into a corner, crying their eyes out. Those were the callers. Would you like to speak to them yourself? Pardon, sir. Stay calm and try. Consider it part of your training. Okay. Agent Bronze looked at me with an oddly warm gaze. I felt a different kind of cold sweat. Carefully, I approached the two teens, crouched down in front of them, and met their eyes. Hello. You're the ones who called for rescue, right? AAHHH. Thump. Both high schoolers fell onto their rears. Why, you're human, right? You can see us. Yes. I can see you clearly. I tried to smile as much as possible. We came in response to your call. You've been through a lot so far. Wah. They turned on the waterworks like someone opening a faucet. They'd probably been trapped here for about 3 hours since it's winter and it gets dark early, long enough to be thoroughly freaked out. How do we get past that ghost at the entrance? Can we really get out? Of course. Don't worry. I gestured behind me, tossing all responsibility to Agent Bronze. The person behind me is a really capable agent. I'm sure we can make it out. Wow. As the two students took a better look at my scruffy figure versus the neat appearance of Agent Bronze, they inched toward him. Their survival instincts are kicking in. So, we're leaving right now. That's right. One of them practically latched onto Agent Bronze like a lifeline. That's the spirit. I breathed a sigh of relief and checked the digital watch on my wrist. So if we head for the exit now. 2024. 8:24 p.m. As far as I know, in the Lucky Mart ghost story, the passage of time in hours, minutes, and seconds corresponds to the real world. Closing times at 11. We still had plenty of time. Enough to craft a plan with our items and make it out safely. And it seemed Agent Bronze was about to explain something similar. They close at 11, so we've got plenty of time. Let's keep calm. Na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-nan. I instinctively looked up. The Lucky Mart theme song piped in, all jaunty. Like some sort of announcement chime. Hello, dear customers. Thank you for shopping at Lucky Mart today. As previously announced, in celebration of Labor Day, May 1st, our store will be closing at 8:30 p.m. Customers still in the store, please follow the employees to the exit. Flick, flick, flick. Lights began going out from the far end of the store, leaving only minimal illumination, like they were prepping for closing. The escalators ground to a halt. Repeating the announcement. Please follow the employees' guidance to exit. Why? I clapped a hand over one of the high schoolers' mouths and ducked down. When business hours end, do not let the store closing staff see you. They will guide you outside. That outside is not reality. Na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-nan. Oh, we're absolutely fucked. Chapter 134.1. A bizarre supermarket, just moments before closing. The lights go out, and the store goes dark. Na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na, na-na-nan. Amidst the lively signature jingle, I could feel the panicked breathing of the high schooler whose mouth I've covered, transmitted as vibrations. My entire body was being taut with tension. And beyond the noise of music and those vibrations, in the distance, a faint scraping sound sets my nerves on edge. Scree-e-k. A metal door opening. If there's a metal door somewhere in this supermarket and not glass. The staff area. That's the sound of employees coming out. Ha. Swallowing a rising groan, I turned my head and peeked out from behind the display. Waddle, waddle. Figures in store uniforms start appearing in the dark interior, one by one. Like balloons shaped to mimic human forms, these bizarre employees waddled along. Lucky Mart. The logo of Lucky Mart, imitating Lucky Mart. A clumsy mock-up pin to their caps and chests flickered briefly under the light, then faded back into the darkness. In that moment. Hurry, let's go. They said they're closing. Got it. Someone passed by the liquor section right beside our hiding spot, heading to the checkout. It's 2 or 3 of those past-era shoppers still in the store. Then, one of the employees who entered the liquor corner bumped into them, lightly. Tap. Oh, sorry. The employee's head turned. Welcome to Lucky Mart. Let's hurry. Thank you for shopping with us. The shoppers felt nothing amiss. They just walked past the employee and went on to the checkout. The high schooler whose mouth I was covering kept breathing raggedly. Goodbye, dear customer. The employee figure, head still turned, creaked out of the liquor corner. Then, in that strange, shuffling gait, it headed down the aisle again. Past the snack corner. Right beside the display we were crouching behind. Skreek, skreek. The eerie noise sounded like balloons rubbing against each other. We practically flattened ourselves to the floor, holding our breath. Skreek, skreek. The sound grew distant. Ha. Tap, tap. One of the high schoolers tapped the hand covering their mouth. He was a tearful mess, but he continued to keep quiet. You won't scream anymore, right? He nodded silently. When I let go, the student gasped as if he'd been suffocating. Those weird employees. We can't let them see us, right? Right. The leaflet said. That's right. Once Lucky Mart's business hours end, the employees start pretending to continue the store's operations and act bizarrely. If even one of them catches sight of you, every single employee on that floor will come after you. To survive in Lucky Mart after closing, you have to move around like you're in a survival horror game. But, is it really safe dragging these two clueless teenagers around? No matter how I look at it, the gear I was given doesn't seem prepared for that scenario. They must have assumed we'd get out during operating hours. Surely the Disaster Management Bureau has some contingency plan in place, but it still felt like there were too many variables. Damn it. Cold sweat trickled down my chin. Should we just hide out? What's Agent Braun's planning? It looks like maybe we should stay hidden for now. Wait. He seems like he's about to take out that employee. Agent Braun's, pistol in hand, was eyeing the departing employee quietly. It looked like he was plotting an escape route, but that employee might be in the way. Should I help him? If Braun were here, I'd have asked him to activate his lights out ability. No. The fact that this method, which I couldn't even use right now, was the first thing that popped into my head as my top priority. I had to cut that train of thought right there, Alpha and Epsilon. Think, just think. I racked my brain desperately, trying to sift through my memories of the dark exploration records as fast as I could. So, after closing time, Lucky Mart. No, wait. 2025. Agent. I crawled over to Agent Braun's and whispered urgently. There are still 5 minutes left until closing. Business hours aren't fully over yet. The doors should still be open. We can leave right now. Agent Braun's quickly glanced past the escalator by the checkout. Seeing that the escalator out of the basement floor was still running, he made a quick decision. Let's move out. Now. Then, seizing the high schooler who'd latched onto him, he started moving swiftly. Right. Each of us needed to take one. I turned back to the high schooler whose mouth I'd just been covering. He shook his head in panic. I'll run on my own, I'm faster than them. Maybe I should have tried to look a bit more trustworthy. No, this isn't the time to think about that. I started running along with the high schooler, pushing from behind so he wouldn't fall behind. We dashed past the empty checkout counters, barreling through the escalator where shoppers were still riding up, making a mad dash toward the exit before closing time. Ah. You okay? Yeah. I think I missed a step. Unaware of the crowd, we jostled our way between the shoppers, heading for the exit just before the store closed. And at the first floor entrance, something was standing in front of the doors. It looked like it used to be a cardboard cutout advertisement. The classic, trustworthy grin of a blonde, middle-aged Caucasian man, presumably the famous entrepreneur who founded Lucky Mart, giving a thumbs up. But it was alive. MMPH. URG. MMPH, MMPH. URG. Whoever it was had been forcibly flattened into a shape like a standee, as if a human corpse had been pressed into a two-dimensional form and then reanimated. Though it was smiling, its eyes were still rolling around, tears and saliva dripping. It was looking at us. It recognized us. Its eyes roamed desperately, as if begging for help, or perhaps trying to pass on its torment to someone else, and the standee shook. Fuck. Heek. Quiet. Up ahead, I could see Agent Braun's calming the high schooler he was guiding. Ghost was such an all-encompassing word. It lets you encapsulate that kind of monstrosity in one term. Chapter 134.2. This is insane. Still, we had to block that thing's line of sight. To do that, first, I needed to create a diversion. Holding back a groan, I grabbed the high schooler's shoulder. You read the leaflet, right? We have to steal something. We each have to do it ourselves. Before blocking the entrance ghost view, you have to make it mistake you for just another shopper. Steal one of the items a shopper has already checked out and keep it on your person. Make sure no fuss arises during the theft. But if we get caught, if you steal something that won't be noticed, it's fine. I glanced at the entrance. There weren't too many people, but those who'd heard closing was near were finishing up at the registers or leaving. If we just slip out among them, we might block its view without doing anything else. But I wasn't about to take that risk. The fishing line. Yes, sir. I immediately pulled out an item I had on me. A spool of fishing line, and a small, red, goldfish-shaped lure on the end. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau / items. Toy bait. An item with a red lure attached to the end of a transparent fishing line. When used, it can draw the attention of supernatural entities categorized as fracture sanctioned or below. The more powerful and closer to the source of the entity is, the weaker and less effective it becomes. Item usage condition: 7th level or higher, civil servant of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau, or someone with special authorization. The instant we steal something, I'll use this to divert the standee's attention. By taking turns with Agent Bronze, we could buy enough time for both high schoolers to get out. Agent Bronze readied the fishing line and gave me a signal with his eyes. Start stealing. I nodded and turned to the two teenagers. We can't steal. Listen, kids. They can't see us anyway, so as long as it's not something super noticeable, if it goes missing, we'll be fine. People rarely pay attention if something disappears from a bag or box, especially if they've already bagged it. So we should pick something they're least likely to notice. Something small, like a daily necessity. Something they bought because they needed it, but they're not particularly interested in. Something they won't use or eat right away. I approached a shopper sitting in a chair near the entrance. It'll be easier if they're not moving. Probably waiting for someone, this person had the store's eco-friendly tote bag on their lap, eyes closed for a moment. I quickly examined the tote bag. Great. Then I slid my hand inside and pulled out something stuck to the interior. Dental floss. There are a few more in there. When I took this one, I almost pulled out the others. So just grab them carefully, okay? Nice and easy. Swallowing hard, the high schooler reached in with a pale face and succeeded in pulling out the floss I'd placed on top. I got it. Nicely done. Clutching the dental floss, the student backed away, visibly flustered. Then both of us turned to look at the one person left. The other high schooler, who'd been sticking close to Agent Bronze. He approached with a worried expression, unable to hide his nerves. It's all right, stay calm. Oh, come on, I know that already. Please just be quiet. He seemed almost panicked. The high school student who yelled at me, perhaps wanting to finish quickly, squeezed his eyes shut and reached out. Then he shoved his hand into the tote bag and snatched the floss. Got I. The student pulled his hand out, beaming. Wait, if you yank it out so suddenly. Thud. The student's hand brushed against the shopper's cheek. Oh my God. Startled, the shopper who'd been sitting with the tote bag on her lap toppled backward off the chair. Huh. The high schooler reacted in shock and reflexively clung to the tote bag. Mom, are you okay? Wait, gah. Someone who seemed to be with them ran over, grabbed the tote bag to help the shopper up, then saw the tote bag floating in midair, held by the high schooler, and freaked out. Hey. Shit. I immediately grabbed the student and yanked him back. The tote bag fell to the floor, spilling its contents everywhere. The bag's owner let out a scream. There was a person here, but he disappeared. People around us started to buzz with confusion. Their eyes turned on us. What are you talking about? You must be mistaken. No, Dad. Something was wrong with my bag. There was some boy holding my bag. Ooh. Damn it. Under normal circumstances, shoppers would not notice you. But they can sometimes perceive you if there's physical contact. If communication is possible, there are a few methods you can try to get their help in escaping. Up to that point, it seemed hopeful. But... Excuse me. Someone help. Huh? What day is it today? What's going on? Why am I here? Huh? Still, if a shopper sees you and senses something off or goes into a panic, you must quickly get away from them. Run. The employees are coming. Simultaneously, Agent Bronze and I pushed the high schoolers and started sprinting toward the opposite side of the exit. Because something was waddling out from the escalator, from the far edge of the checkout, from the restrooms. Skreek, skreek. I could hear it. Skreek, 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 skreek. That squeaking, rustling sound, like balloons rubbing together, pursued us from behind like madness. And it was multiplying. Instinctively, we dashed toward a wide and complex area. Through the checkout counters and into the store aisles. Damn. I glanced at my watch. 20:29. It's over. Closing time was almost here. We have to hide. We had to give up on the exit for now. Before the store finished closing, the shoppers disappeared, and even more employees appeared. We've got to shake them off within 60 seconds. To do that, we had to hide. 4 people is too many. I locked eyes with Agent Bronze. He glanced upward once, nodded, and veered quickly to the side, guiding one of the high schoolers away. Ah. Over here. I took the other student and moved in the opposite direction. We sprinted so hard we were gasping for breath. The manic squeaking still echoed behind us, but it had definitely diminished. They're going after Agent Bronze's group more. He must have purposely drawn them away. I shoved my worries aside, silently grateful, and ran like a madman. Vacuum cleaners, cosmetics, bowls, kitchenware, bleach. All sorts of display racks repeated endlessly throughout the massive supermarket, until we ran right into another employee. Damn it. Skreek, skreek. They chased after us. Each time, I immediately changed direction with the student and kept running. Ha. The high schooler was panting raggedly. I could taste metal in my mouth. But in this labyrinthine mart, it felt as if employees and corners were spewing out endlessly. God damn it. Skreek, 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 skreek. We rounded corner after corner of shelves. This won't work. We needed somewhere to hide. We had to find a moment when no employee would see us, somewhere we could slip inside without any prep, where 2 people could stay hidden. Then, as we turned another corner, I saw it. Electric mixer 50% off. A mobile display stand. Got it. I pushed the high schooler under the giant mobile stand stacked with mixers. Then I squeezed in there as well. And we held our breaths. Chapter 135.1. Content warning, gore. The high school student trapped in Lucky Mart. Jiang Mincio, who had called the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau for rescue, covered his mouth while hiding beneath the mobile display stand. His heart pounded. An unsettling noise echoed close by. Skreek, 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 skreek. The sound of something pretending to be an employee moving. Did they see me? Did they see me hide under the display stand? No, they weren't right behind me when I slipped in, so they probably didn't. I turned the corner and went straight under. They probably didn't see me. But the sound kept getting closer. Skreek, 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 skreek. HFF, Hayek. Tears wouldn't stop falling. Why did I come here in the first place? He shouldn't have followed his friend. Jiang Mincio cursed his friend in his head over and over, until he realized it was pointless and stopped. Fear had already overtaken him completely. The noise grew louder. And louder. Skreek, 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 skreek. It was right next to him. His body froze. Through the gap beneath the display stand, he could see a pair of feet passing right by. Strange footsteps, ankles twisted unnaturally, dozens of them creaking as they moved. Skreek, 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 skreek. Jiang Mincio held his breath. But unfortunately, that wasn't the end of it. Among the countless strange, shuffling dress shoes passing by, something different caught his eye. A pair of old sneakers. Between the awkwardly waddling employee uniforms, he saw a pair of worn-out sneakers being dragged along. Please, help me. A chill ran down Jiang Mincio's spine. It was a human. Someone had been caught. I can pay. I can pay. Money, here, I have money, I'm a customer. A customer. Welcome to Lucky Mart. But instead of politely escorting the unfortunate victim outside, the employees were dragging them away. Because you cannot purchase goods in the supermarket using Korea's currency. Remember. You do not have the ability to pay. Help me. The moment this fact is exposed, the employees no longer see you as a customer. In most recorded cases, those discovered were repurposed as store supplies. Clatter. Jiang Mincio's body locked up. Slowly, he looked up. The mobile display stand he was hiding under was shaking. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The employees had surrounded it. And then. Yeir. Triple AAAAAGH. The sound of a blender filled the air. Isn't this a wonderful product? Jiang Mincio realized. They were imitating a promotional demonstration. Grinding a victim alive in a blender, turning them into store supplies. MMPPH. Jiang Mincio covered his mouth. Luckily, or maybe unluckily, the screams and blender noise were loud enough to drown out his muffled gasps. Aya. HHHHHGGK, Ayag. Thank you for shopping with us, dear customer. Isn't this a wonderful product? Welcome to Looky Mart. Pleading. Screaming. The blender. More screaming. Employees greeting customers. Screaming. The blender again. He couldn't take it. He was about to scream. He had to get out of here. Where was the exit? Someone, please, tell me where to. Someone grabbed his shoulder. A hand. A warm hand. The trembling grip pressed him further under the display stand. It was the agent. The one who had come in response to his rescue call. Cue up. Jiang Minxio's breathing slowly returned to normal. Even in the midst of the overwhelming noise that could drive someone insane or unconscious, he clung to the warmth of that grip, and endured what felt like eternity. Nigerian Naira. BS. The sounds of the blender continued. The employee's cheerful sales pitch repeated over and over. But at some point, the screaming stopped. And then. Wire, click. The space above them fell silent. The promotion had ended. Skreek, skreek, skreek. The sound gradually faded away. The feet that had been visible through the gaps in the display stand. The sneakers that had been dragged along. Even their shadows had disappeared. It's okay now. Cue up. The agent checked outside, then spoke. Hearing that, Jiang Minxio let out a shuddering breath, and finally started sobbing again. The bespectacled agent beside him watched with a complicated expression. And at that moment, Kim Solium realized something. This is insane. Because he and the one high schooler he had to rescue were now alone. Splitting up was the right call. But damn, this was terrifying. The sound of a human being ground alive. He had a feeling it would be waiting for him in his nightmares. Kim Solium's back was already drenched in cold sweat. I nearly passed out. But he couldn't show it. Not when a 15-year-old kid, still paralyzed with fear, was clinging to him. What do we do now? Hayek. Hey, it's okay. Kim Solium spoke to the high schooler as gently as possible. At some point, he had started speaking informally, but there was no time to worry about that. Right now, it was better to act like a familiar, reassuring adult. Sergeant J actually played a much bigger role in the Sanganim ghost story than I thought. But as he watched the high schooler still trembling with fear, he decided to speak again. Want to hear a secret? Though still crying and struggling to steady his breathing, the word secret made the student instinctively lift his head. And the agent really did share a secret. Actually, I'm the agent who knows the most about this supermarket. Really? Yeah. But rather than being reassured, the high schooler felt even more doubtful. That's obviously a lie. Everything about him screamed rookie. Glasses, messy hair, the way he seemed to chew on his words. Compared to the sharp, competent-looking agent from earlier, he looked more like a bumbling sidekick to a superhero. Still, the agent continued speaking, determined to calm him down. I've researched this place a lot. I know what's dangerous and what isn't. Even things the other agent doesn't know, I know them all. Messy hair. Eyes meeting from beneath his glasses. Huh. Instead of the hesitant, unsure look Jiang Minxio was expecting. For just a moment, there was a sharp, calculated gaze. Then it was gone. Somehow. It all sounded completely true. Chapter 135.2. I'll find the safest and fastest way out of here for us. Is there still a way to escape? Of course. The problem was, more than half of those methods had an absurdly high chance of death. Kim Solium swallowed that thought and added something actually helpful. Do you remember the back of the leaflet? The guidelines for what to do after closing hours. Yes. Jiang Minxio recalled the text, as if entranced by the memory. After closing hours, it is recommended that you abandon all escape attempts. Almost every opportunity that seems like a way out is actually a trap. Prioritize survival and endure until business hours resume. As of the latest reports, the safest floor is the second floor. The second floor. They were currently on the first floor. Then, if we just go up one more floor, we'll be safe. That's right. The other agent and your friend definitely went up, too. So don't worry. Okay. The certainty in the man's voice made Jiang Minxio feel a little reassured. He sniffled and steadied himself. The agent checked outside, then pulled himself out from under the display stand. All right. We're safe now. Let's move. Hayek, okay. Though he whimpered, the high schooler didn't refuse Kim Solium's support as they carefully crawled out from under the display stand. Ah. And hurriedly clamped a hand over his mouth. Thankfully, the noise wasn't too loud. But the problem remained. My ankle. It was throbbing. Jiang Mincio must have twisted it when he dived under the display stand earlier. Your ankle hurts? Yeah. Kim Solium's mind worked fast. Then he came to a cold conclusion. I can't give him an item right now. Not in this ghost story. A strong painkiller like Happy Maker could make the high schooler overuse his leg and end up not being able to use it anymore. And nostalgia candy, nope. Out of the question. Unless you are in the food court, please do not consume any products inside the supermarket. Even food you brought in yourself is not an exception. The employees do not differentiate. If they witness you eating, they will charge you accordingly. You do not have the ability to pay. And this rule didn't just apply to food items sold in the store. Looky Mart employees couldn't tell the difference. Even shoving the kid into his tattoo for safekeeping was too risky. There was no way to predict what kind of contamination or horrific transformation might occur. A with diuresis and beta-S. Not to mention, explaining that to the bureau later would be a nightmare. The high school student had no way of knowing what the silent agent was thinking, but just seeing him hesitate sent a cold wave of unease down his back. No way. Is he going to leave me behind? Had he decided the rescue was too difficult? Or was he picturing both of them getting caught if he tried to carry him? The terrifying thought spiraled through his mind. Don't worry. We'll move in a way that won't require running. A firm voice snapped him out of it. The high schooler lifted his head. For now, let's head to the escalator. But not up. We're going to the downward escalator instead. Got it. The one that comes down from the second floor. Since the store had already closed, the escalators had likely stopped running, so maybe it didn't matter which one they took. But why specifically the downward escalator? Okay. Instead of asking, the high schooler simply nodded. The agent helped him up and carefully began moving. If you hear an employee, let me know immediately. Okay. The high schooler tried his best not to look at the display stand where he had been hiding. Instead, he focused entirely on listening for employee noises as he carefully followed the agent. A few times, pain made him wince, but he endured it. The agent led him past the checkout counters and toward the inactive escalators with steady, unhurried movements. The high schooler followed as quickly as he could. But when they finally arrived, whir! Tutututututuk. One of the escalators was still running. The one leading down from the second floor. A darkened store after closing hours. A slowly moving rail. And at the top of the escalator, a figure stood motionless. No. Not a person. An employee. After closing hours, escalators remain deactivated and blocked. However, they may run at certain times when employees are conducting maintenance. Do not approach. It seemed to be imitating an escalator inspection. However, the employee standing on the escalator, with its head tilted to the side, blankly staring down at the floor, looked grotesque and unnatural. And that figure was coming closer, moving downward along the operating escalator. Backward. We have to R. No need. Beside him, Kim Solium pulled something from his pocket. A fishing line with a red goldfish lure at the end. Toy bait. In the records, they always check the second to first floor escalator right after closing. That was why he had specifically come to this escalator. Originally, he had planned to use this item to get past the entrance, but there was no other option now. Even if it was a waste, there was no choice but to use it now. Kim Solium cast the fishing line. Fwick. Defying normal physics, the transparent wire flew through the air as if launched by an actual fishing rod, landing perfectly on the escalator's advertisement board. The fishing line wrapped around the board, dangling below it. And at the very end, the red lure swayed in the air. Chapter 135.3. The employee descending backward on the escalator spotted it. Skreek. Skreek. Skreek, skreek. At that moment, the employee's body began to move. It turned toward the lure. And then, it walked against the flow of the escalator. Skreek, skreek. Kim Solium carefully adjusted the fishing line. His hands were damp with sweat, but the trembling lure moved precisely as he intended. Slowly. Steadily. The red bait shifted to the far left side of the escalator. The employee stumbled sideways to follow it. And as its head leaned out past the handrail. Skreek, skreek, skreek. Kim Solium let go of the line. Whir. The fishing line unraveled, pulling free from the advertisement board. And the red bait dropped between the two escalators. Thud. The employee fell headfirst between the moving escalators. It had thrown itself after the lure. Hook. Let's move. Before it gets out. The agent immediately sprang into action. Take off your shoes. Crawl up, use your knees instead of your feet. Stay quiet. The high schooler handed over his shoes, then got down on all fours and crawled up the stopped escalator. At that moment, he didn't feel any embarrassment. He didn't feel pain. All he cared about was that this was quieter. And that it meant he wouldn't enter the employee's line of sight. Even so, the tension squeezed his throat tight. What if something jumped out at them? But in the end, he successfully crawled up the escalator, moving against its direction. Hook. The moment he pulled himself up onto the second floor, tears pricked at the corners of his eyes. The agent helped the high schooler get to his feet. You did well. Thank you. Kim Solium glanced down at his empty hands a few times, feeling the absence of the fishing line. Then, clearing his mind, he shifted his gaze forward. The second floor. The first thing visible upon reaching the top of the escalator was a massive food court. In the darkened supermarket, only the food court signs emitted an eerie glow, and strangely enough, there were sounds of cooking. The number of roaming employees was 0. Surprisingly, it was a relatively safe zone. We can rest here for a while. The second floor food court is an area where employees do not patrol. However, do not sit for more than an hour without ordering. Kim Solium led the high schooler to a quiet corner near a bibimbap stall and had him sit down. Why specifically here? It's safer in places that don't serve meat. The high schooler swallowed hard. The agent remained calm. He sat down and allowed the student to catch his breath and rest his injured ankle. It was hard to believe that this was the same person who had just pulled off a crazy stunt at the escalator. He's amazing. He was far more skilled and knowledgeable than expected. Just as he had confidently claimed. Without realizing it, the high schooler wanted to leave a good impression, so he opened his mouth. My name is Jang. Let's not share names. It's better not to use real names in places like this. Be careful. Gulp. The high schooler swallowed hard. Then. What should I call you, Agent? Call me Grapes. Yes, Agent Grapes. The student exhaled deeply, finally feeling some relief. Maybe this was what being a real agent was like. Maybe all his awkwardness was because all his ability points were dumped into being a competent agent. I think we can escape. Even with an injured ankle, the high schooler felt hope. And with that newfound confidence, he asked. Then we're safe here, right? Yeah. Agent Grapes nodded. The high schooler felt a deep sense of relief. It's okay. That was a lie. And it wasn't enough. Even on the second floor, the chance of death or disappearance is still high. While keeping his voice steady, Kim Solium's mind was racing through the dark exploration records, trying to find this specific scenario. His brain, now freed from immediate survival mode, was reorganizing priorities and digging through data. We need to get out. Had there been a precedent for an irregular situation like this? Labor Day, early store closure, anything. And then. Closed early due to. Reason. He found it. Kim Solium gritted his teeth and forced himself to remember more details. He couldn't remember specific numbers and names right now, but he was slowly reconstructing this exploration record in his head. Exploration record #3. An agent responded to a civilian distress call and entered the store around 7 p.m. Agent. Looky Mart closed early due to. Reason. An unexpected situation arose, and the agent lost contact for 3 days. This was it. He anxiously dug deeper into his memory. Then, the outcome of this record. Result, rescue failed. Agent returned alone. So that's why he hadn't remembered it well. It ended in just one line. These types of records were common. Interesting in concept, but the detailed aftermath was often skipped, leaving it up to the reader's imagination. Just a simple line. Success. Failure. But the implication was clear. Agent Bronze failed the rescue mission. So if he reunited with Agent Bronze, no matter what decision that agent made inside Lucky Mart, Kim Solium would have to oppose it. And he would have to convince him to escape according to his own plan. This is insane. No, not me, the difficulty level is insane. Suppressing a sigh, Kim Solium forced himself to stay composed, scanning the surroundings from their corner in the food court while keeping the high schooler seated. 8 with ring above epsilon. Let's just wait it out. If Agent Bronze was still alive, he would definitely make his way to the second floor. Kim Solium forced himself to stay optimistic. We can talk it through once we meet up again. But 3 whole days passed by. Kim Solium never found Agent Bronze anywhere in Lucky Mart. Chapter 136.1. Do you know what it feels like to die from your blood drying out? It's an expression describing extreme torment, used when someone suffers physically and mentally for a long, grueling stretch. We're feeling exactly that right now. A sensation like our blood's drying up. 3 days. We've been trapped in this ghost story, trembling in fear of death, waiting for our companions who'd never come, without proper sleep or food. We're experiencing firsthand what a human being is like in that state. Did you know that if a person doesn't sleep properly for a solid 3 days, they start to lose the ability to think rationally? We're taking 1-hour naps in turns on the second floor's food court, but that's barely sustainable. Every hour, our nerves were on edge because of mortal danger. Perfect for going insane. Especially if the person you're with was a minor who just got involved in a ghost story for the first time. Heek. Where are we going? It's been 56 minutes. Let's move. The high school student I was supposed to rescue staggered to his feet, limping. He's probably more mentally drained than I was. He's starting to waver more from dizziness than from the ankle injury and was muttering nonsense into thin air instead of crying. He didn't even have the energy left to weep or get angry anymore. He's hardly eaten, too. Obviously, safe food was extremely scarce in this damned supermarket, and nearly everything that's available was something a high schooler wouldn't normally touch. Like rats or cockroaches. Things that clearly wouldn't be considered store merchandise by anyone's standard. He'd rather starve for 3 days than eat that lineup. Occasionally, we found items that shoppers already paid for but lost, things that appeared in the food court randomly. If those happened to be food, we'd eat them. In the last 3 days, that's happened exactly once. When had a banana ever been so precious in your life? Which means the only thing we've eaten in 3 days was that single banana. It's insane. Luckily or unluckily, we hadn't come across any other missing persons on the second floor, so we had no competition for resources. It made sense, though. Most missing people are on higher floors. Anyway, we're at our limit. The high schooler I'm looking after is out of stamina and willpower. Even trying to fill up on water from the food court's dispenser had its limits. If this were to go on for 2 more days, he'd probably be forced to eat those rats or bugs. Of course, it's even more likely that something else will go wrong before that. Currently, we got up to go to the bathroom every hour. If one of us would doze off or collapse and we miss our window, then that's it. We'd run into an employee. Whether it's an employee coming by to take orders, or one pretending to clean the restroom. Escorted outside. Reported missing. Nothing but a single line in an exploration record stating our disappearance. The mix of revulsion and dread creeping down my spine was overwhelming. Frankly, managing to survive for 3 days in a ghost story with an injured minor was already feat in itself. And to be clear, I'm not an idiot. I didn't intentionally create this situation. I never thought I'd go 3 days without finding Agent Bronze. Right. My senior agent has vanished. This is insane. On the first day, I thought maybe we were just missing each other. Did we spend those 30+ minutes hiding under the display while he came up to the second floor and left? If I didn't have an injured high schooler to look after, I might have been more aggressive in planning an escape. So, after much deliberation, I decided to stay on the second floor. If he wants to rest, he's most likely to come back here. Honestly, I didn't have much choice anyway. Hauling an injured teenager up and down floors was practically suicide. So we picked the relatively safe second floor to wait it out, and I still think it was a sound decision. But that guy never showed up. So from the second day on, I began searching other floors. I couldn't do long searches, because leaving the injured high schooler alone for hours seemed like a death sentence. But I pushed myself to the limit, even making a crazy trip down to the basement floor, and still nothing changed. Agent Bronze was nowhere to be found. At least not within the area I could feasibly search in an hour. That's how 3 days had gone by. And then, all this time, the supermarket never resumed normal operations. This is one of the reasons they urge you to escape before closing, the culprit that makes the supermarket a hell and lowers the survival rate for civilians. R. New. Beta. The shortest interval observed for the supermarket to resume operations is 1 day, and the longest is 20 days. It's impossible to know when it would reopen for business. That's right. No one knew when Lucky Mart's next day would begin. Sometimes it opened normally after just 1 day, but other times hundreds of hours might pass from a human perspective, yet not even a day has gone by in the supermarket's timeline. That's why people speculate the timeline in Lucky Mart gradually drifts further and further from reality, until eventually, it's stuck way in the past. Whether that's accurate or not doesn't matter right now. What mattered was the reality that we're facing. We've been trapped here for 3 whole days. And I'm starting to fear what might be going through the high schooler's head. We actually came here looking for a kid who lives in our apartment complex. Right then, I heard him mumbling dazedly. You came looking for him? Yeah. He sent me a DM saying he was heading to Lucky Mart, and then he vanished. So we thought it was some kind of ghost story, and decided to investigate. Good grief. But that was stupid. He's probably dead by now. How awful if he ended up in that blender. Don't go leaping to the worst conclusion. I patted the high schooler on the shoulder. For now, you'll be able to leave today. Huh. I had a reason to believe that. I recalled the record that presumably belonged to Agent Bronze. An unexpected situation arose, and the agent lost contact for 3 days. Result: rescue failed. Agent returned alone. If I reconstruct that. After 3 days, the Bureau re-established contact with the agent. He then escaped on his own. Even if the rescue attempt failed, he definitely tried to save the civilian. He must have planned to hold out until the supermarket resumed operation. So statistically speaking, there was a high chance the store would open again today. Wait, are you saying? Yeah. Let's see. Hope and expectation surged as I calmly checked my wristwatch. 9:59. My heart pounded. Any moment now, when the time changed. 10 o'clock. On the dot. Silence. I waited a bit longer. But nothing happened. No jingle. No announcements. No lights clicking on. The doors did not open. Once again, the supermarket didn't reopen for business today. Chapter 136.2. Content warning: suicide attempt. Shit. I blinked, a cold, dull shock rippling through my sleep-deprived brain. Is it over for us? And no, oh no. It's okay. We still have other ways. I turned my head. The high schooler was fidgeting with something. A receipt. Or rather, the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau's leaflet in disguise. Most likely the same paper he found when he called for help. Why's he? Was he trying to look for advice? But instead of reading it, he was peeling something off the paper. Then he tried to put it in his mouth. I slapped the high schooler's hand away. I pried his fingers open and snatched what was inside. He struggled, but I ignored it. Don't. A white capsule-shaped pill. I know this. The Bureau once included these pills with the guide sheets for high-level ghost stories. Euthanasia pills. If it becomes unbearably painful, please take the enclosed capsule. We guarantee you a comfortable end. My worst fear was right. Damn it. So this was in the leaflet he found. Sorry. He was crying as he spoke. I just can't do this anymore. I don't want to get put through the blender. I'm so scared and dizzy, I just can't. I'd rather die comfortably. I couldn't breathe. I'm sorry. Am I being selfish because I'm the only one wanting peace? If half a pill is enough to kill someone, we could split it. No. I gritted my teeth at his panicked rambling, then forced myself to smile reassuringly as I patted his arm. It's going to be okay. There's still a way out. How, exactly? We've spent 3 days now unable to sleep, eat, or do anything. We can do this. I grabbed him firmly. Up until now, we believed the store would reopen soon, so we tried to stay as safe as possible. If it's not opening anytime soon, there are other methods, empty set beta epsilons. Ah, really? Yes. It was true. As long as I made one decision. Abandon Agent Bronze. Forget any worry that he won't escape because he's looking for us, any pressure that we need to confirm each other's survival, any hope that we can get help from him. Throw it all away. Anyway, the record showed that Agent Bronze did manage to escape on his own. It's just that, he would fail to rescue the civilians. The idea that he might also save the civilian who went with him is fantasy. Time to snap out of it. I decided to do everything I could with my capabilities. If the two of us have to wait until the store reopens. My priorities shifted swiftly. After 3 days of stewing over it, I already had the next plan ready. We're going up. Ah. Don't take that pill. Put this in your mouth instead, just keep it in there, all right. I handed the high schooler a nostalgia candy. A strange item that would revert you to your best physical condition. Wow. The moment he popped it in his mouth, the high schooler's expression changed. My leg, it's fine now. Think of it as letting it melt slowly. It only works while you're holding it in your mouth. Yes. He stood up, face bright with excitement. Even his mental state seemed to revert to its best condition. I half expected him to ask why I hadn't given it to him sooner, but apparently he was too thrilled about his miraculous recovery to think of that. So, the 3rd floor is the top level, right? Is there some escape route up there? We can get out if we go there. Are we escaping now? We're going up there to prepare for an escape. And also, the 3rd floor isn't the highest floor. Huh. Sometimes you'll find a door that leads above the 3rd floor. But the leaflet said not to go up there. That was correct. This supermarket has 3 floors above ground and 1 basement level. To reiterate, do not trust any emergency exit leading to a 4th floor. The 4th floor is not part of this supermarket. Looky Mart's 4th floor. A gimmick that's practically a meme in the dark exploration records. It's a keyword that screams, missing, dot. Headed up to the 4th floor. The sentence ends there, and everyone vanishes. No matter how intense or gripping their exploration was before that, it wouldn't matter. It's like they become entranced, and poof. They disappear without explanation. All the more frightening because nobody ever wrote why they'd go missing, or what's actually on the 4th floor. It's an unspoken agreement, even in the case that covered a disappearance in the most detail, that part would always be missing. I recalled one particular entry. The agent who realized the rescue targets were all dead and decided to challenge it. /start of recording. Agent Choi, so, I'm on the 3rd floor, and I've just found a door leading to the 4th floor. Agent Choi, I'm only going to open it a little. I'm not crazy, okay. But we can't just leave that place alone, right? Isn't it recorded that nearly 100 people have gone missing after going upstairs? The agent rambles on with personal excuses and parting words considered to be a will. Agent Choi, all right, I'm opening the door to the 4th floor now. And, it's open. Ta-da. Sound of door opening, footsteps entering, door closing in quick succession. Agent Choi, looks normal enough, just some old emergency exit. There's a staircase. Nothing unusual. The exit door's still there. He observes for a few more minutes, no anomalies. Agent Choi, great. I'm heading up now. Echoing footsteps. Presumably the sound of someone climbing up the stairs. Agent Choi, let's see. The exit's still. Oh. It's gone now. So I've got no choice but to keep going. Off I go. Footsteps continue for 30 seconds. Agent Choi, phew. Made it. 4th floor door. Agent Choi, looks like nothing special on the outside. It's just a metal door. Agent Choi, all right, I'm opening it now. Sound of a metal door opening. At the same time, Lucky Mart's jingle starts playing. Agent Choi, huh? The jingle grows louder, shifts in tone. Agent Choi, wait. A cacophony that defies description. Deafening roars, bizarre howls, noise like wind filling a void, rain, balloons rubbing, bursting sounds, 12 unidentifiable noises, and Agent Choi, silence. Agent Choi, welcome to Lucky Mart. Nothing of note recorded in the next 24 hours. When the battery died, the recording ended. The agent's recorder was later found in the electronics section on the 3rd floor of Lucky Mart. It's the kind of record that'd make you vow never to open that emergency door leading to the 4th floor. But don't worry. Once we find the door, I'll show you what to do. That's our destination. Okay. Whether because of the trust built over 3 days or from witnessing the mysterious power of the nostalgia candy, the high schooler obediently nodded. Let's move quietly. Chapter 136.3. We left the 2nd floor food court. Then we carefully climbed the stopped escalator. To avoid being noticed by any employees, we even took off our shoes and went barefoot, moving as silently as possible. We stopped talking. Step by careful step, in total silence, cold sweat trickling down our backs. And finally, upon reaching the 3rd floor. Something was off. Originally, in the old Lucky Mart, the 3rd floor was said to be used for limited-time deals. Different themed promotional stands would rotate daily with various discounts on display. But what we saw now was... what is this? That display was repeated endlessly. An endless supermarket. If floors 1 and 2 simply recreated Lucky Mart's past, making it feel eerie, then from the 3rd floor onward, the space stretched out infinitely in a bizarre manner. So far, 3,611 event stalls have been reported on the supermarket's 3rd floor, covering an area of 232 square kilometers. Always confirm your starting point. If you lose your way, you may never find the escalator leading down again. A giant maze, like stepping into the mad blueprint or painting of a deranged mind, where infinite lines of stands and special displays repeated, perfect for driving someone insane. On the other hand, that meant it was easier to evade or hide from employees. Some parts of the supermarket supposedly went months without a single employee appearing. It's also good for secretly stealing food or necessities. If you give up on escaping, that is. So that's likely where countless missing persons were scattered. Perhaps Agent Bronze too. Stick to the wall. If you see the emergency door, let me know right away. Why yes. We pressed ourselves against the back wall of the escalator and moved slowly, entering the dizzying path of endless display racks. In the dim store, lit only by emergency lights after closing, corner after corner repeated among the shelving. Camping gear sale. Winter season outlet event. Housewarming gift specials. Sell your flesh at Lucky Mart. Spring cleaning kitchenware super sale. Soon, the signs turned increasingly disturbing. Each time I saw one of those stalls or signs, I'd turn away and choose another path. For about half an hour, we crossed from one stall to another, confirming the escalator's location and how far it was to us. Then, I heard a faint noise. Some dull, distant sound from beyond the next set of shelves. I quickened my pace. Bit by bit, the noise became more distinct, until at last. Is someone there? The high schooler jerked his head up. Who's there? Need some help? A voice calling from far away. That's another person. Shoo. I crouched down with the high schooler and whispered a quiet warning. It might not be human. And, even if it is a human being, if they've been here a while, are they still normal? No way they could be in their right mind. That possibility was unbelievably slim. And the fact that they had such a friendly tone. That's dangerous. It was scarier if it was a human being. Hey. You there, you're a person, right? I can help you. We started running, hugging the wall. The friendly-sounding voice kept calling out. If I keep talking, the employees might come. I know a way out. I can help you. Sweat beaded on the back of the high schooler's neck. I kept moving, gauging the distance to that voice. Hurry. You don't want an employee seeing you. Shit. Should I try to subdue them, even briefly? But then, if employees really showed up? Right, if it's an actual person, maybe letting them get snatched by an employee before they reach us is best. Yes. Just keep moving. Wait a second. That. Suddenly, as I lifted my head, something came into view along the wall we were following. A metal door. A green-lit emergency exit. A sign. 3F upright arrow 4F. That. There it was. The emergency exit leading to the 4th floor. I immediately ran over and grabbed the metal handle. Then, in a rush, I gave the high schooler a crucial warning. Whatever you do, do not go up those stairs. After we open the door and step in, stand right there, don't move. Got it. Don't ever move from that spot. The high schooler nodded, fear in his eyes. All right. This was my theory. Agent Choi, looks normal enough, just some old emergency exit. There's a staircase. Nothing unusual. The exit door's still there. But once he started going up the stairs, the door suddenly disappeared, right? So, if you put it another way. If we don't climb the stairs, the door on the third floor won't vanish. Because we hadn't actually left the third floor yet. And if that guess was correct, this spot was safer than anywhere else. There's no record of employees climbing to the fourth floor. Because that floor wasn't part of the supermarket. So, the space inside the emergency exit leading to the fourth floor would remain a safe zone only people could enter. That would simplify everything. I can even use the food I stored in my tattoo there. Because once we go through this door, it's no longer part of the supermarket. We can stay on the stair landing and check outside at 10 o'clock each day to see if business has resumed. It's the safest bet we have. Trying to escape with an injured high schooler without an infinite supply of nostalgia candies. This was our best shot. No matter how terrifying the rumors of the fourth floor were, we just had to push through. I gritted my teeth and opened the metal door. Squeak. It made the exact noise described in the records, revealing an old staircase inside. Let's go, and be careful. Why yeah. We went in together. And to prevent any unforeseen incidents, I tore out a scrap of paper from my notepad and wedged it between the door so it wouldn't fully close. From the outside, no one would notice it was open. Phew. That should help us evade that crazy person chasing from behind. And just as I was taking a breath. Agent Grapes. The high schooler tugged on my arm in a shaky voice. While pointing upwards. Look. Up the stairs. I felt a chill and raised my head. Someone was standing inside the staircase to the fourth floor. A pale-faced woman with sunken eyes and short hair. Human. Go Yun-joon. My batchmate who's a former med student. What? My brain couldn't process what the hell was going on. But then I noticed what she was wearing. A metal badge pinned to her collar, the official identification for Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau agents. Ah. Words from my memory resurfaced. 2 agents who went in earlier are currently in a short-term missing status within this disaster. Agent Bronze mentioned it earlier. There were 2 missing agents. And one of them happened to be my fellow spy who'd infiltrated the bureau as a new recruit. Go Yun-joon. Chapter 137.1. Go Yun-joon was one of my more level-headed colleagues. That much was certain. Even when we woke up on that deranged subway during the company's entrance test, and later when we escaped the psychotic art exhibit that involved plucking out visitors' eyes, she never lost her composure. But right now, seeing Go Yun-joon at the stairs leading to the 4th floor, the source of so many disappearance stories in this bizarre supermarket. She's a real human being, right? She was too calm. Despite the high schooler's startled cries, her pale face didn't flinch. No words. No expression. She just stood on the stairs, looking down at us. Wait. She's standing on the landing. Wait, that's... Didn't the door to the 3rd floor vanish the moment someone started going up the stairs, making it impossible to get back? Then. How long has she been there? No, more importantly. Why is she here? Sure, Go Yun-joon could be one of the 2 agents who entered earlier. The mention of 2 missing was a clue already. The Bureau typically sent out agents either individually or in pairs, so 2 usually means a senior newcomer pair. But here she was, a new recruit, on the stairs to the 4th floor. Alone, with no senior agent in sight. And presumably for at least a week. A foreboding sense of dread prickled up my spine. Agent. No reply. Miss. Goral. Go Yun-joon's lips parted. Welcome to Lookie Mart. I immediately shoved the high schooler behind me and reached for the door. Agent. We appreciate your business, dear customer. Expressionless, the figure stumbled down the stairs. It was Go Yun-joon. Or rather, something that looked like Go Yun-joon, acting like an employee. Shit. I was about to fling the door open and drag the high schooler out, when I realized something odd. The sound. There was no squeaking. And she wasn't dressed in a uniform, still wearing her bureau attire. So. Contaminated. I looked again. The shape of Go Yun-joon, a clearly human figure, was descending the stairs. Hold the door handle. Huh, what? I lunged forward, pinning Go Yeon-joon as she stepped onto the landing. Welcome to Looky Mart. Okay. She still had a human body. Which meant, holding her shoulder down with one hand, I reached into the tattoo on my wrist with the other, pulling out the last of my blue soda churros. Then I shoved it into Go Yeon-joon's open mouth as best I could. She didn't even resist. She just kept trying to walk and recite the same line. In the process, her teeth moved naturally, crushing part of the churro, at least enough for it to go down her throat. Oh. Sweating all over, I watched. And, moments later, Gia. Go Yeon-joon retched violently, spewing a deluge of water. I patted her back. The stair landing was soon slick with inky black fluid. It wasn't quite enough to drown in like my month on Bronze talk show, but it was nonetheless bizarre enough to make the high schooler recoil in horror. Finally, she vomited a bluish liquid, slumped, and I caught her. Herc, Huck, Hoo. Agent. I called out to my colleague. Her eyes, now aware, shifted to me. They dilated. She started trembling uncontrollably. Mr. R.O. dear. She'd come back to her senses. She responded to being called agent, and she was alert enough now to the fact that we were inside a ghost story, so she addressed me by my alias instead. Thank goodness. You ugh. She suddenly tried to crawl back up the stairs again, and I grabbed her in a panic. Hoo, ugh, damn this supermarket. Even the hallucinations look real. Ack. I won't be fooled. Mr. Roe dear's dead. Ah. Right. Hey, I'm not dead. Agent. I got assigned to the same job as you. It took another few dozen minutes to convince Go Yeon-joon, who believed I died during my month-long disappearance, that I was very much alive, and had re-entered as a spy. Thank you. Thanks to you, I survived. No, don't mention it. Fortunately, once Go Yeon-joon regained her composure, she cross-checked a few details with me and accepted the situation. Though trying to explain everything without giving the high schooler weird intel was a different level of difficulty. Looking at the now empty churros wrapper, I felt a strange mix of emotions. The churros. They're really something else. I hadn't paid it much attention before, because everything in Bron's late-night talk show happened so crazily fast. But if it could clear contamination in a single go like that, it was an unbelievably powerful item. In the context of dark exploration records, it's almost too good to be true. Anyway, the priority right now was escaping this deranged supermarket. Still, I felt a bit more confident now that another person had joined, especially because it was a colleague I could actually rely on. So, first, I needed to confirm something. I stepped aside and clearly showed Go Yeon-joon the door leading back to the third floor of the supermarket. Can you see the entrance? Go Yeon-joon nodded. Yes. Phew. Rather, I can't see the door itself, but I do see light coming through a gap. If someone opens it for me, I think I could get out. That's good enough. The moment I let out a little sigh of relief, Go Yeon-joon lifted a hand to cover her face. But I can't leave the supermarket anyway. Huh. I damaged merchandise. That's okay. We're outside the supermarket here, so unless you were seen eating something in there. No, I broke stuff in the supermarket and got caught. Chapter 137.2. It wasn't me, exactly, it was another agent, but I guess they treated us as equally responsible. I fell silent, then asked. Where is that senior agent now? He's dead. Or at least, I'm assuming he is. He went up that staircase. Go Yeon-joon pointed up the stairs. His family had disappeared here, apparently. Their last trace ended on the 4th floor, so he came here specifically intending to go up there. I mean, is he crazy? If he wants to die, go alone. Why drag me along just when Anyway, I stayed here while covering my ears. But the moment he opened the door to the 4th floor, I still heard it. The jingle. And not long after, she ended up acting like an employee. Pardon me. Call me Grapes. Right. Agent Grapes. Go Yeon-joon rubbed her face, then looked up. Her expression was more composed. There's no hope for me anyway, so if you two plan on leaving, I'll at least serve as a decoy. I got trapped and contaminated here, almost starved, that's the least I could. No. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped back and pulled the high schooler forward. Agent. Actually, we could really use your help, he has an injured ankle. Ah. We barely managed to persuade the nervous high schooler to take the candy out of his mouth for a moment. Then I handed over the emergency first aid kit I'd brought, and Go Yeon-jong treated his ankle with skill 20 times more professional than mine. Alpha Nuo Beta. But if he goes back to eating that candy afterward, won't this be kind of pointless? The candy. Just keep the splint on for a few hours anyway. With his stamina and composure drained, the high schooler returned to a state of near panic, so he needed some coaxing. I took out my bargaining chip. Let's eat this first. Food. The high schooler's eyes went wide as saucers. The instant meals I whipped out vanished in seconds, shared among the three of us. We can finally eat these now that we're technically outside the supermarket. Back in the food court, we could only eat safe foods, so I'd never dared bring these out. Even then, I only chose items without a strong smell, just in case. Honestly, I've never eaten this fast in my life. I polished off a carton of UHT milk in about 2 seconds, then wolfed down a Castella cake in under 30. I feel alive again. After that, we put the high schooler to sleep. I wanted to collapse and rest as well, but first I needed to talk to my equally exhausted colleague. We exchanged the information we each had, and made small talk to recover our mental strength. Mr. Rowe. I mean, Agent Grapes, you always come so prepared. Meanwhile, I wasted space lugging around a store layout map. She said, sounding bitter, explaining that the third floor was so enormous that her map was hardly useful. It was basically a scattered mess of vague details. I even brought some coins from a different darkness, just in case. But it looks like they don't count here as valid currency. Wait a minute. You have a map? Yes. It's part of the standard equipment for the regular exploration team. They want us to investigate places that haven't been fully explored yet. Could I see it, please? Of course. From a small backpack, Go Yeon-jong took out what looked like a thick, folded pamphlet. It was a printed floor plan of the building, overlaid with handwritten notes and sketches in various colors. The handwriting of Disaster Management Bureau agents. I stared at it, almost spellbound, until I noticed a specific store name. There was a separate notation on the map. Some people seem to think they could get something out of this stall, but that's just suicide. Don't go. Agent. What you mentioned before. Currency to pay, dot. Huh. Why yes. I think there's a place where we can get that, based on a hint on your map. But Go Yeon-jong took a deep breath and shook her head. I'm sorry, but I object. The third floor is so huge, who knows how long it'll take just to get there. And I'm afraid of how long it would take to find our way back to this stairwell afterward, especially without any item to fend off employees or danger. Beads of sweat formed on her calm face, and she seemed to be trying hard to hide her fear. You two can leave when the store reopens. I'll just wait for a rescue. If we don't have another way to dodge employees or anything, I'd rather not. Well, here's the thing. Now we do. Remember? There's something we've used before. I retrieved an item from my inventory tattoo, something I hadn't touched in ages. Now that we were 3, we met the recommended number of participants. It was finally usable again. And there was no need to think about Agent Bronze for now. Quick and easy candle making kit. I held the mysterious candle kit item box in my hands and, for the first time in 3 days, I allowed myself a faint smile. Let's make some candles again. In the manner of the blind, this candle making item had played a big role in our escape. Now was the perfect time for a comeback. Chapter 137.3. In that dark stairwell. The 3 of us crouched down, looking at the floor. I spread out the black paper that came with the kit, carefully drawing intricate patterns for the candle. Then I suggested. Let's each draw a card. Hugh. Wow. Go Yeon-jong and the high schooler each drew a random card by its back. Their cards would determine the candle's attributes. Confusion. Dream. Not bad. It oddly matched their current state of mind, but hey, it worked. Now it was my turn to pick the final card. I flipped the remaining cards face up. Honor, healing, meditation, wound, deceit, rage, interference, protection, strike, gaze. Last time, I chose deceit. We used honor, interference, and deceit to trick the automated exhibit machines and pretend we were legitimately paying patrons. In that case, I chose without hesitation. Protection. An illustration of 2 hands gently cradling a glowing lavender crystal. I burned the 3 chosen cards into ash, sprinkled them within the crayon outline of the candle on the black paper, then folded the paper, just like I'd done once before. After waiting a while. It's done. Wow. A pale indigo candle rolled out from inside the folded paper, landing in my hand. Obviously I couldn't use this, and the high schooler, who was living on borrowed time through the nostalgia candy as it was, obviously couldn't either. Besides, there was someone here with first-hand experience. I offered the candle to Go-Yeon-Joon. I'll leave it to you again this time. All right. Taking the completed candle in her hand, Go-Yeon-Joon spoke in a subtle tone. This time, I'll do it properly. With those words, she lit the newly made candle. The flame flared up from the wick, and a prayer bearer shall lift the candle to any confused being, bestowing the power of dreams, manifesting protection. And the bearer will be granted a blessing. Visitor amidst the fog. Whoosh. The candlelight shone upon us. Ah. I stood behind Go-Yeon-Joon, with the high schooler in tow. It reminded me of when Braun would turn off the lights. But colder, and more ethereal. It felt as if a cool fog followed the candlelight, enveloping us. Slowly, we opened the door and stepped out onto the 3rd floor. Even though we carried a flame in a dark store and should have stood out, somehow it blended in naturally, as if we were shrouded in mist. And then we ran into an employee. Heek. I covered the high schooler's mouth when he made a sound. The employee, squeaking a little as it approached, simply brushed past us without incident. Ha! Go-Yeon-Joon let out a breath, more relief than fear. Thank goodness. This time, the alien shop item proved its worth again. But unlike our time at the exhibit hall, the duration of this item was even more of a concern. We might have to hold out until the store eventually reopened. Once the candle burns down, that's it, so we need to move quickly if we want to use it again after business hours resume. Got it. Where should we go? Here. I pointed to a spot on the floor plan Go-Yeon-Joon had brought. When she glanced at it, she recoiled in horror. Wait. It'll be fine. Let's go. We were already holding the candle, and blowing it out by getting into some scuffle would be a terrible idea. So despite wanting to object, she started moving. Thank you. I could see why she was so reluctant. The place I was headed. Sell your flesh at Lucky Mart. Was a bizarre event stall with that insane sign. If the other stalls imitated Lucky Mart's old sales promotions, these freakish ones felt more like glitches, abnormally tacked on. In this particular spot, there was nothing on the white floor except row upon row of grills. And in the silence, something was sizzling. Hayek. Quiet. I clamped a hand on the high schooler's shoulder as he started trembling. Not that he was overreacting. Ha. Right on the grill displayed out front, pitch-black charred meat was cooking as a demo. You could tell at a glance it came from some 2-legged creature in a shape far too familiar. Likely missing persons, repurposed as store supplies. I feel like throwing up. But I held it in. Above us was a banner. Just like the agent's notes said. Instant barbecue event. Participate alive, and receive a guaranteed gift certificate. A gift certificate. Who the hell wants to win a gift certificate in a place like this? It would only attract the long-term missing people, and they'll attack you. They're basically not even human anymore, don't bother rescuing them. But for now, we were briefly able to melt into the supermarket's surroundings, our presence softened by the candle's protective fog. I lightly tapped Go-Yeon-Joon on the shoulder. Could you please shift to the side? I need to stand in front of one of these empty grills. Huh? Wait a second, this. It's fine. It wasn't fine. I desperately wished someone else would handle this. Wouldn't anyone in their right mind? But one of my companions had been trapped in the stairwell, contaminated for over a week. The other was a civilian miner. Not exactly people I could saddle with something so extreme. Besides, this was an opportunity. I have to get that gift certificate. If I took this on, I'd get the currency directly, allowing me to control how it's used. I want to push my own plan for escaping, so I need to take the initiative. I gritted my teeth. First, I used a syringe of Happy Maker so I wouldn't go into shock. My hands were shaking. Calm down. From items I had swiped on our way here, I pulled out one, trying not to let my shaking fingers drop it. A massive butcher's knife. Its razor edge glinted. Hey. It's all right. As long as we don't break the item and return it to its original state, the store won't register it as a purchase. That's not the issue, Agent. I brought the butcher's knife down on my own right forearm. Chapter 138.1. This chapter contains violent and gory scenes. Reader discretion is heavily advised. From the moment I saw the store layout, I'd been agonizing over it. Just how much of my body would I have to cut off and place on the grill for this damned supermarket ghost story to count it as a barbecue? I considered everything from the wrist to the shoulder. But from the start, I knew my target. My right arm. If I cut a leg, I'd lose mobility. If I cut my left arm, I couldn't use my tattoo. Besides, I'm almost ambidextrous anyway, so I'd be able to function with whichever arm remained. In other words, there was only one conclusion. Cut off part of my right arm. Of course, slicing a fully grown adult forearm, bones and all, measuring around 10 centimeters in diameter with a knife is crazy. Obviously, it wouldn't be done in a single chop. An electric saw would have been better. Thwack, thwack. I used a giant butcher's knife, practically ripping my arm apart. Amidst the splatter of blood, I could hear the other two sobbing softly. There was no pain, but I could still feel it. The sensation of nerves in my arm being severed. Cold sweat trickled down my back, my mind reeling with dull shock, terror and fear. I definitely injected myself with Happy Maker, yet it was hitting me anyway. Am I building up a tolerance? Or maybe the candle's protection somehow dampened its effect. Or it could just be in my head. Either way, the crucial fact is that I didn't go into shock, and I could still move. And then... thwack. The final blow. It came off. Done. With my right arm fully severed, I tucked it under my left arm while pressing something against the cut. The blood-sucking knife. I can't believe I'm using this to stop the bleeding. It was just a temporary measure. Ignoring the blade's tremor as it drank my blood, I pulled it away and pressed the wound to the grill. If I still had any sensation, I'd have passed out right then. I held it there just long enough to stop the bleeding. Once I was sure I wouldn't die from blood loss, I moved again. What the hell? Aya. Just a moment. Thud. I took the piece I'd removed and chopped it in half. I had to match the approximate size of the other chunks already on the grill. Then, without time for anyone to react, I put one of those halves on the grill. SSSSS. It sizzled, or rather, burned. It was burning. Burning away. It's just a piece of meat now. No longer mine. And as soon as we escape this insane supermarket, I plan to drink Daydream Incorporated SC grade regeneration potion. Then everything will be fine. Stay calm. Sweating profusely, I stared at the grill with unfocused eyes. And after a hellish stretch of time... ding! In this Sell Your Flesh at Looky Mart stall, where dozens of grills are lined up randomly, one of them made a noise, like it was just another grill in the row. A counter, like a mini checkout, had a plain white envelope labeled, "Thank you for participating in our event." With my one good hand, I managed to open it. Inside were gift certificates, and they looked kind of like sloppily made play money. Korean 150000. If this were a normal supermarket, that'd be a pretty hefty reward for joining some promotional event. But whether it's enough in our current situation is another question. What is this? What are you? Wait. One more time. I repeated the process. Except this time, I told the high schooler to put the remaining chunk on another grill. H-hup. He almost collapsed, but he gritted his teeth. It tore me up inside, but we had no choice. Go-Yeon-Joon had to keep holding the candle, and my own participation wouldn't be counted again. And only after another 50,001 voucher appeared did I allow myself to pop a nostalgia candy into my mouth. I'd resisted until then, worried about messing up the event outcome. But the second that candy touched my lips, it reverted me to my healthiest point in time. Nostalgia's magic. It's okay. See? I'm all better now. Hayek. The high schooler wouldn't look at my newly restored arm. He couldn't even nod. Go-Yeon-Joon had gone deathly pale, but mindful of the candle, she didn't turn around or freak out. She already knew I had a special regeneration potion from Daydream Incorporated, so maybe that's why she managed to contain herself. Agent, did you just take the potion? No. It's an item that temporarily restores my appearance. Her shoulders twitched again. It was only the right arm missing, so even if something else happened, we wouldn't have trouble running. Please don't worry. How can you say that right now? Fine, all right. I silently thanked her composure. At any rate, I'd finally used one of my last nostalgia candies, which I'd been saving to endure the worst. I finally recovered after 3 days of no real sleep or food. And now, my status was... wow. This was insane. My mind, now somewhat clear, was spinning wildly, sounding alarms at the dangers. Over the last 3 days, I'd been pushed to my limits, acting like a madman, and only now was I starting to realize it. I haven't been thinking straight since about the second day. I was under the impression that I had searched the entire supermarket thoroughly while leaving the high schooler in the second-floor food court to go find Agent Bronze. But that's not actually possible. If I could supposedly scour it in just a handful of hours, it means there was nowhere truly hidden in the first place. This wasn't a tiny convenience store or a small corner shop. It's a massive chain supermarket. The very idea of searching it all was impossible, especially considering the infinitely repeating third floor. So my judgment was completely shot. It's not just the high schooler in panic. I, too, had been half-crazed for 3 days. Chapter 138.2. Let's go back to the emergency stairwell. Yes. We walked under Go-Yeon Jones' candlelight, and I cleaned the butcher's knife of my blood, repacked it, and put it back where I found it. In the process, my mind flickered with new inferences. Mistakes. Counterarguments to the little certainties I'd clung to so casually. Does Agent Bronze really escape on the third day? Let's recheck that exploration record I could somehow still remember. Exploration record #3. An agent responded to a civilian distress call and entered the store around 7 p.m. Agent. Looky Mart closed early due to reason. An unexpected situation arose, and the agent lost contact for 3 days. Result, rescue failed. Agent returned alone. First counterargument. The entry time is different. We entered after 8 p.m., while the record said 7 p.m. Sure, maybe that changed because my presence delayed the schedule. He had to hand out items and explain the situation to me, among other things. So, we entered about an hour late, which could somewhat line up. But the crucial point was still one thing. The situation wasn't exactly the same. I shouldn't be forcing my situation to fit that record. Second counterargument. It never said when the agent escaped. Lost contact for 3 days didn't necessarily mean the supermarket reopened on the third day. So my certainty that business hours would definitely resume after 3 days was nothing more than a leap of faith. Phew. And let's think more rationally about the bigger picture. Right. From the beginning. Isn't it odd that the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau would let a newly hired agent dive straight into a high-level ghost story? It's not like this was Daydream Inc. They wouldn't send someone unprepared into a fracture-sanctioned nightmare, roughly on par with a Daydream B grade, unless there was some solid safeguard. A with ring above new. So if I reason from that premise, there's something that comes to mind. Bureau agents would sometimes get assigned an item allowing emergency escape from ghost stories below a certain level. And with a newcomer, that item usually stayed under the senior's control since a panicked rookie might misuse it. In other words, if Agent Bronze really was issued such an item, then he'd do everything he could to take me with him on that escape. It's a matter of responsibility. Agent Grapes. Just a moment, please. I paused and tried to piece together the first day's events from Agent Bronze's perspective. A situation where he got separated from his new recruit. No shared coordinates or direct communication method. Just that one glance of, "I'll see you upstairs." High-level ghost story with unexpected complications. A veteran used to handling rookies. Ah. Agent. Yes. I think I can figure out where my senior ended up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After I neatly summed it up with, teaming up with a veteran will give us a better chance to escape, Go-Yeon Joan agreed to use the candle for further exploration. Our destination. This specific escalator, right? Yes. The escalator going from the first floor up to the second. That's the one. All three of us descended to the first floor and stood in front of the escalator. The steel rails lay silent in the dark. But this was an escalator we'd never used before. The high schooler and I had only used the opposite escalator, the one that went from the second floor down to the first, while crawling up. And that's the only one I used. Any time I tried searching alone, I'd check between the escalators and the floor, hoping to recover the fishing line from the items we used. That's how desperate I was. But normally, if you want to go upstairs, you'd use the escalator that goes up. Agent Bronze must have expected I'd use this escalator. I handed the high schooler another nostalgia candy, letting him stand in front. 3 left. I'd have to be more cautious with them. But at least for the time being, I needed the maximum efficiency from it. Agent, would you mind going up the escalator? I'll walk slowly. Be careful. Yes. Go Yeon-jeon led the way onto the escalator. The 3 of us began walking up on foot. Hugh. Let's think. Just like I'm deducing his actions, Agent Bronze might have been predicting mine. And he was probably more rational than I was, given I'd been knocked off balance by everything, witnessing people get ground alive in a blender, a high schooler with a broken ankle to rescue, and so on. Trying to see it from his perspective. A rookie agent, who had some ghost story experience but is traumatized and timid. If, on that first day, I moved more cautiously than I actually did, what would I have done? I probably would have gotten to the 2nd floor a lot later. Instead of rushing there, I might have lurked on the 1st floor, hiding in different spots, too overwhelmed to do much, typical rookie behavior. Agent Bronze would guess it'd take me a long time to make my way upstairs. But if he had a different, supposedly safer hideout in mind, knowing I'd panic if I arrived on the 2nd floor and found him gone, then there's only one possibility. Let me leave a sign before he even gets to the 2nd floor. I peered at the escalator's billboard, spotting a red advertisement panel near the bottom. There, as if it were just another piece of the display, the corner of a receipt peeked out. A Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau leaflet. Huh. It was easy to miss in a normal supermarket scene, but for anyone in the know, it was like a shining beacon. While my companions murmured behind me, I carefully peeled it off and opened it. On the back, thick scribbled writing. Off-season winter camping mega sale. Leftmost wall on the 3rd floor. 12th stall. I think I know where he is. I recognized it as a sign left by Agent Bronze. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Under candlelight and fog, we moved quickly. We practically formed a 3-person relay, hustling through the store. 12th stall, right. The 12th. Yes. Realizing there was a chance we might find a friend, even the high schooler pushed on, determined. We passed through the eerie, repetitive spaces of the massive store until we reached off-season winter camping mega sale. It finally appeared. A display area set up like a camping scene, with tents, a campfire, a burner, chairs. Skreek. One side of the tent slid open. A nervous face peeked out, eyes scanning the area. Hey. Kim Jae-hoon. The high schooler who'd stayed with me dashed forward from the circle of candlelight. It made sense. He'd come in looking for this friend, the one Agent Bronze had taken along. Oh. Are you okay? Hayek, wah. Both kids clung to each other, crying. I tensed a moment, shouting outside the candle's protection might attract danger, but nothing happened. Agent Bronze must have set something up. Thank goodness. With that in mind, Go Yeon-jeon and I relaxed a little and walked over. Shall we put out the candle for a moment? Yes, let's. We followed the veteran agent's lead to a safe zone. Sniff. It took a few minutes for the 2 high schoolers to calm down. The one who'd been with Agent Bronze looked like he'd been through a lot, but he wasn't badly hurt or exhausted. He must have been well looked after. That's the difference between a rookie rescuer and a veteran, I guess. Feeling a little guilty, I watched the 2 high schoolers. The one I'd been taking care of, effectively fine now thanks to nostalgia candy, forced a smile. I'm just glad you made it out okay, too. Yeah. Something felt off. I noticed the boy rescued by Agent Bronze displayed signs of fear and panic. Granted, he'd been wandering this ghost story for days. But even so, his anxiety seemed more pronounced. Go Yeon-jeon leaned in and whispered to me. Agent Grapes, that high schooler isn't who you were looking for, right? Right. Then, where's that agent? An unsettling feeling crept up my spine. No way. I locked eyes with the high schooler Agent Bronze had been guiding. He flinched, as if scared. The reason we'd come here, after all. Where's the agent? Sitting in the tent, the boy's eyes brimmed with tears again. That agent, he got spotted by employees. There were dozens of them, all at once. I think he was caught. They, the employees, must have dragged him off somewhere, Hayek. After 3 days trapped in the Lucky Mart ghost story. Agent Bronze had already been reduced to mere store supply. Chapter 139.1. Agent Bronze, dragged away by supermarket employees. That future was easy to imagine. After all, I had already witnessed a similar case on the first day. Ayakak. Ayawa. Just recalling that supply being ground alive in the mixer sent cold sweat trickling down my spine. And now, the veteran agent I had been searching for over the past 3 days might be suffering the same fate. The high schooler Agent Bronze had been taking care of described the situation as if vomiting out the memories. At first, I felt a little reassured. On the first day, the agent moved the rescued student to the store's tent area, secured the surroundings, and seemed to take some measures. The anomaly happened on the second day. Originally, well, he was looking for you. Us. Yes. I think he was trying to find you. But instead of finding me, Agent Bronze stumbled upon something else entirely. That guy came out. That guy. Everyone turned their heads in the direction the high schooler was pointing, but all that was there was the tent fabric. Ugh. Then, the student got up, walked outside the tent, and opened the entrance of the adjacent one. Inside, a uniform-clad figure was lying down. Lee Subin. The high schooler I had been taking care of sprang up and dashed toward the tent. Then, looking back at me, he spoke urgently. That's the friend we were looking for. Lee Subin. Ah. The friend who had gone missing first, the one these students had been searching for. Subin. The high schooler called his friend repeatedly. But Lee Subin did not respond. Lying in the tent, staring blankly at the air with a slightly open mouth, he looked completely vacant. Has he been missing for too long? His body was covered in scratches and bruises. It was a pitiful sight. But now, I had a better idea of why Agent Bronze had been missing for days. Where did the agent find him? I don't know. He just suddenly brought him back and said he found him. He asked if he was wearing the same uniform as us. Having to take care of 2 underage civilians would have severely limited his movements. For 2 days, he must have been focused on looking after them, waiting for business hours to resume, while simultaneously waiting for me to safely arrive at the stall. So, when exactly did the agent disappear? I think. Early this morning. That was more recent than I expected. All of a sudden, a bunch of employees swarmed in, and then, they just took him. He wasn't seriously hurt or anything. Just taken. How would I know? I think so, but if that's the case, shit, we're screwed, right? We're all gonna die, aren't we? The only competent guy is gone. And you're just a rookie, aren't you? That's what the agent said. Hey. Why are you talking like that? Are you insane? The high schooler I had been taking care of flinched and scolded his friend, then glanced at me and Go Yeon-joon, gauging our reactions. The other high schooler, the one who had been with Agent Bronze, sniffled and lowered his head, ashamed. Anyway, we're doomed, aren't we? No. Go Yeon-joon spoke firmly. We are not doomed. You have a safe place to stay, and you have more adults here to help you. Things have actually improved. Ah. If you start acting reckless just because you think it's over, you'll lose even the chances you still have. If you want to make it out safely, we all need to cooperate. Understood. The 2 high schoolers nodded. The one who had been shouting at us now looked embarrassed, regret written all over his face. I suddenly thought that Go Yeon-joon might be better suited for the Disaster Management Bureau than daydreaming. Phew. After calming the students, we stepped outside the tent for a moment. Go Yeon-joon let out a short sigh, gulped, then turned to me. I wasn't just saying that to reassure them. I think we need to believe it, too. I agree. And, actually. I hesitated, then whispered to Go Yeon-joon about something that had been bothering me ever since the high schooler's account. My senior agent, there's a chance he's still alive. That's right. The missing people who had been processed as supplies could, if unlucky, be used immediately according to the employees' routines. But usually, they wait their turn. Like proper inventory. The employees were mimicking supermarket work, which meant they stored supplies according to regulations. And the place where those items were stockpiled. Somewhere deep inside the supermarket's staff-only area. He might be in the supply warehouse. Supply warehouse. Unable to escape from the supply warehouse. Considered deceased. That kind of sentence appeared frequently in the dark exploration records. But looking at it another way, it also meant that missing persons still had the chance to attempt an escape. That they were alive, still conscious, and physically capable. There were even rare cases of successful escapes. That is, if they possessed a special item or ability. Of course, there were also plenty of cases where the missing had already been processed in accordance with their intended use as supplies. But what mattered now was this. This group currently possessed one of those special items that could grant access to the supply warehouse. I looked at the soft-textured mass that Go Yanjun was holding, the one that now had its flame extinguished. A mystical candle. It required 3 people to create, but once made, a single person could carry and use it. As long as it can be lit. However, for some reason, I, being a person of current times, couldn't ignite the flame. That meant I couldn't carry and use the item alone. Agent. Let's go. With 2 people, we have twice the brains and twice the hands. It should make things a little easier. Go Yanjun glanced at my arm before nodding, her expression stiff. She was taking into account the fact that I could only function properly by relying on nostalgia candies. Thank you. I should be the one saying that. If it weren't for you, I would have died on that stairwell. She shuddered briefly, as if recalling it. Anyway, let's go, to find your senior agent. I nodded. Chapter 139.2. We're about to go out and find Agent Bronze. The high schoolers' reactions were intense. Wait, if you both leave, what are we supposed to do? What if an employee shows up? If we're left alone? You'll be fine. I calmly placed a hand on the high schooler's shoulder. Another agent already set up protections before leaving. Agent Bronze had likely chosen a section of the store where employees rarely appeared. But long-term missing persons could still attack unpredictably, so he must have accounted for that as well. Is that it? I noticed an object pressing down on a tent peg. It looked like a simple toy jack but was actually a specialized item. Weighted air stone. Equipment of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau that creates hallowed ground. I recalled its description. Placing these stones in a designated area would create a safe zone, repelling malicious forces. Contaminated missing persons likely couldn't recognize this store section properly and would simply pass by. If only the agent had stayed put inside this barrier, he wouldn't have been taken. The thought left a bitter taste in my mouth. Will you come back? Of course. I'll find the agent and return. I handed a nostalgia candy to the high schooler I had been taking care of, instructing him to rest but keep it ready, just in case he needed to take it to move. Though he looked uneasy, fortunately, he accepted my advice. Whoosh. Go Yanjun reignited the candle, and I stepped back into the fog and shadows it cast, blending into its obscurity. About a third of the candle has melted. We had to move quickly. We took our first steps, advancing through the eerily vast and seemingly endless third-floor store sections. The agent was taken from the 3rd floor. That meant we needed to find a door along the walls of the 3rd floor again. What kind of door are we looking for? Remember the announcement before the store closed? And how, at the same time, those balloon-like employees flooded in? Yes. It's the door that opened back then. This time, however, we didn't have to find it on our own. Skreek. 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 Let's follow. We trailed behind a single employee, moving stiffly, its gaze hollow and empty. It wandered through the 3rd floor for a while, seemingly imitating a patrol routine. Then, as if its shift had ended, it returned to its point of origin. Staff only. A metal door leading to the staff section. Creak. The door opened. There were many similar doors scattered around, but they were all likely connected through an ant nest-like network of corridors, leading to one shared space. Somewhere inside, we had to find the supply warehouse. Holding our breath, we slipped through the door just before it shut. And then, we were met with the overwhelming sight of the inner staff area spilling out before us. HHK. Go Yanjun clamped a hand over her mouth. Under the bright fluorescent lights, countless employees were crammed together, stacked upright in tight vertical rows. These weren't the grotesque, balloon-like employees that emerged after closing hours. They looked like normal human employees. Stacked. Crushed. Wedged together. Those were the only ways to describe it. In this brightly lit, modern space, so seemingly ordinary, human bodies were stored in layers, crumpled and compressed without a hint of abnormality. They looked like the employees who were working during business hours. Europe. Go Yanjun swallowed back a dry heave, trying to steady her breath. So they were mimicking shift rotations, too. I didn't even want to imagine how those crushed bodies emerged looking normal when business hours resumed. Revulsion crawled up my throat, but I forced my feet to move. Without the candle and the nostalgia candy, I would have given up right here. Skreek. Skreek. The employee started moving again. Should we follow? Yes. Our footsteps echoed faintly in the staff area, making my nerves tense up. With nothing but the candle's protection, we advanced cautiously. I remember every turn we've taken. Don't worry, we won't get lost. All right. Since both of us were memorizing the path, even if one of us lost track, the other could compensate. We held our breath and pressed forward. More employees. Fragments of what used to be employees. Half-formed remnants, muttering the same distorted greetings over and over again. My skin crawled, every pore standing on end. But we had to stay alert. We needed to find the warehouse. We can do this. We can do this. Through hallways, break rooms, and warehouse areas strung together in a surreal, disjointed layout, until finally. Supply storage. The sign was posted above a door, and in front of it stood a cluster of employees, packed tightly together. Skreek. 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 The employee we had been following joined the group in front of the door. Ha. Go-Yeon-jeon swallowed hard, staring at the iron door now completely obscured by employees. If we slip inside when they open the door. And just then. Clunk. The supply warehouse door opened from the inside. Several employees stepped out, carrying supplies. And that's when I saw it. A familiar face among the supplies. That person. A tall, broad-shouldered young man in an agent's uniform, being carried by two employees. Agent Bronze. But he had no legs. Chapter 139.3. A cold chill slithered up my spine. Could it be? Yes. It was clear. Agent Bronze had been processed into a mannequin. The only upside was that there was no bleeding. But with his eyes closed and his body limp, he looked completely unconscious. Should we move in? Yes. We trailed closely behind the two employees carrying him. Even as we followed, my mind went blank. What the hell are we supposed to do? Fucking hell. Is he still alive? Should I call out to him? But even with the candle's protection, would making noise this close to the employees be safe? Creak. Just then, the two employees carrying Agent Bronze passed through the staff area exit. That was actually better for us. After a brief moment of hesitation, I made a bold move. Stay as close as possible. Go-Yeon-jeon nodded, quickening her pace to stick right beside the employees. And just as they entered the foggy range of the candle's protection, I reached out toward Agent Bronze. I gently tapped his neck. Tap, tap. Agent Bronze's eyes snapped open. I swallowed hard. Agent. And in that instant, PFFFFFFF. One of the employees carrying him deflated like a punctured balloon. A second later, the other employee also began collapsing, hissing out air as its form crumpled. And in Agent Bronze's right hand, a small, transparent pistol. Glass handgun. A standard-issue weapon from the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. It shone in the hands of a true professional. With a flick of his wrist, the pistol vanished back into thin air. You, dear customer. You, hello. The employees who were deflating let out bizarre noises, repeating scripted customer service phrases. Something even more grotesque and nightmarish seemed to be writhing inside them, trying to emerge, but before that could happen, Agent Bronze had already tied them down. Oh Epsilon. Binding rope. A standard-issue suppression item. In an instant, his hands moved, wrapping the two employees in thin, cord-like restraints. Then, as if subduing them completely, he sat down on top of them. Handling two employees like that. He made it look so effortless. They won't be able to make a commotion for at least 5 minutes. His skill was almost like a magic trick. It was hard to believe this was a man who had lost both his legs. Agent Grapes. Agent Bronze looked up at me with a faint smile. The eyes of someone who had already resolved themselves. You made it. I'm glad my endurance paid off. And who's this? His gaze shifted to Go-Yeon-jeon. One of the missing agents who entered earlier. She survived. Go-Yeon-jeon lowered her head. You did well. I'm glad you're safe. Agent Bronze looked at me with a warm, almost resigned expression. It made me feel sick. Agent Grapes. He reached into the inside of his agent uniform. Take this. It's for escaping. A pair of shoelaces. They were woven with 5 colored threads, an intricate pattern with a strangely glossy texture. There are only 2, so the 2 of you can leave. Tie them onto your shoes, take 3 steps forward, and you'll be instantly transported out of here. I involuntarily glanced at Agent Bronze's lower body. His missing legs. He couldn't walk. He couldn't use the escape item. For him, there had never been a choice. I'll look for another way. You, on the other hand, ensure your own safety. There's not much time left. Hurry. No. I could use nostalgia candy. If I gave one to Agent Bronze, he could escape right now. But no. I clenched my fists so hard they turned white. I only have 3 left. If I used one to let him escape now, then what do I do with just 2 left? Of the 3 high schoolers I needed to save, 2 were unable to move on their own. Wouldn't it be better if Agent Bronze stayed to help? The calculation swirled in my mind, making my head pound. Was there another way? Something else? Ah. That's it. Agent. I pretended to retrieve something from my belongings, but in reality, I pulled out an item from within my tattoo. A small glass vial, glowing a fresh, leafy green. Daydream potion. Regeneration. C. Excellent. My lifeline. I subtly angled it away so that Go Yanjun wouldn't see the label, then discreetly showed it to Agent Bronze. Drink this. It's a regeneration item. Wait. It's fine. It's a verified item. I shot a quick glance at Go Yanjun before she could object. If my guess is correct, this wasn't just about making Agent Bronze's escape easier. This was an investment. A move that would yield even greater returns. A build-up toward my real goal. This is the right answer. A shiver ran down my spine with the satisfaction of finding the most optimal solution. Suppressing the instinctive fear of loss. Go Yanjun, though visibly unsettled, remained silent. But Agent Bronze didn't take the potion immediately. Instead, he studied my face, his expression unreadable. Was this made where you're from? Yes. I gave a small nod, forcing a smile. It's my last one. I know you might find it uncomfortable. But you need to take it. An unreadable flicker crossed the agent's face. It was a clearly complicated expression, impossible to discern whether it was a reaction born out of reluctance or anger. Then, with a sharp exhale, he reached out. Tack. A short sound as the vial landed in his hand. Without another word, he unsealed the potion and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 140.1. Daydream Incorporated's ethics may be questionable, but the effectiveness of their potions was undeniable. Like magic. As soon as Agent Bronze drank the C-grade regeneration potion, flesh burst forth from the stumps of his severed thighs, rapidly reconstructing into the shape of fully restored legs. Go Yanjun swallowed hard. She had used the same potion on herself before, but this was her first time witnessing it in action, and she was in awe. I felt the same way. Seeing such a large area regenerate instantly, and it was only a C-grade potion. Didn't they say it costs about 10,000 points? It was an effect so overwhelming that anyone watching would be shocked and mesmerized. I unconsciously tried not to touch my right arm, which had been restored by nostalgia candy, as I continued watching the scene. Phew. Soon, Agent Bronze mechanically tested the movement of his legs. Then, standing up barefoot, he grabbed the binding rope that restrained the employees, before lowering his head slightly, avoiding my gaze. Thank you. Yes. As if she couldn't hold back any longer, Go Yanjun muttered under her breath. You could afford to be a little more grateful. Ah. What do you? Let's talk outside. Hurriedly, I cut off their conversation and suggested returning to the base camp that Agent Bronze had set up. But the binding rope began to tremble. The 2 deflated employees, who had been subdued with holes in their forms, started to twitch. And over there. The door to the staff-only area we had come from. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. A heavy, repetitive thudding sound rang out. Then, with an ear-piercing creak, the metal door burst open, and employees poured out. This way. We barely dodged the stampede of employees rushing toward us, hastily pulling Agent Bronze beneath the candle's shadow. 3 people. With the group full once more, we pressed ourselves against the wall, avoiding the terrifying wave of employees flooding into the area. We'll be fine. We're inside the candle's range. Agent Bronze glanced at the candle in Go Yanjun's hands. Is that originally yours, too? Yes. I deliberately lowered my voice as I looked back at Agent Bronze. I told them I got it from you, so, I'd appreciate it if you could go along with that. Agent Bronze gave a slight nod. He's cooperative. Even though he knew the item came from Daydream Incorporated, he wasn't questioning it. It seemed like giving him the regeneration potion had earned some goodwill. Skreek, 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 skreek. Damn it, I can't even think straight. The number of employees kept growing, their presence suffocating. Go-Yan-Joan backed away instinctively, her ears turning pale. The binding rope lost its effect. The two distorted employees who had been shot with the glass handgun began grotesquely oozing out of their restraints. OE. And the other employees that had poured out surrounded them, circling frantically, like a bizarre ritual. Their arms were crushed under the weight of the swarm, heads flattened, but then popped back up, reshaping unnaturally. It looked like some kind of bizarre ritual. It looks like they're looking for the person who harmed an employee. If you harm an employee in this mart, and they see it happen, they'll hunt you down until you're caught. Yet he shot them without hesitation and sat on top of them. Agent Bronze's expression hardened. I figured this would be my last mission anyway, so I was prepared to handle the consequences. Go-Yan-Joan seemed ready to argue again, but held back. Let's move. Now. Yes. We hurried away from the disturbing ritual-like gathering. Still, the relentless squeaking sounds echoed behind us, an unsettling, high-pitched noise. Hugh. I looked down at the floor. Then at Agent Bronze's bare feet against the cold mart tiles. Agent, do you have spare shoes? In the camping section. Okay. I checked my wristwatch for the time. Luckily, we had found Agent Bronze fairly quickly, at most, 2 or 3 hours should have passed. Even if I accounted for some distortion in my perception of time, it should still be around evening. Maybe around 1900 hours. At least, that's what I thought. Until I looked at my watch. 9:04. 9 o'clock. In the morning. I looked again. But the time was still exactly 10 hours off from my estimate. It obviously wasn't the past, which meant it's the next morning. The time is acting strange. And at that moment, I realized it. Agent Grapes. Time does not flow consistently in the staff-only area of this supermarket. So that's why the layout felt nonsensical, like spaces were stitched together without logic. It wasn't just confusing. It was designed to be terrifying. A horror cliché. Maybe it had been mentioned in the Dark Exploration records, but it was such a common phenomenon that I must not have paid attention, but that wasn't the issue now. How long have the kids been alone? To make matters worse, Agent Bronze muttered grimly. 9 o'clock. Yes. Let's move as quickly as possible, the barrier I set up in the store doesn't have much time left. Chapter 140.2. We sprinted toward the camping section, almost at full speed. The fact that we didn't drop the candle was a miracle. Ha, ha. And we were just in time. The high schoolers were on the verge of fleeing. They're not coming back. And something's wrong right now. That's. Damn it. The agents hadn't returned for over a day, and the store had been filled with the relentless sounds of moving employees. Understandably, the students had panicked and were preparing to escape to another floor. They had been desperately debating how to transport their catatonic friend, whether to leave him behind, and what to do next. But the moment they saw us, they collapsed on the spot. Agent. This was a nightmare. We led the high schoolers, who were simultaneously crying in relief and yelling at us for being so late, back toward the center of the camping section. Meanwhile, Agent Bronze swiftly checked the barrier he had set up. How much time is left? About an hour. Damn it. At least we're guaranteed an hour of safety. Let's use it to regroup quickly. Go-Yan-Joan immediately extinguished the candle, checked on the student's condition, and started piecing together what had happened. She's so reliable. Phew. I'll keep watch. You should focus on getting changed. Understood. While Go-Yan-Joan was inside the tent, Agent Bronze took the chance to change into a spare agent uniform he had brought with him. Meanwhile, I listened carefully to our surroundings, trying to figure out our next move. The stairwell is too narrow. I wanted to hope against hope that the store would open today, but counting on something that convenient was bad for my sanity. I swallowed the sugary aftertaste of the nostalgia candy, then distracted myself with another concern. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Agent Bronze reached into the blood-stained pockets of his old uniform pants, quickly re-equipping some of his gear. But one item stood out. He had been casually retrieving and organizing his belongings until he picked that one up and froze. A white pop socket. A label was stuck to it, handwritten. Must be delivered. It reminded me of the Memorial pop socket. It looked like something from the Disaster Management Bureau. Agent, that's. Agent Bronze silently stared at it for a moment. Then, without a word, he tucked it into his new uniform and muttered. It belonged to another agent. I found it, in the supply warehouse. And from his tone, I realized. There were other agents in the warehouse. Most likely, he had taken it from a fellow agent's corpse, one that had been stored in the supply warehouse for a long time. Now fully dressed, Agent Bronze looked up and met my gaze. Then, he asked in a low, quiet voice. Did you enter the supply warehouse? I shook my head. For a brief moment, relief flickered across his face. You did well. From now on, avoid places that feel wrong. Human instinct is surprisingly useful in dealing with supernatural phenomena. What the hell was inside that warehouse? I didn't know the details, but the dark exploration records had given me enough descriptions to guess. Dozens of dying people, processed into supplies, rotting and mutating inside. I forced myself not to imagine it and changed the subject. So, what does that item do? If it was useful, Agent Bronze would have mentioned it already. And sure enough, his expression darkened slightly. It ensures a guaranteed transmission of an emergency rescue request to the Disaster Management Bureau. Ah. It's an attachment for a smartphone. I thought maybe I could send out a message from here, but it seems like it only works if the user is designated as a rescue target. R. No epsilon. So it was specifically designed to function only for missing persons. That agent must have been carrying it to give to someone else. Under normal circumstances, it was an invaluable item. But here, where it didn't recognize us as rescue targets, it was useless. I couldn't even begin to imagine what Agent Bronze had gone through, enduring inside that warehouse. Are you done changing? Yes. Goyan Jones stepped out of the tent. Agent Bronze, I think you should talk to the students. They already know you're the highest-ranking agent here. After a brief nod, Agent Bronze entered the tent. With a deep sigh, Goyan Jones sat down beside me. How are the students holding up? They're all right. Now that all the agents have returned and even managed a rescue, their morale has skyrocketed. Because they still didn't realize we would have to flee this tent section right away. Hugh. Both Goyan Jones and I sighed at the same time. I really hope the store reopens today. Yeah. Please, please. I agreed wholeheartedly, slumping down. I mean, it was running just fine when we first entered, but how many days has it been closed now? Exactly. Every word hit home. It was open when we arrived. Wait a minute. Gee grapes. I shot up from my seat and sprinted toward the tent. Then, I threw open the entrance. Agent. Agent Bronze and the high schoolers looked up at me in shock. That emergency request item, can we use it right now? Huh. Agent Bronze stared at me, momentarily confused, but soon, with a surprising amount of patience, he answered. The item itself is functional, but agents can't use it. What if one of the students uses it? Duplicate requests are deprioritized compared to the first report. The high schoolers flinched. Right. They had been the ones who sent out the initial request, which was why we entered this damn looky mart in the first place. But there's one more student. I thought of the student still lying blankly in the other tent. The friend of these high schoolers, the one Agent Bronze had found. The missing person who had never sent a rescue request to the Disaster Management Bureau. Calm yourself, Agent. Agent Bronze spoke gently, as if trying to steady me. This device only allows for a 33-character message, and detailed explanations are impossible. That's fine. I wasn't planning to explain our situation with it. The student can request rescue however they see fit, as long as they do that, then. If my theory was correct. I swallowed hard. The supermarket will open today. Chapter 140.3. I rushed to the adjacent tent. Then, from the 3 remaining nostalgia candies, I took one and fed it to the unresponsive student lying there. The student named Lee Subin. Unlike the others, this student had gone missing days earlier, before the initial rescue request was even made. Goyan Jones had suggested that a familiar face nearby might help ground him, so the other high schoolers stood beside me, anxiously watching. I tore open the wrapper and placed the nostalgia candy into Lee Subin's mouth. Subin. Are you okay? Drip, drip. Tears streamed down his face. And then, he started sobbing. Hup, hi Ike. It's okay, it's okay. The high schoolers rushed in, hugging him tightly. Nostalgia candy restored a person's body and mind to their peak condition, but it didn't erase their painful memories. I stood back and let them help him recover, checking the time. 9:22. And then, when we couldn't afford to wait any longer. 9:43. I finally spoke. Student Lee Subin. Hi Ike. Yes. To be honest with you, to get out of here faster, we need your help. I handed him the smartphone with the emergency request attachment. Write down your name and ID, then type Lucky Mart and send the rescue request. Please. With trembling hands, the student took the phone. And then, he frantically started typing. Help me please, Intrepid in Lucky Mart Olivian District please. It was a message filled with pure desperation. Tears dripped from his eyes as his fingers moved. Then, he sent it. You did well. Try to rest now. I couldn't bring myself to tell him to spit out the nostalgia candy. If my theory was wrong, then maybe I would need to save it after all. For now, we wait. Leaving the students behind, I stepped outside the tent. Zayip. Go-Yeon-jeon, who had been sitting nearby, looked up at me. I sat down beside her and kept checking my watch. Waiting for that time. 4:10 a.m., the opening hour. 9:51. Agent Bronze began preparing to retrieve the protective item. 9:54. I calculated how long we could hold out in the second floor food court if we failed. 9:58. In the worst case, who should receive the 2 escape items? Then. 9:59. The moment approached. All 3 of us lifted our heads, staring at the ceiling and the air above. Waiting for the signal. And 10 o'clock. Time was up. Agent Grapes, are you ALRI? Na 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 na, na 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 na, na na nan. A chime-like melody suddenly filled the store. Lucky Mart's doors are now open. We welcome our valued customers with bright smiles today. A cheerful announcement. The familiar store jingle played without distortion, ringing through the mart loud and clear. Flicker, flicker, flicker. Bright fluorescent lights flickered on. Sunlight began streaming through the glass windows. And the grotesque employees vanished as if rewinding. With an eerie, creaking noise, they were sucked back into the staff-only area, disappearing through the gaping metal doors. Thud. The doors slammed shut. Every single one of them was gone. Not a single trace left behind. The supermarket had finally reopened. Ha! We survived. I collapsed onto the floor. It worked. It actually worked. Exactly. Go-Yeon-jeon, looking more excited than I had ever seen her, clapped me on the shoulder, her face flushed with relief as she glanced around the mart. How in the world did you know? It doesn't matter. Let's just get the hell out of here first and talk later. But Agent Bronze, who had been staring at the store in a daze, suddenly turned to look at me. The emergency request. This was. Yes. Had he figured it out? I finally smiled and answered. The store has to be open for a rescue agent to enter. Yes. Kind of like reverse logic. I forced the mart into a situation that made sense where it had to reopen. Right, by changing the conditions. You said before that there's no way to stop people from entering Lucky Mart. It wasn't just in the agent handbook I received. The Dark Exploration records also stated it explicitly. A known method to end or seal it does not exist, and proactively preventing disappearances is likewise impossible. Even the entry conditions were documented. Lucky Mart entry condition, roam around for over 20 minutes, within a 3 kilometers radius of the old Lucky Mart location, searching for the store. Which meant, as long as someone follows that condition, they will be pulled into this cursed Lucky Mart ghost story. But now, let's flip that logic. Then, if someone is about to enter, Lucky Mart must be open for business. Lucky Mart must be open for new victims to enter. And that means, a new agent is coming today. Go-Yeon-jeon blurted it out, her face flickering between shock and realization. Because the high school student sent a rescue request, a new agent will be entering. Correct. So, if the Disaster Management Bureau had received that request and sent someone. Yes. Today, the store had no choice but to open. I smiled. Go Yeonjun briefly smiled along, but then, confusion settled into her expression. Wait. Then doesn't that mean the cause and effect are reversed? Exactly. It's not that the store opens, and people go missing. People need to go missing for the store to open, so it starts business every morning. That's completely out of order. That's why it's a ghost story. A bizarre, twisted reality that doesn't follow the laws of logic. Just like how the infinitely repeating third floor made no sense. Yeah, that makes sense. The confusion on Go Yeonjun's face shifted into grim understanding. She looked like she wanted to run out of the supermarket immediately. Honestly, I felt the same. So let's get out of here. We quickly got up and started preparing to leave. We have gift certificates. We have escape items. That was more than enough to get all 3 high schoolers and the 3 of us out. Well done. As we packed up, Agent Bronze whispered quietly. Then, with a glance, he motioned toward the 3 students stepping out of the tent, faces lit with hope. These civilians are being rescued thanks to you. Honestly, that wasn't true. If either Agent Bronze or Go Yeonjun hadn't been here, we all would have died. Still, just as I was about to thank him, suddenly, I had a strange thought. It felt too easy to speak. The usual obstruction in my mouth was gone. And I realized I could no longer taste the sugary sweetness of the nostalgia candy. The candy had completely dissolved. Which meant, Agent. Agonizing pain exploded from the right side of my body. Chapter 141.1. Nostalgia candy restores me to my prime condition. In other words, that version of me is still me. It doesn't make me smarter or stronger than I actually am. Relying too much on the state it provides and letting my guard down is dangerous. I knew that. I clenched my teeth as agony erupted from my right arm, or rather, the empty space where my right arm used to be. I had missed the timing to take another dose. God damn it. I got careless. With our safe zone about to disappear in less than an hour, and the sudden breakthrough that allowed us to reopen the supermarket, I had gotten distracted. And the price was excruciating pain. The arm I had cauterized to stop the bleeding. Every single word used to describe that process now stabbed into me as raw, searing agony. HHK. My legs buckled, and I nearly collapsed. Out of habit, I tried to brace myself with my right arm, only to stumble, realizing it wasn't there. I barely managed to steady myself with my left hand. But it's fine. Agent. J. Just a moment. Agent Bronze quickly stepped in, supporting me from behind as I gasped for breath. Go Yeonjun rushed over, checking my condition. Then, urgently pressed me for something. What about the candy? Where is it? Hurry. I reached into my jacket pocket with my remaining hand. But Go Yeonjun was faster. She dug into my pocket, snatched out the candy, and ripped open the wrapper. All I have to do is eat that. I knew that. I really did. Agent Grapes. Maybe it was the endorphins kicking in, but a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Nostalgia candy. I only have 2 left. Who knew how many more ghost stories I'd have to go through? Do I really need to take it? Couldn't I just endure with Happy Maker instead? The bleeding had already stopped. And from the beginning, my plan had been to make sure we could escape even if I had to lose an arm. The supermarket had already reopened, so my goal had been achieved. If I consider item efficiency, rather than wasting one here would mean. I took the candy from her hand. Then, I put it back in its wrapper. What are you? I struggled to put the wrapped candy back into my pocket, then reached for another item instead. A small, stick-shaped device. Happy Maker. This one will do. Okay. I moved to inject it, only to realize something. I couldn't roll up my sleeve to expose my skin. Because I had no sleeve left to roll up. Agent, I'm sorry, but could you inject this for me? It's a painkiller. But the way Agent Bronze's expression hardened told me that he knew exactly where this item came from. Delusion home shopping. At this rate, this isn't the time for that. Please, just. Fortunately, instead of arguing, Agent Bronze took a deep breath, rolled up my remaining sleeve, and injected the Happy Maker. Pick. A small sound. The drug surged through my veins instantly. The pain faded. Calmness settled in. An eerie peacefulness. Anxiety and panic shattered into dust, drifting away. And then, nothing. Ha. I stood up smoothly, without stumbling this time. Thank you. But, an unsettling silence hung in the air. Why? I can still move fine for now, so I'd rather hold off on using the candy. The item was too valuable to waste. Go-Yan Jones seemed to read that thought directly from my expression. Ha. My batchmate from Daydream Incorporated let out a deep sigh. Then, deliberately looked away with a complicated look on her face. She must have understood at least to some extent. But one person didn't. You've been walking around in this condition. Agent Bronze was staring at my missing arm, his face blank with disbelief. Then, as if realizing something, his eyes snapped back to mine. That potion. Right. He had just figured it out. What the regeneration potion I gave him was supposed to be meant for. Are you insane? No, I'm not. The happy maker kept my mind completely level. I exhaled slowly, then even forced a small smile as I answered. With a rational explanation, one that he couldn't argue with. Listen. It was the rational choice. What? I wasn't in immediate danger without treatment, but you were dying. And if a veteran like you hadn't joined our group, the civilians who requested rescue would have been in even greater danger. Yes. From the start, I hadn't taken account for the 2 high schoolers who Agent Bronze had been protecting. My original rescue plan was based on a 3-person survival strategy at the stairwell. Me, Go-Yan Jones, and the high schooler I was responsible for. A 3-person team. I was prepared to leave Agent Bronze behind. But then, things changed when I found the sign he left. Instead of him, I ended up with 2 unpredictable high schoolers, one barely functioning, and the other completely catatonic. It got complicated. If they had been adults, maybe I could have ignored them. But they were just kids. 15 or 16 years old. Abandoning them wasn't an option, not for a contemporary person's perspective. In the end, the best decision was clear. Save Agent Bronze. And since I couldn't afford to waste nostalgia candy, the best alternative was the regeneration potion. Logically speaking, even without my personal long-term strategy, it was the most rational decision as a rescue agent. So, I still think my decision was the most logical one. But Agent Bronze's expression darkened. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained. Then why? However, at that moment. Clatter. All 3 agents snapped their heads toward the sound. Ah, shit. Someone had been hiding behind the tent, watching us, and in his panic, he dropped a camping cup. The culprit fumbled, hastily picking it up and placing it back while glancing at us nervously. One of the high schoolers Agent Bronze had been protecting. Chapter 141.2. Damn it. I quickly pulled my jacket over the missing part of my arm, concealing it. Let's discuss this outside the supermarket. Agent Bronze opened his mouth slightly, as if about to say something, but then, his expression twisted in regret. Without another word, he simply lowered his head and walked away toward the far end of the camping section. Go-Yan Jones sighed, glancing between me and Agent Bronze, then quietly followed after him. Meanwhile, with the high schooler still looking hesitant, he shuffled over to me. I'm sorry. I know you weren't trying to eavesdrop. It's fine. No, it's just. The student hesitated, then finally spoke properly. I mean, about what I said before. How? I acted. It seemed like he had realized something from listening to our conversation. That the agents had been risking their lives to save them. And now, he was thinking back on his own behavior, his outbursts, his mistakes. Hugh. Even adults get emotional in extreme situations. How could I expect a kid to be any different? The fact that he was apologizing at all was already more than I expected. Even if, deep down, part of his apology came from fear. Or, from the worry that if he pissed me off, I might abandon them and escape alone. It's fine. Apology accepted. Just hold on a little longer until we get out of here. The student hesitated, then suddenly blurted out. This time, when we leave, I'll steal properly. Ah. It's fine. I patted his shoulder with my remaining hand. This time, we won't have to steal anything. Because we weren't taking that risk again. The student looked a little confused but nodded, then quietly returned to his friends. For a moment, I was left alone. It felt a bit awkward. Maybe I had gotten too used to having a friend who completely understood my thought process. But regardless. Who? Now, only the final steps remained. And this part. Even with a larger group, we have 2 different escape methods. We can get out. I reached inside my jacket and pulled out the most carefully guarded items in my possession. 2 white envelopes. Gift certificates. Then, I sat down quietly and went over my final plan one more time. Until everyone was ready. After a while. You both have the candy in your mouths, right? Yes. We both do. Good. I checked on the high schoolers as they looked out for each other, then turned to the agents. The 2 of them, who had meticulously restored the camping section to its original state, met my gaze with tense expressions. All the briefings were done. Now. It's time to leave. The 6 of us left the 3rd floor and calmly began descending. Faint echoes of an old pop song, laughter, and shopping carts rolling filled the air. Haha. No way, that's too expensive. Put it back. The lively chatter of shoppers surrounded us. It had only been 3 or 4 days, but the normality of it felt overwhelmingly comforting. Of course, these voices of the past neither saw us, heard us, nor acknowledged us. A creeping unease still lingered. As did the tension. Excuse me. One of the high schoolers broke the silence. Behind us. Shoo. I warned him quietly, nudging him forward. I had already seen what he saw. At the bottom of the escalator, someone was standing still, staring at us blankly. Bloodshot eyes, filthy clothes, lips murmuring something incomprehensible. Once, that person must have been ordinary. 2, someone who had just gone out for a quick grocery run at night, still wearing the same casual outfit he had worn months ago. R Alpha. E. A long-term missing person. I pulled the high schooler closer to me. Don't smile. Don't look nervous. If you smile, they think you know a way out and follow you. If you look anxious, they sense weakness and follow you. We can't save them. There was no point in torturing ourselves with either false hope or fear. The high schooler swallowed hard and nodded, lowering his head as he stuck close behind me. The long-term missing person watching us dragged his broken leg and tangled hair as he stepped onto the escalator. Because he wanted to leave. But he wasn't the only one. I could feel the stares. Behind the butcher's counter, behind the promotional display stands, next to employees. Murmuring, crying, laughing, staring blankly. And now, they were all stepping onto the escalator. The 1st floor will be packed with them. Eventually, when they get caught by the employees, they will be turned into supplies and disappear. By evening, the lower floors will be cleaned out, and the next batch of victims will wander the store alone, believing they are the only ones trapped here. The eeriness trickled down my spine, even through the numbing effect of the painkiller. Not too fast, not too slow, we continued moving forward. And soon, we arrived back where we had entered. The 1st floor. In front of the checkout lanes. Let's do this quickly. I took the high schooler I was responsible for and. Instead of heading for the exit, we went directly to the cashier. Each of us picked up a snack and a canned drink from the nearby shelves. Beside me, the high schooler's breathing was ragged as he struggled to stay calm. It was a weekday afternoon, and the store was relatively quiet. No lines at the registers. Smoothly, we reached the cashier. I pulled out the gift certificate from my pocket and lightly tapped it against the counter. Excuse me. The cashier snapped her head up, looking directly at me. That's right. She acknowledged me. Oh. A customer. That was the power of the gift certificates. It identified us as legitimate customers. If we use gift certificates, we can just walk out. There was no need to trick the supermarket anymore. Please ring these up for me. Oh, of course. Beep. Beep. The cashier scanned my items cheerfully and accepted the gift certificate. By the way, we can't give change for gift certificates in units of 101, but if you give me 601 in cash, I can round it to the nearest 1,000. That's fine. Just take it as is. Are you sure? All right. She handed me 4 10,001 gift certificates and 8 1,001 bills as change. Immediately, I passed some of the change to the high schooler beside me. Following my lead and with a slightly trembling voice, he repeated the process. And this too, please. So that the cashier wouldn't find anything strange, we made sure our purchases matched the exact amount needed. And then. Thank you. Thank you. Please visit Lookie Mart again. We passed through. Chapter 142.1. We successfully made a legitimate purchase in this insane supermarket ghost story using gift certificates. I picked up my purchased items and steadied the trembling high schooler beside me. To avoid drawing attention to my empty right sleeve, I casually draped my jacket over my shoulders as we stepped past the checkout counter. 1 step. 2 steps. And then, taking a deep breath, I turned back. The bizarre distortions of the supermarket had blurred. The eerie signs, the strange products, the horrifying stains of blood and organs. They had all faded into the background, as if blurred out from my perception. Or rather, they no longer seemed unnatural. Everything now appeared completely normal. As if we were just ordinary shoppers in an ordinary supermarket. Wow. The high schooler exclaimed in amazement and came to a halt. But at the same time, Agu. The past shoppers around us had begun to perceive us normally. Oh, excuse me. A shopper apologized after bumping into the high schooler. The student stiffened, stepping back awkwardly. I am sorry. I grabbed the startled high schooler and pulled him aside. I told you, don't act surprised. Why yeah, got it. He hurriedly clung to my side, but now his eyes were shining. So, does this mean we can just walk out now? Yeah. Wow. With this, all the complicated escape procedures were skipped. By using a gift certificate at checkout, we were treated exactly like the past shoppers. Even if someone broke items or ate food during closed hours, they could pay for it and leave without issue. Excuse me, I would like to pay. Wait a moment. Just like Go Yeon-joon SSI was doing now. I listened closely as she stood at the register. Customer. You damaged Lucky Mart property. Please compensate. Total, 39,901. All right. Go Yeon-joon calmly handed over a 50,001 gift certificate. The inflated, balloon-like cashier snatched the gift certificate and, with an unnaturally wide smile, returned 10,001 as change. Then, in a flat, monotonous voice, the cashier asked, would you like me to ring up this gum as well? Yes. Only after that transaction was complete did the items she had picked out get processed normally. Phew. I let out a sigh of relief. As expected. Nothing beats this method when you don't know when the store will open again. By paying for past mistakes, we could leave cleanly, without incident. And, to be completely honest, if Lucky Mart had remained closed for over a week, someone in our group would have made a mistake sooner or later. Me. The high schoolers. Even Go Yeon-joon. My personal supplies wouldn't have lasted forever. Eating food in the stairwell was only an option if we had food. Once my stash ran out, we would have no choice but to steal from the supermarket. And eventually, someone would get caught. Alpha. S. Which meant, they'd be turned into store supplies. I'm just glad we avoided that outcome. I looked forward with renewed determination. Once the student agent Bronze had been protecting finished checking out, Go Yeon-joon waited for him and walked out of the checkout line together. Safe. We made it through. Thank you. It was nothing. Now, all that remained was Agent Bronze. We signaled to the 2 remaining people still standing at the registers. Ryu Jae-kwon and Lee Soo-bin. The 2 who had been chosen to use the emergency escape item, the 5 colored shoelaces. Agent Bronze, you most likely wouldn't be able to leave using a gift certificate within the 100,001 limit. And, it's best if that student leaves with you. The one who went missing first. Agent Bronze had already been processed as store supplies. The cost of restoring him through normal checkout was far beyond 100,001, making it impossible for him to leave that way. And as for Lee Soo-bin, he was the earliest victim of this ghost story. Meaning, he was the second person confirmed for emergency escape. Among us, he had been missing the longest, and we had no way of knowing how much debt he had accrued to the supermarket. On top of that, without the nostalgia candy, he could barely move due to the sheer mental shock. Not like we could steal that item anyway. Whether the shoelaces' spiritual power had been used or not could be tracked by the Dakibi workshop. Which meant it was better to use it wisely. I spoke quickly. You should leave now. Agent Bronze met my gaze in silence, then said. You go first. Once I confirm you're safely out, I'll immediately. Can you leave? Someone suddenly lunged toward Agent Bronze. A woman in her 40s, drooling as she stumbled forward. Or rather, someone who had once been a housewife. She was contaminated. Her eyes had become unnatural, and instead of arms, her sleeves ended in mannequin hands. A long-term missing person. You can get out. You're talking to them. Ha ha ha. Let's go out. Let's go. What? She had realized Agent Bronze was with us. I thought we could just check out and leave without an issue. Causing a commotion with normal shoppers would draw in employees, which usually prevented the missing persons from interfering. But that assumption had been too logical. Once someone is corrupted by the ghost story, their desires can become twisted. For example, a single-minded, obsessive urge to escape. I want to leave too. I want to leave too. Give it. Give me the gift certificate. The surrounding shoppers turned to look. The cashier's gaze fell on us. Customer. You have damaged Lucky Mart property. Compensation required. Total 5,208,241. Chapter 142.2. No, this can't happen. At the very least, if we had to run, we could leave these people behind, but those two couldn't get caught. I dashed back into the store, blocking the cashier's view as I shouted. Go. Now. Without hesitation, Agent Bronze subdued the missing woman, pushing her aside just long enough to grab the high schooler and tie the shoelaces. Then, 3 steps. Haha, scary. Scary. Let me leave. Pay compensation. With panicked screams and the cashier's distorted voice as the backdrop, the two of them vanished, as if they had been erased from existence. Phase 1 escape, Ryu Jaquan, Lee Subin / success. But we had no time to catch our breath. Can you leave? Can you leave? I want to go too. They have money. With attention drawn, other long-term missing persons began to mutter. Emerging from behind displays, escalators, and restroom corners. I sprinted toward the counter, yelling. The candle. The candle. Go Yeon-joon had already drawn it, pulling the high schoolers behind her. Get out. The 3 of them ran toward the exit. Then, Go Yeon-joon shoved only the 2 high schoolers through the glass doors. The moment they stepped outside, they vanished. Phase 2 escape, Jang Minseo, Hyun Jaehoon / success. They had returned. Then, Go Yeon-joon bolted back inside. Noru. Grapes. Whatever you're doing. She frantically waved at me while gripping the candle. I rushed into the glow of the flame. But by now, the storefront and checkout area had turned into pure chaos. More long-term missing persons were appearing, whispering, approaching. And the employees had begun reacting to the strange situation, turning toward us, ready to confiscate more supplies. Alpha Beta S. Get out now. I really wanted to. But this was the moment I had been waiting for. The moment where only 2 people remained. A spy and an insider. Wait, just a moment. What now? I reached into my pocket and pulled out the remaining gift certificates. Let's use up the rest of the gift certificates before we go. I quickly stepped back inside the checkout area. From the moment I realized we'd have leftover balance, I had been planning for this. The strange products sold in the supermarket. Just like how I had obtained items from the Death Lane and the Alien Shop ghost stories, this was still a supermarket ghost story. That meant there had to be peculiar, abnormal items hidden among the shelves. But among them, there must be useful ones. After all, that's what made it interesting. And those items couldn't be obtained by stealing from the past shoppers. Since they were merely repeating their previous actions, all their purchases were just ordinary household goods. Which meant I had to find them and purchase them myself. I need to find them fast. Before the people who had already escaped started questioning things. And before I'd get caught up in the chaos. Hurry. I frantically scanned the store. Since it was May, the Children's Day event section on the first floor was packed with toys, and that actually made it easier to find the strange products. They appeared blurred, almost as if intentionally hidden from perception. The special edition products of the Lucky Mart ghost story. I saw a train model, a donut float, a clay set. But I didn't pick them up. Something safe. I didn't want to take unnecessary risks. If possible, I wanted an item I had already read about in the exploration logs of the supermarket's ghost story. The problem was that most of the descriptions I remembered were only a few words long, and it wouldn't be easy to match them with the exact products. Identify it. I clenched my teeth and searched both my memory and the shelves at the same time. If I could find something I already knew about. Wait. That one. I spotted an event display piled with plush toys. And among them, some were blurred. I stepped closer and focused past the distortion to get a better look. A white lizard plushie. The exact same one that had been sitting on Section Chief Lee Jahian's desk in D-Squad's office. I grabbed the plushie. Have you chosen? Yeah. What about you, Yunjone SSI? Go Yunjone nodded. She was holding a small item in her hand. Let's go. We rushed back to the checkout counter, each clutching our chosen items. Behind us, the long-term missing persons were being turned into store supplies. The amounts demanded of them were so absurdly high that they weren't even worth considering. Total comes to 28,001. In the blink of an eye, we had checked out our items and gasped for breath as we hurried toward the exit. If the Bureau doesn't ask, let's just not mention this. Agreed, thank you. Rather than testing the last bit of Go Yunjone's patience, I obediently ran alongside her toward the supermarket entrance. I'm putting out the candle. Yes. And then we pushed open the exit doors. Maybe it was because we had been trapped inside for days, but my stomach churned. I kept second-guessing whether I had made a mistake somewhere. Let's go. I gritted my teeth and forced myself forward. The once distorted promotional stand barely registered in my vision anymore. What lay ahead was the glass doors, and beyond them, the past landscape. For a moment, I felt a brief terror. What if we were about to walk into the past? But ignore it. Go Yunjone and I stepped forward. The automatic doors slid open smoothly. Ding. We ran. Forward, forward. A chill breeze struck my face, followed by the blinding sunlight. I blinked. Slowly, the brightness faded. And with my restored vision, I saw a familiar street bathed in late winter sunlight. A quiet alleyway from the 2020s. And ahead of us, the people who had escaped before us. Agent. The high schoolers ran toward us. Their faces were streaked with tears and snot, but their expressions were filled with pure relief. Seeing them, it finally felt real. We made it out. Phase 3 escape, Go Yunjone, Kim Solium/success. We're finally free. Chapter 143.1. A few days inside that eerie supermarket ghost story. Days filled with mental strain, severed limbs, cold sweat, tension, shock, and fear. My arm hurt. But it was fine. Because I was out now. From now on, I could relax. It doesn't seem like that to me though. What? Still feels like that place, right? I lifted my head. Looked around. The dimly lit, eerie second-floor food court of the supermarket. I was still standing there. I'm still here. Was escaping just a dream? Was escape impossible all along? Had I misjudged everything? Then why had I cut off my arm? Oh dear, looks like you're having a nightmare, friend. I jerked awake. Sunlight stabbed into my eyes. A clean, peaceful hospital room. Soft late winter sunlight filtered through the window. This wasn't the supermarket. I gasped for breath. It was peaceful. This is reality. Yeah. After successfully escaping Lucky Mart, I had been taken away in an emergency vehicle sent by the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. And then I lost consciousness. You're awake. I turned my head. And saw someone in a bureau agent uniform, casually sitting in a caregiver's chair, peeling an apple. Did you sleep well? Looked like you were having a nightmare. He had the neat appearance of a salaryman, but his neck bore a conspicuous scar. A stranger. Who? As our eyes met, he handed me a slice of apple with a grin. Nice to meet you, Hubby. Thanks to you, I got to experience entering Lucky Mart, and leaving in just 3 minutes. That's right. The agent you summoned. That was me. I had made that high schooler send a distress message to the Bureau, forcing Lucky Mart to resume business. So the person dispatched because of that was this person. I heard the story. You came up with that reverse strategy to force the supermarket to open, huh? That's exactly the kind of thinking we need in this job. Are a Nigerian Naira S. Come on, don't look so shy. As I lowered my gaze, the man laughed, stood up, and held out a hand. Let me introduce myself. I don't really like using my agent codename, but... Wait. That line. Just call me Agent Choi. Holy. It's him. /start of recording. Agent Choi, so, I'm on the 3rd floor, and I've just found a door leading to the 4th floor. The sole concrete exploration log I remembered regarding the fourth floor. Agent Choi, welcome to Lookie Mart. A supernatural disaster management bureau agent who had once explored the fourth floor and met a horrifying fate. An early named character. Yes. He was a named character from before the Wiki's world building expanded to include the rule that agents of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau were referred to by code names. Agent Choi. He was one of the key figures who had been active back when the Dark Exploration records only contained government investigation logs, without any data from other organizations. That neck scar. I knew how he got it. That was, from the cold storage ghost story. I swallowed hard. An agent who appeared frequently in the early exploration logs. Even though his ultimate fate had been a horrifying disappearance. His tragic ending had caused quite a stir at the time. People argued whether it was too cruel to kill off an early named figure so brutally. But in the end, it was approved with people saying, isn't that just in line with the spirit of a creepypasta universe like this? Yet now. Something changed, didn't it? Because of what Go-Yan Joan and I experienced, the fourth floor stairwell would be repurposed. A warning will probably be added to the official records. Which meant, the timeline had shifted. Agent Choi might never open the fourth floor door at all. This time, he had entered Lookie Mart and left in just 3 minutes. Holy shit. The fate of an early named agent had changed. A strange, indescribable feeling washed over me as I looked at him. Then, belatedly, I managed to respond. Yes, Agent Choi. You can call me Choi Sunbi, you know. He winked playfully. However, as he glanced at my severed right arm, his smile faltered slightly. But he still kept his cheerful demeanor. Don't worry about your arm. We'll take care of everything. For now, just rest. No, wait, hold on. Suddenly, he swung open the hospital room door and pushed someone inside. Agent Bronze. He seemed to have tidied up his appearance and was dressed in casual clothes instead of his agent uniform, but for some reason, his complexion didn't look too good. You're awake. That's a relief. Yes. A strangely awkward atmosphere filled the room. But Agent Choi, the sociable type that he was, clapped Agent Bronze on the back and casually offered me another slice of peeled apple. Bronze immediately threw you into Turtle Snake Team 1, huh? That stiff guy skipping protocol to bring in a rookie. Goodness. I was wondering why, but yeah, you've got talent. Then, he held out his hand to me. Welcome to Turtle Snake Team 1. You're going to do meaningful work here. Come on, don't you feel like calling me Sunbae already? About that. No. I deliberately lowered my head, putting on a fearful, dejected expression. Please, I want to transfer to another team. Sorry, but I planned this. Escape route from the rescue team. Chapter 143.2. Honestly, once I had already been registered with the dispatch and rescue unit, getting out wasn't going to be easy. Even in a normal modern workplace, you can't just cling to your boss's leg and beg for a department transfer. You'd just end up branded as a problem employee. And that would be the worst thing for a spy. But in the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau, there was a loophole. That's right. Traumatic experiences. That's the weakness of ghost story explorations. You never know what's going to happen. And a rookie, on their very first mission, cut off his own arm in a desperate attempt to escape. If I claimed psychological trauma, the Bureau was at least understanding enough to release me. This has to work. The only problem was, I might have done my job a little too well. Just try one more time. Just one. The early era named agent, acting like that meme of a man tearing his hair out, was desperately trying to convince me. This job is perfect for you. You survived an irregular disaster, rescued your fellow agents and even saved those civilians. Do you have any idea how insane that accomplishment is? He sounded like a man refusing to let go of valuable manpower. A classic overworked civil servant. Gone was the relaxed, well-adjusted professional I had seen earlier. Now, he was pointing at my severed arm in desperation. And that decisiveness, willing to cut off your own arm, no, your sheer willingness to sacrifice your body. About that. I took a shaky breath, my face pale. That was a crazy thing to do. Apologies, but I'm about to weaponize guilt. I don't even know what I was thinking when I did it. I do. I just feel sorry. I know this makes me seem weak, but I can't do this. But even though these were pre-planned lines, The more I spoke, the more real they started to feel. I feel like I'll die from stress. I clenched my remaining hand into a fist, lowered my head, and mumbled. I was terrified the whole time that the kids would die. Agent Choi opened his mouth, then closed it. I just can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. A heavy silence fell over the hospital room. Yeah. That's understandable. Agent Choi finally sighed, settling back into his caregiver's chair with a practiced air of sympathy. But look, if you transfer teams after just one mission, it won't reflect well on you. People might misunderstand and think you got kicked out, and you'll end up branded as a burden. Ans. His voice was calm and concerned, framing it as if he was worried about my future. And then, in a subtly coaxing tone, he added, "Of course, you wouldn't lose your job, but the rumors. I will restore his original status." Jaekwon. Agent Bronze interrupted, ruining Choi's momentum. Then, after a glance at me, he turned his gaze away, his expression dark. "You'll be allowed to work with different teams as you wish. After 3 weeks, you can report back to me with your final decision. I can arrange at least that much on my authority." "Thank you." "Ugh, at least meet the elders on your team first." "Ah, forget it." Agent Choi let out a deep sigh. "Fine. 3 weeks to experience different teams. Yeah, that's reasonable." And just like that, it was settled. Agent Kim Solium will rotate through multiple teams for 3 weeks before reporting back to Agent Bronze with his decision on his final placement. Agent Bronze will use his senior authority to formally recommend Kim Solium's preferred assignment. Just like that. Think about it. We're a really great team. Agent Choi kept nudging me, telling me to keep my options open. He threw out various selling points. That I was talented, that everyone on the team was unique and fun, that the job was incredibly fulfilling. And then, finally, he brought up this. "And those kids you saved. Don't you want to know what happened to them? The students we had rescued." Agent Choi lightly nudged Agent Bronze, signaling him to speak. "Tell him, Bronze. All 3 returned home safely." "Ah." Agent Bronze calmly explained their whereabouts. Their injuries were properly treated, and they had emotional reunions with their families. And the high school student I had personally looked after was even actively participating in interviews with the Bureau, emphasizing how much I had helped him in Lucky Mart. He kept asking if you were okay. Now, I can finally give them a proper answer. As for Lee Soo-bin, the student who had suffered severe psychological trauma, he had undergone mild memory erasure treatment and was reportedly doing much better. And during the process, Agent Bronze had even covered for me regarding the nostalgia candy, presenting it as a government-acquired anomalous food item. He had been so casual about it that I almost missed the fact that he had done me a huge favor. I owe him one. All 3 of them wanted to thank you in person. Since direct meetings weren't permitted under Bureau guidelines, they would be sending letters instead. That's all. It seemed like everything had wrapped up well. Even Go Yun-joon. And the agent you saved is recovering. She'll be back on duty soon. I see. I let out a deep breath and leaned my head against the bed. And without even realizing it, I savored the moment. Everyone's safe. Everyone made it out alive. Feels good, doesn't it? Yeah, I figured. This job suits you, Arg. Agent Choi grinned right before Bronze shoved him toward the door. Ah. Jaekwon's trying to kill me. For now, just rest. Don't worry about anything else. Yes, sir. Still seated, I bowed my head toward Agent Bronze. Thank you for being so considerate. It's nothing. His expression was complicated as he looked at me. But in the end, he simply turned toward the door. That rookie really belongs in Turtle Snake Team 1. Seeing Agent Bronze's piercing glare, Agent Choi finally shut up. And with that, the 2 left the hospital room. Kachuk. Phew. It was over. I let out a deep sigh of relief and sank back into the bed. Escape from the dispatch and rescue unit, success. A perfect outcome. But feels weird. Both the missing arm and my dynamic with Agent Bronze. He's been looking out for me, but I get the feeling he's also kind of hurt. Still, at least I was definitely no longer under suspicion as a spy. Ugh. I stretched deliberately, trying not to think about the pain of my missing right arm. And as I did, one particular sentence resurfaced in my mind. Don't worry about your arm. We'll take care of everything. Take care of it, huh? I recalled the various options the Bureau had for handling agents with missing limbs, including the most impressive and exciting one. Well, even if that's too expensive, they won't just leave me like this. And more than that. Before the Bureau could take care of it for me, I had a chance to secure an alternative method myself. I reached toward the bedside table and retrieved my phone. Then, I checked a message I had received last night. Consultation appointment / see you this Friday, Mr. Solium, happy face. It was time for my first report on the spy network to Director Ho. But this meeting wasn't just about delivering a report. I need to extract as much as I can from him. Director, I'd like to file for workers' compensation. Chapter 144.1. A cozy and warm atmosphere filled the Fox counseling office. In front of the nameplate that read, "Closed today," at a table in a waiting area that resembled a hallway, Director Ho was waiting for me. And the moment I greeted him politely and sat down across the table, the first thing out of his mouth was this. "So, you want to file for workers' compensation?" "Yes, sir." I confidently brought out the empty sleeve where my right arm should have been and displayed it on the table. I was forced to cut off my arm during my very first mission with the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. If Director Ho had any sense, he'd remember it too. "It'll be much more comfortable for you." He was the one who introduced the spy job to me, all the while saying that there were better working conditions and safer assignments. But after crawling through Daydream Incorporated for over half a year and extracting 2 A-grade solutions without a scratch, I lost one of my limbs just 3 days after becoming a civil servant. This is basically fraud. Of course, I was prepared for the possibility that he might try to spin it as bad luck on my part, or a lack of competence. Oh dear. Of course we should take care of that. Director Ho's face crumpled with concern as he nodded. That must have been incredibly painful for you, Solium Nim. Then, would it be correct to assume you need a regenerative potion from Daydream Incorporated? Exactly as you say, sir. Of course, I'd love to give you as much potion as you want right away, Solium Nim. But I'm just a little worried whether you'll be able to manage it, with ring above and beta. Sorry. Director Ho glanced at the empty space where my arm used to be. If your arm suddenly reappears, there won't even be any room to make excuses to the Bureau, right? It might cause some issues for you. And I'm sure the Bureau must have its own procedures for handling lost limbs, so, is there a particularly urgent reason why you'd want Daydream Incorporated's regenerative potion? He trailed off with a worried expression, then caught himself and clasped his hands together. I suppose I may be overthinking this. I'm sure you have a brilliant plan in mind, Solium Nim. Yes. I think I might have phrased things poorly and caused some misunderstanding. I gave a slight smile. I'm not bothering you right now because I want to use the regenerative potion immediately. Of course not. I didn't think it was a bother, but if that's what you meant. I need the potion so that I can immediately regenerate if I lose another body part in the future. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau fundamentally operates with one-man teams. So I figured, if I regenerate before I report back from the ghost story site, it'll all go without a hitch. How's that? I also heard that if your injuries reach an unmanageable level, they strongly recommend retirement, so it's also meant to prevent that outcome. Of course, if it's too difficult for the company to provide it right now, I'll hold out as best I can. Now, if Director Ho were going to turn me down by saying the company's in dire straits, there's no way he'd do that. If he were going to refuse, he'd either start saying regretful things and hemming and hawing, or he'd abruptly switch tactics and try to assert dominance by pulling rank. But neither of those is Director Ho's style. I could at least trust that he wouldn't try to act all stingy over one measly C-grade regenerative potion. Did you know, Solium Nim? Director Ho stared straight at me. When I look at you, I often feel like I'm seeing my past self. The Fox counseling office wavered strangely. The worn dirt walls, paper sliding doors, exposed rafters, and the moldy wooden floor. I really miss those days. For some reason, a rundown thatched cottage flickered at the edge of my vision. Beyond the comfortable, modern interior, there lay a bleak, abandoned house. Kachuk. Ah, you're here. The door to the Fox counseling office opened, and everything came to a halt. Through the door stepped a man and a woman, their faces tense as they entered the cozy waiting area. Familiar faces. Good afternoon, sir. Go Yun Joan. Jang Hyun. 1. The two who had infiltrated the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau with me as spies had also been invited here today. I was on the verge of tears from how happy I was to see them. Welcome, both of you. Director Ho smiled and seated them at the table. I looked at Go Yeon-jeon, who gave a small nod, and then Jang Hyun, whose face lit up with relief, before going completely pale the moment he saw what happened to my right arm. Ah, thanks to Solium Nim's suggestion, all of you will be receiving one regenerative potion each. Isn't that wonderful? Why yes. Yes, sir. Thank you. Go Yeon-jeon SSI was holding up better, but Jang Hyun SSI looked exactly like a mouse in front of a cat. Meaning, he was extremely tense. Well, that's probably the right attitude in front of an executive. Especially an executive from a ghost story company, the kind you encounter in a ghost story. Chapter 144.2. Aren't you happy? I am happy, sir. Of course, it's something to be happy and grateful about, sir, but I'm nervous about the upcoming report. I apologize. Of course. That's perfectly understandable. Then let's quickly touch on that topic. Director Ho smiled like he understood everything and swiftly turned to one of them. Yeon-jeon SSI, I heard you were nearly declared missing, but thanks to this batchmate of yours, you made it out safely. That's truly fortunate, isn't it? Seems like it paid off for the three of you to infiltrate together. Yes. A short, sharp breath escaped Go Yeon-jeon SSI. I also heard you're doing well, Hyun SSI. You joined the site cleanup unit, didn't you? That team has good access to documentation, right? Why yes, sir. That's correct. Jang Hyun couldn't lift his gaze. Director Ho smiled and picked up the green tea I made for him. It's really nice to meet and talk with you like this in person. Since it's your first time, please don't be too nervous and just relax. If this was the first report for all three of us, then who exactly did he hear our assignments from? So there are other hands and feet in the Disaster Management Bureau. He knew exactly how to set the tone to keep us from making any careless moves. I really hated this kind of higher up. But as low-ranking employees who had to follow orders, the three of us stiffly bowed our heads and silently sipped our instant green tea. Excuse me. No, I thought that was it, but surprisingly, one of us spoke up. Even more surprising, it was Jang Hyun. If it's not rude, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? What exactly are the documents we're supposed to locate in the Disaster Management Bureau? That's not something you need to worry about. Silence fell. When the time comes, I'll let you know. Once you've gained sufficient access to the information we need for this project. For now. I think just this much is enough for you to know. Director Ho smiled. They're documents related to a certain supernatural disaster. That much, I expected. They're stored in the archives on the 33rd basement floor of the Kangwon branch of the Disaster Management Bureau. If we're calling it by classification. Annihilation sanctioned, Rain OS. That's. You must have heard about it during training. That's right. Annihilation sanctioned. It's the classification for supernatural disasters that the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau has officially designated as the highest level of danger. Exactly that. Even within the bureau that handles ghost stories resulting in casualties, this label is only given to supernatural disasters that cause uncontrollable, massive loss of life. The standard is an estimated death toll of over 500,000. In other words, it's the kind of absurd catastrophe where a whole metropolis gets wiped out. The kind of cosmic horror ghost story where the term disaster truly applies. But here's the thing. I think I know what it is. That ghost story Director Ho just mentioned. An annihilation-sanctioned ghost story from the Bureau, connected to Daydream Incorporated's project. Just from that one clue, the possibilities narrowed dramatically. There's only one in the dark exploration records. Thanks to that, I now knew exactly what Director Ho was looking for, and what the hell this project was trying to accomplish. This is gonna drive me insane. Just thinking about it made my mind reel. I had been digging into the background of that completely deranged ghost story. My heart pounded like mad as my head went cold. This won't do. At this rate, I won't get the wish ticket for years. I have to cut ties. However, I didn't even want to imagine what might happen if that sharp, frightening director realized I already knew. Cold sweat trickled down my back. The wisest choice was just keep my mouth shut for now. Don't get caught between fighting whales. I kept my gaze on the table, avoiding eye contact with the director, trying to look as tense as everyone else. It wasn't hard, I was already tense. Thankfully, the director didn't seem to notice. Would that answer suffice? Yes, sir. Wonderful. The conversation continued smoothly. Ah, and about that workers' compensation matter. The regenerative potion. It seems formal approval might be difficult. Officially speaking, the three of you aren't registered as headquarters employees. Thankfully, he wasn't about to backpedal or say something else entirely. So let's categorize it as an operational expense. Director Ho extended his fingers. 10,000 points. Monthly. I'll issue you temporary welfare mall accounts. You're free to spend it however you like, but if unused after a month, it will disappear. Holy shit. That's enough to buy a C-grade regenerative potion every month. So then, are we all satisfied? Director Ho glanced at each of us, including me. I bowed politely. Yes. For now, I'm simply grateful. For now, that is. Excellent. Director Ho beamed. And then he took it one step further. Ah, would it be all right if I offered you one more little aid for your activities? All three of you, please hold out your hands. Ah. The two of them politely raised both hands, palms open. I also lifted my one hand, palm up, and reached toward the table. No, like this. With the back of your hand facing up. The moment we adjusted the position. That's right. Something began to form across the backs of our hands. Careful now. If you move, you might end up needing a regenerative potion. Oh, this is insane. Dozens of punctured circles rippled like waves across the back of my hand. What the hell is this? A strange sense of pressure, like being bound, began to spread. Man, woman, man. From this point on, the three of you will be unable to call one another by your code names. If there are any watching eyes, you will not be able to share any information that hints at your true identities. Thump. Thump. Should you attempt to break this, you will be punished. Something round struck the back of my hand, as if burrowing into it. The pull spread from the hand across my entire body. And then... ha! It vanished. Without a trace. The three spies, drenched in cold sweat, pulled their hands away from the table. This. I worked hard on this, just to help prevent any possible slip-ups from you all. Director Ho smiled benevolently. But none of us could smile back. Chapter 144.3. Just now. I heard the word punishment. Yes. You said we'd be punished. Oh, it's nothing major, just the usual. If someone's trying to forcibly break this restriction, wouldn't that mean something serious has gone wrong? Director Ho smiled, lacing his fingers together. And as for that punishment, you'll be reunited with whatever you hold dearest. I'll make sure to take good care of it. Wait a second. That's... I made deliberate eye contact with Go Yeonjeon SSI, cutting off her protest. You were saying? Go Yeonjeon SSI slowly calmed herself, then spoke up again in a steady tone. So, will we be bound by this restriction until the project succeeds? No, this is merely a support measure to help you during your assignment. He really knew how to twist words. Support, huh? As soon as you bring back the information I asked for regarding the Annihilation-sanctioned disaster, this auxiliary measure will disappear. And then... Director Ho rested his chin on his hand. Leaning toward us. Whoever contributes to the success of this mission will receive the potion right then and there. Wait a second. Beside me, I heard Jang Hyun's trembling voice. P-potion, you mean? The wish ticket. You'll receive the wish ticket as soon as you fulfill your assigned role. Isn't that amazing? Goddamn. I worked hard to make it so you wouldn't have to wait until the project succeeds. Suddenly, the timeline to receive the wish ticket had been drastically shortened. This spy work was starting to feel absurdly enticing. If I do well, I could get it unbelievably fast. As long as I perform well. At the same time, a chill crept down my spine. He revealed that on purpose. It was a secondary incentive, meant to make us cling to this like our lives depended on it. Instead of disclosing everything from the start and letting us make a careful decision, he controlled the information. So now it feels like it's just within reach. I'd thought it before, but his methods were sweat-inducingly elaborate and layered. And that's not even all. I recalled something Director Ho had said previously. What he told me when he assigned me to the spy role. And since I figured it'd be a bit lonely for you to go in alone, you won't be infiltrating by yourself. Just hearing that, it sounded like he was sending others into the bureau for my sake to join me in the infiltration. But once I agreed and confirmed the details, it turned out to be the opposite. My batchmates had already been deployed to the bureau before I was. Director Ho never lied about the facts of a situation. But he would freely manipulate the framing of intent and interpretation to steer people exactly where he wanted them. Just look at my peers' faces. Their eyes are shining. The phrase, "You'll get the wish ticket once this is done," how sweet that must sound. But then, may I ask whether we would all be acknowledged equally? Now's not the time to miss the details. If we contribute in the delivery of the documents, will we all receive a wish ticket potion? Of course. Then, will you be the one to determine whether we contributed properly, Director? Director Ho locked eyes with me for a brief moment, then smiled again. I'll trust your report, of course. Hugh. Thank you. With that, I prevented the situation where Director Ho might deny the group's joint effort and designate only one MVP to skimp out on distributing the wish ticket potion. Us. It's time. Just then, Director Ho glanced at his wristwatch and stood up. And then, clap. After bringing his hands together once, with a cheerful expression on his face, he spoke to us in a friendly tone. Take your time chatting, you three. You won't get many chances to gather together like this outside anymore. I set this up just for that. In other words, don't gather together and raise suspicion. Still, he left us with at least a sliver of professional courtesy. And that's the signal that the senior officer was finally excusing himself, leaving his junior staff to have their meeting. Well then, I'll be off. He waved, beamed as he left us with the parting words that he'd try to arrange for more chances to meet in the future. We hurriedly stood from the table and bowed. You didn't have to stand. But thank you. He walked all the way to the counseling room door, and just as he grabbed the doorknob, he turned back as if something had occurred to him. Our eyes met. Director Ho gave a subtle nod toward the silver ring on my left hand's finger. The silver ring. My mental protection item. That thing. It's completely worn down, you know. SRRRK. Well then, I'll see you at the next session. The Fox counseling office door closed with a soft, courteous sound. Thuck. Director Ho was completely gone. And then. A heavy sigh filled the waiting room. It was the sigh of low-ranking staff who just faced off with an absolutely insane, far above them superior. Still, I guess it helped that it wasn't a one-on-one meeting. And I had the chance to reunite with these guys after a long time. It's been a while, Solium SSI. I turned to look at my fellow batchmate. A former member of the round-off team. The long-haired man greeted me with clear relief and concern in his voice. Have you been doing well? It's Jang Hyun SSI. Chapter 145.1. Jang Hyun. This peer, who had received the codename Bison, was originally someone whose gloomy expression didn't quite match his large build. Even during the new recruit orientation, he was the last to receive his mask, covered in blood, and had been assigned to the round-off team where he endured work that bordered on workplace harassment. But after surviving in a chaotic and insane pharmaceutical company, it seemed like he was finally becoming a bit tougher. I hadn't heard anything after the last word that you'd gone missing, since I've been infiltrating the Disaster Management Bureau. But it's really great to see you again like this. Surprisingly, he even seemed calm now. Maybe the Disaster Management Bureau suits him better too. Though, judging by the way he kept glancing at my empty right arm and growing visibly pale, he probably thought it'd be rude to bring it up. This is one of those times where I should ease the tension. I deliberately waved my empty sleeve lightly and gave a wry smile. I just got unlucky on my first mission and got caught up in something tough. But the Bureau's taking care of it, so I think I'll be fine. I see. For some reason, I could feel a strange look from Go Yeonjeon, but I let it slide for now. I heard you were assigned to the site cleanup team, Hyun SSI. Yes. Jang Hyun's expression brightened a little. Well, sometimes I have to see some horrific things, yes, but... right. The site cleanup team usually deals with cleaning up all the messes. Everyone's been kind and understanding since I'm new, so thankfully, I've been adjusting well. That was good to hear, but his expression darkened slightly again. It's just, so I'm even more concerned. Pardon. From what we were told earlier, we're supposed to steal documents about a really dangerous ghost story, and I'm just wondering if we're really okay with that. With diuresis N. Yes. The Disaster Management Bureau truly acts with a sense of duty to counter paranormal phenomena, and I'm worried we might cause major harm. If that's the case, would you quit? I already knew the answer without hearing it. No. Only people that desperate for a wish ticket would end up in a situation like this. I knew that in different circumstances, they wouldn't act selfishly. Especially thinking about the compassion and determination Go Yeon-jong had shown back in Lucky Mart. But there's something inside these people, something they won't compromise on. Yeah. If nothing's going to change anyway, then it's better to at least choose the path that gives you some peace of mind. I think it'll probably be okay for us to take it. Really? Yes. This was the truth. The company wouldn't dare to carelessly mess with such a high-ranked ghost story. And besides, we're not even taking the ghost story itself, just the information. Of course, Daydream Incorporated wasn't after it for noble reasons, but as far as the dark exploration records went, that Annihilation-sanctioned disaster hadn't done any further harm to humanity. Because it was already as harmful as it could possibly be. As long as we don't go overboard and steal an entire supernatural disaster under government control out of excessive loyalty to the company, we should be fine. Why yes, of course. The real thing to worry about was something else. I'm worried they'll just toss us aside after the job's done. Would Director Ho really not discard us once we'd outlived our usefulness? Once I got the wish ticket, I could go back to where I came from, so I didn't care much. But the other two, if they wanted to continue living in Korea, needed to be more careful not to get marked by the Bureau. First of all, let's make sure we don't slip up and use the wrong names. Shall we share our agent code names? I pointed to myself. I'm Grapes. And you, Hyun SSI. I received the codename Wagak. Wagak. Yes. They said it's a traditional lacquerware technique using cow horns. I was recommended for it. Fittingly, he ended up with a cow-related codename even here. I'm Mint. And then Go Yeon-jong SSI spoke up as well. It was used as medicine in the past, and I didn't want to choose a name that stood out too much. I see. It's a good agent name. Then, as we exchanged brief updates, a warm atmosphere lingered for a moment. Oh, and we'd even received our vitamins. The preliminary investigation unit has a bit of an individualistic atmosphere. But when I came back after going missing, my superiors gave me vitamins as a welcome back gift. You two should have some too. Thank you. Honestly, if this were a normal company, they'd be co-workers I'd be more than satisfied with. If we weren't spies for a deranged pharmaceutical company, infiltrating the government in a ghost story universe, that is. Hugh. I gave a brief update about myself as well. You're being discharged within a week. That's right. The wound where my right arm had been severed had quickly stabilized and was healing well, perhaps due to some sort of supernatural treatment at the Disaster Management Bureau affiliated hospital. A rough estimate, 1 more week of hospitalization and I'll be returning. And as soon as I'm discharged, I'll be serving as a temporary agent and experiencing various assignments for 3 weeks. If we happen to run into each other, I look forward to working with you. Oh, of course. I'm definitely going to the site cleanup team. I'll be in your care, Hyun SSI. Just then. Solium SSI. About that discharge? Yes. Go Yeon-jong SSI suddenly spoke up. You'll be receiving psychiatric counseling before being discharged, right? I mean, since you were seriously injured in what's essentially a survival situation. I thought they'd also check for psychological trauma. Yes. I think they'll refer me to someone. Don't worry. I'll be careful not to leak any intel during it. But Go Yeon-jong SSI shook her head. We're already under this restriction thing anyway, so we can't leak anything. I think it'd be better if you just spoke honestly. Understood. Thank you. Yes. She gave a small nod. And now that we officially know each other within the Bureau, I'll act like I'm visiting you in the hospital and pretend to exchange numbers. That way, it won't be weird if we message occasionally. Sounds good. Hyun SSI, let's create a natural excuse when we see each other next. Why yes. That's how we laid out our future protocols. 1. Create a natural point of contact outside the Fox counseling office. 2. For critical or urgent matters, contact via anonymous messenger while disguised as spam messages. Then, I hope to see you again, safe and sound. Yes. Definitely. Chapter 145.2. As I left the Fox counseling office, I held back a sigh. Spy work really isn't for the faint of heart. Especially with a boss like that. If I wanted to survive more safely, I'd need better preparation. I'd already resolved to be fully prepared, if only to avoid running into another disaster like Lucky Mart. All right. 1 week left until discharge. Time to prepare everything I can. And the first step was this. I checked the message I'd sent just before entering the counseling room. Squad leader, are you available for a call this evening? A fast, concise reply had already come in. Yes. D Squad's leader, Lee Jae-hyun. A reply from my former supervisor. The goal was simple. The plush I brought back from Lucky Mart, Lee Jae-hyun had one just like it. It was definitely the same item I'd seen on his desk. And I was convinced it was a usable item. Safety and effectiveness. I could have both. If it were dangerous, he wouldn't have just left it sitting on his desk at the office. And considering the true identity of that lizard, there was a high probability it was no ordinary object, but a powerful one. Even without overthinking it, if a section chief of the field exploration team had it on his desk, obviously it'd be something useful in ghost stories. No. Yes. All right. Only one thing left. I just need to figure out how to use it. Chief Lizard would give me the answer. And a little while later, we were on the phone. With a pounding heart, I asked immediately. Squad leader. That lizard plush on your desk, what kind of situation have you used it in? None. Wait a minute. That offhand denial, don't tell me. You've never used the lizard plush at all? Yes. You didn't purchase that item, squad leader? Yes. I'm screwed. And no. Let's narrow it down further. Like this. Do you know how to use the lizard plush? Please. Please. Yes. Phew. Thank God. I've managed to get one of those plushies myself, but I have no idea how to use it. I'd appreciate it if you could tell me the specific purpose. And finally, I added. It wasn't purchased from the Space Shopping Mall. I blurted it out because I felt guilty. I haven't even been able to set foot in that place since I don't have any money. Anyway, Lee Jae-hyun remained calm. Yes. And he explained it without a hint of hesitation. It's an educational reptile plush used for ecology lessons. Huh. An educational toy. Yes. When fed appropriate food, it shows a molting process after eating. I barely managed to ask. Is the shed skin perhaps a defensive item? No. Like, if you feed it an item or blood, does it display some unique ability or? No. I want a refund. Fuck. So why the hell did you leave it on your desk and confuse people? It's just a glorified food disposal toy. Of course, I couldn't scream at a laser-eyed alien lizard, so I managed to say. I see. Thank you for the information. Yes. Yeah. This was all my fault for betting on some weird possibility from that deranged supermarket. Ha. It was really just a toy, huh? In the end, I gave up and changed the topic. It's been a while since we last talked, sir. I'm sorry for contacting you through a call instead of visiting in person. It's fine. This way is safer. Was he being considerate, worried that the Disaster Management Bureau might find out I was a spy? Thank why? Just as I was about to say thanks. That emotionless voice gave me a completely different reason. Director Chong has discovered your whereabouts. Excuse me, what? Director Chong suspects that your disappearance was fabricated, and that you've actually been working for Director Ho since a month ago. Goosebumps crawled down my spine. Wait. If she believes my disappearance itself was faked, then she likely thinks I betrayed her and teamed up with Director Ho from the beginning. Cold sweat ran down my face. Would she retaliate against me because of this misunderstanding? Yes. I swallowed hard. So be careful. Understood. I made up my mind. As soon as this spy mission ends, I'm out. I wouldn't waste a single second. As soon as I got that wish ticket, I'll bolt straight out of this damn company. I'm going back home. Thank you, sir. I thanked him and ended the call with Assistant Manager Lee Jae-hyun. Then, I saw another notification pop up on my smartphone. Baek Sahyun, pardon me. Baek Sahyun, are you not going to buy info? My former company dorm roommate, who now brought me gossip and intel from said damn company. Baek Sahyun, do you have no need for intel? I sent a message. Feeling confident, are you? But no reply came. Guess he doesn't have anything yet. Then I'll leave him alone until he's got something worth bragging about. Let him squirm and scrape together more intel. Truth is, I don't really have any items worth trading for it right now anyway. Not that I plan on staying broke forever. Didn't I just say it? I'm getting prepared. And I just heard something concerning too. It's completely worn down. Director Ho's ominous remark. If my silver ring's mental protection has run out, that's dangerous. Thankfully, I hadn't recently felt any desire to dive into a ghost story or bind myself to one. Unless I start having nightmares of going back there. Still, I should prepare just in case. I briefly considered stopping by the Fox counseling office again, but ended up canceling the idea due to a bad feeling. Unlike last time, I had a clear reason now. It's definitely connected to Director Ho. It was best to avoid it for now. And besides, it doesn't have to be there. A few more places are open to me now. That's right. I was now also an agent of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. With my new position, there were more places and organizations I could visit without raising suspicion. Let's see. I rested my chin on my hand. With 10,000 welfare points, I could afford Dream Essence of A grade or higher. And now that I had agent status with the Bureau, there was somewhere I could try. I stood up from the cafe I'd been sitting in, pulled my hood over my head, and started walking toward a ghost stories gathering place where real occult items were traded. What I was looking for was the manhole from which a human arm emerges. Chapter 146.1. When people are in a bad mood, they tend to walk while looking down at the ground. It's a little less common now thanks to smartphones, but in the past, it was something everyone had probably experienced at least once. And so, everyone must have, at least once, absent-mindedly yet attentively looked at this thing on the sidewalk or street. A manhole. That gray circle you'd see here and there along the roadside when nothing else was going on. A maintenance passage through which workers could access underground water pipes. Everyone knew that. So at least once, they must have looked at that round gray manhole cover and imagined it. Someone suddenly coming out from underneath. Or, imagining themselves opening it and going down inside. Of course, it wasn't something one could easily encounter in real life. To begin with, those covers weren't something anyone could lift easily. Most of them weighed over 100 kilograms. So usually, it was something that remained purely in the realm of imagination. When something you've casually imagined in everyday life actually happens in reality. In that moment, people couldn't help but grow curious and focus their attention. The ghost story I was searching for began from there. I lifted my head. It was a dark alley. Laughter, shouting, and music blared from nearby. The flashing lights and noise sounded close enough that I'd probably hear them clearly if I just turned the corner. A sleepless entertainment district. But here, in the shadowed, stagnant alley, a damp silence hung in the air. Location of occurrence, concrete ground near nightlife districts late at night, such as places swarming with crowds intoxicated by the excitement of bars, clubs, and college towns. A with diuresis. And a single streetlight lit up the dirty concrete floor of the alley. The manhole cover was there. In the center of that dim pool of light, just sitting there as casually as any other piece of the city's pavement, was the manhole. However, something was strange about it. It was slightly ajar, and protruding from it was a human hand. Inexplicably, an arm had slipped out through the slightly displaced manhole cover. 5 pale fingers dangled under the streetlight, gently swaying. As though asking for help. Previously reported arm appearances. An elementary schooler's hand with nail art, a sanitation worker's uniform, a knitted sleeve, an old-style student uniform, a business suit, a military uniform from of the division, a wart-covered elderly hand, a fingernail-less hand covered in tattoos. Ordinarily, it was such an unnatural sight that people either screamed, froze, or reported it to someone. But if they were drunk or swept up in the atmosphere, they might just approach without thinking. That was exactly what this ghost story was aiming for. To lure people in. I slowly approached the arm sticking out of the manhole. The fingers quivered slightly. One step. Then another. And when there was about one body length of distance left between us. Hugh. I turned around. Then I rummaged through the backpack I was wearing, reached into a packet of salt I had brought with me, and grabbed a handful. I threw it over my left shoulder, straight toward the manhole. Kee-eek. A screech erupted behind me. It was such a thunderous sound one would never believe was caused by just a bit of salt. Then came a stench, as if something rotten was burning. Ugh. Smoke billowed up and rolled in. But I never turned to look back. If I just stood still right where I was. Before long, both the sound and the stench disappeared completely. Only then did I turn my head. The arm was gone. All that remained was the dark manhole, faintly illuminated by the streetlight. And, just slightly, the cover was ajar. All right. Once the arm is driven out using a salt offering, the manhole becomes temporarily accessible. I stuffed salt into both side pockets and approached the manhole. The raised pattern and lettering on the manhole cover, lit by the streetlight, gradually became clearer. Usually, the outer ring of a manhole cover displayed its purpose and destination, while the center showed the logo of the managing agency. This manhole cover was no different. Looking closely, I could identify both its destination and its managing authority. Hell. This didn't lead to a sewerage. It was an entrance to something else, somewhere else. Ha. I grabbed the lid with trembling hands and pushed. It was heavy. But slowly, the black manhole cover began to slide aside, revealing the pitch-dark hole beneath it. Thunk. Nothing could be seen below. A deeply unpleasant void. I double-checked that I had my gloves, mask, and hat on properly. Then, after sprinkling salt all over my body, I stepped down onto the ladder. Tack. Ta-tack. I grew more distant from the noise above. Light and any sign of life faded away. Downward. Even further down. Alone. Maybe it's scarier because I'm alone. A chill ran down my spine, but I grit my teeth and kept going. I was the same person who had survived 4 whole days inside that insane supermarket just a few days ago. I can do this. Clenching my jaw, I kept moving downward. After several dozen seconds, by the time one of my gloved hands was slick with sweat. Splosh. My feet touched the ground. I ignored the disgusting, squelching texture as much as possible and moved mechanically. What lay ahead was a cramped, dark sewer where I couldn't even fully straighten my body. Strangely, there was no light, and yet the gloomy passageway was clearly visible. This is seriously insane. Enduring the spine-prickling silence, the darkness, and the chilling stench, I pressed deeper in. To a place so cut off that neither phone signals nor cameras would work. And then, at some point, there it is. I finally found it. Chapter 146.2. Hue. It was a rusted door that looked like it belonged in a sewer. A round, bulkhead-like door. It's filthy and heavy, the kind you might see in an old industrial facility. And on it, carved in raised characters. Agui. A hungry ghost tormented by starvation after falling into hell due to greed. Or, the hell where such a ghost resided. Strangely, just to the left of that door, there was a single hole. From beyond it, the sound of flowing water could be heard. I steadied my breathing, coated myself with salt once more, and gripped the rusted door's handle. Then, holding my breath, I opened it. Creak. A wide, plaza-like space spread out before me. The dome-shaped ceiling above made it look somewhat like a traditional wastewater treatment plant, but... Aya. The walls were completely covered in hands. Dried-up hands with exposed bone. Corpse-blue hands. Hands tattooed with strange symbols on the backs. Hands wearing ceremonial gloves. Hands with manicured nails. And every one of those hands was clutching something. I made it. The Plaza of Encounters, as recorded in the Dark Exploration Records. The Faceless Market. Dark Exploration Records/Special Zones. Faceless Market. A small-scale special zone that has branched off from a ghost story featured in the Dark Exploration Records. A bizarre space that can be accessed by using the manhole arms, which lure people by moving between the realm of the living and the dead. If you insert only an arm into this place, you can tempt others with whatever's in your palm, just like the manhole arms. Because it can be accessed from anywhere, and because transactions can occur without revealing one's identity, it is highly valued as an anonymous marketplace among ghost story-related entities. New. A space where factions that would never normally meet interact, giving rise to wildly unexpected combinations and dynamics that are a joy to observe. Right. The arms installed here would react if someone approached and offered a suitable item. In doing so, they would drop what they were holding, thus completing a barter. What constitutes a suitable item is determined by the seller's desires. It was a bizarre marketplace that repurposed the terrifying phenomenon of ghost stories, ones where humans were lured in, had their organs harvested, and disappeared, to facilitate trade. In the case of Daydream Incorporated, their tendency to attract hostility meant that if someone's affiliation to the company was exposed, they might be refused or even attacked. Honestly, considering those bastards' personalities, it's only to be expected anyway. Kind of fun just reading about these special records though. That's also why I had avoided coming here until now. I already dive headfirst into ghost stories on the regular, why at even more risk? It was like choosing between a verified, stable vendor like the Alien Shop, where you could get quality goods if you had the cash, compared to an unverified, high-risk black market where you might end up buying cursed items. But right now, I'm completely broke. And if something happened by chance now, I could always reveal an identity that wasn't affiliated with Daydream Inc. Hugh. I stepped inside, keeping in mind the kinds of restrictions typical of ghost stories. If you remain in this space for more than 2 hours, the manhole arms you drove away will be waiting for you in front of the door. I had to move quickly. Honestly, when I first read about it, it seemed more intriguing than scary. But now that I was actually here, the atmosphere was downright chilling. Feels like I've stepped into a horror game. Some unknown fluid was flowing across the floor, but I forced myself not to react and ignored it. After all, I wasn't alone. A few people were already wandering about this shared space at scattered intervals. With most of them completely covered from head to toe, they moved along, checking out the arms embedded in the walls. Occasionally, someone in ordinary clothes would stroll by openly showing their face and smiling, but I made a point of avoiding them. Now that's real madness. Let's not get involved for no reason. I had specific trade targets in mind. Even though everyone was technically anonymous, you could still glean which faction they belonged to. The clue lay in the arms' appearances. As expected in a ghost story world, the features were bizarre and unique. If you had enough knowledge, you could identify affiliations by their sleeves, tattoos, accessories, and so on. Not many people have that level of knowledge, so for the most part, this place remains virtually anonymous. But I did have it, that knowledge. And the person I was looking for had a particularly distinctive physical trait. Namely, I stopped walking. Among the alluring arms swaying with items, I spotted a dried-up hand. A hand missing its pinky finger. Resting on its palm wasn't an object but a scrap of paper stained with blood. It was gripping it so tightly that I couldn't even make out the writing. It was hard to tell whether it was actually offering something for trade or not, so no one paid it any attention. But it was exactly what I was looking for. That piece of paper. I approached the arm and reached out my hand. That one's been here for, 5 years now. My body froze. You're not really familiar with how things work here, are you? These arms aren't physically waving them in real time. They're just ghostly phenomena mimicking the original. Someone grabbed my shoulder and started chatting. It's not like someone's been holding out that arm for 5 years straight. They probably left 5 years ago. Or died. The real problem was that. How's that? It's a voice I recognized. Instead of ripping myself free and running at full speed, I stiffly turned my head. Doesn't exactly look like a tempting item, right? Only the crescent curve of their eyes was visible above the mask. But just from that and their voice, I could tell who it was. I had seen that face only a few days ago. Agent Choi. The early era named agent who had visited my hospital room. Wait. He's talking to me. Right now, I had patted the area where my right arm should have been with a mannequin prosthetic and cotton, then concealed it under a coat. In this kind of darkness, it shouldn't be easy to tell I was missing an arm. Of course, given that he was a veteran agent of the Disaster Management Bureau, he might pick up on it through sheer intuition and experience. Still though, in a ghost story world, it wasn't exactly rare to find people missing limbs. But I couldn't count on that for certain. Running away now would only make me look suspicious. I barely managed to steady myself and look straight at him. There was still a chance he'd only struck up conversation to identify the item I was reaching for. I want another tip. Not a lot of people know this one. Agent Choi glanced at the hand I'd extended toward the arm, then leaned in close, whispering like we were old friends. It was the veins on wrists. Turns out those are unique to each person too. Goosebumps spread across my skin. They're almost like fingerprints. If you memorize someone's vein patterns, it's perfect for tracking them down. People can cover their faces, disguise their body shapes, even burn off their fingerprints, but veins can't exactly burn those, now can you? And most people let their guard down. Think they've hidden everything. I'm screwed. Hubinim. What are you doing here? Or rather. Agent Choi beamed. Who told you about this place? Chapter 147.1. I hadn't expected there to be a lunatic who could recognize someone just from the veins between their glove and sleeve. Agent Choi. And even less did I expect to be the one caught by it. This is driving me nuts. A situation that went beyond chilling, to the point that it made a person freeze. But I couldn't afford to freeze. I just had to show a little confusion. Anything more would look suspicious. So. Sorry. Might as well reverse the suspicion. Feigning nervousness, I swallowed audibly as I looked at him. Then, like someone cornered by a street cultist, I backed away. I'm sorry, but I'm here with someone. Huh. I'll be going now. In other words, I pretended not to recognize Agent Choi. A rookie agent, mentally wrecked after losing an arm, might very well fail to recognize a sunbae who visited once in the hospital just by their eyes. Especially if that rookie had mustered their last bit of courage to step into a terrifying place like this ghost story realm. This way, he might get flustered too and start explaining things. Agu, alrighty. Take care, see ya at work. Wow, fuck. No way out of this. In the end, I opened my mouth. As if I was speaking out of vague uncertainty upon hearing the word work. Are you the superior I met at the hospital? Oh, now you recognize me. Good. Agent Choi patted my shoulder and casually tried to guide me toward the edge of the plaza. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I was actually going to buy that. I told you already, that thing's been sitting there unsold for 5 years, yeah. Let's talk instead. I'm just happy to see you here. Why's a rookie who should be in a hospital showing up in a place like this? And beta. Deliberately, I reached under my coat and touched the fake right arm. I felt Agent Choi's gaze. In this place, I heard that there might be something here that could be used temporarily to replace an arm. Aha, and who told you that? Jaquan. I can't say, sir. It's a trap. Dropping a name just like that would scream, I'm lying through my teeth to get out of this. It also didn't fit the persona I'd been building back at the bureau. That would have been pathetic. Loyal, huh? As expected, Agent Choi chuckled and gave me another pat on the shoulder. So this approach was working after all. Or maybe you figured I'd see through a made-up name right away. Isn't that right? Oh ha ha ha. Ayak. It's fine. What agent doesn't have secrets? Maybe there's a reason you can't say. Let's see, you were trying to buy that, right? Mind if I take a look? Agent Choi turned his attention to the arm I'd been about to make a deal with. A hand missing its pinky finger, clutching a blood-stained, crumpled scrap of paper. But that doesn't really look like an item linked to the arm itself. Why were you trying to buy it? I don't get it. Shit. In that case. Because, Oh. I lowered my head. It looks desperate. It's gripping that paper so tightly, and there's blood on it, so. I thought maybe the hand's owner was holding onto some kind of distress message. It's the truth. Not right now, but that had been my theory when I first read the entry about this arm in the Dark Exploration records. Either way, Agent Choi didn't respond for a moment. Now's my chance. Time to explain. I didn't know it had been here for 5 years, though. Hubby-nim, let's think about it for a sec. Agent Choi placed a hand on my shoulder and gently turned me around. From the front, the wall of the plaza came into view, covered in undulating, grotesque arms. Does this really seem like the kind of place where someone would be sending a distress signal? Everyone here came voluntarily into this bizarre space to sell things. Doesn't seem like a likely setting for someone in need of rescue, does it? Seems like we can pass on this one then, yeah. Not something Agent Choi would normally say. That is, not the Agent Choi I knew from the Dark Exploration records. He was the type who would do anything to save even just one more person. Agent Choi was a named character of the Wiki's early era. And in the founding days of the Dark Exploration records, back when only the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau existed, the logs had emphasized the government agency's core mission, to save civilians. To enhance immersion and narrative cohesion, additional settings were added for tonal consistency and ease of story progression. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau prioritizes the lives of its agents above all else during all operations. Moreover, they placed more weight on ending the ghost story itself than on rescuing civilians. Thus, occasional civilian casualties were an acceptable risk. But Agent Choi had been a named character before those world-building details were added. Naturally, that meant he was the type of agent who pushed himself to the limit to save every last civilian. In the process, he used underhanded or clever tactics, gained various abilities and items, but his essence had never changed. Not until he was presumed dead after going missing during the Lucky Mart incident. As expected. Looks like I can go through with this. Still, I'd like to try, sir. I suddenly pulled out the item I had prepared and reached out. Toward the hand missing its pinky finger. That arm doesn't even do trades. Whip. The arm lunged out aggressively. And then a crunching sound came, as if the hand without a pinky swallowed the item I had offered. In return, the blood-stained, crumpled scrap of paper it had been holding dropped to the filthy floor, and I barely managed to catch it. Chapter 147.2. Meanwhile, Agent Choi narrowed his eyes as he caught a glimpse of the item I'd handed over. A coin. Oh, it's not just a regular coin. I got it from another ghost story. That part was true. Though the fact that the ghost story was a custom equipment line from Daydream Incorporated, a Twilight-grade ghost story called the Kind Seed Kit, was a secret. Right. That coin was the first custom equipment I ever created at the field exploration team. The third hand. A coin-shaped item that could summon a phantom hand in midair. Given the nature of this arm, the required item was blatantly obvious. It had to be something from a ghost story originally developed, contained, and utilized in Daydream Incorporated's early days. It had to be this. But because Daydream Incorporated employees were essentially blacklisted from this marketplace, the trade had failed to go through for 5 years and had just been left there, untouched. Got it. Gripping the scrap of paper, I felt a small but thrilling sense of accomplishment. And it's not that I had rashly sacrificed my custom equipment. I've got plans to retrieve it later. Right now, the priority was Agent Choi. I gave the excuse I'd thought up. I figured currency would be immediately useful in a ghost story. I just remembered what happened at the supermarket. For reference, the Lucky Mart's vouchers had vanished the moment I left the store, balance and all. That ghost story supermarket really was run by vicious scoundrels. Anyway, I thought that came off suitably rookie-like. It probably looked like I didn't realize different ghost stories use different currencies and just gave it a shot. And luckily, it worked. Time to stick with that meta. Hubby-nim. That arm's been left untouched for 5 years, didn't it occur to you that any emergency might already be over? Even so, the arm was still there, sir. I finally gave a small smile. I figured, if a barter was accepted, that meant there had to be someone on the other end ready to take it. Well, it's just a theory, and I could be wrong. Agent Choi stared at me for a moment, then. I really like this. Cool, right. This is it. Hard to find someone who actually uses their head and imagines things with internal logic. He ruffled my hat-covered hair. Ack. Then, lowering his voice so others wouldn't hear, he spoke quietly. As I thought. As you thought. You really should join our Turtle Snake Team 1. I apologize, sir. Hying. I was seriously fed up. Still, at least I seem to have avoided suspicion for now. But didn't you say you're too scared to join the dispatch and rescue unit? And yet you've got the guts to come into a dangerous place like this alone. Then, maybe you can survive in Turtle Snake Team 1, huh? Damn it. Was that a threat? Join if you don't want to be suspected. My head was spinning. But then, the next words came. That fear of yours in the first place. Honestly, it's probably just a hallucination brought on by overexertion during your first mission. I exploded. No, I'm scared to death. I'm really scared. But I have no choice but to endure it, right? I can't just say I'm too scared to do anything. I'm a rookie. At this moment. Act or die. Of course I'm scared of not having an arm. I was terrified something might go wrong, but I still came all the way here. I practically coughed up blood as I shouted. It was partly intentional, but as the resentment that had built up from working at a certain insane ghost story pharmaceutical company burst out, I genuinely felt wronged. Agent Choi was staring at me, mouth open. Sorry. All right. Hubby-nim, congrats on your first trade, and Right, the note. Gotta check the note, right? How about it? Yes, sir. I took a deep breath. Still, I couldn't remember the last time I'd been in a situation where I could speak this honestly. In that sense, it felt a little refreshing. Surely, even after all that, he wouldn't try to drag me into the dispatch and rescue unit, please. I apologize for yelling, sir. Don't worry. You're not the only one doing crazy stuff around here. Think of it as a good 3-second spotlight. So I looked that unhinged, huh? Good to know. I let out a sigh. It's been a long time since I shouted like that. Agu, guess your place doesn't have good soundproofing, huh? No. I don't have a place to go home to right now. I'd like to have one, though. Okay. Hugh. I finally calmed my breathing and opened the note in my hand. Feels like Agent Choi suddenly went quiet. Still, since he wasn't provoking me anymore, it was better this way. I turned my attention back to the note. The blood-soaked scrap of paper I carefully unfolded with one hand had dried letters, written in smeared blood. Look here. That which responds to empathy and attention. There is a toy. The dried, crusted blood that stained the entire page had caused the letters themselves to blur and run. It looked like a prop straight out of a horror movie. I wanted to throw it away right then, but... Wait a sec. Agent Choi casually took the note from my hand. I didn't stop him on purpose. Agent Choi began inspecting it using something like a strange form of dowsing. That was a Disaster Management Bureau-issued tool too. Tracking rod. A curved stick made of glass and brass. When placed over a substance derived from a ghost story or a medium that triggers a paranormal phenomenon, it spins in place. But the rod showed no reaction at all to the note I'd just bought. No mysterious response. Just an ordinary note. The message though. Agent Choi chuckled. Looks like it's meant to lure people in through a ghost story, huh? Chapter 147.3. That could be the case. Still, I took the note back from Agent Choi and held onto it. Oh, you're keeping it? Yes. I lowered my head, slightly embarrassed. There might really be a hidden distress call in it somewhere. I figured I'd at least take it and check it out myself. Agent Choi didn't ask why I wasn't reporting it to my superiors, either. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau wasn't the kind of organization that had the luxury to leisurely analyze a mysterious note left behind by some unknown person after 5 years of abandonment. There were way too many ghost stories out there currently killing people. Even a brand new rookie would know that vague cases like this would always be deprioritized. Agent Choi himself had literally just said so. Still, I made one last move. After hesitating, I held the note back out to him. Sunbeam, if you happen to have time later, would you mind checking it just one more time? Truth was, as long as I memorized the contents, the note itself wasn't essential. And because of its nature, there was no issue entrusting it to a bureau agent capable of identifying ghost stories. Sure. I'll take another look. Thank you, sir. I handed it over without hesitation. Hopefully, this would move me further out of the circle of suspicion. After that, the atmosphere between us softened a bit. Not bad, right? Yes. Thank you. Under Agent Choi's watch, I barely managed to acquire one of the items I'd wanted to buy. That was rough. Not just because of the surveillance. Choosing the item itself was hard too. Most of what you could get here came from standard ghost story settings. Which meant, these weren't items refined by a major corporation or filtered for customer safety by aliens. They come with horrific side effects. That was the premise. They weren't objects made for humans to use conveniently in the first place. And plenty of the sellers weren't in their right mind either, so the things they offered often weren't sane, either. What was surprising was that Agent Choi wasn't just supervising, he genuinely tried to help me. This place is exactly like Hanyang. One, the kind where you get robbed in broad daylight, you know. If you watch how your Sunbeam does it and follow along. Didn't always work, of course. Someone already bought it. And no worries. The next one's good too. Onward to the next arm. Still, true to his veteran status, he knew the origin or specific side effects of items I didn't, and helped me make careful purchases. Yeah. That was all great, but he made me buy something he knew. In the end, he guided my actions under his control. Whether that was a strong sign of suspicion or genuine concern, even I, who'd tracked Agent Choi's entire history in the dark exploration records, couldn't tell. Honestly though, I was pretty much playing into it since I'd wanted that item anyway. The scary part was that, even if he hadn't guided me, I probably would have ended up buying it while crying inside. I touched the item in my pocket and let out a sigh. Phew. Agent Choi stayed with me until right before his time limit ran out, and even saw me off afterward, waving the piece of paper I'd bought as he did. Then I'll take another look at this note and return it to you later, okay? Yes. Thank you. Honestly, there was no need for him to return it. I'd already memorized it. And there wasn't even a point in him checking it either. Because that note wasn't related to any ghost story to begin with. A psychological trap. Because it was a marketplace frequented by ghost story-related figures, of course you'd assume any message was ghost-related. But it wasn't. If anything, yeah. It's a legacy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Let's go back to that note again. Font size, 1.4 m, text align, center, font weight, bold, font style, italic, color, number 982929. The here that was mentioned referred to an actual location in the real world. In other words, a location. And the next line. The grammar was strange, the phrasing unnatural. It had clearly been forced together. So let's break it apart. What's left would be 3 words. And if you have 3 words and a location, it's the perfect hint for deduction. Like the address system, what 3 words, which expresses a 3mx3m location with 3 words. 2. If I plug those words into a search, immediately, a small location in the old city center of Seoul comes up. And I'm standing there now. The word coordinates pointed to a location that slightly veered off from the building itself, spot tucked awkwardly between a cluster of small commercial buildings. And what was there was a manhole. More precisely, an old manhole cover propped up next to the wall of a vacant unit. As if someone had just leaned it there. As if to hint at something. I pushed the manhole cover. Creak. Surprisingly, it moved more easily than expected. And behind it, a stairwell leading down to a semi-basement. A hidden place. Why did the hand without a pinky finger lead me here? And why did it only accept items from the early days of Daydream Incorporated as payment? It was simple. Because it was connected to Daydream Inc. Hugh. I descended all the way down the stairs and looked up. Dream Incubation Room. Daydream Incorporated's Dream Essence Synthesizer. The prototype laboratory, built long ago, now stood revealed before my eyes. Chapter 148.1. Daydream Inc. A pharmaceutical company known for the improbable achievement of mass-producing potions with wish-granting properties. The raw materials consist of ghost stories. That was all the Dark Exploration records had to say when the company was first introduced. Because there were no detailed explanations, it sparked more imagination. The bizarre technology, the mystique, the cruelty, the blanks. All of it felt chilling. But as the wiki grew, so did the breadcrumbs. Backstories started getting attached. Of course, even Daydream Incorporated couldn't have just fallen out of the sky with perfect, unknown pharmaceutical tech. Even if it seemed that way on the surface, digging deeper should allow you to deduce its origins and history, because that's what made it exciting and fun. Eventually, as time passed, meaningful exploration logs were added here and there throughout the Dark Exploration records, and readers began forming and theorizing several conspiracies about Daydream Inc. What even is Daydream Incorporated? And the place I had just visited was evidence for conspiracy theory number 2. Conspiracy theory number 2, Daydream Incorporated was not originally a pharmaceutical company. The original source of Daydream Incorporated's pharmaceutical technology. Hugh. I swallowed hard and began to look around the Dream Incubation Room. The dust-covered lab looked like a disused school science room, or a decrepit lab abandoned after the end of the world. Everything looked dead. Work tables and experimental equipment. Beakers and cabinets filled with unidentified liquids. And a massive device at the center. The lights were off, and beneath an empty glass tube sat a button panel and keyboard was an old-style experimental machine straight out of the 2000s. Dream Incubator. And beside it was an experimental logbook. It was the same one mentioned in the exploration records. I opened the worn pages and began to read it. Every single page. All the clean handwriting that must have once filled the log had been deliberately and thoroughly obliterated. Filth, blood, ink, and pencil markings covered every surface, drenched in cramped scribbles of madness and screams. Perp. I dropped the logbook like I was throwing it away and gasped for breath. I thought I could handle it. I couldn't. You'd think that I would at least try to restore the text buried below, but I gave up right away. And it wasn't because this was some plot device like in the Dark Exploration records, where information would be blocked purposefully to build suspense. It's just that, I physically could not. It was simply unbearable. I remembered now. These were the responses provided by an employee who, by sheer accident, succeeded in conducting trades in the faceless market, an underground exchange located within a manhole, without disclosing his employment status during the company's internal interrogation. Assistant manager, yes. I was the one who discovered it. The machine looked old, but it still seemed to function properly. There also seemed to have been classified documents on dream essence potions and a few certain darknesses. I was afraid it might fall into outsider hands, so I quickly, pardon. Assistant manager, you're saying that facility doesn't belong to our company. Wait, so it wasn't contaminated by a darkness, but it's because the company. Wait, why are you pointing that at M? That record ended with the company successfully cleaning up the anonymous employee. A chill crawled down my spine. Something ominous was hanging in the silence of the lab. I wanted to turn around and run out of there right away. No. Time to move to the next step. Gritting my teeth, I looked behind the machine. There was a standard office desk with a data entry PC, and beneath the chair, something heavy had rolled onto the floor. A corpse. I already knew, but I still gasped. The body, as if it had just fallen from the desk, was dried up and lifeless like it had died long ago, which somehow made it even more disturbing. But I understood what had happened. Analysis results indicated that the body's motor functions had ceased 5 years prior. Given the circumstances, it is presumed that only vital signs were somehow sustained. It was the final researcher of this incubator, forcibly kept alive until the note at the faceless market was passed to someone else. The owner of the hand I had traded with. Chapter 148.2. From the corpse's left hand, which was missing its pinky finger, I retrieved the custom equipment coin I'd paid with. Then, I carefully picked up the card key hanging around its neck. Researcher Yuqi. Scrawled in ruined ballpoint ink above the smudged-out name was a phrase, "Can't let them find out." But I could still make out the first syllables of the name. Yuqi. Something flashed through my mind reflexively, but I pushed it down, for now. Hugh. If I searched this space further, I felt like I might uncover more of Daydream Incorporated's hidden backstory or origins. But who knows what might jump out. Even just the lab journal from earlier had given me a weird feeling. For now, I'll only touch what's already been verified. I returned to the central device labeled Dream Incubator. While there were no detailed operation logs in the dark exploration records, it had clearly stated, though it looks like an old prototype, it appears to be in proper working condition. All that remained was to piece together what was needed. Hugh. First, I picked up the card key I had retrieved from the dead researcher. Then, feeling along the surface of the Dream Incubator, I found a slot located on the outer front panel. Here, maybe. I inserted the card key into the slot. Zing. The machine lit up with red and blue lights. A huge experimental device glowing as if it were the only living thing in this decrepit old lab. And then, the glass tube mounted at the top. Is something inside? There seemed to be some kind of round object set at the center of the glass chamber. That might be the core component. In any case, the Dream Incubator had successfully reactivated. Along with a number displayed on a small panel next to the glass tube. D00000000. Time for the next step. I opened a valve at the end of a small pipe connected to the side of the glass tube. Inside, there was an oddly shaped recess. This is it. I reached into my coat and pulled out the item I had prepared, something I'd held onto ever since pulling it from a merch box, never able to use it no matter the situation. Newbie Epsilon. It was said to lose its effectiveness if exposed to air due to oxidation, so I hadn't even dared to touch it. Dream Essence, A grade or higher. A shimmering golden potion, like a hologram, contained within a Dream Essence collector designed for Daydream Incorporated's elite teams. I could finally use it what I had charged up during my escape from Braun's late-night talk show. I fit the sharp end of the collector into the recess on the end of the pipe. Thunk. It clicked in perfectly, almost like a lie. And then, the essence began to flow in. The dazzling, prismatic fluid filled the pipe and began to pour into the transparent glass chamber. It was almost overwhelming to look at. Was it really that much? From what I remembered, it had only been stored in a palm-sized cylinder. Yet somehow, it filled a quarter of the chamber with a soft swish. As the golden glow filled the glass, the object inside briefly revealed its silhouette. An egg. Something scarlet, the size of 5 chicken eggs. It seemed to pulse, and inside, a strange form flickered for a moment. But then it was completely submerged in the luminous liquid, vanishing from view. And then, the 00000001. The number on the panel increased. Accompanied by the hum of machinery, the number rapidly climbed. The 00158313. And stopped there. Phew. Success. I've charged the dream essence into the machine. The number, oddly reminiscent of welfare points, made me wonder. Could Daydream Incorporated's entire point system have originated from this? Not that it mattered now. What mattered was that everything had gone exactly as I'd planned. All that was left was to use it. I turned my attention to the buttons below the panel. They were emojis. Out of the dozens available, only these few were properly lit. Maybe I don't have enough materials. Or maybe it was a limitation of the machine itself, I couldn't be sure. Either way, I thought carefully and clicked the one that seemed the safest and most useful. The observant emoji with a silly face. The button lit up. The 00158313. The 00148313. The number decreased, and the machine activated. Boom. With a motor-like sound, the liquid inside the glass chamber was sucked downward. The vibrations of the machine made my whole body tremble slightly, and then, clunk. The lower section of the machine opened, and a cylindrical, transparent glass bottle emerged. Chapter 148.3. I picked it up with a trembling hand. A bright purple liquid, shimmering with an eerie radiance, swirled inside the bottle. Even the label was printed on graph paper. Detective syrup for kids. Cherry flavor. A familiar color. And just from the emoji and name, I could guess, Daydream Incorporated's detection potion. Detection potion. When consumed, it illuminates what you need most at the present moment. Judging from the color, it looked to be at least C grade. The name was different, but I was sure the effect would be similar. But what made it even more interesting was this. This potion was discontinued. Right. It was a potion no longer produced by Daydream Incorporated naturally. That meant it was also unavailable for purchase through the Employee Welfare Mall. At this point, it might very well be an item that can only be obtained through this prototype device. I definitely charged over 150,000 points into it. Since this potion had consumed 10,000 points, I could try pressing all the remaining emoji buttons. Alright, then next dial. At that moment, the panel's display changed. 06/23 hours 59 minutes and 54 seconds. And the entire lighting of the Dream Incubator dimmed, as if entering a power-saving mode. A cooldown countdown. Usable once per week. A limitation befitting a prototype. Phew. Honestly, it was a relief. If I'd gotten too excited and started pressing buttons at random, I might have wasted all that precious dream essence I'd just charged. Nui. Let's think it through a bit more. I decided to examine the powered-down machine more closely. Outwardly, it was a dull, ordinary hunk of metal, so I focused on the user interface instead. Especially the buttons. Each of these must correspond to a potion. I looked through the emojis. A mask, a demon, a thermometer, money, and other various icons. I could guess how these would match specific Daydream Incorporated potions. Except for one thing. I don't see one that looks like a wish ticket. Of course. The emoji resembling the quintessential potion, the one considered the very core of Daydream Incorporated, was nowhere to be found. Maybe this. I noticed a strange trace at the very bottom. It looked like the space where a button used to be had been forcibly gouged out. Can't say for sure. The ghost story setting wasn't forgiving enough to go poking around based on hopeful speculation. Maybe another employee could figure something out. If I brought someone who'd been at the company longer than me, I might be able to safely uncover more hints here. Of course, sharing unnecessary secrets might put both of us in danger. Still, there might be someone who wouldn't care about that. I thought about a few candidates, then stopped myself. Now that I'd taken on the role of a corporate spy, that kind of move was out of the question. And in any case, by the time this whole spy job was over, I'd already have the wish ticket in hand. Put it on hold. For now, I could be satisfied with the fact that I'd secured a personal use for the dream essence. I packed the detective syrup for kids and stepped outside. Phew. The yield was big, so I didn't feel too bad. But as I looked back at the manhole cover, I started to feel a bit uneasy. Agent Choi had taken the note. Could he deduce the location like I did and show up? Or maybe he was already tracking my movements. But there was no way to trace which manhole I'd exited from, and even if he had the note, it would be hard to break the code while stuck in the mindset of, this is obviously ghost story related. Even in the dark exploration records, it took a former Daydream Incorporated employee 3 months to crack the cipher after obtaining it. And that was purely by chance. If your thought process is stuck in this must be ghost related, then, yeah, it's inevitable. Still, just in case, I decided to take a temporary precaution. I think this'll do. After taking a 3,000-point potion I'd purchased from the welfare mall, I closed the manhole cover. Gatekeeper potion. The first door you close after taking this potion can only be opened by someone to whom you personally disclose the door's location. I think it was also called the secret potion. It vaguely reminded me of something Director Ho had done, which annoyed me a little. But the relief outweighed the discomfort. Alright. There weren't any ridiculous world-building elements like Daydream Incorporated tracks all potion usage locations, so this was enough to feel moderately safe. Now all that was left was to return to the bureau and enter another ghost story, huh? I dragged my feet on the way back to the hospital room, grumbling to myself. My life, seriously. Still, from now on there'd be a bonus income from going into ghost stories. Since I could collect dream essence. Not to hand over to the company, but for my own use. Let's hang in there. I gave the elite team Dream Essence Collector, soon to be in use again, a quick pat, and successfully returned to my hospital room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days later. You've done well. And no, not at all. I was finally discharged and returned to temporary agent duties. As mentioned before, you've been assigned to a general operations role, not to the dispatch and rescue unit. Thank you. I almost cried while listening to Agent Bronze's briefing. This time, the work won't be as dangerous. Civilian rescues are already completed, and you'll just be wrapping things up on site. Everything was beautiful. Yeah, people need to do some low-stress jobs from time to time. For this assignment, all you need to do is drive at 2 a.m. with a ghost in the passenger seat. Excuse me, what? Chapter 149.1. I had already experienced it firsthand several times before, how most of the ghost stories handled by the Disaster Management Bureau result in fatalities. Because for something to be registered as a supernatural disaster, there must be human casualties. In that sense, tasks that allow you to act as a bureau agent while staying a step removed from actual harm can seem very appealing. I mean, I get it. But still. Wait, so I'm supposed to drive at an ungodly hour with a ghost in the passenger seat? Yes. You've got to be kidding me. Don't worry. No driver has ever died. At worst, there have been mild heart attacks or brief loss of consciousness. You won't need any major mental preparation. Oh, I will, actually. I almost turned to stare at Agent Bronze in betrayal and disbelief, but managed to hold it in. Wait a second. If I blatantly say I'm scared right now, won't I just be told to quit? I already complained once to get out of the dispatch and rescue unit. If I do it again, Agent Bronze, who already seems a bit awkward around me, might just sigh in relief and encourage me to switch careers altogether. No way. That'd be the worst possible route for a spy. So I changed strategies. But I'm not in a condition to drive. Lowering my head and playing the part of the pitiful rookie, I glanced at my empty right arm. Yes. They wouldn't actually make someone drive with one arm, right? Unless someone had trained that way from the start, how the hell is a person supposed to drive with a ghost at 2 a.m. after suddenly losing an arm? This should naturally get me reassigned to something else, but that won't be an issue. Pardon me. Agent Bronze looked at me with a faint smile, the first I'd seen in days. It's time you receive treatment for your arm. Ah. Thinking about it now, it made perfect sense. The Bureau wasn't stupid enough to just throw someone with one arm behind the wheel. Before starting this task, it was only natural they'd do something about my missing right arm. Should I laugh or cry? Honestly, I kinda wanna cry. Thanks to that, though, I finally got to enter the main facilities of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau with Agent Bronze. I can't believe I'm actually getting to do this. This way. Yes. I followed Agent Bronze, not into the bustling city hall where civil servants were hard at work, but instead around the back, down the narrow alley between City Hall and the Soul Library. With a cute new beta. The shadows of both buildings made the path dim. As we walked past the unmanned library book return kiosk at the rear of the Soul Library. Here. A glass walkway connecting the two buildings stretched overhead. stepping beneath that bridge. Shying. The metal badge I wore gleamed and reflected faintly onto the narrow flowerbed beneath the library window. And then, a door that had not been visible revealed itself. The flowerbed widened and deepened, and a hidden space emerged. A clean, opaque glass door with a nameplate. Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Please enter. And so, in the narrow path between Seoul City Hall and the Seoul Library, where countless pedestrians passed by without noticing, we entered the hidden headquarters of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau through that secret door. For the record, it was an automatic door. Whoa. And inside, surprisingly, it looked just like a typical government office. A slightly aged interior, with people of various ages in business attire walking around doing their jobs. Though, the conversations being exchanged were anything but ordinary. How many people died? 15. What the hell's going on at Dabong District lately? That damn haunted phone booth just won't stop. Everyone was moving in a hurry. And occasionally, strange lights or shadows followed behind them, perfectly capturing the eerie public institution atmosphere of this ghost story world. The Bureau's main facilities are located underground. They say it's much harder to hide things above ground. I see. I stepped into the elevator with Agent Bronze. It looked like a typical, moderately outdated modern elevator, but instead of buttons for floors, there was a keypad input system. Probably so people can't easily tell how many underground floors there are. 07. Agent Bronze quickly entered the code. The equipment management unit is on B7. We got off at basement level 7, which had the exact same layout as B1, and went straight to the door at the end of the hall. Supernatural Equipment Registration Room. As we entered, a middle-aged civil servant seated alone in the small office looked up and greeted us with recognition. Ah, Agent Bronze. Just in time, the senior in your team was asking. Oh, is this the new recruit? Yes. That's right. Hello. I go by Agent Grapes. Ahaha, I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Oh Jonghai, Administrative Officer in the Equipment Management Division. I'm not a field agent, so I don't have a code name. The middle-aged officer smiled and led me and Agent Bronze deeper inside. She opened a door that looked like a display case made of old wood in a deep hue, revealing shelves stretching far inward like a warehouse. Chapter 149.2. Now then, what you'll be issued today, Agent Grapes. Her voice gradually faded behind me, and the warehouse ahead grew darker. This one. Twinkle. Something glinted, like moonlight hitting glass. I looked at the item on the nearest shelf. A worn and cracked glass lantern. But so delicately crafted that light shimmered through the fine glasswork. And at its center, a pale blue flame flickered wildly as if it had noticed me. This Takibi flame just came in today. It's full of energy. Says it's super excited to help you. Oh my god. This turned out to be the coolest, most anticipated method possible. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. /items. Takibi Flame Lantern. A glass lantern imbued with a will-o-wisp, consecrated with sacred energy over 100 days. Usually inhabited by a mischievous yet kind spirit, the wisp cools itself and trains while residing within. The item adapts to the user and follows them as a natural accessory, sometimes even serving as a substitute limb. When compatibility is high, the user can access several of the Takibi Flame's playful tricks. Usage condition, available only to Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau civil servants who have received authorization for its use. Would you like to try it now? With a trembling left hand, I carefully accepted the glass lantern. In that moment, the glass collapsed. The shattered transparent lantern reassembled my missing right arm with a crisp sound, like piecing together ice shards. Then, as the Takibi flame enveloped it, it worked. My arm transformed into a normal, intact one. I moved it. It responded perfectly. No pain at all. Wow. Of all phenomena categorized as ghost stories, this one was among the warmest and most comforting I'd ever encountered. It feels more like something from a folktale or legend. I flexed my right hand. It moved by my will but still felt strangely cool and soft. Then, suddenly, my right thumb shot up on its own. Ah, it's got a bit of a mischievous streak. But that'll probably help you on the job. Haha. Yes, ma'am. So this is what even civil servants become like after being immersed in the ghost story world. And so, I filled the void of my right arm with the spiritual energy of a Takibi flame. Of course, it wasn't permanent. We didn't personalize it with your birth sign or perform a dedicated consecration ritual, so it'll revert to a lantern after 3 days. When that happens, just come back for a recharge. A with circumflex nu beta s. Yeah, I figured as much. They wouldn't hand over a custom-made, official Dakibi flame lantern to a rookie right off the bat. What I got was probably more like a shared, general-purpose item than the real thing that lets you use proper Dakibi tricks. If they handed these out freely, the Bureau would be OP and collapse the balance in the dark exploration records. You must want a custom version made, right? That requires a full consecration ritual, which you can't get with this temporary issue. You'd have to pass a Dakibi's trials, too. Goodness, it's powerful but no easy task. That kind of treatment was reserved for aces or team leaders within the Bureau anyway. Having a reason to use a healing potion mid-mission will be helpful, though. At any rate, I bowed my head and thanked the 2 supervising officers who helped me complete the issuance paperwork. Thank you very much. Oh, no need for that. And the administrative officer from the Equipment Management Division gave me a tip with a wink over her glasses. Agent Bronze has never gone this far to take care of a rookie before. He always works himself to the bone without showing it. He's admirable, but sometimes it's a bit sad to watch. I'm glad to see he's getting along well with you. Ah, thank you. Don't mention it. Whether we were really getting along or not, I wasn't sure. But after spending time with him today, he definitely seemed more courteous and attentive than I'd expected. Maybe he'd had time to sort out his thoughts while I was hospitalized. Maybe he decided he should treat me decently, even if it's uncomfortable, since he kind of owes me his life. Either way, I was genuinely grateful. On our way back, Agent Bronze had said this to me. It may take time, but someday, let's find you a personalized Dakibi flame of your own, too. Thank you, sir. It was honestly kind of fascinating. I couldn't help but wonder what form mine would take. If I can use a Dakibi's tricks too, escaping ghost stories might become way easier. Of course, the odds of that happening were low. My spy assignment would likely end before then. And frankly, it'd be better for me if it did. But it was still a fun thought. Even if it felt extremely strange to have a right arm that wasn't really mine. And even if I was now stuck waiting until dawn to serve as a ghost personal cabbie. Save me. I endured the wait in silence, suppressing my groan. Now that I had both arms, I couldn't wheedle myself out of driving. Guh, Hayek. Time passed mercilessly, and at last, the moment came. 2 a.m. Chapter 149.3. Darkness loomed over the express bus terminal station. Of course, it also had to be drizzling. The regular operation hours of public transportation had long since ended, the crowds had vanished, and silence settled in. Only a few taxis like mine were parked in a row, taking advantage of the night surcharge and the absence of other transport options. I gripped the steering wheel tightly. 3 civilians were trapped and unable to escape after seeing a ghost in the restroom near express bus terminal station. At around 12:45 a.m., they were safely rescued and returned to reality. Now, if the ghost is safely returned to its original location, the supernatural phenomenon will conclude. And the person tasked with safely returning the ghost to its original location was me. Agent Bronze said he'll be waiting at the destination. Phew. Alone in the silent car, I took a deep breath. Although the ghost has already lost its chosen offering, it cannot cause direct harm to the driver. However, various strange phenomena may occur inside the vehicle. Do not panic and respond calmly. Now, let me explain the vehicle assigned to you. And that's how I ended up in this 4-seater taxi with at least 2 number 8s on its license plate. As I was sitting in that very car, I could barely hold it together behind the wheel. The ghost will check the license plate at the taxi stand, then board the vehicle assigned to you. Eventually. From the looming darkness outside, a long-haired figure appeared, peering into the windshield. She was, bowing her head low, staring at the license plate. I tried my hardest to keep my hands from shaking on the wheel, pretending to stay calm. If the driver shows signs of agitation, the ghost may leave the taxi. In that case, the disaster will not conclude. Please be careful. The long-haired silhouette staggered oddly toward the passenger side. Then, knock, knock. I unlocked the door. A person with her face nearly hidden by their long hair and dressed in a faded, seasonally inappropriate summer outfit got in. As they entered, they mumbled, "Please take me to Sajiyuk Cemetery." Click. The passenger door closed. Understood. This car's number is nice. The number is Gudate. I nearly passed out. Is that so? Doing my best to sound composed, I tapped the destination into the navigation system. Sajiyuk. Seam, Terry. Search complete. A location with a name too strange to be real was, shockingly, found. The GPS began guiding the route. Estimated arrival time, 4:04 a.m. 2 hours. I barely pressed down on the pedal. The car started moving, leaving the express bus terminal behind. VRRRRRRR. The engine was the only sound left in the car. Now I had to sit in this cramped space with a ghost for the next 2 hours. While driving. Without getting into an accident. A strange chill crept through the car. The plaster air freshener on the dashboard swayed, but instead of a floral scent, it gave off something else. The smell of something burning. Suffocating silence. Turn left in 200 meters. My hands on the wheel almost twitched. Even the emotionless voice of the navigation system sent shivers down my spine. I did my best not to let my emotions show. More precisely, not to look to my side. But the less I looked, the more terrifying it became. Sweat gathered on my palms, and I couldn't focus properly on the dark road ahead. Maybe it would be better to just look. Not knowing just made it worse. The imagination, the pressure, it's unbearable. Just a little, just a little. I glanced at the passenger seat. The long-haired woman was sitting quietly. With her neck was twisted around. I can't breathe. I focused on the steering wheel. Something's chasing us. Eyes fixed on the road. Cold sweat clung to the back of my neck. I couldn't stop picturing what I had just seen. Her head completely twisted, her face crushed against the headrest, only the back of her head visible under all that black hair. A with diuresis knew. Hey. Driver, I said something's chasing us. Look behind you, behind you. Behind you. I turned my head. Anne. Ah. It's another vehicle. I checked the side mirror. Don't worry, ma'am. There aren't many cars on the road right now, so I guess that one's just speeding. I'll keep driving safely. Ah, yees drive safe, drive safe. I didn't look at the passenger seat again. I didn't look behind me either. I tried my hardest, so hard, not to look anywhere. This isn't gonna work. Ha. This is driving me absolutely insane. I can't, I really can't. I need some sound. Anything. Would it be alright if I turn on the radio? Yes. I forced my frozen hand forward and turned on the radio. Turning on the radio will temporarily calm the ghost passenger. Welcome to the late-night romance that keeps you company through the deep hours. Hello, this is Kim Myong's Deep Night Romance Radio. The smooth, stable voice of the radio DJ briefly drove back the fear. Phew. I could finally breathe. But the radio wasn't a cure-all. Though it resembles a real radio broadcast, the longer you listen, the more unsettling the content becomes. Traffic accidents dated a week into the future, condolences for disasters that haven't happened, interviews with the dead, and so on. It is recommended to leave the station on the initial broadcast. The more you change frequencies, the stranger, and more horrifying, the content is likely to become. This was the reason I hadn't turned it on earlier. I only played it now as a last resort, and I was still prepared to shut it off at a moment's notice. Please, 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 just let this buy me a little peace. Now, let's welcome today's guest. This is a program I personally enjoy watching. Yes, it's the Late Night Talk Show. We have a legendary host in the radio booth tonight. Everyone, please give him a warm welcome. Host of Braun's Late Night Talk Show, the incredible and marvelous Braun. Wait a minute. Chapter 150.1. Just now on the radio. Did the DJ really just say the name of a certain ghost story talk show host I know well? For a moment there, I thought I was hallucinating. Driving to a cemetery at 2 a.m. with a ghost in the passenger seat while listening to the radio. It felt like a reasonable delusion under the circumstances. But then, a voice came through the speakers. Oh dear, I hardly know what to do with such praise. A familiar voice. Truly, it's a pleasure to be here. Let me share my story with utmost sincerity. I need to turn it off. No matter how you look at it, listening to an A-grade or higher ghost story declare it'll speak with utmost sincerity is not a good idea. Especially not when a ghost is sitting right next to me. Wait, no. Hold on. If I think about it another way, wouldn't it actually help distract me? Radio funny kikikikik. The ghost in the passenger seat let out a laugh. Or, no, it wasn't really laughing. It was mimicking the sound of laughter, like onomatopoeia. Mocking, unsettling, twisted. A purely instinctive kind of fear. Ha. In the end, I froze mid-motion, hand hovering over the radio. The soft-spoken DJ and the upbeat talk show host were having a friendly exchange. I focused on that, kept my eyes on the dark road ahead, and drove. I heard that the Purgatory Choir recently sent the late-night talk show band a special instrument. Rumor has it that it was a gift of apology and gratitude. Whether it's sincere or Nigerian Naira. Typical banter for when a famous talk show host guests on a radio show. Catching up, current events, inside jokes, fan questions. All of it followed the usual format, but when you really listened, there was something off, something unsettling. Nouns that didn't fit the verbs. Impossible details. Words stitched together to form something grotesque. Whether the heart or the brain is the true seat of love, our next guest has taken a delicate look into it. Their skill with dissection was impressive. Definitely please, tune in next time. Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Look forward to it. Cold sweat gathered on my left palm gripping the wheel. At some point, the ghost started staring at me. Just staring. Are you enjoying it? I asked if it's fun. I'm sorry. I was trying to focus on the road, so I only caught bits of it, but the host really is a smooth talker. He. I'm going insane. And the broadcast continued, sweet and calm. The late-night talk show always brings excitement, fear, and joy. But when you're not running the show, Mr. Braun, what hobbies do you enjoy? Hobbies. Piano, selecting a fine wine, a good bath, such things are dear companions to life. It's a chronic affliction of entertainers, choosing only the most inspiring hobbies. And chatting with a good friend is always a joy. A friend of yours, Mr. Braun. Can we hear more? Maybe a call, or something like that. Holy shit. Sadly, we've fallen out of touch recently. A phone call might be difficult. Oh my, that's a shame. My heart aches with the loss. But fortunately, I do happen to know a few details about my friend's recent activities. My throat went dry. Excuse me. Apparently he joined a barbecue event at a supermarket. And even bought an ugly plush toy. Can you believe it? So silly, so charming. Anne. It's a little loud. Could you please turn it down? My hand reached for the radio, trembling. He's using glass in place of an arm now. Oh dear, glass. Isn't that far too fragile to function properly? Should I say that? Please tell me that's what I should say. Isn't that so? Oh, most certainly. I'm terribly concerned, especially when a foolish and useless creature is stuck to the glass as well. A stream of cold sweat ran down my back. What a pitiful. I finally managed to hit the power button. Click. A moment of silence. Decision indeed. Heavens. But the radio came back on by itself. How sad that I can't reach my friend due to unfortunate circumstances. I do wish I could tell him this. Why isn't the radio turning off? You're being so rude. If you're not going to turn it off, could you please let me out? I need to get out, please open the door. Then, the ghost's voice dropped to a whisper. And help me down too, I can't do it alone. I don't have feet. Can we confirm if it's possible to reach him? I turned my head. Only then did I see it. The ghost in the passenger seat had no legs. More precisely, both legs ended in ragged, torn stumps at the ankles. It was just pretending to walk by dragging those along. I can't walk on my own. I have to go with you. Drip, drip. Blood was falling. Or rather, it must have been trickling down all along. From beneath the passenger seat, now soaked, blood began to pour out like mad, spreading across the floor, seeping past the edge of the seat. It kept flowing all the way to the driver's side, over my shoes, over the pedals. Just a moment. I suppose there's no need to confirm it now. My friend must be doing his best as well. The voice deepened. The famous saying comes to mind, heaven helps those who help themselves. Across many cultures, similar phrases persist like a kind of magic. And in that sense, A friend doing his best surely deserves a bit of special help, too. That warm, composed voice continued. You may turn off the radio now, friend. Oh, look. We have a guest. Screech. I barely managed to step on the brake in time. I almost hit something. Ha. A hand had appeared against the windshield, like a hitchhiker's with a thumb raised. My right arm, the Dakibi flame, mimicked the same thumbs-up gesture, then lowered it. No. Cold sweat ran down my back. Apparently, I'd accidentally turned the radio off while fumbling for the wheel. Oh. A person. It's a person, right? The ghost beside me seemed to have shifted her attention to the potential passenger outside. Chapter 150.2. If a passenger tries to join mid-ride, it's better not to refuse. Let them sit in the back quietly. Refusals have led to cases where the ghost follows the new passenger off the vehicle. Knock knock. A hand tapped on the back row's window, then awkwardly opened the door. It's important to note that there have been cases where the hitchhiking passenger will not be human. Remember, agent, the vehicle you're driving is itself a supernatural entity. It's possible something strange will attempt to board. In such cases, you may refuse for your own safety. Always remember, your life comes first. Ha. Please, just please don't get in. The blood was still pooling all across the front floor. If this person screamed and ran off, I wouldn't even need to say a word. If they were normal, maybe they'd just walk away without me having to refuse. Excuse me. A calm voice spoke. Is this how you do it? Please take me to Seoul Station where I can ride the KTX. Why is he here? Reflected faintly in the front mirror, pale complexion, scruffy pale brown hair, a slim frame, and a face that looked perpetually bored and exhausted. J3. A sergeant of the security team at Daydream Incorporated was trying to board my taxi, his voice full of apathy. What the actual hell? Members of the security team were allowed out at night after dark, but what was he doing here, in the middle of a mountain road, no less? And what the heck's at Seoul Station? Maybe because the taxi had become part of a ghost story, it drew in someone contaminated. I didn't know. What mattered most was this. The sergeant must have been told that I died a month ago. Did he recognize me? Did he realize who I was? No, my head was down, messy hair over my eyes, glasses on, and he could only see the back of my head. Odds were low. Stay calm. Stay calm. There's already a passenger. I need to drop her off first. That's fine. His tone was indifferent, even though the car smelled heavily of incense and blood. Oh ho ho, one more person joined an emery. I'm so happy. What a relief. All right, I'll hop in. The sergeant gently sat in the back seat and closed the door. Why aren't we moving? I started the car. I'm going insane. I resumed the route in silence. Speed check zone ahead. I slowed down. Please drive faster. The ghost's whisper came from the passenger seat, still flat and lifeless in tone. I wanted to get out of this nightmare as quickly as possible too, but I couldn't. If you break traffic laws, the ghost will clap its hands with delight, then attempt to cause a crash. Afterward, it will try to exit the vehicle. Do not let it. We might get caught speeding, ma'am, so please hang in there a little longer. The limp, long hair turned toward me. I felt her gaze. Excuse me. Excuse me. I said hurry up. It's chasing us from behind, don't you see it? I can see it. It's gonna catch us. Caught. Thud. A red handprint splattered against the passenger side window. Thud 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 thud. Handprints bloomed on every window. The windshield. The rear-view mirror. Thick, bloody marks streaked and smeared down like dripping blood. Inside the car. Then I realized. These handprints weren't being pressed from outside. They were being stamped from within, as if something inside was slapping the windows, trying to get out. A chill of sweat ran down the back of my neck. The ghost in the passenger seat began to tilt her head, tilting further, unnaturally, until up and down reversed. Her chin pointed toward the roof, and her mouth came into view. I want out. Hurry, or I'll get out. Hurry, drive fast. Ahem. A soft cough echoed from the backs. You are quite rude. A massive black tongue shot out from behind the passenger seat, dripping saliva as it swallowed the whole seat in one gulp. Crunch. The ghost's long black hair snapped as a monstrous tongue, jagged teeth jutting in all directions, and a twisted eyeball with a long snout engulfed the entire front seat. Rude little lamb. Pig. Red child. The beast grew larger. Its gaping maw started creeping toward the driver's seat, sharp claws unsheathed. My hands on the wheel trembled, and then, at that moment, approaching destination, I managed to speak. We're almost there. The shadow paused. Silence. Stillness. And then, sorry. Everything vanished. The interior of the car was completely empty. The grotesque, inhuman maw, gone. As if none of it had ever existed. Only a hollow, eerie silence remained. The ghost in the passenger seat was still there. She sat blankly, dazed, staring into space, as if under a spell. Which was unsettling in its own way. Suppressing the crawling sensation up my spine, I barely maintained steady driving. A few seconds later. You have arrived at Sajiyuk Cemetery. This concludes the navigation guide. The GPS stuttered and shut off. In the middle of a mountain road. The headlights illuminated a sign just ahead. Danger. Beware of falling. Do not lean or climb. There was a cliff ahead. Holding back trembling, I reached to unlock the passenger side door. We've arrived, ma'am. As I slowly turned my head. There was no one in the passenger seat. No pool of blood below, no burnt scent, no eerie laughter. If the ghost disappears at the destination, you've successfully completed the mission. Signal the handler waiting at the site, then surrender the taxi to a purification specialist before sunrise. Thank you for your service. Hugh. I finally let go of the steering wheel. Just then, someone gently tapped on the driver's side window. Knock knock. It's Agent Bronze. Just a moment, officer. After addressing Agent Bronze as a police officer instead, I hurriedly rolled down the window and stuck my head out, lowering my voice as I glanced toward the back seat. There's another passenger. I'll drop him off quickly and come right back. Understood. Fortunately, Agent Bronze seemed to interpret my panic as a rookie agent flustered by civilian involvement, and let me go. I raised the window and drove away from the strange cliffside. In the side mirror, I caught a flash of something bizarre gleaming at that Sajiyuk cemetery. I did it. I didn't pass out. I had nearly screamed at the ghost mid-trip, begging her to please kindly get out. My hands are still shaking. It had been a nightmare, but at least it was over without a crash or death. Now, I just had to drop off the sergeant. Right. He said Seoul Station, right. I could just babble on about seeing a ghost along the way, play it off like nonsense. I glanced at the back seat. Still, that thing earlier, it was terrifying, but in the end, it helped me. If things were still the same, I probably would have stopped by with a thank you gift or something. Like donuts, the kind the sergeant liked. Now though, he wouldn't even recognize me, so I should just chatter on about ghosts, play my role as the cab driver, and... So you were alive. What a relief. Chapter 151.1. The phrase, what a relief that you're alive, carried two implied premises. That he knew who the other person is. And that he had assumed that person was dead. All of it pointed back to one thing. The security team's sergeant had recognized me, the one sitting in the taxi driver's seat, as Supervisor Kim Solium of the field exploration team who had been declared deceased. Since when? I checked the sergeant sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He was wearing his worn security uniform as if they were civilian clothes, cap pulled low. I couldn't see his face clearly. But somehow, he seemed relieved. Suddenly, I remembered what Supervisor Park Min-seong had said. Sergeant J from the security team asked about you sometimes. I didn't say you got lost in the darkness or anything, but a few days ago, he seemed to have figured it out already. Given his years of experience as a sergeant in the security team, he would have seen plenty of rookies from Daydream Incorporated's field exploration team vanish. Still, maybe because we were acquainted, he'd worried about me. I'm grateful. And sorry. And on top of that, it was surprising how he recognized me and still played it cool, quietly waiting without saying a word. Of course, given that I was currently playing the role of corporate spy, this wasn't exactly a heartwarming reunion. Anyway, Director Ho already seemed to suspect that the D-Squad knew I was alive. I couldn't afford to make things worse. The sergeant's not the type to run around blabbing about seeing me, anyway. A subtle hint when he gets off the taxi, asking him to keep it quiet, would be enough. Once I'd sorted it all out in my head, I spoke in the most taxi driver-like, friendly voice I could muster. "Oh man, what a ride." Thought my heart was going to give out. "So, sir. You said you're headed to Seoul Station, right? It'll take about 40 minutes to get. B Epsilon. Ah, that. It's fine. I don't need to go." "Pardon, sir." I instinctively glanced at the mirror to look at the sergeant. He met my eyes in the reflection, smiling faintly. "No reason to go anymore, I guess." "Wait a second. Is this how you do it? Please take me to Seoul Station where I can ride the express train." "Express train? Seoul Station. That place is also the publicly known departure point for Tamara Express into the darkness, the very one I'd been reported missing in." "No way. No, that couldn't be." I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead. And yet, I ended up speaking. Did you decide to meet the person somewhere else?" "That's not it. I already met them." "It's okay." Damn it. He really did come looking for me. The guy who's not even allowed outside except at night. It's been over a month since I went missing. Everyone had given up hope and processed me as dead. And yet, this guy, just because we were somewhat acquainted, he came chasing traces of me before dawn to catch the express train. Maybe it's because I know his backstory. Before he was assigned to the security team, he was a named squad leader of the B Squad. Somehow, that made it even more touching. And it made me think. If it's to this extent, maybe he's trustworthy. He was never the type to be blindly loyal or passionate about the company anyway. If that's the case, I decided to double-check. Sir. Are you maybe out on assignment? Does the company reimburse the fare or maybe track your location for reports? No. They don't. The sergeant answered firmly. They don't really care enough to do that now. And these days, they're more lenient about going out, too. All right. Then, before sunrise, would you like to take a little drive with me? I turned off the car's built-in navigation and pulled up a new route on my personal phone. The destination, a location accessible through the keywords, T/N, empathy, attention, toy. The lab where Daydream Incorporated's prototype device was stored. ******. I parked the taxi at the destination. As soon as I got out with the sergeant, I called out to him. "JSSI." The sergeant looked up instantly. Not in surprise, but almost with relief. So the taxi wasn't contaminated by the darkness. Pardon. The express train, sometimes you get contaminated while riding it, and, you end up reassigned to other transport, like as a driver or something. Hold on. Did he seriously think I'd been so contaminated by a ghost story that I became a ghost story taxi driver, and just played along the whole time? If I'd pushed too hard, he might have tried to yeet me out of the car. Cold sweat ran down my back. Good thing that misunderstanding didn't go too far, and he got out when he did. It's nothing. Still. Thank you for worrying about me. Yes. What a relief. I almost had the rare experience of walking straight into the maw of a ghost story. I let out a sigh of relief inwardly and locked the car door after the sergeant stepped out. Then suddenly, a question popped into my mind. But why did you suddenly hail a taxi in the mountains? Don't tell me he tried walking to Seoul Station from the mountains and got lost. The mountain. A confused voice. I was in front of the company. The explanation that followed was this. As expected, the sergeant had been dazedly walking from in front of the company towards Seoul Station. It was so early that all public transportation had stopped, and apparently he'd forgotten how to call a taxi. And then he saw it. A taxi that oddly stood out to the eye. And I heard the radio. Hearing the radio, reminded me of the time I took a taxi before. So, though clumsy, he'd impulsively followed the taxi and managed to catch it. There was only one possible explanation for this entire story. Brawn. Distorted time and space, and the spotlight. If it was the handiwork of the showbiz ghost story host, then no wonder it left such a chilling impression. And the way the sergeant recognized me was just as striking. The smell. I have a good nose. A remark that, to anyone watching, would be extremely convincing coming from someone tainted by an animal ghost story with a snout. In any case, I had a rough grasp of the situation now. I shook my head once and moved closer to show him something. This way, please. A door disguised as a manhole cover, propped up against a wall in an alley. It would be better to go inside and talk in more detail. Then I opened the door and headed down. Oh. The sergeant followed behind with a lifeless murmur, but the moment he saw the lab's nameplate, he froze for a second. Dream incubation room. This is the company. I don't think so. I opened the lab door and let the sergeant see inside. But it does seem to be connected. Among the people I know, he had worked the longest at the company, was deeply involved, but had no particular personal stake. The former squad leader of Elite B Squad quietly lowered his gaze as he looked at the fundamental research lab of Daydream Incorporated, S Pharmaceutical Tech. JSSI, is there anything here that catches your eye? Chapter 151.2. Rather than his usual sluggish motions, which had shown not even a drop of enthusiasm, the sergeant moved swiftly and precisely through the lab. Even his eyes seemed like someone else's. Well, there are some unusual items here, so I hope you won't overexert yourself. There was no reply. He even tried to skim through the research journal I had once tossed away in exhaustion, but when a grotesque black shadow tried to leap out over him again, I freaked out and snatched it away. Only after that whole inspection ended did the sergeant finally speak. This place, who told you about it? A company employee. No, I happened to find a clue in another ghost story. When I looked into it, strangely enough, it didn't seem to belong to Daydream Incorporated. Even though it clearly looks like a prototype made with the same technology. The sergeant affirmed this with silence. Do you have any idea what this place might be? Even if it's just a suspicion or a partial guess. The sergeant glanced around the lifeless, seemingly abandoned lab space, then opened his mouth with a peculiar expression. Have you heard of the company disposing of darknesses? No. But I actually had. I directly witnessed how the plot device was updated several times to become more coherent. But since it would be too odd for a rookie to know such things, it was better to hear it directly from the sergeant. What do you mean by disposing of darknesses? I mean, even if someone clears it, if essence can't be extracted from it anymore, they throw it out. Because it's no longer useful. That's right. Ghost stories that, from Daydream Incorporated's perspective, no longer yield any productivity. When a darkness loses its supernatural presence, dream essence can no longer be harvested from it. In such cases, after the deletion procedure of its registration number, it's discarded, although some are recycled through research or recharge processes. Here, loses its supernatural presence typically means that too much exploration data has accumulated and the manual is overly complete. They've fully mapped out the ghost story. The sense of the extraordinary and mysterious fades, and employees just handle it like routine, without tension. Once all its mechanisms are revealed and there's no longer anything creepy or left to imagine, that ghost story becomes reality. Just a slightly dangerous reality. No different from a high-risk industrial site. Of course, since it was originally a ghost story, it might still retain some eerie traits that could act as an unnatural trigger. Like that blood and filth-covered research journal the sergeant was now tapping with his fingers. This kind of thing too. It just feels like one of those discarded darknesses. Then there's a high chance the space itself was originally a ghost story. If I piece it all together. Daydream Incorporated extracted pharmaceutical technology from this ghost story, and in the process of wringing it dry, the ghost story itself disappeared. Is that it? In any case, the fact that this place had now become relatively safe was good information. And this. The security sergeant picked up the card key placed in front of the dream incubator. The ID I had found on the corpse of the deceased researcher. Researcher Yuqui. This says. Yuqui, right. That's how I read it too. I thought so. The sergeant fiddled with the card key and spoke slowly, gaze lowered. Then by any chance, do you know, Cheerful Research Institute? The moment I heard that specific name, I realized. Why the name, Yuqui, had felt strangely familiar. Cheerful Research Institute. 1. From the mysterious candle kit I had to the theme park ghost story I previously investigated. It was the origin of those ghost stories I'd repeatedly come across but dismissed as incidental world-building tidbits. A name that had shown up several times even in the Dark Exploration records. A ghost story maker. Dark Exploration records / factions. Cheerful Research Institute. A strange group that produces toy-themed ghost stories. Their size, personnel, and purpose are all unknown. Products from the Cheerful Research Institute appear in various places, from ghost story shopping platforms like Delusion Home Shopping, Space Shopping Mall, Today's Catalog, to old rural attics. They're often registered as darknesses with Daydream Incorporated. The most famous example is that theme park. There are ghost stories that produce other ghost stories, and the company kind of favors those, the sergeant explained. That Cheerful Research Institute is a name you can come across fairly often within Daydream Inc. And then came something new to me. I heard about how the very first darkness the company ever registered had the Cheerful Research Institute tag too. Do you know what that darkness was? No idea. I only overheard the executives talking about it, that it had already been discarded. Holy shit. You remember all that? The sergeant gazed at me blankly. When it comes to the company, I remember everything, all of it. Other things. I've forgotten a lot of this and that. Would you like to remember them again? The sergeant pressed down his cap. Not really. They weren't all good memories. Maybe he only thinks that because he's forgotten. I understand. Still, if the opportunity comes someday, wouldn't it be nice to look for the good memories? Like a really tasty meal or a fun place. MMH. The sergeant's voice brightened slightly. That might not be so bad. Right. I nodded with a smile. Thank you for kindly explaining all this despite being dragged to such a strange place. I doubt there are many employees who know that the first ghost story Daydream Incorporated registered had the Cheerful Research Institute tag. You're probably not supposed to know it in the first place. Ack. The sergeant brought his index finger to his lips. So don't spread it around, unless you want a visit from the security team. A chill ran down my spine. Chapter 151.3. Of course. Mr. Roe dear. Since you played dead and slipped away, it might take the security team a while to find you. Played dead? Oh, right. I didn't actually escape the company. I'm currently on Director Ho's project team. I quickly explained my current situation. Skipped over the part about being missing inside a ghost story for a month, and focused on the fact that I was now being worked to the bone at the director's task force. I applied because it seemed like the fastest way to get a wish ticket. I'm not really supposed to say this either, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it secret. There's no one I can even tell. Oof. The sergeant said something casually miserable, then stared into space as if deep in thought. Director Ho. All the executives in this company are out of their minds anyway. Yeah. I'm starting to get that too. Do you know Director Ho well? No. Director Ho came in after I was already in the security team. I saw Director Chong a few times, but that was ages ago. The sergeant looked around. Anyway, don't tell the executives about this. Of course. The staff member who originally discovered this facility and reported it was dead now. I had no intention of divulging this place either. But at this point, should I share a bit more clearly? I'd already gone ahead and shown this place to the sergeant. And despite how suspicious I must have looked, he continued to show trust and offer information. Wouldn't it be good to solidify that trust a bit more here? I should share what I know too. After all, I've confirmed that he's still a decent person, from the detailed records to the real-life person right in front of me. Alright. JSSI, then could you take a look at this? I reactivated the dream incubator, which had been in sleep mode, using the card key. Zing. The panel and glass chamber lit up with a sound. If you press this, it seems to produce a syrup similar to Daydream's potions. I showed the pipe mechanism, even explaining how the dream essence had been charged. It looks like we'll be able to recharge dream essence separately going forward. That. A light returned to the security sergeant's eyes. Elite team collector. Yes. I acquired an unregistered one by chance. The sergeant cautiously reached out, gently touched the collector I was holding, then pulled his hand back. I heard they don't make these anymore. Had the sergeant used this type of collector back when he was in the B squad? It won't be tracked, right? Yes. It's an item that was never registered with the company. I see. The sergeant didn't even ask where I'd gotten it. He just stared at the collector, lost in nostalgia, before turning his gaze to the buttons on the dream incubator. Do you recognize any of these emojis? No. But the machine itself, it looks similar to what I saw at the company. As expected. Does the company also produce potions with a similar machine? Probably. The sergeant looked at me and gave a faint smile. If you're curious, should I look into it a bit? Cheerful Research Institute, and other things. Wouldn't that be dangerous? The sergeant's face returned to its usual expressionless state. He spoke as if even shaking his head was too much effort. It's not dangerous. Well, if you say so. Thank you. MMH. And with that, I gained an internal collaborator within the company. The sergeant, a reliable, if lethargic, veteran. Some time later. Get home safe, Sergeant. Yeah. Before the sun rose, the sergeant returned home safely. And after finishing our conversation, I pressed a new emoji and obtained 1 potion. For the record, the emoji I pressed was. I admit, it was a button I would never have pressed if I were alone. Hugh. I had originally meant to give it to the sergeant as a token of thanks, but he rejected it with his usual dead fish eyes. I don't really need something like that. Right. Let's give him something else next time. I absent-mindedly fiddled with the glass bottle in my pocket as I saw the sergeant off. By the way, not that it's surprising, the sergeant didn't even have a cell phone, let alone a smartphone. So I bought a prepaid SIM at a convenience store, backed up my old phone, reset it, inserted the SIM, and handed it over to him. And as soon as stores opened, I went out and bought myself a new phone. You can reach me through this number. Okay. How should I put it? Aside from donuts, the man seemed completely devoid of any worldly desires. Is that what it's like to be deeply contaminated, I wonder? On my way to return the taxi, I dropped the sergeant off about a 12-minute walk from the company. Alrighty. And so, at last, my long night shift was over. The Disaster Management Bureau task went smoothly too. I returned the taxi on time, got a favorable evaluation for carrying out my role without incident. Good work. No, not at all. It was hellish, but here, the right answer was to deny it. I bowed my head to Agent Bronze while ignoring the right hand that was giving me a proud thumbs up. Then, after a few days of proper rest during my off-duty period and finishing the associated paperwork. You'll be working here today. Back at the Disaster Management Bureau headquarters, I encountered a familiar face. Jang Hyun. Ah. My fellow recruit's eyes lit up when he saw me, but he quickly bowed his head in a forced show of politeness. The supervisor standing in front of him laughed and extended a hand to Agent Bronze beside me. It's been a while, Agent Bronze. Ah, is this the new recruit? Yes, yes. I look forward to working with you. That's right. Today was the job I'd been waiting for. Site cleanup unit duty. I'll definitely prove I'm suited for this. I failed to prove it. Chapter 152.1. The beginning of this whole shitshow traces back to when I first reported in for duty with the site cleanup unit. Up until that point, everything had been going smoothly. Alright, time for introductions. This here is our new recruit, Agent Wagak. A middle-aged woman with the air of a kindly scholar introduced me to Jang Hyun, and we exchanged names as if it were our first time meeting. Pardon, I go by Grapes. And nice to meet you. HRK, cough, yes. For some reason, Jang Hyun nearly choked once, but things moved along smoothly, and everyone laughed and greeted each other in good spirits. The team leader of Site Cleanup Unit's Vermilion Bird Team 2-1 was chatting with Agent Bronze, and I could overhear them mention that I had requested to join their team, likely a nudge from Bronze's side. Haha, our kid's still a rookie too, so it'd be nice to have someone his age on the team. Yes. I'll do my best. Thank you, Agent Bronze. I did my best to look tense, hunching my shoulders like a nervous newbie, even though I was grinning like a fool inside. Jang Hyun glanced at me and quickly redirected his gaze. Alright, today's site. Yeah, it shouldn't be too tough, so the 2 rookies should be just right for the job. The team leader gave us each a friendly pat on the shoulder. It's a ghost story the Black Tortoise Team 1 just cleared during a civilian rescue. That team's under Agent Bronze. Heard of them? Yes. I've heard more than enough to feel like I was being forced into that division at one point. Anyway, Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader gave us a clean and efficient briefing on today's supernatural disaster site. Even covered safety measures. If at any point you feel like you can't handle it, speak up. Agent Grapes' senior is on standby outside. Thank you. But that won't be necessary. I was absolutely going to complete this site cleanup perfectly. And wrap up the documentation just as flawlessly. Besides, it's a ghost story I'm familiar with. No, more than familiar. It was practically a friendly face. I didn't even care whether my pop socket got restored or not. I remember watching people fight all night over how this ghost story should end. And because it ended in the way I thought was most logical, I'd shown up to work the next day running on dopamine, so it stuck clearly in my mind. Sure, it's the kind of ghost story that scares me the most. But the ghostly stuff has already passed. No ghosts appear anymore. And as far as cleanup goes, it's similar to the taxi case I handled previously. The difference is that no more supernatural beings will jump out. This is literally just cleanup work. With a cute. Wearing this uniform makes me feel strangely calm. Putting on a white hazmat suit-like uniform provided for cleanup, Jang Hyun spoke cheerfully. It really does. Being covered head to toe like this gave a sense of psychological safety. I responded with a bright smile, and for some reason, Jang Hyun's expression turned a little awkward. Did I come off too friendly? All right then, Agent Waguk, give us the field briefing again. Yes. Following the team leader's cue, Jang Hyun turned to me and spoke crisply. The supernatural disaster we'll be handling today is located in Dobong-gu, and the estimated time for full cleanup is 3 hours. Its key feature is as follows. A clear, concise description followed. A public phone booth that tells scary stories. A neighborhood in Seoul, with the sky darkening into dusk. Standing alone by the roadside. Was an old public phone booth. Something you hardly see in Korea anymore. It had a pale blue roof. Its appearance is that of a standard public booth manufactured in the 1980s, visibly aged. But if you try calling from it, the line still connects. The inner walls were plastered with old, peeling phone number ads, stuck there long ago. Most of the advertisement stickers attached next to the phone are from businesses that are no longer in operation. However, among them, there is a 12 cm x 7 cm advertisement sticker finished in dark red and yellow. When the number listed under "We Tell Scary Stories" is dialed, it tells a terrifying story related to the phone booth. The number consists of 13 digits and cannot be connected to from outside the booth using other devices. Booth users who witnessed the sticker reported feeling a strong urge to make the call. That's where the supernatural disaster begins. And the terrifying story it tells actually takes place within the booth itself. Earlier this afternoon, a response and rescue team pulled a civilian out of that phone booth after they'd gotten caught up in the ghost story. So our job now was to clean up that eerie sight left in the wake of the ghost story. The current situation. The inside of the booth was filled with bright red blood, spilling out and pooling onto the ground. Wow. I want to run away. But if I screw this up, I'll be recommended for resignation. I swallowed hard. Let's go in. Why yes. Jang Hyun, who was also weak against blood, looked like he might faint, but like me, he was a spy. There's no backing down. So the two of us creaked our way toward the phone booth. Chapter 152.2. The receiver was dangling by its cord, barely hanging on, and it looked like the blood had started spilling from there. I'll take pictures. Why yes. I raised the camera, zoomed in with the phone booth centered in the frame. There's something floating on the blood. Organs. Goosebumps ran down my back. Please. Think. The civilian was rescued safely, so that stuff might as well be props. Yeah, just pretend I walked into a haunted house. Haunted houses are scary too. Anyway, suck it up. I scolded myself and finally finished the burst shots, then lowered the camera. Next to me, Jang Hyun stiffly approached the booth, opened the door, and inserted the cleaning device. Misfortune swallower. It was a special device of the site cleanup unit that was shaped like an industrial vacuum. It efficiently sucked up the blood. However, due to the size of the entrance, anything larger than that had to be manually collected by us. Are you okay? Why yes. We're, LLY covered, so. Yeah, direct contact without a protective barrier would be the absolute worst. Fortunately, Jang Hyun didn't pass out, and the two of us entered the booth to begin cleaning. What the hell? Swallowing curses, I picked up the entrails and round organs and placed them into the designated collection bin. There was no actual danger to our lives, so I got to fully experience the fear in its purest form, completely conscious and calm. I can't take this anymore. Help me. I squeezed my eyes shut several times out of sheer revulsion. Seeing that, Jang Hyun, pale-faced, offered a kind of praise. You're doing a great job. You really seem like a proper rookie. I mean that in a good way. Thank you. I'm not acting. Holding back things I couldn't say aloud, I continued the cleanup quickly, mechanically. Uff. Thankfully, the blood inside the booth was vacuumed up easily. And maybe because of the protective suits we were wearing, the job was going far more smoothly than I'd expected after first seeing that insane booth. Let's not look too closely. I tried my best not to think about how we'd have to count how many organs were recovered when this was over, and I thoroughly cleared out the ghost story filth inside the booth. R.A.O.E.S. And then, spraying disinfectant. Next. Huh. Yes. Just now, did you say what we're doing next? Did I accidentally say my thoughts out loud from too much tension? The next thing is. We slowly turned our heads. The top of the phone, previously submerged in blood, was being revealed as the vacuum sucked it up. The clotted blood splashed and dripped to the floor. Drip. Drip. And then it revealed. A clean speaker. To hear the next scary story, please press 4. Thunk. The booth door closed shut. To hear the next scary story, please press 4. We instinctively backed away from the phone. That gritty, mechanical buzz of a pre-recorded message played from the speaker. The call didn't end. Beep. A short electronic tone. One of the buttons on the phone body pressed itself. First of the second row. 4. Brian. Let us tell you the next scary story. I rushed the phone. And reflexively slammed the pound key, yelling into the receiver like a man possessed. Today is March 7th, 2002X. There are no public phone booths in Dobonggu. That's really scary, isn't it? I already heard the next scary story. The call stopped. Now. Agent, this. I almost shouted Jang Hyun's real name and grabbed the body of the phone itself with both hands, lifting it into the air. What are you? Get back. And I threw the entire thing at the glass door of the booth. Crash. The door shattered as the phone slammed into the pavement outside. With each bounce, it broke apart further, emitting strange recorded screams, button clicks, and connection tones all jumbled together. And then it vanished, leaving only black ash. Hook. Ha, hoa. Jang Hyun and I collapsed to the ground. The glass booth we had entered was gone without a trace. The space around us was wide open, and even the collection bin we'd filled with blood-soaked organs was now perfectly empty. Only the roar of the vacuum sucking up empty air echoed through the space. Ooh. Possessed phone booth, dismantling complete. That scared the hell out of me. I nearly ended up in a horrific situation. I was just glad the resolution method for this ghost story wasn't all that difficult. By creating a contradiction, like letting it know I was already involved in a phone booth-related ghost story, and then tearing out the phone and throwing it outside. Since the scary story only has effect within the booth, it naturally dissipates once removed. It was a supernatural disaster resolution method that essentially made the ghost story consume itself. I always liked that kind of method personally. It's kind of amazing I actually got to use it. Agent Grapes. I could hear my senior agent running toward us. They must have been shocked when the phone booth suddenly disappeared. Yes, Agent Bronze, I managed to escape Saffel. No, wait. So there was a senior agent on standby outside the whole time. Didn't that mean I could have just stayed put? And more than that. I didn't clean up the site. I erased the site entirely, didn't I? I looked up. Agent Bronze, who had come running, was staring at us in stunned silence. Did you just destroy the phone booth? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bwahaha. That wasn't cleanup, that was annihilation. Destruction King Rookie. Agent Grapes. Agent Choi, laughing like a madman, gave me a huge thumbs up. Yeah. Ending a supernatural disaster is the ultimate cleanup. You did great, Hubby Nim. I wanted to punch him just once. Ha. I forced down my sigh in irritation, holding back my right hand as it tried to give another unsolicited thumbs up. I still remember the awkward tone of the Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader as he talked to Agent Bronze after I wrecked the phone booth. It was pretty impressive, but... well, it could have been dangerous. I feel like someone with a calmer personality might be better suited for our team. Of course, I couldn't exactly say. I saw the countermeasure in the dark exploration records, so I knew it was completely safe. In the end, my actions were interpreted as a timid rookie making a bold, somewhat risky decision based on instinct and inspiration during a brief moment of confusion. And thankfully, it worked out. Of course, successfully resolving the supernatural disaster was a major achievement, so I think I was recognized for that part at least. But the final assessment went like this. Yeah, that rookie agent's a perfect fit for your team, Agent Bronze. The Dispatch and Rescue Unit. GRGHHH. Jang Hyun, who had been nervously looking on from behind, had the look of someone thinking, sure, but wouldn't Agent Roe Deer be better suited for a different role? It's seriously driving me nuts. But I could have handled the paperwork really well. There was no site left to clean, so there was nothing to document. And with the ghost story completely resolved, I became the subject of the report, not the one writing it. Even just now, I was even interviewed for testimony by Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader. Ahem, but hey, you broke the ice with that rookie from the other team, right? It's good to know people outside your squad. Makes it easier to ask little favors. Which brings us to why I'm currently with Agent Choi. Whoops. My bad. I forgot your team assignment hasn't been finalized yet. I got ahead of myself, but hey, you're with us today, right? Yeah. Because my next assignment's already been decided. As a rookie agent, I'm doing 3 weeks of rotational duty with various teams. Which means... Welcome back to Black Tortoise Team 1. Yep, I get to do another round with the Response and Rescue Unit. Apparently, the incident I caused gave HR just the nudge they needed to justify assigning me back here one more time, just to see how it goes. Agent Bronze. He must have tried to shield me, but the logic of, this is something rookie agents should experience, was too strong to overcome. Meant some rookies have all the luck. You get to work today with a team that fits you perfectly. Agent Choi smiled cheerfully, rubbing his hands together. Today, you'll get to do a super fulfilling trio mission with us. Please save me. Chapter 153.1. Routine Rescue Mission. Written out like that, it might sound vague, but in reality, it's something that happens quite naturally even in the real world. If people keep tripping and getting hurt in an area I manage, of course I'd look into it more. It's like that. It refers to patrolling and checking areas or facilities where accidents frequently occur, to regularly monitor for people in danger and carry out rescue operations. It was the same at the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. We designate certain supernatural disasters and go in like this once every few months to check them out. To see if there's anyone inside who needs rescuing. But there's one crucial additional condition. Ghost stories where it's impossible to report a rescue request. It's for people caught in a supernatural disaster who can't yell, "Save me," even if they want to. Exactly. A number of ghost stories, by their very nature, don't allow for calls or any kind of contact for help. Among those, if agents can enter and exit relatively safely, the Response and Rescue Unit is assigned to patrol them on a regular basis. There definitely were exploration records based on that setting. When the fun of the story came from tracking changes over time, or when the point of interest was how the scenario shifted as episodes accumulated, that was the case. In that way, it's similar to how Daydream Incorporated assigned designated darknesses to specific employees or teams. Though, of course, the objective here is incomparably more noble. Just a moment ago, Agent Choi, who'd been teasing me to death, now looked surprisingly reliable as he scratched the back of his head with ease. And this ghost story? As long as you strictly follow the rules, it's not dangerous. But because of how the rules work, the job has to be done in pairs for it to function properly. It's a 2-person assignment. But earlier, you said it was a 3-person mission. That's right. Our rookie here is the tag-along extra. 1. E-extra. My vision went a little dim at being treated in a way I'd never experienced before, but then I realized that this was actually a huge win and shut my mouth. The more people there are, the less scary it'll be. Besides, agents from the Disaster Management Bureau weren't likely to be trolls or anything. And when I heard who was on the lineup, they were all people I was familiar with. Me and Jaquan. Agent Choi waved his hands vaguely in the air to indicate Agent Bronze, who had stepped away for a report, then pointed to himself. And then that hand pointed to me. And our honorary member here. All right. I gave a defeated, awkward nod. Seeing my expression, Agent Choi chuckled and clapped me on the shoulder. You're taking this well. Let's go. Jaquan's probably been waiting forever. I'm sure your senior will find his way to the destination too. Agent Choi led me to the elevator. The destination was basement 2. If someone's heading out for fieldwork from headquarters, odds are they're on standby on B2. Because fast response is often crucial, the lower levels are allocated for deployment, he explained. As soon as we stepped off the elevator and turned the corner, I saw a nameplate. Black Tortoise Team 1. Agent Choi cheerfully swung open the door. Ta-da. Welcome to Black Tortoise Team 1's standby zone. The inside was unexpectedly cozy. Circular couches, a break area, blankets, bookshelves packed chaotically with board games, philosophy books, and manhwa books. It didn't have the sleek, modern aesthetic of a government office lounge, but it had the vibe of a college club room. On the wall's whiteboard, old graffiti was still clearly visible. The best rescue agent was here. If you play EDM at my funeral, a Dakibi will come get you. We'll never forget our Black Tortoise Team 1. They were probably messages left by people who could no longer take on missions, never erased, just accumulating over time. It was the complete opposite of the sleek, personalized solo workstations of Daydream Incorporated's elite teams. Haha, one of our retired guys was into home decor and once brought in a haunted painting. Isn't it great? Just sitting here, the work practically finds you, Nigerian Naira. Yes, it's a very pleasant space. Agent Choi, momentarily at a loss for words, gave me a slow smile. Right. I told you it was a good team. I wasn't lying. In that sense, well hey, you could totally join our team. I'm fine, thank you. That was close. I almost gave him an opening. Yeah. Still got some time left anyway. Agent Choi guided me over to the sofa, and we sat across from each other, taking a short breather. Between the two sofas was a table, lumpy and uneven under a tablecloth, probably meant to keep the dust off, but it somehow felt oddly homey. Phew. Let's rest a bit until Jaquan gets back. Yes. Anne, here. Agent Choi suddenly gave a somewhat gentle smile and took out a well-sealed piece of paper from his inner pocket. It was the scrap of paper I had given him, the one I'd bought at the manhole market. Ack. Sorry, but there doesn't seem to be any supernatural disaster in the Bureau's database that matches this note. Well, of course not. That was just a clue pointing to the location of the lab hidden behind the manhole. And as if this kind of situation was familiar to him, Agent Choi added a few words, like he was trying to comfort a rookie. Maybe the Bureau just hasn't picked it up yet. These things happen a lot. You've just got to be patient and wait it out. Are you okay with that? He was probably asking because what he really meant was, looks like we're not going to be able to save this person. But I nodded. Yes, really. Then, taking a deep breath, I accepted the slip of paper Agent Choi held out. To be honest, I've already confirmed the corpse of the researcher I made the transaction with. If this were a real situation, I'd probably say something like this. Still, I think there's meaning in at least making the attempt. Agent Choi didn't respond for a moment. Was that too obvious? Just as I started to regret it. Hubby-nim, give that back for a sec. Agent Choi extended his hand again. I'll check one more time. Just once. Chapter 153.2. Sorry. When you've been around this long, you've got more than just the database. I've got my own tricks too. I'll give it one more shot. And so the note returned to Agent Choi. I felt a bit guilty, but this was a life or death matter, so I kept my mouth shut. I'll repay him by working like a mule for the Bureau. Thank you. Okay. This time, Agent Choi didn't say anything like, if you're that thankful, just join our team already. He just gave a dry chuckle and let it go. Is he going to ask one of his informants? Agent Choi had so many exploration records, and that meant he'd crossed paths with plenty of different factions. Which meant that, in the end, he'd become a character with wide-reaching connections. So when he said he'd look into it again, it probably meant he was going to check sources outside the Bureau too. Well, whatever. If he says he'll take a look, that's all it means. Probably just another excuse to try and recruit me into Black Tortoise Team 1. Wait a second. No way. He's not seriously going to find a ghost story that fits the note, is he? Don't tell me this is going to spiral into some ridiculous and implausible plot twist where there really is a matching ghost story. Nah, no way. Just imagining it made cold sweat trickle down my back. Time to stop. And right after Agent Choi tucked the note back into his coat, finally, the last agent for today's mission walked through the door of the waiting room. Oh, Jaquan. Agent Braun strode in confidently and took a seat on the sofa. Yes, this was the person I needed to make a confession to. I immediately bowed my head. Agent Braun's. I'm really sorry. Huh. You went out of your way to help me, and I totally messed up the field cleanup mission. This was my appeal. Please, give me one more chance. I haven't given up on the site cleanup unit just yet. Agent Bronze let out a quiet sigh and shook his head. There's no need to apologize. Yeah, it'd be weirder if someone apologized for obliterating a supernatural disaster. Agent. When Agent Bronze glared at him, Agent Choi panicked, whistled, and quickly pulled out the mission briefing papers. Thanks to that, I missed my timing to make an appeal. I'll have to wait for another chance. But since I'd be joining today's mission, another opportunity was bound to come. Hubby-nim, where did I leave off? Ah, you mentioned that today's mission was a 3-person job. That's right. And on top of that, someone very reliable will be helping us out today. Agent Choi pointed to the wall next to the sofa. There, a translucent curtain hung loosely. Our elder. The team leader. Curtain. I managed to speak. I don't see anything. You don't see him, but you believe he's there. The elder said, since a new rookie was coming today, he'd definitely lend us a hand. Is this some kind of rookie initiation ritual? I was starting to get confused. Was someone actually transformed into that curtain? Is that even possible? I was about to dig through the dark exploration records in my head when Agent Choi nudged me to stand in front of the curtain politely. Ah. Oh Epsilon. Jaquan stands here, and you, rookie, stand in the center. Perfect. Agent Bronze, me, and Agent Choi. Then Agent Choi stepped forward and pulled the curtain aside. Light poured through the curtain. Behind the translucent curtain was, surprisingly, a glass window that hadn't been visible before. Of course, since we were underground, we couldn't see outside. But instead, a mystical, aurora-like glow shimmered beyond the glass. Rippling like rice paper doors, the glass flickered with sacred, almost divine light. Pretty cool, right? Apparently it's made with some kind of magical glass. I don't really know the details. Agent Choi smiled as he approached. The important thing is, this is how the Elder watches over this place. The Elder? The Elder, who exactly is he? Told you already. Our team leader here at Black Tortoise Team 1. Surprisingly, even Agent Bronze didn't object. Which meant that it was true. Jaquan. That. Agent Bronze quietly removed the cloth covering the table between the sofas. Whoosh. Revealed underneath was food. Buckwheat jelly and raw chocolate. What kind of combination is that supposed to be? All right. Wave your hands. Agent Choi enthusiastically raised both his hands. Agent Bronze followed, so I hurried to raise mine too. Wishing you many blessings again today, Elder. Then we all bowed deeply toward the window. We humbly ask for your guidance on today's mission. I was so thrown off, I had never read about anything like this in the dark exploration records. Still, I bowed along like a proper rookie. And the moment I stood up, my body started shrinking. My viewpoint lowered, my arms and legs got smaller. Everything around me seemed just a bit larger and slightly wobbly. No, it was my head that was wobbling. Compared to my now shrunken body, my relatively large head tilted for a moment, struggling to balance. Even my voice had changed. And then, the transformation stopped. Only 2 things in my vision remained the same size as before. The 2 people beside me. All set. Thank you, Elder. I turned my head. In Agent Choi's spot stood an elementary school kid, examining me as if checking me over. No, I mean, it was Agent Choi, just younger. His mischievous grin and relaxed air were still there, just on a child's face. Are you all right? Across from me stood the child version of Agent Bronze. Same stiff demeanor. No, wait. Oh my God. I looked down at my own hands. Even my Dakibi flame arm had shrunk down to match my reduced size, waving excitedly instead of giving a thumbs up. All right. Mission prep complete. Today's supernatural disaster can only be entered normally by the children of the new nation. So now we've all become exactly 8 years old. I think I'm going to lose my mind. Chapter 154.1. Rejuvenation. It's the dream of humankind, but no one has succeeded through science yet, so in reality, no one has truly experienced becoming younger. But in this ghost story world, I am experiencing it, that very rejuvenation. Though my height has been cut in half, mind you. Achoo. Hey, be careful. Kids get cold easily, you know. I fell into momentary silence as I watched Agent Choi grinning under a blanket. It was so absurd that I was speechless. This doesn't feel real. I'm 8 years old. Being in the body of a lower-grade elementary schooler felt bizarre. All those cartoon protagonists who instantly adapted to being kids again were total liars. A child's senses were magnified several times over, and their stamina surged in strange ways. I thought I'd waddle clumsily because of the shorter reach, but to my surprise, I didn't. It's because it's a Dakibi trick, explained Agent Bronze smoothly. Of course, that's only a clear explanation if you're a veteran of the dark exploration records. To a rookie like me, it was anything but. So I responded as expected. The Dakibi trick. You can think of it as a supernatural phenomenon that deceives reality. It's not a disaster, and it can't be used for anything malicious. It's a trick, after all, Alpho. That was a pretty good explanation. I glanced at the Dakibi flame embedded in my arm and recalled the Dark Exploration Records entry I was familiar with. Dakibi trick. A mysterious ability used by some agents of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Occasionally manifests when an agent is issued a spiritual item tied to Dakibi lore. Abilities drawn from traditional Dakibi myths, like transformation, concealing objects, showing illusions, or conjuring fire from thin air, may appear depending on the compatibility with the agent. As you might have guessed, the Disaster Management Bureau is quite deeply tied to the Dakibi. So, you can just assume that the team leader of Black Tortoise Team 1 also uses a Dakibi trick. He's telling me outright that there's deeper lore and that I'll learn it once I've put in more time. Much appreciated. Oops, Jaquana, you're saying too much. What should we do, Hubby Nim? You might get your memory wiped. Hying. You didn't fall for it. Agent Bronze pressed a finger to his temple. Seeing a child make such a world-weary expression was incredibly uncanny. If Agent Choi says something not directly related to the mission, you don't have to respond. Hey. That's too harsh. Fine, I'll stick to mission talk. Agent Choi's grumbling was slightly less annoying in child form. Anyway, so a Dakibi trick is, at its core, an illusion we're not really children of the new nation, so don't forget that. Yes. Okay, I get what you're saying. But senses fool the body, and the body fools the mind. Agent Choi leaned in with a sly smile. Wearing the face of a child but making an adult expression, it was eerie and vaguely unsettling. While you're in this form, your emotions will be harder to control, your fitness will surge, and your strength will be weaker. Because you're a child. That's why it's a two-person team job. When you've got another childlike teammate nearby, it grounds you. You try to take care of each other, and that brings out your adult self a bit more. Makes sense. A trick is just a trick. Make sure you don't get swallowed by it. Yes. I'll be careful. Agu, our rookie, gives such good answers. Around then, the Disaster Management Bureau's transport vehicle stopped. Due to the constraints of our new physical forms, bicycles weren't an option. This time, a van was assigned to transport us. The destination was quite far, after all. We've arrived. Tack. The door opened, revealing Shwa. The sea. On a chilly early spring day, the beach without sunlight felt somber and majestic. If someone said a ghost story about children going missing happened here, anyone would nod without question. Not there. Over here. I turned my head to follow Agent Choi's gesture. It was an old, massive seafood restaurant. Holy shit. A huge neon sign with a tail-flicking amberjack shimmered boldly overhead. Extremely avant-garde. But taped to the glass door was a notice. Closed today. Nevertheless, the three of us children approached the door and placed our hands on the handle. We're about to enter the Ocean Palace. Entry location. A children's playroom attached to large seafood restaurants or fish markets dealing in marine life. The playroom must have a floor area exceeding 49 square meters and must contain a red cylindrical slide. Additionally, murals related to an underwater kingdom must be visibly present on the walls. When murals in such playrooms were replaced, distorted and vaguely similar underwater images began appearing irregularly. Complete prevention of entry is presumed to be impossible. Confirmed. Good. With his now shorter arms, Agent Bronze pushed aside some toys, revealing a wallpaper-style poster underneath. The mermaid princess, smiling fish, coral, clams, and a cute shell-shaped castle. Next to it sat a red slide-like playground structure and a ball pit. Whoa, nostalgic. Places like this really never disappear. I guess the demand's consistent. Enough chit-chat. Let's get ready. Yes, sir. Even the bickering sounded more endearing in children's voices. Hubby-nim, you read the instructions, right? Yes. Good. Let's do this. Following the others, I stood at the base of the red slide. Entry method. With eyes closed, climb up the slide from the bottom. During this process, you must hold a strong desire to enter the underwater kingdom depicted on the wallpaper. Possessing a related item, e.g., a seashell, increases the likelihood of success. Then, recite the incantation. Twinkle twinkle, ocean palace, I've moved into the ocean palace. With eyes shut, we entered the cold, smooth black tunnel of the slide. The incantation appears irregularly in the form of graffiti on the walls or floor of playrooms that meet the entry conditions. At times, it is found illustrated in detail under the title, How to Go to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, on bonus pages of comic books placed within the playroom. Twinkle twinkle, ocean palace, I've moved into the ocean palace. I kept climbing upward. From in front and behind, high and clear children's voices echoed as they repeated the chant. A strange feeling. It was dark. We kept chanting. Twinkle twinkle, ocean palace, I've moved into the ocean palace. The slide wouldn't end. Instead, the incline grew steeper and steeper, until I had to cling to it just to keep climbing. I could hear the kids panting behind me. It felt like I might cry, but I held it in. If the incline begins to steepen precariously, this indicates that the entry ritual has succeeded. There are no recorded outcomes for individuals who fail to maintain their grip and slide back down at this stage. How much time passed? Eventually, I found myself clinging as if to a cliff. Twinkle twinkle, ocean palace. Then, I dropped forward. Ack! Just like falling off a cliff or plunging down a roller coaster. My small body tumbled downward. Heek! When the little body couldn't take it anymore and let out a scream, the moment I opened my eyes. I saw a fantastical sight. T/N, just so you know, the term used for ocean palace could also be translated as dragon palace. Chapter 154.2. A City Out of a Dream. Bathed in golden light, a vast blue sky, or rather, waves of aurora light flowed across the void above. No, not the sky. It was the ocean. Beneath the dazzling, undulating sea were golden pipes and ivory brick houses lining elegant, fairy tale-like streets. Sparkling coral reefs, colorful streamers and decorations. Golden speakers, ornate floral and wave-patterned metalwork shimmered from every street lamp. And high above, a beautiful palace adorned with pearls and gold in shimmering hues of blue. Ah! Somehow, I was no longer falling. I floated, gently drifting downward like flying through a dream, toward the stunning golden city below. Drifting. The two children who had come with me floated beside me. As we descended, the city's central white fountain came into view, and a banner rippled above it in gold, blue, and red. To our newest children moving in. Welcome to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. And then, a new friend. Wow, more came. More than 20 children came rushing down the beautiful boulevard beneath the banner. All of them were smiling from ear to ear. Clean, pretty hair and clothes. Dressed like fairy tale princes and princesses, like the stars of a birthday party. 3 of them came. I like this one. When one child grabbed Agent Bronze's arm, he flinched in alarm, but the child just giggled brightly. Laughter and glittering euphoria filled the air. Where is this place? This is Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. It's so much fun. It's really great. The child chattering to me beamed and began leading the way. Like they had nothing in the world to worry about. Like their parents had sent them to some amazing camp, and they were making new friends in paradise. But these children, they're all missing persons. All living entities confirmed within the scope of this supernatural disaster are presumed to be missing children. Verified age range spans from 5 to 11 years old. The majority display expressions of deep euphoria and contentment. Ahahaha. The children burst into laughter as they led us, running down the grand street, trying to get us to the palace in one go. Still, like kids, they were easily distracted, looking around at everything. Look at this, look. Throughout the street, there were decorative dolls with gears winding inside them, moving slightly. Golden signs dangled from above. Children, please take your honey. There was a drinking fountain built into the belly of a colorful toy soldier with a comical expression. When the faucet was turned, honey actually poured out. If you carefully fill a bottle and leave it in front of the mermaid princess, she'll give you a gift. In front of the white ivory statue of the mermaid princess at the palace gates, children placed their honey. The statue's base would open and pour out things like amazing toys, clothes, or fairy tale books, the kinds of things they'd always wanted. A with ring above and B. Wah. Children's cheers and laughter rang out. Here, for you. Thanks. A younger-looking child in a blue dress handed me a pair of very nice-looking shoes. There's a theory that this supernatural disaster is a manifestation of a folk belief, one that stemmed from stories about pitiful children who disappeared near the sea, said to have gone to the ocean palace. I deliberately held the child's hand and spoke quietly, with a worried tone. I need to go see my mom now. Mom. She's coming to get you. Just play here and wait, okay? You know, my mom's really cool. She's super good at sewing too, and when she gets here, I'll show you first. Then, she laughed shyly again and ran off down the street. That child will probably never be able to show her mom anything. You'll feel like you could just grab them all and take them out the moment you see the kids, right? But you can't get caught up in it. Got it. I clenched my teeth. If you take the wrong one out, the kid dies. In Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, when rescuing a long-term missing child, over 1,000 days, they vanish like a bubble the moment they return to reality. You must confirm the date of disappearance beforehand. But it's reportedly maddeningly difficult. Each time we come, the group of kids we meet changes. But we've even had cases where a kid not seen in the previous year showed proof of having been here over 3 years. Time flows chaotically here. Some children who went missing yesterday in the real world may have already been living here for 5 years. Conversely, some children are from far in the past or even from alternate timelines where different events occurred. That's why you must talk to each child, learn what year they were living in, and confirm whether they're a recent missing person, and only then can you take them out. The only saving grace is that agents' sense of time hasn't been warped. Likely because, while the Dakibi trick makes them appear as children, they're still adults inside. But we can still be affected by supernatural phenomena just like kids, so staying here too long is dangerous. Agent Choi, the mission lead, had declared this. 2 days. We'll spend exactly 2 days here and leave on the 3rd. Got it. Honestly, we could hold out longer, but the Bureau says 2 days, so. Agent. Yeah. That's why I said only 2 days. And so, from now on, the 3 of us in Black Tortoise Team 1 must find a child who's been missing in the real world for less than 3 years. And only that child. No good. Maybe it's because I'm in a child's body, but I'm too easily swayed. Stay calm. I took a deep breath and got to work. I had to meet as many children as I could in my assigned area within the time limit, to listen to their stories. And I can proudly say I did my best for those 2 days. I spoke with each of the kids who greeted us, and even found the bedrooms where kids who hadn't come out to welcome us were staying. But this is the end of this rotation's rescue mission. We didn't find a single child who met the criteria in 2 days. Not one. Let's return. I lowered my head. There are things in life that don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I don't know this ghost story. Since I'd never seen it in the dark exploration records, I didn't have any secret tricks or special methods. It was safest, and right, to follow the rules of the Bureau and the plan laid out by our superior. Besides, it'd be dangerous for me to stand out too much right now. So this was just. Don't wanna. Wait. Was that me just now? I don't want to. We gotta keep looking. It was me. That's. What made it even worse, my superiors were starting to look distressed, too. Because we're in child bodies. Chapter 155.1. 1 rookie throwing a tantrum. 2 supervisors on the verge of tears. All 3 are 8 years old. The situation was deteriorating beautifully. Damn it. This wasn't a discussion, it was just an expression of overwhelming emotion. I finally tried to explain the reason behind my no. We gotta keep looking, with the intention of biting my tongue if necessary, but both of them were already getting swept up by the mood. Tears spread quickly among children. We still have time left, and you said we're only doing 2 days because of the rules. So I thought that meant we still have time to explore safely without getting contaminated. That's true. Then I'd like to keep looking, sir. Just 1 kid. Maybe they're here, and we just didn't find them. Child Agent Choi sniffled. Then maybe just 2 more days. Agent. Agent Bronze, eyes red at the corners, stepped in and sharply glared at Agent Choi before turning to me with a firm voice. No. I wanted to say, why not? And I did. Why not? I'm going crazy. Agent Bronze shouted back. Because it's dangerous. An agent's life always comes first. If we push past the rules. His voice caught in his throat. I've seen agents die from that. So many sunbays never made it back. That's why we should never start something like this. Following the rules is the right way. Hugh. He's not wrong either. Then, Agent Bronze glanced at my arm. Don't forget that arm of yours needs to be recharged every 3 days. I brought a charger for it. Then how about this? Just one more night. Just a single night. Choi raised one finger. If by tomorrow afternoon we're not sure we can rescue anyone, we'll just leave. Okay. Delaying the mission by half a day it's something you just mentioned in a single line of the report. A with diaresis newbie. Both of us instinctively looked at Agent Bronze. Jaquana. Agent, do whatever you want. And then Agent Bronze shut his mouth. Leaving only those words. I never agreed to it. It certainly seemed that way. His face was flushed red, unable to hide his frustration and bitterness. Still, it was also an unspoken signal that he wouldn't protest further, so Agent Choi wrapped it up right away. All right. Then just one more day. So, the 3 of us children promised this: if we still found nothing, we'd give up and leave right away. And so we each returned to the sleeping quarters of the children in our assigned areas. Agent Choi took the area near the palace, Agent Bronze stayed near the central fountain, and I headed toward the town entrance. The annoying part was that our paths overlapped, so I ended up walking with Agent Bronze. I'm sorry. It's fine. Agent Bronze let out a sigh and spoke. Compared to other cases of people affected by Dakibi tricks, this was a pretty rational outcome. Really? Yes. Some agents ended up bawling and wrestling with each other. Oh, I see. That's why we need rules. In supernatural situations like this, even if it doesn't make sense in the moment, following protocol is important. You'll eventually realize it was the right call. Agent Bronze took a deeper breath. Of course, you aren't at fault, Agent Grapes. Every rookie goes through something like this at least once. But the person in charge failed to explain things properly and went along with it, so. You're really skilled at shutting up the rookie who just successfully negotiated for one more day thanks to that very person in charge. Anyway, although Agent Bronze still didn't look happy, the mood recovered enough that he gave me advice as we split up. All the kids will fall asleep before midnight anyway. Agent Grapes, don't waste your strength. Get some rest too. Yes. In Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, day and night are determined by the chimes of the town clock tower. When night falls, a drowsiness appropriate to children's sleep cycle sets in. Everyone falls asleep before midnight, and cheerful music plays at sunrise to wake them. It was a distinctly supernatural structure, fitting for a ghost story. I walked past the dazzling reddish-gold hues of the palace district, into the softly glowing navy and white-lit part of town, and entered the lodging I was assigned. A sign at the entrance read, Dreamland Beds. 4 children. Inside was a huge, whimsically decorated room fitting for young kids, with a dozen or so fluffy canopy beds. All the children in the room were already fast asleep. Because I had spent every last possible moment searching for a child I could still rescue, I had pushed time to its limit. Sleepiness washed over me too. Hugh. I picked one of the empty beds at random and lay down. The absurdly soft and warm bedding gently wrapped around my head and body. Then, briefly, the disgrace I just showed flashed through my mind. Wow. I threw a tantrum. Me. I don't think I ever even acted like that even as an actual kid. And judging by their personalities, Agent Choi and Agent Bronze probably felt the same way about themselves. Maybe because Dakibi tricks aren't true rejuvenation but more like deception, there's this strange sense that we've been turned into the concept of children. So what matters now is staying calm and not being swayed by the exaggerated traits of this child's body. The goal hasn't changed, after all. With a hazy mind, I made a slow vow. Let's get up early and start searching right away. Maybe one. Just one, maybe I could bring back at least one child. Grapes. T/N, spoken affectionately, Padoya. HM. Grapes. I think you'll make a fine agent. Your arm thinks so too. A voice, warm and familiar, drifted in. No, listening again, it sounded reliable and strong. What is this? It's your dream. I see. Come to think of it, I had fallen asleep. Before my closed eyes, sparkling light shimmered like a warm flame. And in dreams, thoughts that don't come to you in reality often rise up. Because you're free from the constraints of the real world. Things you can't think of in reality. That's true. Now that I was running a rescue mission as a child due to the entry requirements, there were things I had most likely overlooked. Chapter 155.2. In this dream, I could calmly review those. As an adult. For example, why do more than half the children we meet change every time agents come in? If all the children were different, I could logically assume, there are multiple similar places like this due to the nature of the supernatural phenomenon. But if more than half change, that's something else entirely. That means more than half of them have disappeared. At the very least, disappeared in a way that prevents them from meeting the agents. And then, why aren't the agents questioning that? Two eerie but simple and clear possibilities flashed through my mind. Either they themselves are being influenced by this ghost story, or there are truths they're deliberately hiding from me, the rookie. Maybe both. If that's the case, then don't I have something perfect for this kind of situation? Something that could support my insight. Something I don't need to ask the others for. Indeed. Clever boy. Grapes, a wise idea is a treasure for all time. Don't forget what you've learned in this dream when you wake up tomorrow. It felt like a wrinkled hand gently stroked my head in encouragement. Thank you, Elder. Kairarara. Laughter and the sound of chimes. A new golden morning had begun. Let's go see the mermaid princess. I want to play tag. Children chattered cheerfully as they woke up and began leaving the bedroom. Normally, I'd immediately follow to gather information, but my mind was already focused on one clear idea. Something I'd concluded during the dream. I reached inside the thick coat I wore and carefully pulled out what I had packed to avoid breaking it. Detective syrup for kids. The syrup I'd made by pressing one of the emoji buttons in the dream incubator. At Daydream Incorporated, it was officially called this. Detection Potion. When consumed, it brightens your vision to reveal what you need most at the moment. If I drank the detective syrup, I'd see which child could be rescued. Because right now, my mission, and what I most need, is to rescue a child. Alright. Normally I'd have weighed this or that option, but come on, this is about saving a kid. Being too calculating about it just makes me feel like scum. Besides, I needed to test its effect anyway. I opened the sealed cap of the syrup and drank it in one go. Just as the label described, the syrup had an artificial cherry scent and sweetness that slid down my throat. Phew. I pocketed the empty bottle. There was no dazzling, dramatic change like you'd expect from a healing potion, but I felt my heartbeat steady and my mind grow calm. Now, let's check. I turned my eyes to the children still in the common area, then to the kids running outside through the window. Looking for the one who would catch my eye. But why can't I see anything? The kids running off, the ones laughing by the fountain in the distance. They're just kids. None of them stand out in any way. For a moment, I started to feel a chill. Was there truly not a single viable target to rescue? But then, I felt a presence elsewhere. Something distinct and bright registered at the edge of my vision. I turned my head to check what it was. My coat's opposite pocket. The one holding the item I'd bought at the faceless market in the manhole. Why is this? I reached in and pulled it out. It was a sheet printed with 4 vintage stamps. They looked like cheap fundraising seals or promotional stickers, each showing an old Korean street scene. And if you looked closer, you could see things in the background that weren't human. Pigeons, rats, stray cats, sparrows, cockroaches. Creatures that coexisted with people on the streets. Street stamp. A strange stamp that allows the user to disguise themselves as one of the animals commonly seen on the streets of Yongdongpo-gu, Korea, during the 20th century. Beta. Crafted by the Today's Artifacts dealership. I'd picked it up just in case I needed to run or hide while spying. I'd even broken into a cold sweat when Agent Choi suggested it himself. And sweated more sorting through non-Daydream Incorporated items to trade for it. Anyway, the core ability of this item is exactly that. I can transform into a non-human street animal. Sounds useful. Of course, there's a fatal side effect. If the stamp's effect lasts more than 2 hours continuously, the user's body may begin to mutate into something from the stamp. Not simply becoming an animal, but rather having their body infected with features from that animal. Like something out of a bio-horror game. Imagine growing a pigeon's beak out of your jaw, or sparrow eyes on your forehead. Ugh. Just thinking about it made my skin crawl. I vowed again never to exceed the time limit. But, transforming into an animal in a ghost story that requires the form of a child to enter, was that really what I need most at this very moment? I felt uneasy. But also something colder. A gut feeling told me I needed to check. Daydream Incorporated never scams people with their potions, even if they lie about other stuff. Their effects are always spot on. There's no need to fake it. Alright. If something feels off, I'll spit out the stamp immediately and return to my child form. I took a deep breath and peeled off one of the stamps. Then placed it in my mouth. My field of view dropped. Even lower than when I'd turned into a child. My back hunched, and I stood on all fours. I felt fur. My ears rose. Whiskers twitched. A cat, huh? I lifted my head. It might have been more useful to be a pigeon, at least I could have flown. But at least I didn't turn into a cockroach or a rat, which was comforting enough. Oh. The golden city collapsed. The blissful blue ocean, the fairy tale-like brick houses and wide boulevards, the beautiful banners all lost their color and decayed. And in their place, horrifying sights appeared. Rusty metal pipes. Flickering, broken street lamps. Half-collapsed buildings. Scribbles of blood and filth. Grotesque, bulging, ulcer-like masses filled the cracks in the bricks and lampposts, pulsating and oozing. The whole space is infected. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's everywhere. I'm contamine. Spit it out. Chapter 155.3. I had to spit out the stamp. Something's wrong. No. That's not it. This was the shock of falling from paradise into a nightmare. I wasn't contaminated. Whoa. I caught my breath. The panic faded as I adjusted to my environment. Then, shivering, I looked around with a cold, adult mind. A grotesquely collapsed civilization. Flesh-like infected masses embedded across a ruined cityscape. I recognized this. Yes. Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace wasn't a ghost story I didn't know, nor was it an unrecorded one left out of the dark exploration records. It simply didn't look the way I remembered. The one I knew was a horrifying ghost story from Daydream Inc. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Mermaid Grave. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR C 1642. A story of wandering a strange city submerged deep into the sea. Victims are chased by swarms of grotesque lifeforms and, when caught, have all blood and mucus drained from them to death. That one. The city is already in a ruined state, and remaining records suggest that it fell due to infection from a biological disaster. Traces of what was once a beautiful city now contrast starkly with the current apocalyptic state brought on by a tragic and horrific biological outbreak. A with diuresis B. As the records within the city refer to the biological disaster as merfolk, the site has been registered in the database under the designation Mermaid Grave. So, the children of Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. At the city's heart lies a grotesque mass, the central cluster of infection for the biohazard merfolk, from which infected fluids endlessly pursue any explorer. If caught, one becomes infected. A host of the merfolk. I staggered forward on all fours, walking along a shattered street. Scattered throughout the dark deep-sea city, I saw bodies frozen in strange positions, half alive, half dead, drawn along by ulcer-like lumps. They moved stiffly, like dolls, swaying as they walked. Those decorative figurines on the fountains. Children. Please take your honey. Those colorful soldier figurines, elephant-shaped ones too. They were once human. People infected after being drawn into this cursed ghost story. Then the faucet sticking out of their stomachs that spewed honey. That was actually blood, extracted from the bellies of those people by those ulcerous growths. Ugh. I ran. Kicking off with 4 legs, I sprinted through the sunken ruins of this once seaside city, now crawling with twitching, corrupted biomechanical filth. And finally, I reached the heart of the city. What had once looked like a beautiful ocean palace was a mass of festering ulcerous clusters. Thump, thump. The pulsing of the vile mass could be felt even here. A sprawling, pus-colored flesh conglomerate, in dirty red, green, and pale pink hues clung to crumbled buildings like some grotesque art installation. And at the forefront, an oozing sac, covered in tentacles, like a deformed egg nest. To anyone who's seen it before, its silhouette is unmistakable. It resembles the statue of the mermaid princess. The infectious fluids extract the blood and mucous membranes of explorers who have become hosts, delivering them to the central cluster at the heart of the city. The cluster then expels infectious mucus and residue. Residue has been identified as indigestible materials such as fibrous matter and plastic. Right. The toys, clothes, picture books that were gifted to children when they offered honey to the statue at Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. They were the worn belongings of those who had gone missing here. It only appeared beautiful to the children, a seductive illusion. That's what this ghost story does. And it was infecting the children. Those horrific infected fluids, called mere children in the dark exploration records, were, in the end. No. This is. I have to leave. I can't make contact with the children like this. I turned around, staggering. But at that moment, WRRGGGHHHGH. With a repulsive sound, one of the ulcerous growths on the floor shot mucus at me. Contagious fluid. If that sticks, I'll end up with a faucet on my belly too. Damn it. Thank God cats can run fast. Moving on instinct, I dashed between rusted alleyways and rotting ruins, fully adapted now to this feline body. Maybe this was why Agent Choi had recommended it after all. Anyway. So the question is, what the hell do I do about this? Should I report this to the other agents? And if I do, how much do I say? How do we even rescue the children now? Should the agents even remain in child form in this situation? Is being in a child's body really safe anymore? Is it really better to let these kids keep living here rather than turning into bubbles? This area's clear. No mere children. Let's move on. Yes, assistant manager. I froze. 3 figures had entered the alley. Calm voices. Phrases I recognized from the dark exploration records. People addressing each other by job positions. Daydreaming. So a squad of the field investigation team really was dispatched. Of course. Most of the long entries in the dark exploration records had been written by employees of the company. So it only made sense I'd run into them here. Which meant, maybe I could use this. If they're Daydream Incorporated employees, they've got to have at least 1 or 2 special equipment, right? Something that could help resolve this. Even just an idea. Even if not, it was better to have more cards to play. Let's go. I held my breath and crept toward the alley the masks and suits had passed through. Is what I heard. Oh. This thing here. Their conversation filtered through my sensitive feline ears. And when I rounded the corner, finally seeing the 3 figures clearly. Familiar masks. Doesn't look useful. Huh. Looks valuable to me. I'm taking it. Goat, Baek Sayan. Pony, Kan Yihak. And pipe down. Butterfly, assistant manager Jean Nazol of the A Squad. Goddamn. An absolute nightmare lineup. Chapter 156.1. The members of Daydream Incorporated's field exploration team were people who literally staked their lives on the job because they had a single, desperate wish they wanted fulfilled. In other words, most of them are perfectly willing to use anyone, co-workers, civilians, even deranged ghost stories, to achieve their own goals. They only care about the welfare points they need for their own wish. 3 prime examples of that kind of person stood right in front of me. Of course, it's not just the wishes that made them who they were. Assistant manager, what about those who lagged behind when we first met the mere child? Don't care. Ms. Pony, it's tragic that some people were taken, but that was their fate, right? Should we press on? We have to find our item. Right. But maybe they dropped some equipment when they were taken, so I'll just check real quick. Ha ha ha. They really never change. Telling those people that the mere children were actual children wouldn't make a dent. Rather, they're the kind of people who just find a way to exploit this situation. Having a familiar face among them was useless. No, to begin with, my current form couldn't intervene directly anyway, so knowing them only goes so far. Hiding in the black shadow cast by a collapsed street lamp, in my street animal guise, I watched the Daydream Incorporated employees scouring the alley. Then. Quiet. Jean Nazol stopped and crouched low. Merfolk. A fledgling at that. All three held their breath and pressed against the alley wall. Kairarara. A sound like a child's laughter drifted through. Ha. My whole body froze, but I had to confirm. Cautiously, I contracted my forelegs and silently climbed onto the wall, peeking over the alley's edge. And there, at last, I saw the mere children. Kairarara. It was bizarre. Small, humanoid bodies, emulating people, walking the broken avenues of this infected city. Some were unnervingly precise, mimicking human expressions with a grin, but others had faces so swollen with ulcers they pulsed grotesquely. Beneath each face, raw mucus throbbed, leaking air with each pulse, making a sound eerily like a child's laughter. Clumps of pink ulceration, greenish flesh, and contaminated masses dripped from their limbs like tails. They wore discarded belongings and scraps of clothing, haphazardly draped, as if desperately trying to mimic humans. Even knowing they were innocent children. My spine and whiskers bristled in a cold sweat. My instincts screamed just one thing. Run. Upon encounter with infectious fluid. Avoid detection and evacuate the area immediately, increasing distance as much as possible. In the event of failure, no manual is available. Rescue attempts for personnel who have failed to evade are not recommended. The infected fluids marched down the avenue like a grotesque parade. Everyone in the alley, Daydream employees, and I, held our breath. Then someone burst out of another alley. A person, running straight into the infected mass. But they were already covered in the viscous infection, their joints engulfed by ulcerous growths, forced along like a puppet. It was hopeless. The infected person was no longer of sound mind, but they could still scream. The infection hadn't removed their mouth. Ah. Aya. Aha. The infected fluids laughed as they surged forward. Tentacle-like ulcer clusters lunged at the victim. The growth on the victim's belly split open, spewing blood, mucus, and indescribable horrors. Ah, ha, hoo. They were having their honey collected, over and over. I huddled in place, enduring the spectacle. Finally, the screams stopped. The victim lay dead. The infected fluids, bellies bulging with blood and mucus, resumed their march. Toward the mermaid statue. A tumor of infection, a swarm of biohazard. Kairarara. Only after the sound fully faded did the three employees move again. If you get caught by that tail, it's over instantly, right? Yes. That was why we had to run. The tail of the infectious fluid secretes mucus that induces severe paralysis. A single puncture is sufficient to cause immediate and permanent loss of muscle function. Anyone infected in that state was already as good as dead. At this point you'd wonder how this ghost story ever earned a grade C rating. Because there's a rock-solid way to clear it. And, like two sides of the same coin, the way to clear it actually lies with those mutated creatures. Thunk, tututung. A strange sound echoed again on the boulevard. But this time, it wasn't the infected fluids. It was full-grown, human-like forms. Their size had grown so large that the fine details had all but blurred away. These wobbling things had no faces left. The ulcer-laced tails had transformed into vein-like cords, interconnecting and stretching high above the avenue, directly linked to the central cluster. They'd nearly shed any human appearance, looking more like bait the cluster used to lure in prey. This must be the final mutated form of the infected fluid. General infected entities appear to be fully absorbed into the central cluster and function similarly to nerve endings. They are considered extensions of the cluster rather than independent organisms. Assistant Manager Butterfly's eyes brightened slightly. They're out. Therefore, if the encountered threat is identified as a general infected entity rather than an infectious fluid, shoot them. Terminate the entity and collect evidence material. The three employees stepped out, luring the creature into the open and firing. Ordinary infected bodies, once their tendril cord is severed from the cluster, wither and die almost instantly. Upon presentation of the collected evidence, access to the remaining escape vessel within the city will be granted, allowing for successful clearance of the associated darkness. Chapter 156.2. So, the children. Once they're fully infected, their bodies overrun by those ulcerous growths, they lose their humanity and transform into those biohorror lifeforms. That's why every time agents visit, the children vanish. They die, become part of the grotesque cluster, and are absorbed. Damn it. I clenched my forepaws against the urge to swear. Even though I'd read about this in the dark exploration records, the visceral revulsion still made my fur stand on end. Evidence collected. Shut up. Why yes, ma'am. At last, the three employees succeeded in hunting down the merfolk, and retrieving a sensory organ from its tail as proof. The sight, so reminiscent of the mere children extracting blood and mucus from victims, was strangely overlapping. With that proof, they could now escape this place. But instead of heading straight for the boat, they continued scouring alleyways, pushing forward. Because they have a second objective. Anyone familiar with Daydream Incorporated employees would realize immediately. An item. That's why this darkness, despite being only C-grade, was still under the research division instead of handed over to general teams. They judged, given its scale and clues, a greater secret must be hidden here. They always recruited volunteers for these missions, and there was never a lack for applicants. There's a reason. Because the very clue they sought was an item found only here. A remnant of a wondrous, lost civilization in this ruined city. Namely, Angel's Sigh. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Arg, there is no sigh or anything here. Quiet. A Daydream Incorporated employee, wearing a suit and a bizarre mask, grumbled in a side alley. They weren't here just for points. They knew rumors of a hidden, ancient technology beneath the ruined streets. And this squad was composed of volunteers more interested in loot than glory. The Angel's Sigh. It was a conch-shaped artifact sometimes found inside or outside the city's ruined homes. Its true power would be revealed when you press it to your ear. A beautiful hum emanates from inside the shell, calming the mind, healing wounds, and restoring vigor. A healing item. It was one of the few that Daydream Incorporated would purchase, so employees scour every ruin looking for it with bright, eager eyes. But they had searched these streets dozens of times already. Finding it was no easy task. They would have to venture deeper into danger or uncover secret chambers overlooked by all others. And, just like now, many end up infected by the creatures before they find it. Arg. Idiot. Hearing a scream from the alley they'd passed, Beksahian allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction with the companions he'd chosen. Good thing I shoved them and came first. These people were crazy, but at least they weren't short-sighted fools who'd do something that dumb just for an item. He discreetly touched the ticket to the escape launch he'd cut from a tail and let one corner of his mouth twitch. All preparations for a clear are also done. Now he could go and look for items. If anything were to happen, he'd just toss the others to the merfolk and wait a sec. Just now. Something went by. Huh. Beksahian blinked. He could have sworn something darted out of the street lamp shadow and slipped around the corner, right at the edge of his vision. He checked his companions, but neither reacted. Did I imagine it? Beksahian had always trusted only his own senses, so he couldn't accept that. Yet he had no wish to tell the A-Squad assistant manager. More than anything, that woman was the least likely person to get lured into taking action. Hey. If you're going to talk about some new monster coming out of a darkness that's only produced merfolk for 7 whole years, at least try and describe it properly. N. B epsilon S. Get in my way again and I'm leaving you behind. And she actually would, that prick. Ah, fuck. No time to spare, not even for items. Grinding his teeth, Beksahian kept his eyes on the corner of the alley. Then, at that moment, swish. A shadow flitted across the lamp. It was the same black thing that he had seen earlier. Triangular ears, sleek body, 4 legs. Hugh, what the hell? A familiar thing. It's just a kitten. Beksahian let out a sigh of relief, laced with irritation. That was just one of the common, cumbersome stray animals often seen on the roads. That's what he thought. Huh. In that instant, a cold shiver ran down Beksahian's back. In the darkness where no life forms had ever been found aside from the biohazard merfolk, there was no reason for a stray cat to be there. Beksahian's mind went through many different calculations. And quietly, so the other employees wouldn't notice, Beksahian gently lifted his eye patch to check for danger using the violet inverse eye hidden beneath it. And then, he saw danger. A terrible crimson halo surged beyond the corner of the alley. Even in its shadow, it was visible. Rats, cockroaches, wings, teeth, a writhing mass that resembled a swarm of all the vile, harmful vermin one might encounter on the streets. No. It wasn't a cat. That wasn't a 4-legged animal. Something's wrong. It's the merfolk. No, something even more dangerous than merfolk. That particular shape of the halo, he had seen it somewhere before. Kim Solium. Beksahian suddenly lifted his head. What are you doing? And nothing. With a stiff neck, he looked again toward the corner of the alley. The shadow was gone. The crimson halo beyond the corner had vanished as if it had never been there. Feigning a search, he moved toward the corner with rigid steps. His heart pounded. And the moment he turned the corner, he saw it. On the ground, a phrase had been carved as if with sharp claws slicing through the dust. Prepare for death. Chapter 156.3. Phew. Atmosphere setup complete. With this, I've laid the groundwork to potentially guide the Daydream Incorporated employees, if needed. I ran through the alley, holding back a sigh. As expected, Beck Sahian's eye works well. The eye-shaped equipment I gave him is proving effective. Honestly, it almost feels like a loss compared to the brainwashing fountain pen I received in exchange. I never even used it because I was afraid people would suspect me of being a spy. Now that the item has become valuable, I'm thinking all kinds of things. In any case, I saw the situation firsthand with my own eyes. A living hell, where children and adults slaughter each other in a place overrun with infected entities. Hell itself. I feel like I'm going to throw up. The bigger problem is, it's not enough. Time, information, strength. All of it. How the hell am I supposed to save the kids in here? As the shock faded, reality set in. There was no answer. If I tell the agents, they might seriously suggest it's more humane to just kill everyone. It already looked like I'd barely be able to protect myself. Besides, once the sun would set today, I'd be leaving this supernatural disaster with the agents. I already knew. Just because I had learned the horrific truth doesn't mean I was responsible for saving anyone. And honestly, it's easier on my conscience to ignore it. My own situation was dire enough. Laying low and waiting out the day until extraction seemed like the best plan. But I have a bad feeling. I had already seen both sides of this. Still, could I really escape safely using the Disaster Management Bureau's protocol, especially when I was being treated as a child? There's a good chance I won't make it. It seemed smarter to dig a little deeper and come up with countermeasures. And if I could save even one more child in the process, all the better. Besides, this ghost story was packed with meaningful details. If I were to investigate further, I might stumble upon items or unexpected information that could help me survive in the future. A with a cute epsilon. All right. Let's do what we can. At least until the promised afternoon rendezvous, Black Tortoise Team 1's agents wouldn't come looking for me even if I didn't show up. It wouldn't feel awkward either, since the children were scattered across this wide area and we wouldn't run into each other. A method, something usable. I began combing through my hazy memories of the Dark Exploration records, trying to recall any hints. Even if it's not directly about the mermaid grave, looking into similar stories might remind me of a viable countermeasure. Wait, hold on. Ah. That's right. There was another exploration log that mentioned the mermaid grave. And that particular darkness was one that I had already experienced. All right. I'll give it a try. Once more, I began to move forward on all fours. I ran. Though danger lurked throughout the city ruined by infection from monstrous creatures, it was somewhat easier thanks to the nimbleness of my quadruped body. Being small makes it easier to dodge. My destination, as I avoided the mucus and ulcers, was clear. The western outskirts. Far from the infected cluster. And among them, especially, was a place with fewer ulcer masses, which felt relatively safe. However, since it's not in the residential area where items were located, no Daydream Incorporated employees ever came here. Even the mere children weren't here. That's why exploration in this area was slow. Somewhere around here. Right. Found it. Amidst the half-collapsed and old buildings, I saw the door of a small brick house, now a semi-basement due to ground collapse. And if one were to look closely at the corner of that door, it's possible to make out its inscription. Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Written in a more ornate script than the one I'd seen before, delicately carved into the edge of the door. I found it. The back door of Moonlight Tattoo Shop. A connected door was discovered within Cthulhu, c. 1642, Mermaid Grave, marked with a sign reading, by appointment only. The door appears to be a sealed rear entrance rather than a main entry point. All attempts to open the door and gain entry have resulted in signal failure. This was one of many sightings related to Moonlight Tattoo Shop. However, in most of those sightings, the door remained closed, preventing entry. Daydream Incorporated had no confirmed visit records, aside from the one time I used the "it is empty" method. Even now, the door's small glass window, meant to allow visibility from inside, was entirely covered with a note. Currently accepting appointment-only clients. That one. I don't have an appointment, but still. Knock, knock. I politely knocked on the door with my front paw, then slid a prepared note under it. It had been difficult to write with a paw. Hello. I'm the person who received a tattoo cover-up last time. I've come by with some related questions. And then, a few seconds later, I heard it. Click. The sound of the back door's lock disengaging. It worked. I leapt up with my hind legs, grabbed the door handle, opened it, and quickly slipped inside before the door could close. Into the Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Chapter 157.1. The Moonlight Tattoo Shop I returned to was darker than before. It felt warm here before, but unlike last time, it felt somewhat eerie. Maybe it was because I slipped in through the back door. Or because the moonlight is too weak. The round beam of light, coming down to the massive procedure machine in the center of the room, cast a crescent shape today. I don't think it's business hours. I'd never read a record about that. I crept forward, one careful step at a time, and locked eyes with the dark counter. The curly-haired tattooist, neck covered in dense Hangul tattoos, stood behind it. The shop's owner. She looked at me with even darker eyes than before, then lifted a single notice. Guests with fur are requested to don a gown before entering. Oh. I quickly spat out the stamp I'd been holding in my mouth. As my body grew, I shifted back into human form, albeit that of a child. As soon as my mouth returned to human shape, I hurriedly spoke. I'm sorry for entering through the back door. My face was grabbed. The tattooist, wearing black gloves, clenched my face in one hand and stared at me from every angle. Front, back, left, right. Her black eyes drilled into me. Dilated pupils. Black. So jet black that it felt wrong. Humans usually had visible whites of the eyes, right? Why couldn't I see any white? The tattooist towered over me, growing larger by the second. Her deep green curls lengthened, filling the air like seaweed. The small, cozy, professional interior I'd remembered felt alien now, an unfamiliar space of incomprehensible techniques and styles. What? What is this? My mind spun with confusion and blaring alarm bells as I realized I was trapped in the ghost story itself. No. I forced my mouth to move. Could I be in my cat form? Thud. The tattooist released my face. I shoved the stamp back into my mouth without even pausing to process the disgust, and my body shrank, returning me to feline form. Meow. Everything returned to normal. I was once again in a small, cozy, professional tattoo shop, facing a kind, characterful tattooist. Is this okay? And I spoke in a child's voice. No, I really spoke in a human voice. Yes. The tattooist rifled through the counter and pointed to another notice. Comfortable communication guaranteed. Now that I think about it, the Moonlight Tattoo Shop owner never speaks a word. And the sign I'd seen before coming in, it wasn't written in Hangul. Yet I'd read it perfectly. I mean, if not for this disquieting feeling, I'd have assumed it was in Korean all along. Even the tattoos I'd thought were Hangul on her neck might not be. Indeed. A strange, ghost story twist. Stay on guard. The owner's lack of malice applies only to tattooing, nothing more. I've got to remember that. But her reaction just now confirmed something. You inspected me because I came in as a child through the back door, right? Children are more vulnerable once infected. The tattooist lifted her head. Of course. This shop accepts only C-related items as payment. And there's the mermaid grave connection. Eyewitnesses even mentioned a back door. A back door is usually staff only, after all. Ms. Owner. I very carefully extended a forepaw. I found this back door in the ruined underwater city. The tattooist's eyes swirled. Was this shop here originally? Silence. Are you from that city? Silence. Why did it end up like that? Children are being deceived and dying. Sadness filled the tattooist's eyes. Instead of the usual swirl, they shimmered with moisture. I wet my parched muzzle and spoke. There are still children there now. Is there any way those children could leave through this shop's front door? Thunk. The wall vibrated as the tattooist slammed her pen down. Thick pen strokes trembled, carving out enormous letters in earnest. N-O. I see. I understand. My heart felt like it would burst, but my lips moved smoothly. Because they're infected, it won't work. If so, perhaps. Please. About the source of infection, the strange clusters of flesh, could you tell me about them? The tattooist picked up her pen again. With a trembling hand, she tore a memo pad sheet from the counter and began to write. Tiny characters pressed firmly onto the paper. 2 strokes. I could see the pen's movement carving each line. Finally, she flipped the note around and showed me the completed word. Ah. I didn't understand its meaning, but I could still pronounce it. So, then. J greater than a shock shattered my mind. Images whipped by. Strange creatures racing from the glowing surface excellent mites clinging to just biting gone dregrowing gone burrowing javenify epic themaphon picked sinkin. G conks lament no contaminated children severe infection cords as creams beware the children ida shall remove a thekinch do not trust the infection run, /J. Cough. Blood burst forth. Not just from my mouth, but my nose and eyes, from every mucus-lined orifice. The shock made them bleed. The tattooist gasped and hurriedly poured a lemon drink into a bowl, offering it to me. I didn't know if cats could even drink it, but I drank deeply. Focusing on the taste of the sour, bloody lemonade on my tongue, I forced the images from my mind. Bitter as it was, inspiration struck. Just now. An explosion of meaning lay buried in those 2 symbols. Was that the true language of the mermaid grave? I wasn't sure I'd fully understood. If I could, I wouldn't be human. But one thing I knew for certain. The tattooist originally came from the mermaid grave ghost story. And for some reason. The conch. That angel sigh item was deeply tied to this crisis. Strangely, 2 utterly opposite images were fused in that conch. Healing and death. It was spine-tingling. If seen through a child's eyes, what would the conch look like? Tattooist Nim. I swallowed the sour, bloody taste. Could you tell me what you thought of the conch-shaped object you remembered? The tattooist's lips moved, revealing only the shape of the word. I read it. Filth. Disgust. A sense of uncleanliness and unease. Even knowing it posed no rational threat, the horrific imagery left a powerful, repellent afterimage. The space around the tattooist shimmered again. I see. Understood, thank you. Was that it? Having calmed her, I began to piece together all the clues I'd gathered so far. My vague grand plan finally began snapping into place with these finer puzzle pieces. Even if it was my own hypothesis. If this is right. By pushing things to the very limit, there was something worthwhile to attempt. Good. My mind cleared. What I needed now were the conditions to support this plan, and the abilities to satisfy them. And, by a stroke of luck, I had just entered the very shop where I might purchase those abilities. I'd like to talk about tattoos now, if that's all right. The tattooist nodded in understanding and quickly held up another notice. Procedures on underage individuals require a guardian's consent. Chapter 157.2. Yes. I'm not planning to get a tattoo right this second. Given the insane power of the tomato tree tattoo stickers, I'd need to be extremely cautious about any permanent ink here. Even if the artist had only the best intentions, everyone's standards were subjective, and irreversible results could happen. So, instead of a permanent tattoo, I asked again for a temporary effect. Do you have stickers for, simpler designs like this? The tattooist tilted her head and began reaching for the booklet of designs. The same, Royal Special Premium No. 1, customizable, I'd chosen last time. No. That's fine. Just the basic style, please. At last, a plain booklet appeared. Phew. Because I don't have the money to pay for fancier work. I'm such a beggar. I don't even have enough for pearls. I'd thought about scavenging something from Mermaid Grave, but judging by her reaction, I'm glad I didn't. I nodded at the very simple design she indicated. Great. Let's go with that. Then came the real question. I forced out the words. So, about the cost. Tap, tap. The tattooist knocked on another notice. Write a review and receive 3 free tattoo stickers, basic designs only. So, where should I write it? And so I had the odd experience of tapping out a review with my forepaw. The owner is kind and highly professional. Where that review ends up, well, let's not think about that right now. What mattered was this. Escape safely from this crazy ghost story with the largest group possible. And I had just acquired the ability to do it. In my quadruped form, I bowed politely and concluded my second visit to the Moonlight Tattoo Shop. The agreed-upon time with the agents was fast approaching. Agent Bronze. Ryu Jaquan turned his head. His senior, who'd been playing with the kids and just waved goodbye, was approaching. Agent Choi. The moment the children disappeared from view, Agent Choi's smile faded. There's none left. I guess we really have no choice this time, Bronza. Jaquan clenched his teeth. I told you we should leave yesterday. Breaking the rules, giving false hope. I know. Agent Choi habitually mimed putting a cigarette to his lips, then caught himself and laughed softly. But at least we tried our best. No regrets that way. That's what I think. Ryu Jaquan quietly clenched his fist. And besides, we didn't break the one truly critical rule, not revealing the truth about this place. That was right. The Bureau already knew. Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace is a hallucination induced by hypnosis. Many agents had confirmed this during missions. And while they all tried rescuing the children in adult form, each attempt ended in utter failure. If an infected child is forced onto the escape boat, they undergo acute molting and develop ulcers all over, losing all vital signs. Never attempt this. The children transformed into ordinary infected creatures and their bodies would burst, killing them. After such missions, agents suffered severe trauma and nightmares, often never returning to duty. Since then, the Bureau stopped telling new agents the truth up front. A with circumflex. Oh. S. Grape still doesn't know. Let's keep it from him. Got it. Ryu Jaquan nodded. At that moment. Whoosh. A small shadow flickered near the alley entrance. The two agents who'd been watching immediately turned to a defensive stance. Ryu Jaquan frowned. Just now. I thought I saw a cat's shadow. A cat. Agent Choi let out a nervous laugh. Agu, you mean something that just looked like a cat, probably nothing. That's right. You can't trust appearances here. Though this place would dazzle you with the innocence of children, they had already seen what lay beneath. Ryu Jaquan slowly crouched and peered around the alley corner. And he saw the unexpected. Life-sized clockwork animal figurines walking down the alley. Daydream Incorporated. The field exploration team of Daydream Inc. Perhaps due to those eerie animal masks, they always appeared in the bizarre form of a cute animal-themed drinking fountain, making them stand out even to a child's eyes. This time was no different. One had a beautiful butterfly perched on it, another was shaped like a cute pony, and the last resembled a friendly-looking goat. To a child's eyes, they were simply adorable decorations. But... Approaching silently, Agent Choi pulled out something that glittered like wings. It was a suncatcher made of glass. Suncatcher. It looked crude, like something made by a child, yet emitted an uncanny light even though there was no sunlight. When raised to the eye, the truth would become visible. It's them. Damn, these guys are good. They look totally normal, too. Ryu Jaquan likewise raised his suncatcher and checked them. 3 people in suits. Animal masks. Butterfly, pony, and goat. That one. Ryu Jaquan gripped the glass tightly, blood running cold. He recognized that guy. Kim Solium's co-worker. It was the man in the black goat mask he had seen at Sekwang Technical High School. Recalling the conversation with the one in the buffalo mask at the time, it was clear this man knew Kim Solium fairly well. If that's the case. If, by some chance, someone recognized Kim Solium's features hidden beneath a child's appearance. If they started asking questions. No. He couldn't allow the damn company to track down someone who had barely managed to get out and rebuild his life. Ryu Jaquan's mouth opened on its own. Agent. MMH. Wouldn't it be better to subdue them and drive them out now? Oh. Agent Choi shrugged his shoulders. Bronza. We've got only 1 day left. Why stir up trouble now? Of course, the Disaster Management Bureau already knew that the damn company was sneaking into this place using some private route only they were aware of. But they hadn't acted on it. Fighting them might only lead to civilian casualties. Resources were best used to save more people, to end the supernatural disaster more effectively. Let's just keep an eye on the kids instead, just in case. Is what I should say. A twisted smile spread across Agent Choi's face. He looked at one of the staff. The one wearing the butterfly mask, stamped with a gold emblem. An elite team member is here. A dangerous glint flashed in Agent Choi's eyes. If we toss them into a glass cell for obstructing official duties, I bet we'd get some prime intel. Let's go. The agents began to move. Assistant manager. Jean Nasal clutched her throbbing head and looked toward the dumb brat sprinting toward her. Over there, over there. And behind him, there were mere children chasing after him. Only, they had no tails. Special variant, huh? Jean Nasal's index and thumb extended unnaturally, revealing a sharp, chilling thread of silvery wire between her nails. What a drag. Chapter 158.1. Jean Nasal looked up. Something peered around the corner of the alley, staring right at her. A tailless mare child. It hurled something at her. Whoosh. The projectile glittered in the dim light. Without hesitation, Jean Nasal reached out, grabbed the fleeing employee by the scruff and stopped the attack. Heek! The moment glass shards struck the employee, bubble-like shards erupted across his body, encasing head and hands in a crystalline cage. Then, over it all, a geometric, traditional seal appeared, as if stamped in midair. The Bureau. Warning. You are currently obstructing a rescue operation in a supernatural disaster. Cease obstruction of official duty and surrender. 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 The seal emitted a recorded warning. It was mandatory whenever a civilian obstructs a disaster bureau operation. At the same time, it functioned as an item. Hearing that broadcast drains aggression and compels compliance. Well, that is, for ordinary people. Nuisance. A vein pulsed in Jean Nasal's temple beneath the golden mask of the elite team. Those weren't merfolk fledglings but agent punks in disguise. How irritating. Ugh. Jean Nasal kicked the bound employee aside, then, as if by magic, donned her monocle to identify the agents. 2 agents stood beyond the corner. Should I pursue them? No, no. The priority was finishing the mission quickly and racking up points. Maximal effect for minimal effort. That meant ditching tedious item searches and boarding the escape vessel to clear the darkness. R. Nigerian Naira. Beta. But. What a fucking drag. A severed nail soared like a projectile, embedding itself in the far wall. Her irritation boiled over into action. Nails screeched as they gouged the wall, catching on the corner. Along with a few of Agent Choi's cut bangs. Agent. Ugh, what a piece of work. But these were Black Tortoise Team 1 veterans, adept at one-on-one combat. Even in a child's form, Agent Choi dodged with practiced ease. When you reel in the wire, pursue. He moved. Then Assistant Manager Butterfly seized the wire and fired it back, aiming at the mare child behind the agent. The 2 Disaster Bureau agents rolled aside and returned fire. Shattered glass shards flew. Arg. Jean Nasal pulled the bound employee toward her using the wire on her forefinger, blocking the shot. The Daydream Incorporated employee was hit by a Bureau restraint round and screamed. Ah. A mare child. Mare folk. The fool cried as if a Bureau bullet would kill them, though they weren't even scratched. And they still saw only a mare child, clearly his brain was completely gone. Jean Nasal peered through her monocle again. Behind the 2 agents, there was one more. A mare child. At that moment, one of the unusual agent entities, slightly larger, shifted its position to better hide the mare child. Aha. A-Squad's Assistant Manager Butterfly narrowed her eyes. She tossed the bound employee at the agent, then sprang the wire nail again. This time, toward the mare child behind the agent. Ping. The nail clicked off the wall and flew true. The Bureau agent moved again. Ha. Jean Nasal seized the opening, sliding backward out of the standoff. For a brief moment, her headache vanished in a rush of exhilaration. Because if the Bureau agents had truly committed to defending that point, there was only one possibility left. Is a mare child considered a civilian? This meant critical intel for a manual revision. Huge points. Jean Nasal's eyes shone fiercely. Anger aside, she had to board that escape vessel immediately. A clear priority had emerged. If all else fails, take the mare child hostage. Jean Nasal casually snapped off the part attached to her nail and hurled it forward. A smoke screen billowed up. Using the gap in the obscured view, she slipped back through the alley by a hair's breadth. Her mind had conceived the simplest, most violent solution, yet her relentless focus on points demanded a smarter plan, and the words tumbled out. Hey. Jean Nasal used her wire to eavesdrop, then yanked in the other rookie employee who'd been plotting an escape route in the meantime. The woman wearing the pony mask. Yes, yes. Draw their attention to you. Me. Kang Yihawk, the pony-masked rookie, pointed at herself in surprise, eyes wide. You'll at most be detained, thrown in a cell, then released. You're still a rookie, no obstruction record, no grounds to lock you up. Oh. Kang Yihawk glanced back, then beamed. Brilliant plan, assistant manager. Then let's have Mr. Goat do it. Look at him, he's pretending to be a dead rat anyway. 1 gold piece per day of detention. I respectfully volunteer. The unrelenting gold worshipper grinned and gave an immediate thumbs up. Just one thing, assistant manager. If you're lying, I'll squeal your personal info to the bureau, then take out a long-term secured loan in your name on the way out. Go right ahead. Leaving the rookie as a decoy, Jean Nasal stepped back and began to run for a quick escape. Kee-eyeing. Blades rained down. Bell-tipped guillotines poured out all around, blocking her path and embedding in Jean Nasal's legs. A wave of excruciating pain shot up her limbs, paralyzing them. Most of the Bureau's anti-human gear is designed to kill marked villains when minimal deaths are required in a supernatural disaster. They were tools for subduing and killing as needed. Oh, come on. One agent in the form of a tailless mare-child laughed, shoved Kang Yihawk aside, and charged toward her. That goddamn bastard. It was targeting the elite team. Occasionally a veteran agent would behave like this. Field records and testimonies from the elite team were prime intel. And besides, anyone who rose to that level at Daydream Incorporated was assumed villainous. Locked up, you could squeeze them for anything. Should I just kill this fucker? Whoever it was, he's been obstructing her at every turn. Crawling on her belly, Jean Nasal reached into her suit and drew out a lethal weapon. BOWDOWN. ATREMENDOUSWILL. Slammed into the entire alley. Everything froze. Contextless violence. The fleeing employees of Daydream Incorporated, the goat mask with his head bowed, the mere children, the agents from the Disaster Management Bureau, and even the pony mask mid-gesture. All of them could only move their eyeballs, looking upward. A massive eye was watching. No. It was language. A sinister string of words was being spoken aloud, and the very sound became a gaze directed at humankind. Words that couldn't be described, language from beyond, fundamentally unknowable, conceptually ungraspable, came crashing down from another dimension. Be grateful that you can't understand it. The moment you do, it's irreversible. One of Daydream Incorporated Corporation's employees collapsed on the ground, began frothing at the mouth, convulsed, and ended up strangling themselves. SPEAK. The mere children who had been laughing suddenly collapsed. BOWDOWN. Kang Yihawk gaped up at the sky, vacant, then slammed her forehead into the ground. A muttering voice. SPEAK. It wasn't even saying that in the first place. But when filtered through human comprehension, that's what it sounded like. Oh, the whispers of the abyss. Deep. So deep solaring we must escape but we cannot escape. So alluring gan so profane. We must worship it. D-death. One person said so. Muttered. That guy said we're all gonna die. Told us to prepare for death, What are you talking about? Jean Nasal barely managed to grab someone by the collar, not just anyone, but the rookie in the goat mask. That guy told us to prepare for death. Death. The cat. That monster, Kim Sol. A mouth appeared above the alley. A massive shadow of an open mouth, as if to swallow everything. It began to speak. Chapter 158.2. It's still reading something. It's reading, no. Damn it. Agent Choi loaded the strongest mental defense round he had into the glass handgun, feeling an overwhelming urge to bite down on his own tongue. There were only 3 rounds, prioritization was crucial. What? Wait. The narration and thoughts were starting to merge. Even the thoughts and words of Daydream Incorporated's employees are now being understood. Agent Braun swallowed hard. The supernatural structure of the ghost story, which normally only presents hallucinations to children, is being ignored. Hold on. A chilling sense of crisis crawled up the scar on his neck. This phenomenon that's appearing right now, this is annihilation sanctioned. What do you want? What do you want from us? Why are we dying? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'll do anything. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do, but I'll do it. Please, just go Awa. It vanished. Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace and Mermaid Grave returned to view. Thud. They collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. The indescribably vast had disappeared, and the void slowly filled. And then, a grim premonition. Just now you said you'd do anything. All eyes turned to the black goat mask-wearing Bek Sahian. If I go away, you'll do anything, you said. As Bek Sahian's face went ashen. Jingle. Something emerged silently from the darkness at the alley's end. That. It was a black cat. The red-eyed quadruped stared blankly at the humans. A symbol of misfortune, a history of fear and persecution, a familiar street animal passing through everyday life. The protagonist of the most famous short horror tale. The cat stepped forward. A crackling sound accompanied its shifting form. Tension rippled through the crowd. They halted their complex rivalries and conflicts to watch the moving creature. Before the black goat mask, it opened its mouth. This way. A will was spoken. This way. The cat's gaze was directed towards that side. Bek Sahian staggered to his feet, glared at the cat with a pale face, then began to move. The black quadruped walked alongside him. Humans and mere children alike staggered along. It's working, it's working. Even if inside he was Kim Solium swallowing cold sweat and tears. Do you have a sticker for tattoos that reads aloud anything I input, like an app? Ah. You can print it on the spot. Yes, that's right. At Moonlight Tattoo Shop, Kim Solium had purchased a music note tattoo sticker that transmits thoughts as spoken words and applied it to his paw pad. Alpha N, Epsilon. He moved on all fours, desperately projecting composed authority. In any case, he was relieved that events were unfolding as intended. I thought I'd actually go crazy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few hours earlier. Hugh. Emerging from Moonlight Tattoo Shop, Kim Solium shed his cat guise and returned to being a child. He surveyed the surroundings, once again a blissful paradise, and stifled a shudder. The old stamp was now tattered. One more use and it'd be spent. But this absolutely deed had to be done in human form. I finally have the chance to try it. He retrieved the item he had been saving. Deep within the inventory tattoo on his skin, he at last drew out the object he bought long ago at the space shopping mall. Hugh. Right then. It was a strange tome. Its cover was bound in human skin, finished with dark red wax, bearing human faces mid-scream. Necronomicon. The Book of Death. Kim Solium stared at the ancient grimoire, its red wax seal seeming to hold back unspeakable secrets. Braun recognized it. But there's one thing about it. This is not the Necronomicon you're thinking of. It's exactly as he said back then. Kim Solium reverted to cat form and shifted his forepaws. To reduce suspicion. By carefully feeling beneath the wax with his paws, he could find it. There, at the edge, was a tiny hinge. Of course. This thing. This grim tome was really just a bookcase. When he opened it. Click. He saw a wireless-bound softcover with neat, standard fonts and cover. Easy Korean Revised Edition now available. A slick yet tacky modern publication. At this point you're probably thinking, but just bear it a bit more. He flipped the cover. Beyond the table of contents, the text began. Ouija ei and kuru ga zakaya pirijabu samaruka buatu ni, all at hotel pirijabu winawiku ze shrolgaj. Did you catch that? Alien words written in approximated phonetics. Right. This book was a different kind of horrific mistranslation. According to researchers in the Dark Exploration records, it was so full of typos it was laughable. A botched edition that clumsily mimicked the pronunciation of some old version Necronomicon. In cosmic horror, fictional tongues are nearly impossible to fully pronounce or understand, so this was truly pointless. Needless to say, it couldn't summon the madness or cosmic dread of the real thing. Its true nature was a ghost story mocking crowdfunding scams. Right. That sort of item. Yet in every ghost story, there's always at least one gruesome side effect. And this corrupted edition had exactly one, appropriate to its scam theme. Exactly what's expected. A psychological effect. When this book is read aloud, the reader falls into a state of delusion, experiencing madness and fear as if a colossal entity has truly descended. It is also estimated that all individuals within a 10-meter radius who hear the reader's voice are subject to similar effects. The more deeply the reader is immersed in horror media or possesses a high level of suggestibility, the more vivid and pronounced the effects become. At the very least, it provides the reader with an immersive experience, making it, relatively speaking, a more honest form of deception. Assistant Manager Lee Yanawa of Research Team 1. In short, a bluff item for intimidation. And a little embarrassing. The more deeply the reader is immersed in horror media or possesses a high level of suggestibility, the more vivid and pronounced the effects become. Which meant, Kim So-Liam judged, it was an item made for him. Q. Of course, he nearly lost his mind reading it. Without the lemonade from Moonlight Tattoo Shop, he might have bled from every pore. Anyway. I can't do that anymore. He couldn't read another line. He'd go mad mid-reading. And if he stayed in cat form and was caught reading it, the plan would be ruined. But that terrifying psychological effect only triggered when reading the Necronomicon. So, disguised as a cat now, Kim So-Liam's abilities were no different from any other street animal. Could I fool them? But he had to try. This way. And so Kim So-Liam resolutely led the Daydream Incorporated employees and the Disaster Bureau agents as if he were an extraordinary creature. Please, I implore you, just help me escape. Their destination. The place where the angel's sigh still remained. Chapter 159.1. Kim So-Liam thought to himself. If he'd had his good friend with him in this absurd situation, he could almost guess what he'd say. Oh. Deception, yes. An effective tool of governance since ancient times. I can't wait to see how the crowd will be guided. This is getting exciting. Something like that. Come to think of it, there's no room to carry a stuffed bunny when you're on all fours. Kim So-Liam zoned out on that thought, desperately distracting himself. Because the stares from behind were too intense. Gah. Behind him, the Daydream Incorporated employees and Disaster Bureau agents followed as if entranced. Even the mere children, the children, were trailing after him. This far. It felt like he was about to break out in cold sweat. He deliberately steered the two factions into witnessing each other, heightening chaos so the fake Necronomicon psych effect would hit harder. But he never expected it to work this well, with no one breaking away and everyone actually following him. If they find out, I'm massively screwed. He could only imagine what those veterans would do if they realized the truth. His paws felt damp with dread. Yet astonishingly, Kim So-Liam managed not to betray any of it. His survivor's instinct from his rookie days at the Ghost Story Company kicked in. As a result, they took him for the avatar of that cosmic horror entity behind the horrific phenomenon they just experienced. Even that guy who'd suspected this cat's true identity. Bek Sahian. The goat-masked employee walking next to the cat finally found his voice after what felt like an eternity of hell. What on earth? The cat stared. It halted, and with red glowing eyes, silently beheld the black goat mask. Ugh. At last, Bek Sahian covered his mouth, sweat beading on his spinning eyes, and started walking again. He's not killing me. He's definitely not going to kill me. He definitely has a purpose. Just as rational thought began to resurface in everyone's heads, the massive terror in cat form spoke again. In a different tongue. 10. A countdown. 9. And the cat's paws quickened. 8. It began shrinking away, toward the far side of town. If you didn't follow right away, who knew what would happen? 7. With cold sweat dripping down their napes, everyone fell silent and followed the cat's resumed stride. A rare scene even for seasoned ghost story investigators. Because they all knew this unwritten rule. In a ghost story, if you scream blindly and run, you usually die. Thus the logic of the tale protected Kim So-Liam. Moreover, with a bizarre entity planted between these two hostile factions, they now kept each other in check, unable to act rashly. Thanks, Bek Sahian. Thanks to him, despite his sweaty paws, Kim So-Liam was able to cultivate real fear and pressure as he guided them. The ominous black cat pressed on, its paws carrying it at lightning speed deeper into the city. The employees dodged patches of ulcerous slime along the way, and the agents hoisted children whose legs ached onto their backs. They all hurried along. Eventually, past the city streets, a strange building appeared. It looks like a cathedral. It was a stained glass structure at the eastern edge, though its windows were shattered and its symbols destroyed. The cat silently entered that ruined building and moved beyond a collapsed beam into a strangely concealed space. Amazingly, there lay a small annex. I've never been here before. Hidden by the collapsed structure, this annex was a place the Daydream Incorporated employees had never noticed. Or rather, didn't even know existed. Through the eyes of children bewitched by Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, it must have looked like a fully intact, beautiful building. This is the spot we searched last time, right? Yes. No anomalies were found. So, one side entered warily, the other with puzzled suspicion, both following the black cat inside. This way. The cat stopped only once it reached the annex, in front of the left interior wall. Directly beneath a small, torn painting. Bek Sahian hesitated. What am I supposed to do with this? This way. Shit. Bek Sahian broke into a cold sweat as he examined the damaged painting, then spun around and smiled. Miss Pony. Despite how Kang Yihak pretended not to hear, Bek Sahian pressed on. I'm not great at art. Could you take a look? I feel like there's a safe hidden behind this painting. A safe? Yes. In an instant, Kang Yihak stepped forward. She studied the painting intently, then... Aha. She reached out confidently and pulled it aside. Behind it was, sure enough, a rusty iron locking mechanism. It was supposed to be a bluff, so why was it actually there? Bek Sahian nearly grabbed her by the collar. If only I'd done this myself. Kang Yihak sprang into action. Catnim. She knelt before the cat. Kim Solium nearly toppled backward, but held his form with practiced composure. Kang Yihak's eyes glittered. The safe key. Where could it be? Good grief. Haha, you said to bow earlier, so I gave it a try. A hint about how valuable what's inside might be would be nice. This way. The cat remained, unwillingly, resolute. Meanwhile, Bek Sahian quietly reached out, gripped the safe door, and wrenched it open. Creak. Oh, it just unlocked. Everyone from Daydream Incorporated froze. 1, 2, 3, 12. Inside the safe were 12 beautiful, white conch shells, each tied with a golden cord. These were rare treasures once scattered across the city, now nearly impossible to find. The Angel Sai. 13 Angel Sai items discovered in the safe of the annex beside the ruined cathedral at the city's eastern edge. Due to the building's significance, these were likely professional stockpiles. This was what the cat had wanted to show them. The cat watched, red eyes gleaming, as the employees beamed with joy. If this had been a post-exploration find, they could have quietly led everyone onto another site, but this was the place it had to be. There was a reason. But the promised side effects were unavoidable. Item. Greed flickered in the Daydream Incorporated employee's eyes. How many points is that worth? I've got to take them all. Yet they still hesitated, under the lingering fear summoned by the fake Necronomicon. They seemed certain the cat's true, immense malice would trigger some terrible condition if they acted rashly. And so... This way. The cat moved on again. A suffocating silence followed. Then, it sat before the children, the agents of the Disaster Management Bureau. It's a cat doll. Cute. No. You can't, Jijiya. Agent Choi barred the mare-child from pouncing on the cat. Ryu Jaekwon broke into a cold sweat. In any case, having glimpsed the other world, the cat could detect the agents' voices as they were still disguised as children. And it urged them, again. This way. It looks like it wants us to look inside that safe. They calmed the mare children, then approached the safe with caution. The Daydream Incorporated employees' hands itched in greed, but they stayed silent. Finally, the agents peered in. Bronza, can you see it? No. I see. Agent Choi wiped cold sweat from his brow and forced a grin. There's nothing here. That's right. To the agents in child form, the gleaming ivory interior of the safe appeared completely empty. But actually, there is something here, right? Chapter 159.2. Agent Choi raised his suncatcher again and peered at the spot where the Daydream Incorporated employees had been gushing. He finally confirmed it. There really were 12 conch shells. Agent Choi hurriedly asked one of the mare children. Hey, kid, can you see that? What? See what? What's there? I see a cat, the children answered with innocent cheer. The agents realized. This item is invisible only to children. More precisely, they simply cannot perceive it. Wait. Agent Bronze felt a chill run down his spine. So, there was a critical item the Bureau never identified until now. They had always infiltrated the ghost story in child form. In that guise, they could not even sense the conch shells. Only by forced searching might they barely find them. But at this moment, the Disaster Management Bureau agents had learned of the shell's existence. Agent Choi whipped his head toward the cat, but the cat calmly looked back and once again conveyed its will. This way. Agent. No, it's fine. Agent Choi answered the call. He reached into the safe to touch where the shells lay. But he couldn't. He wasn't allowed to. The hallucination that underpins Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, the root of this ghost story and its infection, was rejecting any attempt to touch the shells. Nobs. Then. This way. Agent Choi fell silent. As if its turn concluded, the cat moved on, its steps heading straight for Baek Sahyun. Why me again? Baek Sahyun yelped inwardly, yet in the next instant he realized. Oh. Shall I gather these conch shells, sir? Exactly. It's telling me to collect the items. Filled with a sudden thrill at obeying the cat's command for the first time, Baek Sahyun thrust his hand into the safe and grabbed the shells. 10. Even in his joy, his mind spun with calculations. How do I scoop up all 12 in this situation? Had the cat spoken only to him, he could have grabbed them all at once. But now, he'd have to hand a few to my nasty boss and money-obsessed co-worker to keep them satisfied. Fuck. 9. It must have assembled everyone here to create a more dramatic, sensational scene. That cat is that psychopathic bastard Kim Solium. Wait a minute. Baek Sahyun paused. That insane, strange, grotesque pressure he'd just felt, this presence, was beyond what any mere human psychopath could muster, right? The red halo around Kim Solium felt different, too. Though Baek Sahyun had seen danger halos on humans before, this one was something else entirely. 8. It felt more like the anomalous phenomena described in ghost stories. A sense of the uncanny. No way. No way his old roommate was simply an inhuman psychopath. 7. He was never really human. A shiver ran down his spine. But the boat had sailed. He had to gather the items. Doesn't matter. 6. The countdown neared its end. Baek Sahyun gritted his teeth and swiftly collected the golden-corded conch shells, ignoring Kong Yahok's peaks and the intense gazes of his boss and the agents. When he'd swept all 12 into his bag. He found one more shell hidden at the very bottom. It lacked a golden cord, but it was indeed an angel's sigh. Bonus. As he wondered how to pocket it secretly and reached out. This way. Something sprang out from inside. Baek Sahyun almost tripped over the cat and fell. The slimy infection spurting from inside the conch shell flew through the air but lost its target. Arg. Baek Sahyun quickly threw the shell he'd been holding. Agent Bronze, watching with the suncatcher in hand, dashed forward and struck the slime-shooting shell with his glass handgun. Bang. With a short crack, the shell shattered, and the tick-like chunk of flesh twitched and crawled out like a bug, only to be hit by another round and flung against the floor. Crunch. Jean Nasal's shoe crushed it into the ground. In the bone-chilling silence, everyone turned to look at the cat. The ghost story entity that had forcibly guided them here. Asterisk. Phew. I did my best to avert my gaze from the others, feeling as though I'd break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't hard in a cat's body. I just wanted to verify this. That's why I'd chosen this spot among all the places I could farm angel sigh shells. The moment you grab the shell hidden at the very bottom of the safe, infective slime will spurt out. That was the trap, the unique danger of this place. Like a mimic, the biohazard had parasitized an apparently useful item, hiding within in a classic, creepy horror twist. But when you combine that trope with what I learned from the tattooist, it becomes an even clearer hint. A hint at the conch shell's true nature. From the tattooist's overwhelming sensory insight at Moonlight Tattoo Shop, the shells, Angel's Sigh, were tied to dark, catastrophic events. Likely the insane infection and the city's ruin. Yet at the same time, the shells bore the opposite image of solace and healing. Add the tattooist's words, even knowing rationally it's not a threat, its very image feels filthy and horrific, and reassemble the clues. Originally a cure, the conch shells triggered a catastrophic event, though that wasn't their intended function. You arrive at this deduction. So who contaminated the shells? A very obvious suspect. A biohazard ulcer burrowed into the shells, posing as Angel's Sigh. The biohazard merfolk's tactic of creating the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace hallucination to ensnare child hosts is identical. It first hid in the shells, spreading infection. Thus the children became infected, this madness raced unchecked, and the city's civilization distrusted the shells so much that they prevented timely treatment. Everything fits. Kim Solium had driven everyone here so he could convey this hint directly, without suspicion. And aha. Here was someone who'd grasped the hint exactly. As Agent Choi picked up a shard of the broken shell, goosebumps ran up his hand. Almost a thrill. The sharp and experienced spot clues quickly, drawing them closer to the answer. A cure. He looked back at the cat. This is a cure. So you block the kids from seeing or touching the shells, mixed in blanks to mislead them, to keep them from being cured. The cat offered no reply, but Agent Choi was already certain. In a voice so calm it hardly seemed directed at the presence that moments ago had exuded pure terror, he declared. Yes. This is a cure. Tension began to thicken the air. What? To the Daydream Incorporated employees, his words sounded only like mere child giggles. Unintelligible, yet the uncanny atmosphere prickled their instincts. But here's the thing. Agent Choi glanced at the bag Baek Sahian clutched. Baek Sahian's hand tightened on the strap. There are 28 children out there. And they were all too infected to escape. But only 12 shells, and look whose hands they're in. Agent Choi raised his hand, then readied his glass handgun. 10. 9. The cat. Before anyone knew it, it was now seated somewhere else. 8. At Jean Nasol's shoes. What? 7. I don't know what you want me to do. 6. Do what you were going to do, is that it? 5. Fine, go ahead then. 4. And so Jean Nasol did as planned. 3. The Daydream Incorporated elite team assistant manager flicked her attack wire from her nail. Not at an agent, but at a mere child. Chapter 160.1. The Disaster Management Bureau agents snapped their heads around. Whoa. Wires tipped with Jean Nasol's ornate nails shot out and snagged the mere child's sleeve. This was the personal weapon of A-Squad's assistant manager. Ah. Look, fireworks. The child laughed. Hearing the tainted mere child's giggle, Jean Nasol sliced the most lethal appendage first, the part that secreted paralytic and infectious fluids. Slice. Aya. The enormous tail attached to the mere child dropped to the floor. Blood and slime burst out. It hurts. It hurts. An agent's counterstrike missed by a hair. Without a pause, Jean Nasol yanked the now crippled mere child in with her wire and clamped the child under one arm. Eek. Then she announced. Take one more step and it dies. It was a perfectly rational choice. Her legs aren't in perfect condition. Her calf, still numb from the bell-blade trap, had already forced her to burn items just to keep up with that ominous cat. Trying to fight 2 bureau agents, grab the loot, and run in this state would be idiotic. And Jean Nasol loathed idiocy. So, she chose. I said stay back. Words failed, but the gesture spoke plainly. Hold on, Bronza. Agent Choi, who valued every single life, raised both hands as if to yield while frantically hunting for alternatives. But that was not the Bureau's textbook response. Hostage. The textbook agent, Agent Bronze, stared at the villain with dark eyes. These scum planned to steal the 12 shells that could save 12 children. Even though those people could escape without them. Letting them go would doom those kids. The Bureau's priority was crystal clear. Maximize lives with minimal sacrifice. If one civilian must be lost to save many more, so be it. Bronza. Agent Bronze made his decision in a flash. He raised his glass handgun and charged. Hey! At that exact instant, another creature moved. Jingle. W8. Amid Baek Sahian's startled cry, the cat sprang soundlessly off his shoulder. Clamped in its jaws was an angel Sai conch, pulled straight from Baek Sahian's bag. No. The cat sprinted straight at Jean Nasol. She reflexively braced to kick and flick her wire, yet the cat wasn't aiming for her. It veered slightly, down and sideways. Ah! Kitty doll. Straight to the mere child in Jean Nasol's grip. The cat pressed the conch, still clenched in its teeth, tight against the child's ear. From within the shell flowed a tingling voice. Hum. It was a hum as lovely as a soprano's aria, a lullaby a parent once crooned. A stirring phrase of a national anthem, a jubilant hymn brimming with life. But only one phrase. A single melody drifted softly, tenderly from the shell and tickled the child's ear. Ha. The tailless mare child froze. HMMMMHH. Bleeding slowed. Ulcers shrinking on face and limbs, the torsion of infection easing, vocal cords returning to proper shape. It wasn't a full rewind to a pristine child, but the rampant infection faltered, and the human life still inside flared like kindling catching flame. Next moment. Ooh. With a deep sigh, the child was once more simply a sick little boy. Everyone, stunned by the miracle, hesitated on pure instinct. What's going on? Mom. The boy burst into hysterical sobs, the hallucination collapsing, twinkle twinkle ocean palace gone, and horrific reality laid bare to naked eyes. It even breaks the brainwashing. And as the child was banished from that blissful dream and kept bawling, the cat, astonishingly, crept into his arms and let him cling for comfort. Kitty. Even when the child yanked its head with a rather rough grip, the cat sat motionless. That only made it creepier, yet the signal was unmistakable. That creature was friendly toward children. Is this a ghost story whose rules change by age? Ever an elite of the field investigation team, Jean Nasol kept analyzing, yet she did not release her hostage. She merely stopped overtly subduing the child. No one could predict how that cat-shaped danger would react. But really, these people are out of their minds. Someone exploited that tiny opening. A glass bullet flew. Jean Nasol saw it. One agent fired the glass handgun at her legs while another, already in range, tried to bind her torso. She deliberately let herself topple backward. Her body, suddenly limp and boneless, slipped past their grapples by a hair. At the same time she flung the hostage straight into Agent Choi's arms. The moment Agent Choi caught the child, who was still clutching the cat. There are hostages everywhere. Jean Nasol made the cold calculation and kicked the door. We're pulling out. The other Daydream employees, reading her intentions, moved to follow. Beck Sahian gripped the bag holding the remaining 11 angels' size and bolted. This way. The cat looked up. The ominous cat quietly stepped out from the arms of the child held by Agent Choi. Why are you? The quadruped creature walked among the frozen onlookers. Then, after passing by everyone, it stopped in front of something. The severed tail of the young mermaid, the one Jean Nasol had cut off. A strand of the ulcer mass. This way. The cat's form crackled as it turned to face the people. What are we supposed to do with that? This way. Its blood-red eyes looked directly at me. A gaze that seemed to already know everything about me. Fucking hell. Beck Sahian quickly grabbed the tail with his gloved hand, trying to stuff it into the waterproof pouch on the front of his bag. But Agent Choi was faster. He snatched the tail away before he could. Agent Choi, still categorized as a child, firmly gripped the still wriggling tail that was desperately trying to parasitize him, and spoke to the cat. You provoked the attack because you needed this, didn't you? Silence. What use is this tail? The cat did not speak. And yet, it answered. This way. By fixing its gaze on the employees of Daydream Inc. Agent Choi secured the tail in a containment case and then hurriedly began scribbling words on the ground with the chalk he carried. A point of connection where the gaze of the Twinkle Twinkle Dragon Palace and the Mermaid Grave intersects. You guys are using the tails, huh? If you tell me where and how you use it, I promise I won't fight anymore until we get out of here. I swear it on my honor as an agent. Happy face. Is it something you use to escape? I know all about you running away on the escape vessel. So where and how do you use it? This crazy bastard. But Agent Choi had his reasons for confidence. The cat seems to want us to talk, too, right? Chapter 160.2. 10. Seriously. With the cat starting yet another countdown, Beck Sahian glanced about. Not wearing the target for this. Thankfully Kang Yihak crouched first and began writing. How much will you pay us if we tell? Another lunatic. We're completely broke, you rich guys, suck it up. Don't want Kitty to pop your head, right? You lil shits. In the end, under the pressure of the countdown, Beck Sahian wrote the answer himself in place of his money-crazed colleague, using his best judgment. You already know, right? The tail's an entry pass for the escape run. But we never brutally cut the tails off of the mere children. We only took the minimal amount from already fully infected general entities. We need to survive too. Telling them we butchered a kid would make them flip. Even so, Agent Choi didn't blink. How is it used? Fuel. Ticket. Sacrifice. Was it safe to spill this much? 6. Damn it. An admission ticket. As he wrote, Beksahian instinctively glanced toward where the cat had been. After squeezing him with that killer countdown, "Are you satisfied now, you psycho bastard?" But the cat was gone. It was now standing in front of the window. Standing, on 2 legs. This way. The cat's posture was uncanny. As if something else were forcing it to move, it stood eerily upright on 2 legs near the window and lifted its left front paw, pointing sharply westward. Aengo. That direction was the escape vessel. And with that, it dropped below the window. People rushed to the window and looked down, but below, there was nothing. The cat had vanished. Ha! The air suddenly felt lighter. As a few people caught their breath and began thinking rapidly. The escape vessel, the escape vessel. Beksahian tore at his hair. That's it. The cat meant for us to board the escape vessel and get out. What? It said, prepare for death. I thought that meant something else, but now it seems it was a warning. If we don't all escape by boat, it'll kill us. We have to get out of here. But the Daydream Incorporated employees didn't forget the danger so quickly. The disaster management agents were still here. And the memory of what the cat had just done. At that moment, Agent Choi fell into thought. The cat had forced them to sever the merechild's tail, then used the conch shell to heal it. Any adult would have recognized that as a friendly act toward children. Thinking of that, Choi calmly wrote on the ground. The cat showed us where the conch shells were and even demonstrated the cure. Clearly it wants us to use them to save as many kids as possible. Unless you'd rather risk being slaughtered by a monster for your greed. Damn it. But Choi didn't stop there. Otherwise, will you cooperate only until we're all safely out? Make sure you escort every child out safely, using the conch shells on the escape vessel. Jean Nazol shoved Beksahian aside and strode forward without hesitation. She barely blinked as she wrote. Any foolish moves and you're shot. Okay. Thus, a strange temporary alliance was born. It was a team capable of utilizing both the sensory perception of the Mermaid Grave and the Twinkle Twinkle Dragon Palace, with enough personnel to both handle the biological disaster and protect multiple children at once. Was it leading us into this? Ryu Jaquan's eyes twitched slightly. Just what kind of supernatural phenomenon was that rumor in the form of a cat, to lead to something like this? No, what mattered for now was getting out of here safely and completing the mission. Wait. Yes, and he wasn't even alone anymore. They had a rookie now, too. Grapes. Ryu Jaquan spun to face his superior grimly. Their rookie must still be searching for survivors among the children. We have to find him at once. If someone's left behind. Hold on. Calm down. We're meeting this evening anyway. We'll pass by and pick him up on the way out. That was the problem. We can't take these maniacs with us. I'll threaten them a bit first. Agent Choi, instead of keeping the conch shell with Beksahian, demanded the tail tissue of the general infected creatures as collateral, and verified that the employees weren't lying about the location of the escape vessel. He even pretended to wrestle over the conch shell to discreetly attach a tracking device to it, completing the precautions. All set. Finally, they firmly agreed to meet in front of the building near the escape vessel. Now let's gather the kids. Yes. In any case, the encounter between that lunatic pseudo-pharmaceutical company and Agent Grapes was now inevitable. Ryu Jaquan felt a chill in his chest, but resolved that he should spot the rookie first and make him cover his face with a hood or something. If he said he wanted to protect the rookie's identity from the cult-like pharmaceutical staff, his superior would probably understand. By the fountain? Yes. But the moment they met Agent Grapes at the central fountain of the city. Agent. Ryu Jaquan realized his plan had been meaningless. Through the suncatcher he had been holding up reflexively, just in case, he saw it clearly. The rookie agent, who turned back after noticing them. I've been gathering and organizing the children by age group. Half of his face was covered in ulcers. Ryu Jaquan came to a halt. Cold sweat ran down his back as his trembling eyes scanned the childlike figure of the rookie agent. Below the torso, long umbilical cord-like masses of cellular tissue dangled. From his waist, thick chunks of flesh extended outward, with ulcers hanging from him like a tail. It was grotesque and horrific. But because of the setting in an underwater city, and because the form resembled a tail, this biological disaster was referred to as the merfolk. But playing together is so much fun. The mere child, who had once been an agent, smiled and waved. "Can't we stay just one more day?" Upon seeing the rookie fully infected by the biological disaster, the two agents stopped in place, their faces completely drained of color. Chapter 161.1. A rookie agent had been infected. Agent Ryu Jaquan had already experienced similar situations multiple times. An agent who miscounted the final step and stepped onto the wrong stair. An agent who endured 2 days without a drop of water, only to be contaminated by a raindrop falling into the membrane of their eye. They just disappear. Just like that. Without context, without warning. The kind of eeriness that some find entertaining is what people often call a ghost story. But for the person involved, it was only natural for it to feel like a common tragedy. Just like now. Bronza. At that moment, his superior quickly bumped his shoulder and slung an arm around him. And with a finger on his back, he wrote one word. So the infected rookie agent wouldn't notice. Come. Grapes IE. But hey, we should get going. Your hand's about to disappear too, right? Ah. The rookie agent, Kim Solium, looked down at his right arm, which had been severed and vanished, and answered rather brightly. It's fine. The mermaid princess said she'd give me a new one. I'll be okay. Is that so? Yes. Look over here, I even got this. Kim Solium lifted a few items the children had given him and proudly showed them off. In reality, they were all worn out, shabby trinkets, glittering only in the eyes of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. The kind of toys only young children, not full-grown adults, might like. Reino. Right. Just a sec. The two of them let Kim Solium continue playing with the kids and quickly stepped aside to speak in hushed urgency. I don't know what the hell happened, but the infection's already way too deep. Half his face was covered in tumors, and the infection core, manifesting as a tail, had grown far too large. Normally, something like this wouldn't happen after just 3 days. Had he actually entered the Ocean Palace and come back? Or maybe something went wrong when he came into contact with the kids. Or perhaps Kim Solium himself simply had a body that was exceptionally vulnerable to biological disasters. Either way, while rare, it wasn't impossible for a rookie to experience such a thing. But with his mind already seeming contaminated, it was hard to confirm anything through him right now. Or maybe. You don't think that cat? A more dangerous entity had intervened. Maybe to push them along. Ryu Jaquan's face turned pale, then snapped back to focus. The conch. It was the cure. We need to bring it. Right now. Wait. Agent Choi grabbed his arm. That cat seemed to give the cure to save the children. But Agent Grape still looks like a child on the outside. Listen to me. If that cat's a high-risk phenomenon ranked higher than even the Dakibi trick our elder set up, it might not recognize that guy as a child anymore. Ryu Jaquan nearly shouted, so what, do we just give up? But his superior, Agent Choi, was looking at Agent Grapes with an unreadable expression. Then, after calming his junior, he walked back over to Kim Solium among the children. Grapes IE. Yes. Then would it be okay if you just stayed here altogether? Yes. Ryu Jaquan couldn't hold back and yanked the back of Choi's collar. Sunbae. Hey, I'm asking to check how far the infection's gone, it's serious. It's not just physical, it's in his thinking, too. Let's get him out now. Then. No, I mean the way we always do. Agent Choi sighed and patted his junior's back. Bronza. Get it together. Our escape method isn't based on infection levels. It's based on the time of disappearance. That's right. According to the Disaster Management Bureau's escape protocol, a child wouldn't vanish into nothing if their disappearance had occurred within the last 1,000 days. And Agent Grapes had only been here for 3 days. He still met the criteria. All we have to do is convince him to leave. I'll send him out, so just keep the kids from scattering, okay? Then he turned toward the infected Kim Solium and called out in a cheerful voice. Let's come back to the Ocean Palace next time, Grapes IE. But how about we play balloon ride on the way? Just like when we came here earlier, floating up, nice and easy. It was one of the escape routes identified by the Disaster Management Bureau. Do you remember? Wasn't it said that children's books with a surprise appendix titled, How to Get to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, were often found scattered throughout the playrooms? In truth, those books contained an additional passage. At the very back of the books that had, How to Get to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, written in them, there were rare instances where a method for returning from the ocean palace was included. That particular page was composed with advanced vocabulary and steps comparable to professional manuals, demanding a level of reading comprehension impossible for preschoolers. All attempts to identify the required materials for the returning from Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace ritual had ended in failure. So, to actually use this escape method, the agents carried the necessary supplies with them directly. Fortunately, because the entire preparation process was so irrational and obstructed, the escape method itself was narratively sound. Up until this very moment. It's not going up. This time was an exception. Agent Choi, with a look like he might bite his tongue, almost gawked at Kim Solium dangling from the balloon, but managed to keep a straight face. Originally, a child tied to the going home balloon would close their eyes and gently float into the sky, and when the balloon eventually popped, they would fall and be found rolling out from a slide. That was how it was supposed to work. But the balloon wasn't rising at all. This had never happened before. That's because no agent had ever been this deeply infected. Moreover, the degree of infection usually matched eerily well with the symptoms of a year of disappearance. So, any child still within the viable window for escape always floated upward with the balloon. But now, a new irregular had occurred. If the subject is severely contaminated, the balloon cannot rise into the sky, rendering the escape method useless. Like a parasite gripping its host tightly, refusing to let go. The tumor tail, ulcerated and grown from Kim Solium's back, lay heavily grounded and squirming. Is he almost fully merged with the ulcer mass? Thinking about that bizarre collective entity resembling the ocean palace, Agent Choi's brow twitched. Yet his mouth spoke casually. Oops, I must have underinflated it. Let's try a different way, okay. Okay. And the moment Ryu Jaekwon, who had been with the children, saw the two returning empty-handed, he immediately sprang into action. Bronza. We need to get the cure right now. The Prepa. Bronza. Agent Choi paused briefly, then spoke slowly. Did it ever occur to you that, if Grapes was in his right mind, he would have given up his spot to a child? Ryu Jaekwon's hands froze. It did. That's exactly why he should be prioritized. Most agents think like that. If you don't prioritize them, they'll give up their lives too easily. Saving the agent means saving more lives. Chapter 161.2. Ryu Jaekwon's superior fell silent for a moment, as if at a loss for words. Then sighed softly. I don't know. It's not like we can assign rankings to human lives. Wouldn't it be better to save him just because he's a comrade? Was our bureau always like this? I feel like it used to be different. But at some point, everyone started staking their lives on that principle. Because they realized it was necessary. Ryu Jaekwon knew full well that Agent Choi's silence leaned closer to disagreement than agreement. Still, even Choi let out a small sigh of resignation. Anyway, fine. Grapes must be saved. Let's go see those cult company bastards. But before that, from the remaining 11 angel psyconches, they would have to set aside one for the agent. That left room for only 10 others. 10 children. We'll have to choose. Agent Choi's eyes dimmed, but regardless, he moved toward Grapes. You said you sorted the children by era, right? Can you show me how? Yes. Agent Grapes had diligently categorized the children. Somehow, he had managed to gather all 20-something children scattered across the entire city. Did they gain the ability to communicate with each other after becoming infected and connecting to the hive? Ryu Jaekwon pushed aside the chilling speculation. These ones all know the same songs. The children were sorted. From kids of the 2010s, all the way back to those from the 1960s. And a few were explained a little differently. These kids seemed like they came from a slightly different place. They had 6 fingers, or no whites in their eyes, or claimed to be from countries that don't exist on Earth. Agent Bronze immediately placed them at the end of the priority list. There was a high chance they weren't civilians. It didn't feel good. Assigning ranks to human lives. Ryu Jaekwon felt a deep fatigue he had momentarily forgotten. Tired, as always. And so, he implicitly prioritized children who had gone missing more recently. Because with the intel they had now, those children had the highest probability of successfully escaping. But still, we'll bring all of them for now. Ryu Jaekwon slowly nodded. All right. Grapes, i.e., the kids might get scared now, so how about we walk and play together? We'll see the mermaid princess tomorrow. Today, you can play with me, Epsilon. Okay. They decided to hide Agent Grapes among the children to protect him as much as possible from daydreaming. If it were revealed that he was an agent, he'd become a target. A group like Daydream's elite team would likely know that the Disaster Management Bureau prioritized agents' lives over civilians. A contaminated agent is an easy target. At least until they could secure a conch shell and treat him. With that, they hastened their steps. And shortly after, ooh, over here. At the agreed-upon location, a staff member wearing a pony mask was waving, and the rest of the employees watched warily. They didn't run off. Ryu Jaquan confirmed that the tracking signal attached to the conch shell by Agent Choi was still active, and joined up with the members of Daydream Inc. They flinched at the sight of dozens of mere children, but perhaps due to the lingering influence of the cat, they didn't act rashly. They simply kept a clear distance. This way. After a brief exchange of written notes, the two factions began moving, each cautiously keeping the other in check. Downward, into the depths of the city. This place, it's where the kids usually don't go, right? Even seen through the eyes of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, it wasn't particularly beautiful or remarkable. A shaded place under a bridge. In reality, it was beneath a rusted iron bridge that somehow hadn't collapsed, beside a stream of black, contaminated water. There, a small door waited. However, we can't see it. The door wasn't visible to the infected children at all. Just like the conch shells, they simply didn't appear to them. Then, Agent Choi, aware of Daydream's staff watching closely for any slip, calmly closed his eyes and reached out with his hand. Okay. He passed through. Ah. So it works if we just trick our senses. If you walk in with your eyes closed, you can go in. The only problem was that they'd have to get all 28 children to do it. Hey, kids. Let's play a game. Let's see who can walk with their eyes closed the longest. But it's scary. Usually eager to play together, a few of the children now hesitated, fidgeting strangely. As if they instinctively felt something was off. Damn it. One ominous thought struck the agents. Would they have to leave behind the kids who couldn't pass this threshold? But then. Are you a scaredy cat? I am not. Then close your eyes. Kim Solium began encouraging the children. You know that shiny thing you see when your eyes are closed? You can see it, right? Yeah, I see it. Look closely. If you can't see it yet, just walk a little and it'll show up. Amazingly, he succeeded in getting the children to walk forward with their eyes closed. Agent. Let's go. Agent Choi, who had been watching the scene in a bit of a daze, quickly came to his senses. He tapped the shoulder of the anxious Agent Bronze and began to walk. Let's go. The children, with their eyes closed, safely passed through the wall and entered. And then. A place that was not the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace revealed itself to them. From the perspective of Daydream Incorporated, that is, from the viewpoint of the ghost story Mermaid Grave, it was nothing more than a slightly less rusted, harsh-looking steel corridor compared to the outside. It resembled a hastily built emergency passage for authorized personnel. But in the eyes of the children, nothing's there. Just a white rectangular path. As if all texture had been stripped away. It seemed this area couldn't sustain the illusion of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. A space, presumably, somewhat isolated from contamination. This is getting more and more suspicious. All the more reason, a veteran would know, that this was likely the correct path. So he hastened his steps. Should I keep my eyes closed? If you open them, you'll see something amazing, right? Thankfully, the children didn't collapse in fear or burst into tears. If anyone started to cry, Agent Grapes distracted or comforted them. They reached the end of the corridor. What was visible through the suncatcher item was the true scene beyond. A roughly constructed, ramshackle terminal. It seemed there had once been a total of 7 escape pods. In the spots where some alien, mechanical technology escape pods had already launched, only dust, filth, and dried infectious fluid remained. But there was one left. A massive capsule-type escape pod. Covered in blood. Chapter 161.3. As they approached, the door's device spoke. Please verify removal of infect. So you just have to show it a severed tail. When a few employees from Daydream Incorporated only nodded weakly in response and said nothing, Agent Choi quickly added one more thing. To the cool person who answers quickly, 50,001, haha. I thought it was to prove you'd hunted an infected entity and helped stop the spread. That's how you get access to the pod, haha. As soon as that answer came back, Agent Choi nodded and immediately handed over cash. Yahoo. Then, ignoring the giggling employee in the pony mask, he turned around and called out. All right then. Grapes IE, want to come over here? And let's bring that friend you were just talking to as well. Yes. Kim Solium, standing among the children, took one child by the hand and walked toward the escape pod. Fortunately, it seemed the Daydream employees hadn't realized he was an agent. Ryu Jaekwon, on alert, reached into Baek Sahyun's bag and yanked out several conch shells as if robbing him, handing them to Agent Choi. This. Baek Sahyun's quiet stream of curses, swallowed in frustration, didn't make it through. Agent Choi smiled and lifted one of the conch shells, approaching Grapes. If you just close your eyes for a second, it'll be over quick. But at that moment. What's that? Whoa. It's a real white spaceship. The child standing beside Grapes suddenly ran toward the escape pod. Let's go together. Grapes followed the child, running all the way to the front of the escape pod. Wait. Forcibly boarding an infected child onto the escape pod will trigger rapid shedding, causing ulcers to erupt across the entire body and resulting in total loss of life signs. 8 with circumflex nu. Do not attempt under any circumstances. It must not happen. To make matters worse, the Daydream Incorporated employees immediately shifted into an aggressive stance. Agent Bronze stepped in to block them. Grapes IE. Huh. At that moment, Grapes turned at the sound of his name. Naturally, his tail brushed against the escape pod's door device. The message displayed the same message again. Please verify removal of infect. Wow. You were right. It flashed just now. Right. In that brief moment, Agent Choi ran over and yanked both of them back. Watching the scene through the suncatcher, Agent Bronze let out a short sigh and dropped his threatening posture toward Daydream Inc. A tense silence lingered in the air. Ha. Still, at least the escape pod isn't attacking. That's a relief. Agent Choi didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat from his brow before he raised the conch shell. But Agent Bronze felt something strange from the scene he had just witnessed. The device had reacted again the moment a living tail made contact. And his superior's words. At least the escape pod isn't attacking. That's a relief. Could it be? If we just treat the kids, hand them the severed tails, and board them. No. Bronze. This isn't what we think. Agent Bronze reread the text on the device. Please verify removal of infect. It read as if one were meant to remove an infection, like killing the infected merfolk, and verify it. But this is already a ruined city. Judging by how hastily this escape pod space was constructed, it must have been built in a rush during the final collapse as a last-ditch escape attempt. And that would mean most of the people expected to use this escape pod were already infected. Agent Bronze turned again toward the last remaining escape pod. And if it really was the last remaining means of escape, it wouldn't be strange for it to have been designed under the assumption that everyone was infected. That makes sense. Agent Choi's eyes lit up. In that case, to minimize the risk of contagion spreading to other locations. Yes. Both agents turned their gaze to the tails. Those grotesque biological masses, leaking infectious mucus. It means the directive is to sever the infectious appendage, the tail, and then board the escape pod. Then, the device's message took on a completely different meaning. Please verify removal of infectious protrusion. It wasn't telling them to hunt and kill another infected being. It was telling them to remove their own infection source, the tail. Only coherent beings who had severed their tail and verified it could safely board. Wait. Then that means. Yes. For the first time today, a faint smile of exhilaration appeared on Agent Bronze's face. We don't need to fully cure the infection. If the children simply cut off their tails and verify it, they should be able to board the escape pod without the conch shell. And if we only use the conches on the kids who are at risk of dying from blood loss when cutting their tails, as long as they distribute them correctly, we can all get out. Together. Not a single child left behind. They could rescue everyone from this supernatural disaster. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That's it. I clenched my fist discreetly. I was still among the children, so I wouldn't be noticed, but I had to stifle the sighs of relief and joy that kept trying to escape my lips. We did it. By naturally merging Daydream Incorporated's intel with the Disaster Management Bureau's, they had reached a conclusion similar to the one I'd reasoned out. How much effort had it taken to steer everyone to this conclusion without raising suspicion? It's been a truly brutal day. I swallowed hard. Even getting infected was a wise choice. It would be a lie to say it wasn't horrifying and revolting. But the benefits gained by becoming infected were too valuable to give up. From concealing my identity completely from Daydream Incorporated employees by hiding behind the tumor covering half my face, to ultimately giving them a direct hint toward the conclusion, you can enter the escape pod if you sever the tail. It had been the one and only correct answer. It was the only way to break through every obstacle naturally, without arousing suspicion. And I might be able to take myself off the suspect list too. That cat. Agent Choi knew I could transform into a stray animal. After all, he was the one who recommended the item. Of course, due to the effects of the fake Necronomicon, the two couldn't be directly linked, but you never know. After escaping, suspicion might still arise. Better to bury it with something stronger. That's why I chose to attempt infection up to the limit of what my rationality could endure. Gradually increasing the infected mucus, deliberately ingesting it little by little. This was the limit. This current state, with half my face engulfed in tumorous boils. Able to understand the hive's will and the strange telepathy shared with the children, yet without losing my own sense of self. Strangely enough, the Dakibi trick that turned me into a child actually helped. Maybe because it forcibly fixed me in the form of my child self. In any case, I'd kept the option of taking a nostalgia candy if things went south. But now it looked like I wouldn't need it. Perfect. I believed in you, agents. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau really is different from that damn psychopath potion company. It was, actually kind of touching. This is the classic Disaster Management Bureau style resolution I haven't seen since before the dark exploration records took off. Trying to save as many as possible, and actually succeeding in the end. Maybe it was because I was in a child's body, but my chest swelled with emotion. Sniff. Of course, this being a ghost story, about half the time these kinds of attempts ended in total annihilation, but this time, things were going smoothly. Now all we had to do was time our escape together. Tingle. Huh. That's when it happened. A strange sensation began crawling up from my tail. Tingle. Above. My head shot up. Beside me, a child in a blue dress muttered softly. Weird. She was right. Weird. No, it wasn't just that one child. All 27 children standing near me lifted their heads to look into the air. Every single young mare child, who still had their tails attached. The mermaid princess is angry. It seemed so. All the hosts sensed something, from somewhere no one could pinpoint. A threat to survival. She was searching for where it had been triggered. And now, she had found it. The mermaid princess. Tingle. Grapes i.e. Right now. A chill swept down my spine. My mouth moved on its own, quickly. The mermaid princess is on her way. Boom. The ceiling collapsed. And hundreds of tumor masses began to surge downward. Chapter 162.1. When you think about it, it's strange. The disaster that occurred when a Disaster Management Bureau agent once tried to forcibly load an infected child onto the escape pod. Acute molting occurs. Ulcers erupt across the entire body, and all vital signs are lost. Contamination spreads rapidly, resulting in death. If this were the escape pod attempting to eliminate internal threats, the reaction was far too deliberate. It was more like the action of the infection source itself. Right. It makes more sense to interpret it as the doing of the biohazard merfolk. A punishment dealt to a host that dares to break away from the hive. A retrieval of energy. But this information was known only to the Disaster Management Bureau agents, while, conversely, more detailed intel about the escape pod was only available to the employees of Daydream Inc. Fragmented information. And that's exactly why no one could have reasonably predicted what was happening now. Ah. A child raised a hand. It's the mermaid princess. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a mass pierced through the ceiling and smashed into the terminal. Kairarara. A sound like children laughing, no, like ulcerated tissue colliding, filled the entire station. Countless tumor-like tendrils, spewing horrid mucus, descended and braced themselves like feet. Thud. 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 Thud 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 thud. Like spiderwebs hanging down, flesh masses that excreted mucus extended limbs like tentacles and clung to every wall of the shattered terminal. From the massive infected hive came its most grotesque core was a monstrous shape that now coiled before the ocean palace. Kairarara. It slammed its meaty mass down, blanketing the terminal. Thud. Fuck. Beksahian stood frozen, screaming, then shoved back the employee who tried to push him forward and quickly retreated. A company employee was snatched by the fleshy mass. The sound of a skull cracking, blood and mucus being sucked out. Gotta get out. Clutching the bag containing the conch shells, he bolted toward the escape pod. But at that moment, someone grabbed the back of his neck. A young mare child. No, he'd already confirmed who it was through that halo, but had kept quiet until now. Kim Solium. The infected Kim Solium slammed the back of Beksahian's head to the floor. Ack. In that moment, a mass of flesh flew past overhead. Beksahian swallowed hard. Move recklessly and die. The infected mass had very clearly wrapped itself around the escape pod at the center. Then Kim Solium, with a strange expression, began looking up at the grotesque mass of infection. What is he doing? Why are you? The surroundings turned disturbingly quiet. Beksahian frantically looked around. All the mare children were looking up at the sky with the same expression, raising their hands. Princess. It's the princess. The two agents also turned their eyes to the massive figure that had burst through the ceiling into the terminal. Their gazes blanked. Come here. A dazzlingly beautiful mermaid form appeared, as if sunlight had poured in from the terminal ceiling, filling the empty white space. Beautiful. Like a living statue of the mermaid princess, the enormous mermaid glowed with a divine aura. Overwhelming awe, admiration, and enchantment filled their minds, emotions that one should rightly feel in the presence of a being so great. Come here. Theum to white avoidus overlaid with the beautiful twinkle twinkle ocean palaces mall golden fang shaped plaza glimmer slikiak apple fillet with praise worship and affection and look up toy or master child but theorize no such thing as on escape apod here this is a placio of prayer placito pretoth mermaid princess and s. Damn it. Agent Choi lifted his suncatcher and barely managed to block his view. Beside him, his hubby mimicked the action and spat blood, having bitten his tongue to jolt himself back. But again, the gaze from above. Come. Elder. A flash burst from Agent Choi's hand. A flicker of light, burning within the lantern. Red and blue fire pushed back the golden glow of the mermaid's halo. Dakibi House. The Dakibi House blazed, creating a space of illusion. Where the flames reached, tile-roofed houses wavered, and the shadows of dancing, singing Dakibis flickered. A fleeting moment where anomaly repelled anomaly. We won't last long, during that time. They had to sever as many tails as possible and get the children into the escape pod. The mermaid, no, the fleshy mass, raged and tried to reach the escape pod again, but the space around it distorted, forcing it to circle near the ceiling. Now's the chance. Whoosh. The adults in suits scrambled toward the escape pod. Those wearing animal masks. The employees of Daydream Inc. Agent Choi's eyes darkened. At the same time, I have to follow. Beksahian was grinding his teeth, watching the same scene. Now was the time to run, but the problem was that Kim Solium still had his hand gripped tightly around Beksahian's head, holding him down. Fucking hell. Cunning flashed in Beksahian's eyes. Was there a way to push him off? This little. Since the fucker looked like a child, maybe he's physically weaker than him. No, wait. He's contaminated. He might be even stronger. Still, one thing was clear. Most contaminated individuals often lacked signs of human intelligence. Madness and bizarre rules governed their minds. Excuse me. Shouldn't you be more worried about the big one above me? She can't come in right now. Shouldn't you be cheering her on? The bastard was baiting him. Ah. Did turning into a mere child make him unable to understand words? Then Beksahian could just write on the ground. But just as he tried to scrawl the same message on the dusty floor with his finger, the pressure pinning his head down vanished. It worked. Beksahian shot up, ready to bolt, only for Kim Solium to press him back down again. Arg. Why, again? Then Kim Solium began writing on the floor. Carry me. Carry me and run. What the actual F? A dazed Beksahian blurted out without thinking. To where? Kim Solium turned his gaze. Toward the opposite side of the escape pod. The passage going out. Chapter 162.2. At the same time. Are they all morons or what? Jean Nasal twitched her temple as she looked at the Daydream employees clinging to the escape pod like moths. Even if they got inside, how exactly did they plan to get out? The path for the escape pod's launch was completely blocked by that filthy biological disaster mass. They were acting like clueless punks blinded by rewards instead of reading the room. Ooh. Is there like a spot on the escape pod where we can shoot a laser beam or something? Ignoring the money-obsessed rookie's nonsense, Jean Nasol assessed the situation. Why the hell am I the one stuck doing this? It soured her mood to think she was doing all the work while the regular team staff loafed around, but if she wanted to escape, she had no choice. That flesh lump started going berserk the moment the mare children were brought near. As a test, she grabbed one mare child by the scruff of the neck and prepared to toss it toward the biomass. Smack. You're out of your mind. Excuse me. The sharp glare of a furious government agent stopped her. Agent Bronze. Having completed a quick emergency ritual under Agent Choi's protection, he had shed his child form through the Dakibi trick and returned to his adult self. A necessary decision, as the situation was escalating fast. Clenching his teeth, he growled at the employee in the butterfly mask like he was spitting poison. You saw him as a real child, didn't you? If he can't use the conch, he's just an infected freak, isn't he? Even without it. If he just cuts off the tail, he can board the pod. So stop. Hey. Jean Nasol interrupted, barely suppressing her irritation. Even if you board, then what? You think you can pry that thing off the launch gate? So, do you have bombs stashed in your pocket or what? No. Yeah, I figured. Of course not. And it wasn't even certain whether human firepower would work, whether it was a biological disaster or a ghost. Let's just throw a few of them outside and scatter the focus, then make a run for it. Take whoever's left if you want. But assistant manager. The cat told us to take all of them. If we leave any behind, we'll get cursed or lose our reward. There's even that saying, a cat always returns a favor, ugh. R.A. Beta. We're about to die and you're worried about a curse. Go cry about it when you're outside, yeah. That cat hadn't shown itself again. Chances were, it was a one-off irregular phenomenon. So forget the cat or whatever. Please cooperate with the civilian rescue. The capture cable sprang out from Agent Bronze's hand. Jean Nasol scoffed and grabbed her own special equipment. No time left. He had to incapacitate her fast. Agent Bronze gritted his teeth, glancing toward Agent Choi's flames. The infected hive's call was beginning to pierce through the warped space and infiltrate the illusion of fire. Come here. The mesmerizing golden light began to take hold of the children once again. Somehow, please, just hurry. No, even if they cut every child's tail, it was becoming impossible to see how they could all escape from this place. Did they have to make selections? With grim eyes, Agent Bronze reached out his hand. Foundyu. A malevolent gaze slammed into the space. A description of a terrible, overwhelming being filled the room like a divine descent. Yes. It was descending. Descending. Lord Cat. A voice soaked in rapturous madness burst from behind the pony mask. All the humans froze. Bells, voices, laughter, deception. The call to a beautiful German to eternal decay and mindless servitude. Behold. The children once enthralled by the biological disaster staggered, lowering their heads. Their collective psychic disarray shook the infected hive, and even the towering image of the mermaid princess began to tremble. Then came telepathy. Cutit. A forceful command. Cutit. The children began tearing off their own tails. With faces twisted in madness and terror, they screamed toward the sky. Then, sobbing, they ripped their own tails off. Blood and mucus sprayed in all directions. It was a hellish sight. The anomaly was devouring the anomaly. Ryu Jaquan struggled to his feet and began stopping the bleeding of several children. But his mind had begun to comprehend the language of a different dimension. Wouldn't you like to know the horrific truth of this world? Madness shall set you free. It shook his thoughts. What? So this world is actually Bronza. Ryu Jaquan jerked his head up. The sound of that malevolent scripture had vanished without him realizing. All that remained were the children standing stiff from mental shock, bleeding from the spots where their tails had been. Kairarara. And the giant tumorous mass, writhing violently. The creature, now severed from every single host, shrieked in rage. Or perhaps, in instinctive panic at the threat to its survival. Agent Choi's Dakibi house was starting to collapse. No. Priorities. Agent Bronze quickly scanned the group. That's right. First, the agents. But Grapes was missing. Where had he gone? He looked through the children, but the agent was truly gone. No, it can't be. At that moment, he heard the sound of someone running from the far end. From the opposite side of the escape pod, the corridor leading out, a Daydream Incorporated employee was sprinting toward them. Black goat mask. And slung on his back, covered in blood with his tail completely torn off, was Kim Solium, limp and unconscious. Dripping blood, the employee shouted. Move. What? Move, you fuckers. Fwick. Something glittering arced through the air from the goat-masked employee's hand. Ryu Jaquan turned his head. The glass bottle struck the tumor mass of the biological disaster. From the mouth of the bottle, a thick, purplish-pink liquid began pouring out. Surprise syrup for kids. Grapefruit flavor. It was the potion Kim Solium had picked, based on the security chief's advice. If you converted it into Daydream Incorporated terms, its effect would be: expose potion. Target temporarily loses reason and, while incapacitated, reveals their most emotional and honest secrets. Incapacitation. Kairarara. The mermaid princess's figure, now doused in syrup, began to collapse. Twisting violently, it slumped to the floor. Dozens of tumor tendrils writhed inside the ulcers, calling to the children, but the connection was already severed. However, that potion had been made for humans. Which meant that stuff doesn't last long. Just a very short opening. Run. Chapter 162.3. The agents dashed for the escape pod, dragging the children with them. And then, seriously, what a drag. Amazingly, Daydream Incorporated's elite team member also sprang into action, quickly grabbing children and running straight into the escape pod. She even barked orders at her fellow employees. Grab them. Yes. Yes. Yes, ma'am. After witnessing the insane events just now, they recalculated the risks of leaving the children behind and made the snap judgment to comply. If you send the escape pod out first and I'm not back yet, know that you're dead. At that shout from the elite team, the employees inside the escape pod clenched their jaws and helped get as many children on board as possible. For those bleeding badly, they applied the conches. The chaos was barely controlled, but time was running out. There are still some outside. Now. Verification complete. All aboard. Okay. Having also consumed his Dakibi trick and returned to adult form, Agent Choi sprinted in last and slammed the escape pod door shut. Boarding confirmed. And then, beginning transport to destination. Cheek. With a hiss of steam from the machinery, the massive escape pod began to launch from the tunnel. Ah. Through the pod's window, they saw the giant mass moving to block the launch gate once again. Thud. Hundreds, no, thousands, of ordinary infected creatures surged into the terminal. But it was too late. The escape pod slipped through just in time and shot out beyond the city. In transit. Ha! They're alive. As people relaxed slightly and slumped in their seats. There. Far off in the open view of the city. It's moving. The massive cluster that had once clung to the castle called Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace was lurching forward. Bam. The tremor reached the escape pod. The hive of the biological disaster was not limited to what they had seen. What is that? It had burrowed underground, had spread across the entire city. Endlessly crawling to the surface, it covered the city center and spilled outward. Flesh. Ugh. The monstrous mass of flesh, now above ground, smashed the castle it had infested and hurled itself toward the escape pod in a final frenzy. It slapped its sticky mass down on the ground with heavy, thudding weight, twisting itself forward. The grotesque, horrifying, massive biological disaster reared up and revealed the mouth that had once been flush with the ground. A gaping hole lined with rows upon rows of massive, jagged teeth opened, roaring toward them. Hurled flesh like missiles. Sticking. Latching on. Catching. Thunk. The escape pod shook as it was struck by the ejected flesh. Aya. Quiet. But it didn't crash. HRRK. Agent Choi clamped a hand over an unknown staffer's mouth and looked back out the window. It's not as close as it looks. Everyone calmed down. And then those who were finally able to gauge the biological disaster's scale realized something. It was so massive that it surpassed the range of human comprehension. The numbers were astronomical, so much so that it distorted all sense of distance. Ha. Huff, huff, huff. In the end, the enormous hive of the biological disaster couldn't leave the city's entrance and collapsed. Kairarara. Leaving behind a strange vibration, like the sound of children laughing. The city's underground foundation began to cave in, pulling the disaster down with it. Into the deep sea. Ha! The escape pod quickly distanced itself from the scene, safely shooting up through the water. People exhaled hard, cold sweat on their faces. And then, not long after. Please board your capsule. We've arrived. The Daydream Incorporated employees promptly began entering the capsule devices attached to the escape pod. Once inside, a person would be enveloped in a bubble-like sphere of strange air and launched toward the surface, losing consciousness in the process. When they woke again, they'd be back in reality. That was the escape method. The agents, having overheard this procedure while managing the company employees through both carrot and stick, followed suit. First boarding the children, then themselves. Naturally, the youngest agent went first. Grapes i.e. Because his contamination was so severe, they'd used a conch shell to prevent him from bleeding out. He'd avoided death and recovered somewhat, though he still looked exhausted. And since he still had the appearance of a child bearing remnants of an infected mare form, he looked all the more pitiful. Did it all work out? Of course. Agent Choi grabbed his hand tightly. You did so well. Bet you were scared, huh? You can sleep now. We'll be heading back soon. Yes. Thank you. Kim Solium, blinking slowly, climbed into a capsule. Soon after, he closed his eyes and took a deep, steady breath. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We did it. As the capsule sealed shut, I barely suppressed a sigh of relief. I almost lost my mind. The after-effects of reading the Necronomicon nearly shattered my sanity. If I hadn't used the conch, who knows what might have happened, but it was a gamble I had no choice but to take. What else could have cut all the kids' tails at once, incite the Daydream employees, and shake off the biological disaster? It had been sheer luck that I'd been connected to the children via infection-based telepathy. In a state where the hallucination of Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace had already weakened under madness and fear. And then, someone yelling, "Cut your tail," inside your mind. Of course kids would follow for sure. I feel sorry for scaring them, but this was the only way to save everyone. I just hoped the shock wasn't too deep, and that with memory suppression and proper treatment afterward, they'd recover. I bit down on my lip. Still, I felt a bit more at ease. Because I'd brought every last child with me. And now that the entire city's been buried, it'll be a lot harder for anyone to start snatching kids again. Maybe this really was the end of the mermaid grave. Of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. And if Daydream Incorporated's research team threw a fit about it. Honestly, not my problem. Those psychos can deal with their own fallout. I swallowed another sigh and let the growing haze of unconsciousness wash over me. A success was a success. Now, once I get back to reality. Wait. They did say we were going back to reality, but where exactly is that? The coast. Well, not really my concern. The veteran agents will handle it, right? I believe in you, Sunbaze. Even as I realized my right arm was still gone, I accepted the drowsiness with a strangely peaceful mind. Escape. Oh ho. What's this? Huh? I opened my eyes. All around me were unconscious adults and children who had yet to fully wake. And near me stood a single man, completely awake. White lab coat. Glasses. He stood in front of a now-awake Agent Bronze, grinning brightly, his eyes twinkling with fascination. Ah, government agents, are you? A familiar face. Kwok Jae-kong. Research Team Section Chief of Daydream Inc. Goosebumps spread across my entire body. Wait a minute. No way, this place. I looked around. White-walled office. Laboratories. A modern, pristine corporate interior I knew too well. Yes, it was familiar. Because this was my workplace until just a few months ago. We had escaped, right into the heart of Daydream Inc. Chapter 163.1. For the escape destination to be set to Daydream Incorporated's headquarters, given that it was a darkness under their jurisdiction. Sure, it's not all that strange. But still. If we all entered through different paths, shouldn't we have been sent back to where we each came from? I gulped hard. Looking around, it seemed like everyone who'd been aboard the escape pod had, without exception, been dropped into the research team's office. Why the hell had every last one of us ended up stuck inside Daydream Inc? Shouldn't an escape pod, at the very least, ask passengers where they want to go? Ah. Don't tell me. It was because the first person to board and calibrate the pod was someone from Daydream Inc. Maybe that initial input had set the default destination for everyone. Totally possible. Problem was, thinking about that now didn't change anything. I wiped my cold sweat and shifted my eyes to glance at Agent Bronze, who was now facing off with Section Chief Kwok Jae-kong. Ah, I see the uniform now. Disaster Management Bureau agents, right. Looks like a distress signal from our darkness reached your organization somehow. Haha. Supernatural disasters are not private property. Please refrain from inappropriate terminology. Agent Nim. Well, you can put it that way, sure, but... Kwok Jae-kong smiled behind his glasses. Still, you did trespass into this here private company. Right, sir. But hey, since we helped each other clear things up down there, yeah. If you'll just give us a quick interview, we won't even charge you for. Charge us. Well, I mean, you did use one of our designated escape routes. Things like data usage fees, labor costs, expert consultation fees. You're a government agency, so surely you're not planning to dine and dash. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if Agent Bronze introduced his fist to Kwok Jae-kang's face right then and there. But shockingly, he didn't get angry. Instead, he stared with quiet contempt and replied. We did not request any consultation. And the escape method we used was based on our own previously acquired intel. Puffed. Then I guess that makes it unauthorized trespassing, not collaboration. Kwok Jae-kong continued smiling at him. Agent Bronze, silent, slipped a hand into the inside of his jacket. A strange tension crackled through the room. Right. This place. We're standing in the heart of a psychotic pharmaceutical megacorp. And not just any office, but the research team. A simple press of a call button would make Daydream Incorporated's security team come running to subdue the intruders in no time. And since those security team members had long surpassed what could be called human, even these two veteran agents could end up horribly overpowered. In short, we were deep in enemy territory where no concept of societal common sense applied. A chill ran down my spine. This lunatic company wouldn't bat an eye at making a few civil servants disappear and turning them into test subjects. Agu, my back. Just then, a groaning voice cut through the tension as someone stirred on the floor. With deliberate exaggeration, Agent Choi sat up, playing up the drama enough to cut through the tension. Agent Choi. Well, I couldn't stay lying down, I was too scared. What's this about trespassing? I mean, these days even crash landing out of a ghost story counts as unauthorized entry, huh? Goodness gracious, how's a guy supposed to work under such cruel rules? A with tilde beta. Agent Choi stood up, locking eyes with Kwok Jae-kong and flashing a cheeky smile. Over at the Disaster Management Bureau, we don't treat people who wander in during a safety inspection so coldly, you know. Ah, right. Daydream Incorporated's hatred for the Disaster Management Bureau didn't stem from anything like wounded pride or jealousy. The reason was far more simple. The government simply did not recognize ownership over supernatural disasters. Officially, that is. So, when the Bureau identified a ghost story under Daydream Incorporated's jurisdiction and deemed it solvable, they'd storm in and put an end to it. All under the banner of a safety inspection. From Daydream Incorporated's point of view, the Bureau's more like a disaster that would ravage through and destroy raw material suppliers. Because of this, both sides had even established rules to limit how often their investigations clashed over ghost stories. Otherwise, the number of chaotic reports would have gotten out of hand. Just like this case. I worry we might get a little too aggressive if this keeps happening, don't you think? In other words, Agent Choi was now politely threatening to make their lives hell. And as the veteran members of both factions dueled with words and veiled menace, Agent Bronze, now out of the spotlight, casually turned his head in my direction while pretending to check on the children. Our eyes met. And I read his lips. Stay still. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Zip it and don't stand out. If I got exposed here, the consequences would spiral out of control. Agent Bronze probably thought I'd faked my death and resigned from this company, which was why he was trying to protect my identity. But the truth was far more complicated. I'm not just missing. My identity was officially altered so that, as far as the company's concerned, I'm dead because I'm working undercover as a corporate spy. If the research team found out who I really was, and that information reached Director Ho, I couldn't even fathom what might happen. And if Director Chong, who thinks I hit her on the back of the head and ran, found out Kim Solium was currently inside the company. Gulp. I'm dead. No, worse than dead. This was a ghost story, after all. I absolutely cannot be exposed. So I naturally blended in among the children, doing everything I could to hide my presence. Meanwhile, Agent Choi's subtle threat, basically, keep this up and we'll keep crashing into your jurisdiction with inspections, was gradually leading the conversation toward a conclusion. We'll just take the civilians and be on our way. No need for any formal thanks for rescuing your employees, of course, haha. A clean, diplomatic offer. But, let's not forget. Kwok Jae-kang's a total nut job. Ah, yes, of course. Always so busy, working for the good of the citizens. I understand completely. He spread his arms wide, holding a file folder. Then by all means, take only the civilians. Kwok Jae-kang started walking toward us. I quickly lowered my posture and bowed my head, pretending I was still unconscious. Footsteps. Tap. Tap. They drew closer. Then, right above me. But these contaminated ones here. No matter how you look at them, they don't seem like proper, functioning members of society. Shit. Why, look right here. Gills instead of ears. That's not something a citizen should have. And this one has an extra arm. This one over here. A gaze. Is missing his right arm. Goosebumps raced up my back. Oh, of course, it could just be a poor civilian who lost it in an accident, but we won't know until we run some tests, right? His voice turned gleeful. Since they're all heavily contaminated, we'll go ahead and examine them, sort them, and make sure only true citizens are safely sent home. And if they aren't citizens, the company would handle it themselves. Chapter 163.2. So, dear government agents, I'm sure you've got plenty of other things to do. So why don't you clock out and go home now? At that moment, it seemed Agent Bronze's patience snapped. Cut the nonsense. Nonsense. Damn it. I'm just saying, it's unclear whether these fall under the jurisdiction of the Disaster Management Bureau. And if you keep pushing. Hey, let's ask our own staff. Hey, Assistant Manager Jean. Beside him, we heard Kwok Jae-kang shaking awake Jean Nasal. And then came her flat, annoyed voice. What? Oh, you're up. As an elite team member, do you see these kids as innocent citizens? I mean, seriously, I feel like I'm being treated unfairly here. You feel unfairly treated every single day, sir. But Jean Nasal, seeming to grasp the situation, gave a cold and strategic response. A damning one. They're mere children. Oh ho. Kwok Jae-kang's footsteps grew animated. Mere children. What a fun, no, fascinating discovery. So in truth, they're not innocent citizens at all. They're something like traitors from the darkness. Just a moment. Agent Choi's voice turned sharp. That is a matter for the Bureau to decide. A private company has no authority to make that call independently. Especially. Even though I couldn't see it, I could feel it. You, personally. Pressure. Haha, looks like we have a difference of opinion. Clap, Kwok Jae-kang started to applaud. Then took a step back. You're right. Maybe I acted a bit rashly. So then, why don't we all take a little break and talk again after we've cooled down? The two agents seemed to be calculating their next moves. This was a precarious moment. No. This can't escalate further. Getting out of here as smoothly as possible without any conflict was the best outcome. If hostility boiled over here, especially with everyone already drained from escaping a ghost story, no one could predict what might happen. And so... Oh, we're always open to conversation. Phew. We'll just rest here with the children. Come back when you've organized your thoughts. Haha. Got it. The agent sat right where they were, making it clear they would not take their eyes off the children. And perhaps realizing he had no leverage at the moment, Kwok Jae-kang finally stepped away. Nigerian Nairabeta. But there's no way that's the end of it. I opened my eyes naturally. At some point, agents had moved closer and now sat beside me as if we'd relocated together by chance. They were talking, clearly for me to hear. How long will it take? Dunno, maybe half a day at most. Agent Choi's voice was laced with a relaxed sigh. Not the first time we've seen a guy like that. Let's just wait here a bit until backup arrives. Thank God. It seemed like we'd successfully created a window to contact the Disaster Management Bureau and get their support. The problem was, excuse us for a moment, we've got some procedures to handle. That the research team would try every trick in the book until then. I cracked one eye slightly open and watched someone approach the group. A sleep-deprived researcher with deep eye bags and glasses was tending to the field exploration team staff, getting them treated and guiding them toward the interview room. Lee Yanawa. Assistant Manager, Research Team 1. The name tag matched a researcher I remembered reading about in the dark exploration records. Which meant one thing. She's notable enough to have her own wiki entry. And her notable trait was, she was one of the rare few in Daydream Incorporated who actually cared about research ethics. The kind of researcher whose attitude made that clear. If this had been under different circumstances, I might have even felt glad to see her. But not now. Not when she'd almost certainly been sent by Kwok Jae-kong on purpose. To lower the agent's guard. I think both the kids and the agents should really receive some basic first aid, especially the children. They're suffering from severe blood loss, and a few seem to be in shock. It wouldn't be easy to refuse, right? After the Bureau agents confirmed that the researcher meant no harm, they scanned the recovery potions she offered with their equipment and gave a reluctant green light. Of course, they didn't drink it themselves. But since the kids had just gone through things like ripping off their own tails, the urgency of the situation forced them to allow it. Drink up. Naturally, a potion made its way to me as well. One of the standard issue red recovery potions stocked in their infirmary. Been a while. I reached out with both hands, only to remember one of them was missing, so I just accepted it with my left hand. Instead of drinking the potion though, I just pretended to, while secretly funneling the liquid into the tattoo on my wrist. That guy might have recognized me and spiked it with something strange. Even if that wasn't the case, the researchers could have tampered with it for research purposes. I definitely saw it. While handing out potions, some of them had exchanged signals and deliberately chosen different bottles for certain children who seemed unusual. It's a real healing potion, but something's probably mixed into it. Call it paranoia, but it never hurts to be cautious. That's when I noticed something else. As I moved, I suddenly felt the presence of an unfamiliar object tucked into my clothes. The glass lantern. The Dakibi flame, now transformed into a glass lantern, was stowed away beneath my coat. If someone caught me with this, it'd be obvious I was an agent. In other words, it would be the perfect excuse for Kwok Jae-kong to lock onto me. That can't happen. Pretending to be a scared little civilian kid, I nestled deeper among the children and tried to subtly stow the lantern into the tattoo. But the Dakibi fire inside rejected it violently. It didn't want to go into the tattoo. Damn it. Left with no choice, I used my oversized jacket to cover it up as much as I could. Then, keeping calm, I sat back down and handed the now empty-looking potion bottle to the researcher with a scared look on my face. That's when I locked eyes with Baek Sahyun, who had just woken up. Acknowledge me and you're dead. Ah, yes sir. That was the gist of the unspoken exchange. Baek Sahyun turned away quickly, one eyelid twitching. Honestly, he'd probably imagined ratting me out and getting a promotion, but he won't move recklessly. He still wants the item he was promised. He's the type to calculate every gain and loss. I remembered the conversation we'd had right before the escape, when I used Baek Sahyun as a ride to read the Necronomicon. If you do it right, it's yours. And how his heartbeat had quickened with greed. Good. I could stay quiet. I sat still, quietly observing the dazed and traumatized children around me, letting time pass uneventfully. But then, the D-Squad has returned. A new voice rang out as someone entered the lab. I instinctively looked up. Ah, you're back. Yes. An emotionless voice. Anne, a white lizard mask. S-Squad leader. It was Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Chapter 164.1. It's actually him. Squad leader. Since when did that white reptilian head and those vertical pupils start making me feel so relieved I could cry? I almost jumped to my feet when I saw the lizard wearing the lizard mask. Of course, it's not exactly the right situation to be feeling that happy right now. Still, the memories of being super saved by the physically strongest in those insane ghost stories were just too vivid. Anyway, Chief Lizard, who seemed to have just returned from the darkness, was now starting his report to the research team. It took 3 hours and 24 minutes to clear. Section Chief. Now might not be the best time for details. There are outsiders present. The research team gestured towards the office, now thrown into chaos. Nearly 30 injured children, a handful of government agents, and even the groaning Daydream Incorporated staff lay scattered around the space. I see. Even though Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun would have just seen, as usual, a room full of civilians instead of employees after clearing the darkness, there wasn't a trace of disturbance on his face. Typical of the lizard that was him, really. What bothered me, though, was that no one else had followed in after him. The researcher definitely said the D-Squad had returned. But Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was alone. Don't tell me the new hires all died in an instant. Whatever my doubts, the interactions among Daydream Incorporated employees continued. Section Chief. The Dream Essence Collector, if you could bring it over this way. Yes. Thank you. If you could just wait for a moment. With the mermaid grave cleared, it was the first thing that needed to be handled. After handing back the Dream Essence solution to the researcher, Chief Lizard looked around the unusually crowded research team area. As his gaze swept the room, those blood-red eyes locked onto me. No way. Did he recognize me? But soon, the gaze moved on, and Chief Lizard silently walked into the center of the office and sat down on a meeting sofa. That meant he'd just walked in and sat right among the blood-soaked, contaminated children without batting an eye. That spot. Even the research team was stammering. His presence was so extraordinary and forceful, you could hear agents whispering to each other. Agent. Do you know him, by any chance? The lizard mask? No. But if I'd seen him even once before, I'd never forget him. Agent Choi also seemed to be seeing him for the first time. That made sense. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, or rather Employee D, was a character who would first appear when the dark exploration records got bigger and anomalous gag, joke, clears became acceptable amongst the community. With diuresis. Epsilon. You could say his exploration records don't really overlap with Agent Choi's, who was active mostly in the early days. Even the kids who'd just received first aid and regained their energy were sneaking glances at the men in the lizard mask. It would have been nice if things had just ended there. But as time passed, the number of kids who'd regained their energy kept increasing, so... Excuse me. Are we going to see my mom now? I want to go to the bathroom. Subin is hungry. The relatively uninjured kids started looking around and then began raising their hands to speak. Even though they'd had horrific experiences in the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, because it was all inside that fairy tale-like hallucination, they hadn't lost their innocence. On top of that, being left injured on the uncomfortable office floor, it was impressive the kids had held out this long without a word. I need to pee. But with this, the researchers now had the perfect excuse to lure kids away one by one. Damn it. Any minute now, the researchers would probably start saying things like, let's take you to the bathroom, let's take you to the cafeteria, and try to separate the kids into groups. The agents would certainly stick with them like glue, but the problem was, there would always be some kids left behind, which meant they'd get split up. If the agents are separated one by one, it'll only get harder to deal with the Daydream Incorporated employees. As it was, the agents were already at their physical limits, covered in bruises from head to toe. This obvious setup wasn't lost on the agents either. Their expressions had grown subtly colder. If that's the case, there's no other way. We'll have to make the first move. And the safest employee here is. Only I know that. Holding back a sigh, I whispered to one of the kids who said they wanted to go to the bathroom. Really? Do you know where it is? Yeah. With that, the kid shot up and shyly grabbed the pants leg of someone nearby and asked. Excuse me, Ajusi. Where's the bathroom? Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. The lizard-faced man sitting on the sofa blinked and looked back at the child. Kids, just a moment. Before Agent Choi could say anything, I egged the other kids on. Do you want to go too? Yeah. Me too. Kwok Jae-kong was gone, and all the familiar employees had disappeared for treatment and interviews. On top of that, half my face was still covered in ulcer scars and necrosis, so the odds of anyone recognizing me were extremely low. As long as I act properly, it'll be fine. Blending in among the kids, I went up to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun and asked as much like the other kids as I could. Ajusi, can you take us to the bathroom? Yes. The kids who had gathered around me looked up at him with shining eyes. Are you going to show us the way? Yes. And as soon as Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun stood up, the children finally burst into giggles and clung to his thighs and back. Wow. Only then did I give the two agents a small nod. It was a signal that if anything went wrong along the way, I'd shout and alert them to danger. Agent Braun seemed to realize that I'd picked the safest employee, and though his expression was complicated, he stayed silent and did not intervene. Let's go. In any case, thanks to this, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun started walking down the hallway with about 6 or 7 children in tow, just like a Pied Piper lizard. And fortunately, there were no other incidents until we safely finished using the nearby restroom. Phew. After helping the children who were too young to use the bathroom alone, I washed my hand with cold water at the sink to try to collect myself. It really is inconvenient having only one hand. And now that I was using this familiar company restroom again, it felt like my mind might float away. I just want to collapse into a bed. Suppressing my fatigue, I finished washing my hand. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun quietly came up next to me. No way, was he going to look after me just because I was a child? Mr. Roe dear. I almost struck the lizard head with my remaining hand. Anti-eavesdropping equipment is currently active. This conversation will not leak outside. Phew. With a trembling hand, I turned off the faucet and lowered my voice. How did you recognize me? I mean, I don't even have an arm anymore, and my age has changed. Yes. You have been determined as the same person through the change in age and loss of limb. Let's just move on. He's a reptilian alien who fires holy bomb barrages, so maybe he has other methods of analysis. Chapter 164.2. Anyway, thank you for your help. I nearly had my identity exposed to the research team. I see. When we return to the room, please also make sure the children don't get led away by researchers along the way. Yes. The lizard's lidless eyes stared into space for a moment, then returned to me. The children hadn't come out of the bathroom yet, so we still had time for a short conversation. I hesitated for a moment, then asked. Have you been doing well, squad leader? I wanted to ask if the new staff in the D squad are doing all right, and if your explorations into the darkness have gone well. There are no new staff. Currently, the D squad is assigned to single-person entries into darknesses, and there are no unusual incidents. I see. So Lee Jae-hyun was working alone. He's been left in the lurch. Just when the squad had been promoted to an elite squad and was about to start trial operations, I, the person who'd been promoted and transferred, went missing and was declared dead. In the end, the D squad was left dangling like a kite with its string cut. So even if the company had been dragging its feet for months, not knowing what to do with the squad, it wouldn't be strange at all. But because it was so realistic, my mouth felt even more bitter. There must have been a lot of rumors. Even if Chief Lizard was the type who didn't care about things like that at all. Squad leader. I opened my mouth before I knew it. If I make a purchase at the Space Mall, does that help you, Section Chief? Purchases at the Space Mall are not directly related to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's livelihood. However, the corner of his mouth drew a slightly friendly curve. But it is helpful to us. It was an odd way of putting it. That reminds me of, we can help, somehow. At any rate, I understood that it provided indirect help. If that's the case, do I have to use cash to shop there? No. Then is it possible to barter items? No. Damn it. Then how do I use other payment methods? Use the VIP card. The conversation will end here. Someone is approaching. I processed his sentences one by one. Click. The restroom's frosted glass door slid open and someone entered with brisk steps, coming all the way to the sink. Oh, what fun conversation are you having with the children? Kwok Jae-kong. I showed them to the restroom. Bodily functions. Very important especially for children. Kwok Jae-kong, in a white lab coat, bent down to meet my eyes. Damn it. Feigning fear, I quickly lowered my head and stepped back. Kwok Jae-kang's voice dropped to a whisper, as if offering a secret favor. Want to come with me? We'll have delicious snacks, play on the playground with your friends, and get a good rest. Let's just go with the friends who are here now. Not the others, just you, specially. I want to see my mommy and daddy. Of course. You'll get to see them too. This bastard, seriously. Done wanna. Ajusi scary and ugly. Hearing the children coming out, I hid behind Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Scary. What's wrong? Why? He's scary. I guess that Ajusi's scary. Children are quick and easy to influence. The mood shifted in an instant, and all of them hesitated, then rushed behind the kind Ajusi to get away from the scary Ajusi in the white coat. Beta. No, I might not look as good as Section Chief Lee, but still, I have my own. Ah, this is embarrassing. Seeing the lizard with all the children clinging to him, Kwok Jae-kong scratched the back of his head. There was a flash of regret and obsession in his eyes. Section Chief Lee, if you're thinking of trying to lure the kids, you should know your place. Ha. Clicking his tongue, Kwok Jae-kong eventually turned around and left the restroom. Creak. The moment the bathroom door closed, a few of the children let out involuntary sighs of relief. I had a thought. Maybe the children weren't just reacting to the mood, but instinctively sensing someone harmful. Let's go. Okay. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun once again became the pied lizard and led the children back to the lab. The agents, who had been nervously watching the door, finally let out short sighs of relief, and the suffocating tension eased just a little. Thank you. I gave Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun a small, inconspicuous bow of gratitude, and he, still wearing that expressionless reptilian face, sat on the sofa and continued to stand guard. And about an hour or two later, staff of the Disaster Management Bureau have arrived. The backup we'd been waiting for had come. Asterisk. What happened afterward went more smoothly than expected. As soon as Agent Choi's urgent message was received, the Disaster Management Bureau dispatched rescue vehicles and came to Daydream Incorporated, and with everything ready to escalate, even the research team had no choice but to step back. We'll just take a simple sample. That's nothing harmful to anyone, so it should be fine, right? Agent Bronze was about to explode, but in the end, tissue samples from the mere children were indeed collected. They're just scraping some from the cut tail stumps. That much wouldn't harm the children. What concerned me a bit was that they also took some of my own flesh. I'll have to contact Director Ho quickly to make sure it gets handled. The important thing is... Wow. We were finally free from the ghost story. Agu, the kids are all asleep. The children had all fallen asleep. Loaded into the ambulances sent by the Disaster Management Bureau, the kids were quickly transported to headquarters. There, they were cleaned up, treated by medical specialists, changed into clean clothes, and given a meal. Only after that, maybe due to all the accumulated fatigue from their spectacular ordeal, did they finally fall sound asleep. Thank goodness. Of course, the agents were finally able to take a hot shower and get a meal, too. Grapes finally turned back into an adult, too. The same went for me. Thanks to a quick recharge from the Dakibi flame, my right arm was restored, and my whole body returned to its original adult male form. I sank into the sofa, feeling a rare sense of stability. For some reason, the lounge of Black Tortoise Team 1 felt more comfortable than ever. Then again, it always did feel like a cozy school club room, so maybe it was only natural. You never know what that company might try next. I know. In my drowsy state, I caught bits of the agent's conversation beside me. Agent Bronze seemed suspicious that Daydream Incorporated might try something else. We got a call from the analysis team, by the way, about the drugs the kids were given. Apparently, some bottles had a daydream potion mixed in, the kind that makes you fall asleep and get transported somewhere else. My mind snapped awake. I did notice they were selecting certain bottles for the more heavily mutated kids, so I was keeping an eye on it. Have those all been removed now? Of course. Phew. Agent Choi patted me on the shoulder. Grapes, you really did well earlier. You even managed to make that not yet in on the conspiracy staff member take you to the restroom for real. Yes. At that, Agent Bronze was trying desperately not to meet my or Agent Choi's eyes, even by accident. Thank you, Agent. So now, we should go get that fixed, right? Agent Choi suddenly pointed at me. Or, more precisely, at the half of my face still bearing the traces of ulcers. Right. Even after returning to my original appearance, the signs of infection hadn't disappeared. It seemed that the mental contamination from being merged with the ghost story had been cured by the conch shell, which was why I hadn't been as conscious of it until now. So if we go to the infirmary? No, there's a faster way than that. Agent Choi stood up. Agent Bronze followed suit from the sofa without a word, and both turned to me with a smile. Let's go meet the Elder. Chapter 165.1. The Elder. The person known as team leader of Black Tortoise Team 1. It was also this Elder, who, through the window of this clubroom-like waiting area, had played a Dakibi trick for the agents and sent us into the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace in the forms of children. They can't possibly be human. I'm almost certain. So I expected that we would probably visit the Elder by performing some magical ritual through the window in the waiting room. But things didn't go that way. All right, let's go carefully. Tack. We traveled by car. It's not that far, maybe about 40 minutes. Maybe I should just be grateful it wasn't by bicycle. The three agents used, of all things, an ordinary means of transportation, and crossed the city of Seoul toward our destination. That place was Blue Hope Hospital. A white building in a quiet area. A convalescent hospital. From the way the staff were all kind and there seemed to be many visitors, it looked like a very well-managed place. The agents, as if familiar, entered the main entrance without hesitation. We're here to visit Park Hong-rim. Ah. Right this way. Going up to the 5th floor, there was a sunlit single room. And there, lying on a bed bathed in the warm glow of sunset from the window, was an elderly person with a peaceful face. If she had her eyes open, I would have thought of her to be an intelligent and kind person. Truly, the elder. Grapes i.e. Let's say hello. This is our elder. On the table, there was a picture frame filled with messages written on rolling paper. Just like in Black Tortoise Team 1's waiting room. Hungramuni, love you so much. Thank you always. Leaving a message as your beloved disciple who tracked down and rescued the master of Enong Soju for the sake of solidarity with our Soju-loving team leader Nigerian Naira Omicron. E.S. Our great leader, our team leader. Traces of people. Grandma, Just then, a student entered the room in a hurry and was startled to see us. Hello, agents. Hey, Yejia. Good to see you. Have you been well? Oh, you know, about the same as always. Now, let's see how our madam is doing. The high school student who seemed to be her granddaughter checked her grandmother's temperature by touching her forehead and then looked up with a smile. She must be in a good mood. She does look well. Ha. Oh, Uncle Jaquan, have you been well? Yeah. The granddaughter and the two agents seemed to know each other, exchanging words naturally, then introduced me. This is our new recruit. Ah. Nice to meet you. Yes, me too. This was no time to be flustered. I hurriedly bowed my head in greeting, and the student also bowed deeply in return. Then she said, "Please take good care of my grandmother." For some reason, my chest felt tight. I should be the one saying that. I've received so much help from the team leader. Yes. The granddaughter took a deep breath, as if holding back tears, and then smiled brightly. Then, I'll step out so you can greet her. All right. Thank you. Tack. The hospital room door closed, and silence settled in. Agent Choi looked at her unconscious team leader and gently reached out to straighten her hair. Still, the elder did not move. There was an accident. As you know, Grapes, with supernatural disasters, even the slightest mistake can lead to someone dying in the most absurd way, right? Agent Choi's voice grew a bit softer. They say the last supernatural disaster our team leader entered was a real labyrinth, mysterious and bizarre, just all sorts of strange things happened. He took a deep breath. Her upper body was almost blown away. Especially her head. I heard nearly half of it was gone. I instinctively checked the elder lying on the bed. She looked perfectly intact. Yeah. But she looks fine now, doesn't she? Agent Choi couldn't continue, and like me, just quietly looked at the bed. Agent Braun slowly opened his mouth. Team leader passed the Dakibi trial and received her own personalized Dakibi flame lantern. Ah. I instinctively looked down at my right arm. More precisely, at the Dakibi flame that had replaced it. You must want a custom version made, right? That requires a full consecration ritual, which you can't get with this temporary issue. You'd have to pass a Dakibi's trials, too. Goodness, it's powerful but no easy task. Could it be? So, right now, from the team leader's head down to her upper body, more than half has been replaced by a Dakibi flame. They say the reason she can't wake up is that the Dakibi flame is already using too much mystical power, so it can't withstand the causal interference of directly manifesting in reality. I looked at the elderly woman peacefully sleeping on the bed. Most likely, forever asleep. That's how our team leader became the elder. No longer just a human, but a supernatural being. A Dakibi elder. Agent Choi, who'd been staring at the bed alongside me, finally managed to lift his head. He wore a gentle smile. But we know she's always watching over us. In dreams and fantasies. Yes. Let's greet her, then, elder. We came to offer our thanks, and to introduce our new recruit as well. Agent Choi patted me on the shoulder. See? I told you this one would do well. He really did a great job. I'm sure you've already seen it yourself. At this point, I couldn't say I had no intention of joining this team. I wondered for a second if Agent Choi had planned even this, but looking at his soft smile, that didn't seem to be the case. With Agent Bronze's guidance, I stepped upright to the bedside. Hello, Elder. And I bowed deeply and respectfully. I'm the new recruit who just joined. At that moment, grapes I.e. I raised my head. Everyone else in the hospital room had vanished without me noticing. And instead of sunset, a brilliant full moon shone into the room from the window. There. You did very well. Chapter 165.2. A gentle, softly glowing flame was stroking my hair. No, something with a warmth like flame, but also with the sense of body heat, a fragment of the Elder. Warmth and an image. I blinked. Am I dreaming? Yes. Your weary journey has made you doze off for a bit. Come, sit here for a while. A familiar hand took hold of mine. My eyes drifted closed. Before I knew it, I was leaning against the bed, receiving the Elder's comforting pat on my back. Do you? The words came out suddenly. Do you really think I did well? Of course. You did your very best, and thanks to you, the children came back alive and smiling. That's all because of your efforts and your good fortune. Don't be so hard on yourself. No one else could have done better than you. Even if you went back, you couldn't have done it better than you did. For some reason, I felt choked up. To be emotionally supported by someone had a power that shook a tired heart. But a suspicion came over me. It feels like she knows my real identity. I'd felt it in the previous conversation with the Elder, too. She seemed to know all about the items I had. Maybe it's because this is a dream. She must already know about me. Then, maybe, is this also a ploy to make a spy let down their guard? Rather than suspicion, it was a strange feeling, closer to disappointment. Like realizing your grandmother had some hidden motive for being so kind to you. And anxiety. But, and really, who in this world has no secrets? Who is without fault? Once again, the hand patted my back. The important thing is to always keep a little light burning in your heart. If you ever realize, I've lost my way, then sometimes you need to check your footing so you can turn back. An Omicron. Yes. Thank you. I steadied my breath. Yes. I've become an old woman for whom it's hard enough to know even those in my own care. Life is so complicated, with all its quarrels and troubles, I don't really understand much of it. It was a gentle way of saying she wouldn't reveal my true affiliation to the Disaster Management Bureau. Or about my suspiciousness. The hand patting my back lifted away. There was a hint of excitement in the gesture. But the elderly have their own kind of wisdom, you know. And they have gifts to give, too. Before I knew it, I'd sat up and was perched on the edge of the bed. As always in dreams, the context had shifted, but it didn't feel strange. Because this was a dream. And this gentle request as well. Take your trinket out of your pocket, would you? Before I knew it, I'd taken the item out of my pants pocket. A round accessory marked with an X. Memorial pop socket. The item that let me read the dark exploration records, displaying past memories concisely as text. But it had cracked, so I hadn't been able to use it anymore. Ah, I remember this. All the kids put these on everything these days, the administrators must be so upset. The Dakibis didn't even throw a party for 8 days just to make one of those. A hearty and kindly laugh. But this one is a little different, I think. Let's see. The elder put on her reading glasses and peered at my pop socket. In the crack of the pop socket, the adhesive left by the government agent pretending to be a Dakibi in the Dakibi workshop was still there. He said that adhesive would set within a month, but even though a lot of time has passed, it hasn't changed at all. I see. Since that fellow wasn't a real Dakibi, just a human in disguise, it's no wonder he didn't know. That person is more of a strange creature. But it looks like they were imitating something from our workshop. But if you treat something made by street riffraff like a knockoff, things just won't work out. The elder infused the pop socket with fire. The pop socket, which had been burning brightly, suddenly sparkled as if all the old grime was scrubbed away, and the crack disappeared. There you go, it's now properly bonded. Thank you. But the important step isn't finished yet. You have to make a wish for what you want it to become. Come to think of it, I'd heard that at the Dakibi workshop, too. Wish for what form you'd like it to take. Then, it'll transform into a splendid trinket. But things had been moving so frantically that I'd barely paid attention to that part. This time, I'll try to be conscious of it. I politely put the pop socket back into my pocket. Thank you. Grapes, you really are so polite. I could feel a look of fond satisfaction. She patted my head again. It felt as if the warm fire seeped into my entire body, burning away all pain and contamination. This old woman would love to give you a dried persimmon, but it seems our time is up. Huh? Your drowsiness is wearing off. I opened my eyes. Before I knew it, my head was nearly bumping into the bed in the hospital room, and I reflexively straightened up. A person startled awake from a nap. I quickly raised my head. I saw the two agents looking back at me, smiling. Anne, the elder, still lying sound asleep in bed. Did you greet her properly? Yes. The clock in the hospital room showed the same time as when I'd entered. I had literally just nodded off for a moment. And even in such a brief nap, a dream had visited. I looked down at myself. The tumors and ulcers that had sprung up across my body were all gone. Thank you. I bowed deeply toward the sleeping elder. The agent smiled and patted my back. Then we'll come again next time, elder. I followed the two agents out of the hospital room. The elder, still peacefully sleeping with her eyes closed, seemed to be seeing us off. Chapter 165.3. How was it? She's a wonderful person, isn't she? Yes. Told you so. We're really lucky when it comes to people. Our team maybe Grapes also got some luck with superiors, huh? This time, Agent Choi's confident assurance didn't feel annoying at all. I slipped my hand into my pocket. I could feel the pop socket, now perfectly fixed. For now, just rest well. Think about things like the report tomorrow. The site cleanup unit already went, and all the kids are asleep anyway. Please get home safely. Yes. Thank you. I bowed my head and thanked the two agents as well. They rode off across the road on the bicycles they'd brought with them. Only after they disappeared did I raise my head. Phew. It was amazing. At least I gained something from all this. I never expected to get the memorial pop socket repaired like this. So, does that mean I'm supposed to make a wish until it activates? Alright, now what I have to do is contact Director Ho. I have to clean up the mess that broke out at Daydream Inc. This is seriously making me want to cry. Didn't Agent Choi just say I had great luck when it came to bosses? I don't think so. Please. I squeezed my eyes shut and picked up my smartphone. Please let this get cleaned up quickly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, I don't think this rumor is going to be contained. Agent Choi smirked as he slapped his direct junior on the back. Ryu Jaekwon held back a sigh and half-heartedly dodged his hand. It's dangerous, sir. I'm a bicycle master. After telling Agent Grapes to rest up, they headed back to HQ to file their report, just the two of them, chatting as they rode their bikes. What do you mean, the rumor can't be contained? What else? It's about Grapes. They'd gone out for a regular rescue in a supernatural disaster and managed to save every single child, and might have even ended the disaster itself. And to think, this miraculous achievement happened right after a new recruit joined the team. When coincidence repeats twice, it starts being called skill. And if this new recruit had even just completely ended a supernatural disaster while working with the site cleanup unit before, then the probationary period for new recruits doesn't matter anymore. His aptitude score just blasted through the ceiling. Congratulations on your assignment to Black Tortoise Team 1. Ha ha ha. Ryu Jaekwon pressed his fingers to one temple. The one saving grace was that the Disaster Management Bureau was generous when it came to investing in equipment for talented people. Maybe things really will get safer. At this rate, it seemed like even a custom Dakibi flame lantern wasn't far off. If not, at least Grapes would be able to get some more gear. The only concern was whether he had attracted too much attention. Let's hope the rumors don't get exaggerated in some weird direction. He decided to keep an eye on things. Ryu Jaekwon sighed and pressed down on his bicycle pedals. Let's go, Jaekwon. For reference, this speculation was taking place in a completely different direction within a different faction. At the same time, in an office at Daydream Inc. Lord Cat. Bang. An employee from the field exploration team, wearing a pony mask, banged on the table and conducted a vivid interview with the research team. The great Lord Cat was in that darkness. The all-knowing, all-powerful Lord Cat. For reference, the research team was in total chaos. It was because the mermaid grave, which used to yield only C-grade dream essence, had just produced B-grade or higher essence. A crazy anomaly. And to make things worse, the Disaster Management Bureau had spirited away all the mere children, and the agents had dashed off in a hurry. So, now lacking research material, the research team was furiously extracting every possible statement from the field exploration team members who had entered at the time. A with grave Nigerian Nairo. And this is what the testimonies had in common. It was a monster. A monster. Please, save me. I don't know. The letters I saw. Were they really there? Maybe I was just seeing things. I was terrified, but I did my best for the clear. The great Lord Cat is watching us, letting us out. We have to save the children. Multiple employees have reported observing an anomalous entity manifesting as a black cat, hereafter referred to as the Black Cat. Documented effects include induction of panic and madness, brainwashing, physical transformation, causal distortion, reality manipulation, and collective mind control. These abilities exhibit anomalous characteristics that are not currently explainable by conventional means. Yes. It did help with the clear this time, but I don't know what might happen if we meet it somewhere else. Attempts to determine the entity's objective or intent have been inconclusive. Certain field exploration team personnel reported that the entity appeared to be attempting to seize control of the ghost story, CTR C-1642, however, these accounts are classified as unreliable. Notably, the prevailing hypothesis is that an entity of greater transcendence than CTR C-1642 irregularly intervened within this instance of darkness. This hypothesis is considered highly plausible. I want to avoid it as much as possible. Accordingly, the entity designated as the Black Cat has been assigned a unique darkness identification code. Designation, CTR A-1845. And so began the real chaos. Chapter 166.1. The very night I escaped from the mermaid grave, I was able to meet Director Ho immediately at the usual Fox counseling room's waiting area. Anne. Goodness, you must have had a rough time, Solium Nim. Don't worry about the bodily tissue that was harvested from you. I'll recover it right away. Yes. Thank you. The conversation was wrapping up much more smoothly than I'd expected. Is it really this easy? Honestly, even though it wasn't my fault, and this wasn't even a routine report, just the fact that I was having an emergency meeting with the director at my rank was enough to make me break out in a cold sweat. But Director Ho listened to my story with great interest, and even clapped his hands in delight. The only moment he indirectly showed any discomfort was just once. So that's why the Disaster Management Bureau's support team ended up coming all the way to company headquarters. Shit. I'm not complaining to you, Solium Nim. It's just, they're such a hypocritical group, all surface and no substance. I instinctively feel uncomfortable getting too close to them. And this from someone who planted a corporate spy in there. And honestly, personality-wise, aren't they on a completely different level compared to Daydream Incorporated? Shouldn't our company at least pretend to have some self-awareness? It was almost bizarre, the level of revulsion he showed toward the Disaster Management Bureau. If my personal feelings made you uncomfortable, I apologize, Solium Nim. Not at all, sir. In any case, the conversation itself flowed smoothly, and Director Ho brought things to a gentle close. In any case, please don't worry about this sort of issue. If anything comes up, just let me know anytime. And then, is there anything else that's bothering you? I've been waiting for this. The mood's not bad right now. And we were alone. You have to ask while you can. As I poured some more hot water into Director Ho's green tea, I spoke. It's not exactly discomfort, but there is something I'm concerned about. Please, speak freely. Director Ho nodded with an expression that said, I'm so sorry you have a concern. So I explained. There's a darkness I need to enter as soon as possible. About Cheerful Theme Park. I didn't specifically mention the blue mascot there, but since getting marked by strange beings during ghost story explorations was pretty common, Director Ho would have easily understood the situation. No Thailand body yes. I nearly died, but when I promised, I'll come back next time, it let me go. My follow-up explanation made sense too. At the time, I'd still been working for the company, so naturally I thought I'd be able to re-enter Cheerful Theme Park whenever necessary. But after things turned out like this, I couldn't get in anymore. You're the one who assigned me this spy job. And from what I knew of Director Ho's personality, this level of request would be no problem. Cheerful theme park, huh? Director Ho beamed. Don't worry. I'll arrange for you to be able to visit as quickly as possible. As expected. Thank you. I was really worried that if I couldn't get in within a month or two, personal complications would make it impossible for me to keep doing my job. I nodded seriously. Thanks to your help, Director, I'll be able to focus on my work without worries. So please make it happen within a month. If not, I might drop dead, spy or not. I trust that message got across. Of course. It'll be ready soon. Don't worry. He was so refreshingly decisive in matters like this, and it was comforting. Because he's competent. Maybe he's actually not a bad boss at all, as long as you don't hit his berserk button. Maybe the only reason I've had a hard time is that I was always assigned to jobs that made me dance on that crazy button. For the first time, I could relate to what the section chief from the review team once said, Director Ho is actually a pretty decent superior. Thank you. With that, the emergency report began to wind down. Director Ho would soon say he had to head back in and get up from his seat, and I was about to see him off and get ready to leave quickly. Oh, by the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. As he was just about to stand, Director Ho gave me a scrutinizing gaze. You haven't been using the Fox counseling room, have you? Uff. If you use the counseling room, you don't have to worry about running into other employees. I'd really like you to use it actively and heal your contamination and psychological trauma. Like hell I will. No matter how I look at it, this place feels like it's connected to you. Just look at how the place is always coincidentally on break whenever I come to make a report. At this point, I could believe Director Ho pays commissions to the counselor to steal information from the employee sessions. One thing's certain. This space, this ghost story, is definitely under Director Ho's authority. That's exactly why I'd been deliberately avoiding the Fox counseling room. It's just too awkward. Even though the last time I had a session there, it was actually very helpful. And besides, the elder had just burned away all traces of my contamination, so I probably don't even need to go now. But since I couldn't say any of that out loud, I just nodded my head. Yes. I'll try. But, this space, including the Fox counseling room, is still a darkness, and that person isn't a real counselor, so. I was about to finish by saying, I'll keep that in mind. But it's real. It's a real counselor, . Director Ho's usual gentle tone disappeared. A voice, flat and almost emotionless, came out. Because he's a darkness, he's even more strictly bound by the professional code of a counselor. He knows exactly what he's doing and has the pride of a true expert. So I just want you to know, you can trust the Fox counseling room's doctor. Yes. And, he's been very concerned about the state of client Kim Solium, too. Tap tap. Director Ho patted my shoulder in encouragement. Then, I'll be heading in. See you again at the next regular report, Solium Nim. Yes, Director. And with that, the emergency report ended. Chapter 166.2. The Fox counseling room and Director Ho. And Director Ho was a character not even detailed in the dark exploration records. For some reason, I feel like there's more to him that's hidden. I want to look into it further, but... yeah. Focus on the wish ticket. Let's not forget, never let the means replace the end. Just finish the spy job, claim the wish token, and go home. That's all that matters. In that sense, I might have gotten a little too wrapped up in this Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace ghost story, desperately trying to get all the children out safely. Phew. But there was an extra reward. The dream essence grade went up. I looked at the elite team collector, which was now full of golden liquid. Glittering dream essence, B grade or higher. Given that the original mermaid grave was C grade, this is an irregularity. Maybe dragging out the core of that biohazard was what raised the grade. It's possible. And while I was at it, I took out the research team's potion I'd secretly stashed in the tattoo on my wrist and squeezed it into a plastic bottle. It was a recovery potion meant to be given separately to children with heavy contamination or foreign elements. If you drink this, you get transported to somewhere the research team set up, right? It's probably one of the research team's experimental spaces, but just in case, I won't throw it away. I'll keep it for now. With a sigh of relief, I returned the potion, bottle and all, into my tattoo. And I rummaged through the space again. Good thing all the items in the tattoo subspace are kept separate from each other. If not, I might have gotten this tag card contaminated too. I am a space shopping mall VIP. Special gratitude cells included. I even found, tucked away in the tattoo, the golden card I'd gotten a few months ago, hand-delivered by an alien shop's delivery tentacle. The VIP card that Section Chief Lee Jahian mentioned is probably this, right? I examined the card letter more closely, running my fingers over it. Then, inside the slightly thick card stock, I could feel something thin layered inside. Carefully, I peeled back a layer of the card paper, and inside, a small, chip-like object appeared, sealed inside. It looks like a SIM card. There was a sticker in rounded font attached to it. Sell meal anywhere. Healthy and peaceful purchase. Fast connection to a customer service agent guaranteed. Please, just hire a professional translator. Meal. So this chip is a sell, and I'm supposed to eat it. Healthy and peaceful purchase. Somehow this reminds me of talking with Chief Lizard. It's the sort of translation error you get when someone isn't familiar with modern culture. Still, I decided to try using this sell if it ever comes down to it. Chief Lizard isn't the type to endanger others with lies or tricks, after all. If anything, it's more reasonable to worry about my head getting smashed by brute force. All sorted. I finished the accounting and raised my head. Anyway, for now, I have the most convenient usable items on hand, so I'll use those up first. Cheerful Research Institute's potion. Right. At this moment, I was back at the research lab hidden beneath a manhole cover in the middle of the night. It's even scarier at night. But the dream essence in the dream incubator, sparkling in a dazzling hue, made it a bit better. D00128313. I injected all the B-grade dream essence I obtained this time into it. The number increased. D00143126. So, a B-grade is about 15 grand or so. You could say it's equivalent to a bottle and a half of a potion, but there's actually a catch here. The cost is different depending on which button you press. The first one I drew cost 10,000 points, but the second one was 20,000 points. It might depend on how many stars it has. The first one I drew, Detective Syrup, had 3 stars, and the next, Surprise Syrup, had 4 stars. These stars, they definitely represent a difference in performance. The 4-star potion even worked, if only briefly, on a biological disaster. But if you convert it 1-to-1 with Daydream's welfare points, these potions were still more expensive than Daydream's. Maybe it's just that this dream incubator is an early model and not very efficient. But on the other hand, it seemed to produce more potent syrups, closer to raw essence, than Daydream's potions. In any case, you don't know how much will be deducted until you press the button and draw a potion. Not very user-friendly, was it? It would have been nice to have research logs or something. The security sergeant said he'd look into it for me, but there's still no special news. I'll wait a little longer. There might be more functions hidden in this dream incubator. Anyway, since I've been using it quite usefully, I decided I'll visit every week to collect a potion. And now, the time to choose. There is a way to safely draw a potion whose effects have already been verified. But maybe it's better to be more prepared before entering the theme park. If I can verify the effect, it's better to do so quickly, while I have the chance. Who knows if there are even more useful ones. For now, I'll use all the means available to me to pick out the most useful one. Association and reasoning. With that in mind, the button I chose to check this time is the one that, compared to Daydream Incorporated, S potions, is the most expensive and has the best effect. Clatter. Good. At the same time that 30,000 points were deducted, a small glass bottle filled with syrup emerged from the dispenser. I took the shimmering teal liquid. Disguise syrup for kids. Green grape flavor. An expensive potion. Bullseye. Chapter 166.3. The next day. I took a whole day off, just as the agents told me I could, and only went into work late the following day. Agent Grapes, thank you for your hard work. And, thankfully, thanks to the members of Black Tortoise Team 1, who had already finished almost all of the situation report, I was able to wrap up the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace work with just a few simple answers. Thank you so much I could cry. I received all sorts of compliments from the agents. And then. Good news, too. They've already found the guardians of more than half the children. Since the entry method was so unique, it looks like there were a lot of similar cases already in our database. There were no cases of rescued citizens vanishing, either. As of 7 p.m. last night, we've confirmed all rescues. The faces of the Black Tortoise Team 1 agent speaking glowed with rare delight. I probably wasn't much different. And, and want to hear another piece of surprising news? Someone on a neighboring team found a younger sibling who went missing back in 1989. There are quite a few agents here who signed up hoping for just that. To find missing family. Thanks to you, that agent finally got to see their years of searching rewarded, and can sleep easy at night. Together with their family. So, how do you feel? How do I feel? An agent who joined here after searching for their sibling for decades. Someone who, after finally learning where their sibling disappeared, couldn't rescue them because of distorted time. To hear that person finally found their sibling, safe and sound. My God. A powerful, overwhelming wave swept over me, like a chill running down the back of my neck. This isn't just a sense of accomplishment. So this is why people do this work. It was dangerous. If I'm not careful, I might actually start working here with a real sense of duty. No. I gripped my once missing right hand tightly. I have to go home. That has to be my only goal. Already, I've survived more brushes with death than I can count. For someone who used to only experience ghost stories as content in a world without them, there's no way I can live here with my sanity intact. Oh. The end and the means to reach it. I must not confuse the two. I took a deep breath and tried to calm my heart. But my excited heart didn't completely settle. Anyway, really, you did a great job. Agent Choi, who had been listing off rewards that fit a successful investigation, smiled and patted me on the back. Oh, Grapes, you're still in your rookie period, so you have to move on to your next assignment, right? Yes. They'll assign me to a different mission. All right. I've kept you too long. Good luck with your work. I parted with the waving Agent Choi and followed behind Agent Bronze. Thankfully, he didn't try to recruit me to the Black Tortoise team again. Good. Being on the dispatch and rescue unit. I don't think I could keep doing this kind of work. Not emotionally. Suppressing a sigh, I walked after Agent Bronze. And the place he led me to was Preliminary Investigation Unit, White Tiger Team 2. 1. This was the team Go Yeon-joon was on. Solium SSI. As soon as I entered the office, one delighted Go Yeon-joon jumped up from her seat when she saw me. Reflexively, I glanced at Agent Bronze. He was smiling, albeit faintly. It seemed he had specifically arranged for me to join this team, out of consideration for the fact that we knew each other from Looky Mart. Today there's no field work, so you don't need to work in pairs with anyone. You can just work in this office. If you have any problems, come find us in Black Tortoise Team 1's waiting room. Yes. Thank you. I was truly grateful. And the fact that it wasn't fieldwork made me feel even more at ease. Today is a bit of a breather, Of course, I'll do my best to show I'm someone who fits right in with the Preliminary Investigation Unit. After bowing my head to the departing Agent Bronze, I entered the office with Go Yeon-joon SSI. It looked just like a clean, standard office, and was still pretty quiet. Everyone else is out in the field right now, so I'm the only one here, but when they get back, we can greet them together. Yes. Understood. I added, with a hint of hope. I look forward to your guidance. Who knows, I might end up being officially assigned to this unit and working with you. Go Yeon-joon somehow trailed off at her answer. Why such an ominous reaction? Did I do something wrong? No. It's not that, Hugh. Go Yeon-joon made a mysterious expression. It's just, being too competent is, well, it can't be helped, I guess. Pardon. Here, would you, take a look at this. I took the phone Go Yeon-joon handed me. It looked barely used, like it had just been issued for work, and on the screen was Agent Talk Anonymous Chat Room. A somewhat old-fashionedly named anonymous group chat. Wait a sec. Is there another group chat that only I'm not in? I heard they usually invite you after your rookie period ends and you get officially assigned to a unit. I see. Thank goodness. With Go Yeon-joon's permission, I scrolled through the chat to get a feel for the atmosphere. Sudden fortune vending machine appearance in Seochodong on-call agents, please check. About the swamp orbital, is it actually okay to just leave it alone if it's not working? Yeah, it's fine, it'll be reflected in the rulebook next month anyway. Lunch menu Rex please. The atmosphere's more laid back than I thought. It looked like a group chat where agents would ask each other for advice when they were stuck or in a bind at work. Given the frequent solo and shift work, it made sense to have a place to share information. Since it wasn't like a certain company's deathmatch, survival-style competitive structure, the atmosphere was better, and useful tips seemed to get shared more freely. Come to think of it, I think I read about this in the Dark Exploration records too. That made it feel a bit familiar. I nodded inwardly as I scrolled. It might actually be fun to get invited here at least once. Destruction King Rookie has gone and wrecked another disaster. Wait. Is this me? No way. I scrolled down faster to check the latest messages. I heard that Rookie rescued all 30 kids who were trapped in a regular rescue disaster. And apparently demolished the entire city. Wait, for real? Agu Black Tortoise Team 1 must be jumping for joy. Wowie, if it's at that level it's not a coincidence, that's straight up skill. This person's not ordinary, might be the first since Team Leader Hong joined, isn't it? I wish to be friends, sir. Any chance you're interested in Black Tortoise Team 3? We'd treat you right, honestly better than that Choi from Team 1. Nunim, I'm here too, happy face. Aha, I know. And the group chat was summed up in one conclusion. We've got someone ready to go all in for dispatch and rescue her. Youngest. Team. Leader. Hope you make it, happy face. Please, anyone, save me. Chapter 167.1. The agent group chat that Go Yan Joan showed me left quite a shock and a realization. No wonder Agent Choi sent me to work in the preliminary investigation unit so easily. Was it because my transfer to Black Tortoise Team 1 was already decided? And Agent Bronze's consideration in sending me to Go Yan Joan's team today? Was that actually because today would be my last before officially joining the dispatch and rescue unit? Not fair. No, if you only look at what's on the surface, the only unusual thing Agent Grapes did was insist on staying an extra day to take care of the children and ended up getting contaminated in the process, right? So I thought I was in the clear, but I guess the fact that a supernatural disaster that could barely be handled by regular rescue was resolved, and I was the only variable, made me stand out. And if that variable's nickname is Destruction King Rookie, does that mean my image is set in stone? I guess so. Ha. Solium SSI. Are you alright? I nodded. But maybe I didn't look so good, because Go Yan Joan's eyes held a hint of worry. It would be weird if I acted too strange. Let's get it together before I come off as too much of a coward. Doing my best to seem calm, I opened my mouth, pretending to be just a little disappointed. The dispatch and rescue unit is a good unit, of course, but I'm really more of a paperwork type than a fieldwork person, so I'm a little flustered. Yan Joan SSI. Sure. For some reason, Go Yan Joan's expression looked more troubled. But in the next moment, she began offering me words of comfort, so I guess I was just imagining things. Well, looking at the big picture, it could actually be a good thing. After all, each team has one assigned. The agent in front of me stopped speaking unnaturally and pressed the back of her hand, where Director Ho had set a restriction. Someone's listening. Pretending to be out of the room, someone is somewhere in this office, listening in on the rookie's conversation. I made eye contact with Go Yan Joan. Don't panic. She was probably going to say something like, each team has one assigned person to balance it out, so it's good. I picked up the conversation smoothly. Yes. Each team has its strengths, so even if I do end up going to the dispatch and rescue unit, I'll do my best. Yes. Let's do our best. Fortunately, the conversation ended naturally. We both raised our hands like fresh rookies and did a fighting pose together. After that, Go Yan Joan naturally shifted the topic to explaining the work of White Tiger Team 2 in the preliminary investigation unit. Phew. Later, we pretended to be surprised as we saw an agent yawning and standing up from under a desk in the office. Hey, agent. Sorry. I just closed my eyes for a bit. You're both rookies, right? Looks like you've already gotten close. Do your best. I'm off duty today, with ring above nuo. Yes. Yes, thank you. After giving us a warm look, the agent left the office. I let out a sigh of relief inside. Nothing to get caught on. It didn't feel like surveillance so much as just finding a couple of rookies cute and were curious, wondering if a sunbae could help. Still, we should be more careful. Director Ho's restriction really did help. From then on, Go Yan Joan and I didn't mention any related topics, focusing on PC setup, and before long, the agents returned from their fieldwork. We're back, Yan Joan SSI. Team leader. I stood next to Go Yan Joan to greet them. The team leader of White Tiger Team 2 had a very hearty impression, and laughed loudly when he saw me. So you're that, The new recruit. Did he just almost call me Destruction King out loud? If all these people were in that group chat, my nickname might be truly irreversible now. Ha! I never thought I'd say this, but being a supervisor at Daydream Incorporated was less embarrassing than this. You just got back from a big rescue mission the other day, right? I heard you did a great job. For today, relax, do nothing special, yeah. Just observe what kind of work the White Tiger team does and then you can clock out. Alright. Thank you. I almost ruined the character I'd been building. Pretending to be timid, I bowed my head low, resisting the urge to go full MZ crazy like I did at Daydream Inc. Now. For today, you can work at Agent Mint's desk, since she's off. So I sat at the desk of an agent who had the day off, and got a quick briefing on work from the person in question herself, Go-Yeon Joan. Phew. The work you'll be doing today is ghost story research, but it's not field work. You'll be working on the PC, and if you can also learn how to do the documentation afterward, that'd be great. Will you be teaching me, Agent Mint? Yes. I've been handling this kind of work a lot lately. Go-Yeon Joan seemed a bit conflicted, then added. Well, the agent who went into the mart with me, after that unexpected incident, I've been given mostly paperwork since then. A rookie like her almost drowned and died, so they must have pulled her from fieldwork for a while. Of course, Go-Yeon Joan was already had similar work experiences from Daydream Incorporated, so it seemed she'd quickly cut off that agent mentally and recovered. In this place, too, they'll probably have her back in the field within a month. Still, if she were to continue to handle paperwork, she might get a natural chance to access the Disaster Management Bureau's secret archive in Gangwon-do someday. I'm jealous. I wanted to take that route, too. No. It's not too late yet. This time, I'll really make a good impression. And since it's not fieldwork today, it's the perfect opportunity. I'll show just how skilled I am at ghost story documentation. Especially the documentation for the preliminary investigation unit. That's all about tracking and writing up ghost stories. This is work made for me. I smiled as I sat down in front of the computer. I'll give it a try. And so, the ghost story I would be tracking down information on during my work hours today was. Do you know about the red clothes at Exit 4? It's a ghost story that originated from one particular internet post. Chapter 167.2. Modern-day internet is little more than an incubator for urban legends. All sorts of nonsense, rumors, and ghost stories run wild, and with truth and lies hopelessly tangled, things spread from mouth to mouth, or rather, from post to post, from video to video. Because people spin stories in whatever way fits their worldview best. Whatever way is most interesting, entertaining, or believable to them. And through that process of mutation and regeneration, some stories end up with extraordinary lifespans. Even though they clearly started from a lie. For example, like this very ghost story I'm investigating now. Do you know about the red clothes at Exit 4? Lately, more and more people have reported seeing this next to subway station Exit 4. Photo. A red piece of clothing with the sleeves tied twice. It looks way too clean to have been thrown out, and the color stands out so much that it gives off a weird atmosphere. So people are saying it's for organ trafficking, or someone possessed by a ghost, or the work of a crazy person. But it's appearing all over the place, and it really seems like someone put it there deliberately, which makes it creepier. No one knows what the intention is, but it just feels off, and a lot of people say they felt sick or had nightmares after seeing it. Photo. Has anyone here seen it too? This was the most famous version that first appeared 2 months ago. A ghost story about spotting something suspicious and eye-catching at subway Exit 4. It's a report that blends the chill of encountering something strange in a mundane place with the horror born from imagination. It quickly spread through all kinds of internet forums and social media, with similar reports popping up everywhere. And now, 2 months later, the urban legend has become genuine fear. Do not touch the red clothes at Exit 4. More and more people are testifying that it's a shamanistic ritual bait. They say it's meant to attach a ghost to anyone who touches it. They made it red on purpose to attract people. Don't touch it. Even getting close is risky. It's so the ghost thinks that red clothing is yours. If you're spiritually weak, just looking at it up close could bring you bad luck. Nobs. Just pretend you didn't see it and walk by. Don't pay any attention. There's someone in the clothes. D sleeves are tied twice. Ugh, I have a bad feeling if it's the ritual I know that isn't SMTH a normal shaman would use. That's something you should never leave in a crowded place. Why would someone do that? Do they have a death wish? If you check inside the clothes, you'll definitely find hair or a jijin or SMTH, right? But if you touch it to check IG, you are an idiot. T/N, jijin equals shamanistic talisman paper. These are just what I found and captured. And the clincher is, someone actually found hair and paper inside the clothes. Photo. I don't know what this is, but it feels so wrong. Everyone, be careful. And the most upvoted comment was this. Someone told me the person who checked out the clothes in that screenshot hasn't been heard from since. Seriously. Crazy. It's true. Apparently they sprinkled salt and even did a ritual or SMTH like that. And even posted proof that all the salt was burned up, but after that there's been no word. FK, that's scary as hell. Even more chilling and eerie testimonies have surfaced. And comment sections and quote threads everywhere turned into a madhouse. There's even a rumor that the person who disappeared was reported dead. Is that for real? Isn't this about that YouTuber who picked up the red clothes and got hospitalized and kept posting about having nightmares and asking for help? Crazy. This is scary as hell though. Fuck, is there actually no one trying to figure out who's behind this? There's even shamans saying maybe it wasn't a human being who left those behind too. If you've read this far, it really feels like a terrifying twist in a supposedly true ghost story. Even now, red clothes are still being found at subway entrances everywhere, but with no involvement from authorities. Only those who know about it are left trembling in fear, watching more victims appear. But it doesn't die down. Because it's still ongoing. Another missing person case added, feels like we should report this. Red clothes found outside Seoul, photo, is this a copycat or the real thing? And people who'd been consuming these internet horror stories as casual entertainment were starting to feel the creepiness and horror so close to home that they began considering real-world measures. Law enforcement. Even if you report it to the police, they don't do anything since it's just clothes. And apparently, a lot of police who know what it is actually avoid it, especially the older officers. We just don't know, but there must have been cases like this before. Public attention. Can't we tip off the news or SMTH? Tried it, but they just mentioned it as an internet oddity at the end of the morning news, even when I said there was an actual missing person. They just treated me like an overreacting jobless person. And more realistic eyewitness accounts. I tried telling a station attendant, but since it's outside the exit they just said it's not their responsibility. The other day I saw people yelling and fighting over it, video. Someone stared at the red clothes for a while and then collapsed. Nobody helped, so some elderly person supported them and called an ambulance, but what if SMTH happens to them too? I can't stop worrying. Stop taking photos of the red clothes and posting them online. It seems like it's having an indirect effect too. And finally, this internet urban legend even reached the Disaster Management Bureau. Of course, most of these internet ghost stories are really just a mix of coincidence, misunderstanding, and a psychological desire to believe. At first, the Disaster Management Bureau also approached it that way. The problem was an agent who witnessed the red clothes at Exit 4 attempted contact and sample collection. Afterward, they lost consciousness and were in a coma for 5 days. Symptoms of sleepwalking. Hostile reaction from their Dakibi flame. After regaining consciousness, they could only repeat, "I have to wear the red clothes." Afterward, that agent jumped to their death. This confirmed that the ghost story was real. And all the rumors spreading online. They were all true. The agent has been stabilized through memory erasure therapy and is currently hospitalized. There is now discussion about registering the red clothes at Exit 4 as a supernatural disaster. More case studies needed. And so, Agent Grapes, was put in charge of collecting various stories about the red clothes at Exit 4 from the internet. Honestly, it's basically a given that it'll be registered. They just want me to grab more supporting material from the internet for documentation. It's a bit spooky and creepy, but compared to fieldwork, it's really just at the level of reading ghost stories. A true training/rest day assignment for a rookie. However, I can't just stop there. Didn't I say it? I'm much better at paperwork. And organizing internet ghost stories into documents. That's my specialty, 1000%. I'll show you all exactly what I can do. With a grin, I put my hands on the keyboard. Chapter 168.1. Go Yeon-joon glanced at her colleague sitting beside her. Kim Solium, typing rapidly on the keyboard while staring into the monitor, looked easygoing with his tousled hair and glasses, a style crafted for this undercover work. True to that image, he usually presented himself at the Disaster Management Bureau as a timid new recruit, shoulders hunched, gaze averted, projecting a passive persona. But right now, the eyes behind Kim Solium's glasses, as he looked at the computer, were filled with certainty and composure. It was the same person she'd seen at Daydream Inc. That relaxed air unique to those with keen insight and long vision, the so-called composure of someone in the know. Is he that immersed in his work? For a moment, this person's original attitude was showing through. He said paperwork was his specialty, and it didn't seem to be a lie. A deceiver. Go Yan-jong regarded her colleague, who'd become a supervisor not even 1 year after getting hired, the top recruit in their batch, with complicated feelings. But soon Kim Solium finished his last task on the keyboard with a flourish and turned to look at her as well. And just as quickly, he slipped back into his crafted passive persona. Excuse me. Agent. Would you mind giving this a quick look to see if I'm doing it right? Yes, of course. She might even learn something new. If not, at the very least, she could help her colleague get more familiar with the documentation process. Go Yan-jong looked at the computer monitor together with Kim Solium. These are the versions of the urban legend currently collected online by the Disaster Management Bureau. Red clothes at exit 4_current ver. A flood of cases. A red piece of clothing left, standing by itself at the exit. All sorts of chilling testimonies, ominous and unsettling sightings that seemed straight out of a horror movie, filling the document in posts, comments, and videos. But Kim Solium continued his explanation without batting an eye. As expected, things like this don't scare him at all. No, it's just that he's strong when it comes to text. First, I classified these witness accounts. I divided those with actual incidents from those without any substance. He sorted the document properly, too. Then an interesting trend becomes apparent. Interesting. It's that real incidents happen after unsubstantial witness claims are posted. Look here. If you check inside the clothes, you'll definitely find hair or a jijin or SMTH, right? But if you touch it to check IG, you are an idiot. And indeed, hair and paper were found. Kim Solium included the comment from the person who discovered the hair and jijin in the red clothes. Next, there's the issue about the whereabouts of the person who found the hair and paper. Someone told me the person who checked out the clothes in that screenshot hasn't been heard from since. This comment wasn't posted after the disappearance. The news of their disappearance spread after this comment was posted. Go Yan-jong's face hardened. It's just like what had happened at Lookie Mart. The order is reversed. Yes. That's the nature of ghost stories. Kim Solium gave a faint smile. When you focus on this kind of trend, and then look at the ghost story again, you can start to see a larger pattern emerge. Kim Solium clicked on another document. Red clothes at exit 4_base ver. This is a version from 3 months ago, when the rumors about the red clothes were running wild. So there are theories that it's an organ trafficking marker, or someone possessed by a ghost, or just some mad person's act. All sorts of talk. But none of the things in here ever actually happened. Do you know why? Go Yan-jong fell into thought. Because there are too many, so if one thing is realized, it contradicts another. That's right. Kim Solium smiled faintly. And one more thing. I think it's because there hasn't been a single speculation that people completely believed in. There were just so many speculative statements, and hardly anyone spoke as if making a definite conclusion. There were lots of rebuttals too, so none of it was enough to be treated as an actual incident. A Nigerian Nairo. Because there was no evidence. That's right. To put it another way. They just weren't convincing enough. Kim Solium clicked his mouse again. But then, all of a sudden, such a story appears in the comments. A sufficiently convincing story. These repeated testimonies appear to serve as bait for shamanic rituals. This is where the situation changes rapidly. Go Yan-jong read through the document Kim Solium had compiled, hardly breathing. Tricks to lure in ghosts. Someone getting attached to the clothes. Tying the arms twice not being an ordinary shamanic ritual. Instead something meant to bring misfortune. When it comes to shamanism, unless you're an expert in that field, it's hard to refute these statements. And as soon as someone presents themselves as an expert, it just seems plausible for some reason. But they don't even have to provide any proof, like photos or credentials. Exactly. Kim Solium smiled as he reviewed the comments he had collected. If you check inside the clothes, you'll definitely find hair or a jijin or SMTH, right? But if you touch it to check IG, you are an idiot. I checked that person's comment history. He works as an office worker at a steel company. So, not an expert. But a field where it's easy to pretend. Chapter 168.2. Someone who's met a shaman a few times, or read a couple of books, could easily make things up. No one knows whether these people on the internet are actually shamans. And whether it's really possible to pass on ghosts or curses in the way they describe. No one has ever credibly proven it. But because it seems convincing, people end up believing it. The effect of fear combined with familiarity. And if you look closely, these so-called experts are all telling different stories. Hugh. It's true. As she read through the comments, Go Yeon-joon barely stifled a sigh. She hadn't realized it because of the horror atmosphere and all the shamanic claims with a similar feel, but really, everyone was just cobbling together every chilling story they could find. Shamanic rituals, ghosts attached, inviting misfortune. So most of it's made up. Probably. Or maybe, not just most, but all of it. But people believed it. And so you're saying that's why it became reality? Yes. Kim Solium gave a bitter smile. The information contaminated reality in reverse. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. The Conspiracy of Belief. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Disaster Management Bureau Registration Number 2106 PSYA.2025.56. A ghost story that has materialized as a result of conspiracy theories spread on the internet by individuals who believe in them. The notable aspect of this ghost story lies in its suggestion that human imagination and confirmation bias may have been the underlying cause of supernatural disasters. Epsilon. A ghost story that, someday in the future, will be verified and registered by the Disaster Management Bureau. If you trace the origin back further. Fuck, there a bright red piece of clothing at the subway entrance? Shit, YTF do I have to live through a horror experience or some shit, huh? I almost fainted, please hug me. This was the social media post registered along with that photo of a red garment abandoned in front of a subway exit. The sign for exit 4 was visible in the background. This is how it starts, as a simple everyday post. Maybe that red piece of clothing was just a jacket a drunk person dropped mistakenly, or something that fell off a used clothing collection truck. Either way, it was probably just some ordinary, mundane mishap. It was most likely just a coincidence, or a funny misunderstanding. But the important thing is that people started misunderstanding it. That's the correct answer. In the end, this witness account went viral and was quickly reproduced, gaining new explanations with each new iteration. And as fear and rumor attached themselves, it became reality. This concludes the results of my investigation. He's seriously good at this. But, by any chance, did I make any mistakes? And yet, he'd go back to that crafted passive persona again. It really does make him look like a deceiver. Well, I know it's because of the spy thing, but still. Go Yeon-joon held back another sigh and yet another bitter smile. Instead, she nodded. No, you're probably exceeding the expectations of the agents in this office. Oh, that's a relief. Then, would it be fine if I continue working in the preliminary investigation unit? No, wait a minute. That's not the important part right now. So, does this mean you've pretty much figured out the mechanism behind this supernatural disaster? If your reasoning is correct. Maybe so. No, not maybe so, it seems he's actually right. Go Yeon-joon looked at her colleague with a slightly excited expression. If that's the case, then couldn't they also deduce the solution? In other words, if people just stop believing in it, this ghost story would end too. That's right. In that case, if they could just set the record straight somehow. Go Yeon-joon came to a realization. Making people stop believing is practically impossible. Yes. Because actual incidents are happening. This is an anomalous phenomenon that has already stepped into reality. Since too many people already believe, persuading them won't be easy. This ghost story itself is a conspiracy theory about internet rumors that become real because people believe them. Maybe the author of this entry in the Dark Exploration Records wrote it as a kind of satire, mocking the so-called evidence and testimonies behind various conspiracy theories. And on top of that, it really has turned into a supernatural disaster. Since the evidence and situation are real now, it would be even harder to refute. Exactly right. That's why, whenever agents encounter this ghost story in the Dark Exploration Records, they continually manage the situation by destroying the focal object of the incident or erasing people's memories. A method of acknowledging the ghost story's existence, managing the risk, and slowly neutralizing it. A lukewarm solution that matches the uncomfortable nature of this particular ghost story. But that's not necessarily the only way. Pardon. Kim Solium smiled faintly and brought his hands back on the keyboard. There was another way. It was a countermeasure he'd thought of ever since reading this entry in the Dark Exploration records. I can do this. The only reason he didn't update the wiki back then was because it just didn't fit the atmosphere of a creepypasta. 7.3 Countermeasures. Go Yeon-jong watched as Kim Solium, without hesitation, began typing up the final section of the document. And then, looking a little satisfied, he took his hands off the keyboard. This should do it. Kim Solium. This time, he's determined to show up and show out. Chapter 168.3. A few days later. A red piece of clothing at a station's exit 4 appeared again, just as before. There's one at Yongdongpo station exit. Everyone, avoid it. By now, people had started to become afraid of even mentioning the red clothing directly. It seemed like TV stations would start covering it soon. With several missing person and death cases, people on the internet were murmuring that, even though it's a supernatural matter, at the very least, there would be an investigation. However, what's this? This time, there was black writing on the red garment. Red Baccarat new sign up 50,001 free. Poker, sports toto, roulette, all in one. Guaranteed ghostly chills and profits, website address. An ad for an illegal gambling website. What, it was a damn gambling ad. People exploded. Are you shitting me? Isn't spam SMS enough damn? Fuckus build up for nothing. Goddamn illegal gambling. Are you happy now, using people's fear to get clicks? Let me kill these scammer dickwads. Reported to police. I'm seriously pissed off. Profanities and annoyance flew everywhere. But after things settled down a bit, a few other opinions quietly appeared. But aren't they just using the red garment for clout cause it went viral? Doesn't it look like they're just exploiting it though? TBH, I'm kinda scared like won't SM happen to those guys now. At a glance, it sounded plausible. So those who firmly believed in the ghost story of the red garment began to whisper again, saying, isn't something going to happen to that company, and started creating an ominous atmosphere. R.A.O.S. But the very next day. Were you frightened by this red garment? Human life is filled with fear. The lover of paradise, who will protect and love you so that you no longer have to be afraid, is waiting for you. Come to the paradise of love. A famous cult put the red garment on official display at the exit, complete with a sign. TF is this? Ha. Aren't these the guys who always go around asking about your ideal type and then ask you to buy them coffee on the street? And to top it all off, even a phrase attached under the sign. We are a wholesome religion and do not operate illegal gambling sites. We are proceeding with legal action against the aforementioned company for intellectual property theft. People picked up on the subtext. Wait a sec, so the red clothes thief was their doing all along. It was a religious cult. It turned out that the trap created by the cult to lure in emotionally vulnerable people had been hijacked and used by an illegal gambling site. There they go, outing themselves in a panic as soon as their idea got stolen. Just go get sued for illegal waste dumping. I really hate it. The scum of society. Thinking back on all that atmosphere with shamanism and stuff just makes me feel even more annoyed. People, shuddering with irritation, started to remove the red clothing from their conversations altogether. Perfect. Kim Solium smiled as he scrolled and checked the scene. That's right. If it's a ghost story that becomes reality through people's belief, then the solution was simple. Just make it so that no one wants to believe it. Make it cringe, make it lose all its tension. If you connect it to something that annoys and bothers people in everyday life, it'll disappear in no time. Never falling for it again, you damn fishing asshats. And so, together with their irritation, people quickly erased the whole affair from their memories. Even the fact that there were actually dead or missing people was conveniently dismissed as, it was all a fake for advertising. And just like that, red clothes at exit 4 has been resolved. Amazingly neatly, the ghost story ended. Safely, without a single agent getting hurt. All it took was the cost of making a few banners. Grats. Amazing, but how did it end as soon as it was found though? Great work, everyone. Borrowing Go Yeon-jong's phone to check the unusually active Agent Anonymous group chat, Kim Solium smiled to himself. Investigation, solution proposal, and documentation of the ghost story all handled in the office. I did it right. And if he gets recognized for his ability in the preliminary investigation unit like this? No, to be honest, it wasn't all our unit's work, sirs and ma'ams. That famous new recruit wrote up the documentation and even included a solution, and it worked perfectly. And then, That rookie again. Day back. Destruction King as expected. Truly, as consistent as ever. Even destroying ghost stories with documents now. Kim Solium really did prove himself. And in truth, the conclusion of a ghost story is always achieved by teams piecing together clues and trying different ideas. But the world already has its set images. And so, the Destruction King rookie made a major contribution to destroying the ghost story, even while working in the preliminary investigation unit. Look at that initiative, must be destined for Black Tortoise Team 3. Team 1 you mean, ma'am? Born to slay in DNR. It was all consumed as reinforcement of his existing image. So, Kim Solium, who had ruined a ghost story through image, ended up ruining his own plans through image as well. Waiting, Solium SSI. Foreseeing all of this, Go Yeon-joon just squeezed her eyes shut and sent a silent message of support to her colleague. And on the last day of the 2-week probationary training for new recruits, Kim Solium was assigned to Dispatch and Rescue Unit, Black Tortoise Team 1. Not a single soul was even surprised. Chapter 169.1. On the day of assignment. Let's all congratulate our Agent Grapes on his official appointment. Wahaha. How about a team dinner tonight? Our team's overtime meal allowance for this month has stacked up quite a bit, right? How much do I have again? Anyway, it's on me. Wow. I received the team's welcome in the waiting room of Black Tortoise Team 1, I's already resigned to everything. Honestly, calling it a welcome didn't feel quite right. I saw them just a few days ago. It's just that today, I'd been officially confirmed to be a member of Black Tortoise Team 1. I look forward to working with you. Yes. Incidentally, the senior who said he'd do his best to voice his opinion so I could be assigned to a different team was here as well. Agent Bronze, even while shaking my hand, avoided my gaze. Yes, I know, Agent. I dug my own grave. Destruction King. Let's just work diligently and try to shake off that nickname. Though I wondered if this was really okay for a spy. Ha. In the end, I gave a polite bow to Agent Choi as well. We'll be seeing each other often now, so there's no point in whining again about not wanting to join Black Tortoise Team 1. Thank you for the welcome. No problem. Agent Choi grinned and patted me on the back. At the very least, he has a decent personality. We'll be working together for life now. Shouldn't the welcome be even more extravagant? Haha. The sense of mission in these early agents is a little scary. Let's work together for a long time, Grapes IE. No, like really. Anyway, Agent Choi's dinner suggestion became reality that evening. As soon as work ended, Black Tortoise Team 1 moved out to eat together. This is a place we come to often. The owner here is a retired agent. Please bring a large portion of gopchang jiangle. And 2 bottles of soju. And so, in the corner room of a popular, crowded restaurant, we started our meal and conversation with some light drinks. It was during this time that I was finally, officially introduced to Black Tortoise Team 1. Team numbers don't really mean much anymore, but when we first started, Team 1 did take on tougher missions. So it's fine to feel a little pride in your team, thinking of your seniors. I already knew that. But hearing it explained directly by the person involved felt different. Same with hearing about the current situation like this. Black Tortoise Team 1 originally had a team leader and 5 regular agents, but 2 are on sick leave, and 1 is, on an extended hiatus. He didn't mention it, but I'm sure there were many who died in the line of duty. Thinking of the writing in all sorts of handwriting covering the whiteboard in the waiting room, I looked at the 2 remaining team members. Agent Choi grinned. And now we're finally back to 3 members. Isn't that great? Hey, Jaegwon, don't you agree? Maybe, this person was just happy to see a new face. I suppressed a wry smile. Raising my glass, I gave a polite bow to the 2 of them. Thank you again, for welcoming me. Even though they knew I'd stubbornly requested to go to another team, not once did they rebuke me for ending up here anyway, and I was grateful for that. And I could tell they understood what I meant. No, we should be thanking you. Agent Choi waved her hand as if to brush it off. You didn't want to come, right? Our team. I held back a sigh and downed a shot of soju. It's not that I dislike dispatch and rescue. It's just, I can't really trust myself. Soliama. Agent Choi looked at me. It's fine. No one actually does. Who could ever be 100% sure they're doing the right thing in a supernatural disaster? If someone is, that's the real supernatural phenomenon. At some point, this senior had started calling me by name and title, instead of hubby. He grinned as he ladled stew into my bowl. But for us, we have advice from those who've gone before us, don't we? Believe in that. The exploration records. And as you go on, sometimes, you'll want to try something yourself, even just once. Then you'll be the one giving advice to whoever comes after you. Agent Bronze's gaze turned distant, but he didn't argue. It felt like the two had already fought and settled this issue long ago. But there's no need to think that far ahead just yet. Agent Choi grinned and refilled my glass. Solium, you've really had a rough time since coming here. I really couldn't deny it. But honestly, things like that only happen maybe once every 6 months, or sometimes, not even once in several years if you're lucky. Just because you joined our team doesn't mean you'll be dealing with that stuff all the time, so don't worry. Agent Choi grinned and clinked his glass against mine, unilaterally. Clink. You'll do fine. Got it. I nodded. And, as if it was a lie, those words soon came true. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 weeks since the official assignment to Black Tortoise Team 1. Grapes i.e., over there. I was handling rescue work and ghost stories much more smoothly than I'd expected. Catch that guy? Yes. I grabbed the person requesting rescue, who was frantically trying to run past me, and shoved him into the washing machine. Ack. Sorry, but that's the exit, so please bear with it for a moment. Hey, it's over. Get out of here. Before the drying finished, I also dove into an empty washing machine, plunging into the swirling water. Phew. I managed to escape safely. Rescue of the requester and 2 others, safely completed at intersection laundromat. Today, I saved 3 civilians from a crazy laundromat that remodels your personality and reformats your body. And the past 3 weeks were much the same. About 1 dispatch every 3 days. Honestly, it's scary and exhausting. But is that kid the one? The Destruction King. Wow, he really gets things done, doesn't he? Waha. Right, team leader. Surprisingly, the Destruction King rookie image was working in my favor. Chapter 169.2. Destruction King rookie is adapting smoothly, happy face. So you are in this chat now too, huh? Thanks to my persona being a kind of funny, approachable, and positive character, it made adjusting easier. And this characterization just kept getting reinforced. At this rate, it wouldn't even be strange to read about myself on the wiki. Me, being a named character of the Disaster Management Bureau. Honestly, it didn't feel bad. And maybe because what I went through before was like an exorcism, for 3 weeks there were no unexpected incidents in the ghost stories. All that was left was to follow the already established rescue manuals and bring people out. If you could just put up with the terrifying stuff, it's doable. If it's a ghost story where you can even find the Disaster Management Bureau's rescue request number, it means the Bureau already has a good grasp of it. To the extent they can embed a number into the ghost story. Now I can understand why there are so many solo missions. At this rate, I can handle it. Besides, since I'm still a rookie, I was always in a pair. Less scary. A lot safer. So, at one point I tried bringing this up to Agent Bronze, but he looked at me seriously. No, it's not safe. Your standards are a bit warped. Once you've spent just half a year in Daydream Incorporated like me, you'll be the same, Agent Nim. I could almost cry. Since I ended up in Black Tortoise Team 1, Agent Bronze had been looking after me a bit excessively, while also subtly avoiding small talk. He must have an awkward sense of indebtedness. I get it. Anyway, for the past 3 weeks, it was something I could endure even while tense. I naturally blended into Black Tortoise Team 1, and now I didn't even have to introduce myself as part of the team whenever I met people at headquarters. I blended in so well that everyone already knew. It's fine. I couldn't deny the sense of security that came from belonging. The problem was, it was about time for me to get my first solo mission. Alone. It'll be scary. Having to experience a ghost story alone every 3 days, that's the real problem. But before that, I got this suggestion. Grapes i.e. Do you want to take a little break? It was when I was getting ready to leave in the waiting room, having finished transferring duties to the site cleanup unit. You haven't really taken a break these past 3 weeks, and you kept helping out with support duty too. Someone who was hospitalized just a month ago shouldn't be overdoing it. You need to rest now, to clear your head and recover your strength, Alpha. Epsilon. Agent Choi made the suggestion. Anne. To be honest, I kind of planned for this. It's hard for a rookie to just use up their annual leave all at once. So I purposely overworked and maxed out my hours, hoping a senior would eventually urge me to take a few days off. Success. Agent Bronze caught my eye and quickly nodded in agreement. Good. Thank you. Yeah, make sure to use your 2 days off together, and don't forget to tack them onto your regular days off. That way, I managed to take 4 consecutive days of leave. If you add the 2 regular days off per week, that makes 6 days total. Of course, I definitely needed this time off for a reason. Sir Kim Solium, your psychological stability test results are in. Please book a counseling session and pick them up when you're free. Happy face. Last week, Director Ho texted me. Soon, I'd be able to enter cheerful theme park. I need to prepare. And I need to handle the schedules I'd put off because of work. Aren't you going to trade, sir? It's info you'll definitely want to hear. Bek Sahian seemed to be ready. Asterisk. And that evening, I met him at a secluded room cafe, 1, in Seoul. Hurry up and talk. Bek Sahian, pressed as soon as we met, had veins standing out on his temple. Hey, this is a trade, you know. If you talk like that, it doesn't exactly feel good. You like efficiency, don't you? Isn't it better to talk fast and get your item? Try thinking things through for once. Bek Sahian's face twisted in anger for a moment, but he quickly hid it and smiled. Then fine. Let's just get on with it. Oh. He must be feeling pretty confident. I focused, ready to listen closely. So, first. Bek Sahian began in a very meaningful tone, about to reveal something special. 2 people from our batch have disappeared. Remember? Go Yeonjeon and Jang Hyun. Ugh. I know, already, so skip that part. Wait a second. But even you don't know where they went, right, supervisor? Nah, I actually do. I looked at Bek Sahian with dead fish eyes, and he broke into a cold sweat as he hurried to continue. They got reassigned to a branch office. Nope. You know about the branch offices, right? Out in the countryside. These days there are a lot of people being assigned to headquarters from the branches, but honestly, the place feels pretty suspicious. I mean, they've cut off all contact. Next. I told you, that's not it. I'm pretty sure Bek Sahian was swearing at me internally right now. Whatever. But I should give him a bit of hope if I want more info to come out. So I changed tack. Tell me something else. There's no point going on about stuff I already know. You'll just tire yourself out. No other rumors. Bek Sahian gave me a look that basically screamed, how do you even know this, but eventually coughed up the next bit of information. And that was. I saw people from the research team and the security team fighting not long ago. Did a researcher get his head bashed in or something? Maybe my face looked disgusted, because Bek Sahian hurriedly explained. No, listen. You know that researcher too. Section Chief Kwok Jae-kong from Research Team 1. What? I almost lost my composure right then. I barely managed to just widen my eyes, but it was already too late. Looks like you're really interested. Bek Sahian grinned with satisfaction. I want to tell you quickly, too, but... Well, let me see the item first, just in case. If you hear everything and then say you don't have it, that would be a problem. I'm not saying you do that, supervisor. It's just mutual trust, you know. Speed is important, but so is trust when you're making a deal. Cheeky. Is that so? Fine. Like a magic trick, I pulled out the Necronomicon from my wrist. Seeing the intimidating book-shaped item, encased in a creepy bookcase, Bek Sahian's eyes sparkled with greed. He reached out his hand. Smack. You said you were just going to look. For a second, Bek Sahian gave me a hostile glare, but then started spilling more information. I heard that security team member picked a fight with the researcher. Apparently, he asked the researcher something but didn't get a straight answer, so he tried to hit him. And the rumor goes like this. A security team member ran into a researcher while on duty and asked him something about the facility. Then the researcher's superior showed up. That's Kwok Jae-kong. And he said something to him. What did he say? No idea. Doesn't sound like it was anything special. But suddenly, the guard attacked. A scene came to mind. The sergeant talking to Kwok Jae-kong on the phone. Just to let you know. I may not be able to enter darknesses, but I can still kill people. Wait. Could that security team member be JSSI? Chapter 169.3. Probably because of contamination. Those security team guys go absolutely nuts from contamination, you know. Don't make things up. What? You're mixing in your own imagination. I put on my crazy act, too. If I can tell you're exaggerating, my dopamine dries up. Keep going. Bek Sahian looked a little scared. His tone became more matter-of-fact. Thankfully. Anyway, that security team member hardly ever comes outside, but now he's volunteering for shifts in the annex and things like that. I hear he used to be pretty famous. Who said that? A bunch of section chiefs were chatting. I don't know exactly who, but they were all pretty senior. The sergeant, he was originally a squad leader on an elite team. Looks like it really was JSSI. He's actually trying to look into the Cheerful Research Institute for me. Still, I hope he doesn't do anything too dangerous, but it seems he's keeping a safe distance. Running into Kwok Jae-kong is enough to make you sweat, but even if he gets hit, it's not like anything's going to happen to the sergeant. What's scary about Kwok Jae-kong is the crazy explorations he sets up for people. It's nice to have this confirmed. Now I don't have to worry for no reason. This one's for sure. Yeah, okay. After that, I pretended to be interested and listened to a few more useless bits of gossip from Bek Sahian. And when I sensed that his patience was just about gone, that the price had reached the right level. Honestly, the rest of the backstories weren't that interesting. But the one about the fight with the researcher was interesting. Good job. That's quality info. I smiled and lifted my hand off the Necronomicon. Take it. Bek Sahian snatched up the bizarre book the moment I finished speaking. His eyes scanned the eerie bookcase in excitement, then he suddenly looked at me and asked. This isn't, like, only readable by people like you, supervisor, or anything, right? No. I met his gaze straight on. But don't expect to use it with the same power as I can. Because you're not a creepypasta maniac. Bek Sahian hesitated, but in the end, packed the book away. Phew. At last, I was able to relax my tense shoulders. Item disposed of. Got some info, and got rid of that thing too. That fake Necronomicon. I'd been uneasy about keeping it around, so this worked out well. Not that it's the kind of item that causes problems just by having it, but I think I'd want to just keep using it for work. It's just that powerful. If I kept it, every time things got complicated, I'd feel the urge to just read it and resolve things that way. Because then everyone would listen to me. But the longer you use something like that, the more likely you are to get caught. It's practically asking to be found out. And, no matter how you look at it, if I overdid it even a little, I'd end up going insane or suffering some permanent mental problem. So, selling it for information to someone who isn't a ghost story maniac is just right. Things worked out well. As he put away the book, Bek Sahian's face visibly brightened, and then he looked back at me with a subtle expression. Supervisor. I'd like to hear more about what counts as good information for you. It seemed he wanted to squeeze a bit more out of me, since the trade item was so powerful. If you could be a bit more specific, I'll. Something interesting. I already told you, didn't I? You want it even more specific? Yes. If you would, I'd appreciate. I rested my chin in my hand. That story about the researcher was interesting, too. It's easier to picture when it's someone I know. Right. The security guy is fine too. It's unique. Then I'll try to focus on rumors about those too, and look into some other things as well. Good. I nodded. And so, the deal ended with an unspoken sense of closure. Bek Sahian packed up his bag with today's spoils and stood up from the table. Once he left, I also. Excuse me. HM. Bek Sahian hesitated before continuing. You're still at the Disaster Management Bureau, right, Supervisor? You were rescued by the agents in the form of a child back then. So. I quietly turned to look at Bek Sahian. And I warned him. It's better not to know. It was the truth. Unless you want to disappear with a branch office assignment, too. If he keeps digging into my past and gets caught by Director Ho, it's over. There's nowhere in there you can get something like a wish ticket anyway. There's nothing in it for you. Maybe sensing something was off, Bek Sahian glanced around, then nodded. That should be enough. But then, unexpectedly, he added. Yes. Well. Take care of yourself, supervisor. You too. And that was the end of our deal. I only sighed after confirming Bek Sahian had left the room cafe. Ha. Bek Sahian. I already knew what kind of person he was as a character, and after living in the same company housing unit, I've figured him out. So in that sense, he's a low-risk guy. He acts just as expected. That's why I'm still trading with him, though honestly, I barely know anything about him besides his personality. And come to think of it, that goes for almost everyone I've met here, not just Bek Sahian. Because I'm going to go home eventually. Maybe only my superiors in the D squad are the exceptions. After hearing Bek Sahian's trivial gossip today, I became keenly aware of that. So now I'm a bit curious, too. Why is Bek Sahian so desperate to get a wish ticket? There was never any particular mention in dark exploration records as to why someone who gambles everything on survival would risk his life this way. Well, not that it's any of my business. Honestly, I'm more curious about the other batchmates' reasons than his. I'll ask if I get the chance later. For now, I should focus on my own wish ticket. And on my own survival. Who? After making sure Bek Sahian was really out on the street, I took out my smartphone. And sent the reply I'd prepared. To Director Ho. I'd like to make an appointment, sir. Let's go. Cheerful Theme Park. Chapter 170.1. Cheerful Theme Park was a B-rank darkness under Daydreaming. And its manual had already been written, with the analysis completed by the research team. I don't have to make an effort to remember that I contributed to it. Socius. Because the tattoo on my wrist, engraved as the admission ticket for that theme park, burned in as it activated. And usually, the fate of a high-ranked darkness that's been fully analyzed goes one of two ways. Assignment to the research team. Or it's handled by the A Squad. Elite team responsibility. Usually, the A Squad assembles 3 regular members, 3 round-off team members, and 6 general members, so 12 people enter at a time. Well, the last entry was 3 months ago, so there's still some time before the next. Director Ho smiled as he handed over the documents. The manual for Cheerful Theme Park, describing the 12-person entry method using a board game. And the work order. Special research entry. So I went ahead and scheduled it separately. Thank you. No problem. It wasn't even difficult. That might actually be true. After all, the A Squad is part of Director Ho's faction. Since it's a ghost story under his jurisdiction, it must have been easy for him to arrange it. Of course, that's Director Ho's situation, and as a mere regular employee who got special consideration from him, I should just bow my head for now. But Director Ho's explanation didn't end there. And to make your entry easier, I've already gathered all the other staff who'll be entering with you. Ha. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Are you worried you'll know someone among the group going in? Worried they'll recognize you, Solium Nim? Yes. As you said, I am a bit concerned about that. Right. That's why, Solium Nim, unfortunately. Director Ho pointed at me. You won't be able to enter in your original appearance. I know. Yes. That's why I was planning to use the welfare points you distributed to purchase a disguise potion and take it. That would be so inconvenient for you. And, since you're having to live as someone else even outside of work these days, I wanted to minimize that discomfort for you. Empty set. So, I found a way for you to enter that no one will suspect at all. Excuse me. I looked at him warily. In turn, Director Ho beamed at me. How about you go in with a special identity, Solium Nim? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day. Conference room of Daydream Incorporated Research Team 2. I heard it's B rank today. They'll give us extra points, right? One by one, people appeared. Modern office workers in suits, each wearing a strange animal mask. Employees of the field exploration team. They were general team members who had gathered despite the slightly special risk drawn by the rumor that the point bonus would be better. Cheerful Theme Park, right? Yeah, gotta go for that one. Word had gotten around. Even though this darkness was high-ranked, it had a thorough manual, and a certain staff member's theories during previous expeditions had proven exactly right, so it was considered relatively safe. So when news of a special entry came up, and it turned out to be the Cheerful Theme Park, people quietly spread the word and came together. The fact that it was for research made people nervous, but as long as they weren't the one to die, that was enough. If only there were at least one round-off team guy, I'd feel safer. People kept their eyes narrow and scanned the room, pretending not to, but unfortunately, there wasn't anyone who looked like round-off team staff. However, there was someone who used to be in the round-off team. A tall figure with long, dark brown hair, standing quietly against the wall, wearing a bison mask. You were assigned to a branch, weren't you? They let you sign up for this from over there. Haven't seen you in a while. Yes. It was Jang Hyun. He broke out in a cold sweat as an employee he barely knew came up and started talking to him. A side effect of spy work. How's the branch? Surviving over there. Haha, yes. Jang Hyun gave an awkward smile and slipped away. The people who spoke to him didn't press further and simply ignored him. They misunderstood, thinking he was just embarrassed. I heard that it's absolute hell in the branch offices. He's basically done with wish tickets now. Anyone who managed to escape from a branch office back to HQ clammed up and refused to describe it, just shaking their head in disgust. And a subtle stigma attached to them. No doubt the entrance exam for HQ was more difficult. Judging by the level of benefits and treatment, maybe at the branch offices even random nobodies could work there. So there was no one here who'd share information or make friendly small talk with someone thrown out of HQ and dumped into a branch office. If something happens, that guy can die for us. He was from the round-off team, anyway. And so, a tacit air of disregard settled around him. Are you okay? Except for this person. Hey, how have you been? Escaping the round-off team was pretty cool. Let's do our best today. Thank you. Wearing a dolphin mask, Supervisor Lee Song-hee of the C-Squad shook hands with Jang Hyun and took a seat beside him. Acting all damn nice, huh? Such a tryhard. But since she's from the elite team, everyone keeps their mouth shut and looks away in a different sense. And here, there's someone whose position is ambiguous. Hard to call elite, but not really general team staff either. It's Section Chief Lee, isn't it? Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun of the D-Squad sat on a conference room chair, ramrod straight, wearing a lizard mask. He's going in too. He tanked in the elite team, and now he's doing all sorts of odd things. What a waste of a good face. Still, people avoided making eye contact, as if they're afraid. A fist was closer than the law, especially if that fist could smash through iron. Anyway, that was the end of the subtle sizing up. Once everyone's here, we'll begin the briefing in a moment. Soon, a researcher entered and started setting up for the darkness entry procedure, and the staff quickly scanned who was sitting at the table. 1, 2, 3. There's only 11. Who's missing? Some of the more impatient and senior staff glanced over at the researcher. But, the researcher was sweating bullets. A bad feeling crept down the employees' spines. Chapter 170.2. Excuse me, but who's the last one? Supervisor Park, you know you've got to disclose this properly if you want a successful run, right? Well. Even if the researcher was still junior, the fact that he was so flustered made people even more uneasy. What is this? Who the hell is it? Then. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the conference room door. Silence fell over the room. Everyone looked toward the door. After just 2 knocks, the black door didn't move at all, as if one had to be granted permission to enter. Come in. Bam. The door opened. Black smoke drifted in. The smoke pooled thickly on the floor, then seemed to get sucked back out, repeating over and over. And then, in the midst of it all, a pair of black combat boots stepped across the floor, cutting through the smoke. With every step, the smoke seemed to inhale and exhale, flowing around the figure's feet. And within the black smoke, the silhouette of a large person appeared. Light. Boom. Yellow lantern-like lights shone from the figure's waist and eyes. The bizarre sight left everyone frozen. But at least they recognized the affiliation. A security team. However, a mask completely hid the man's face. And atop that, countless horns branched out over the head like the limbs of a tree. Dressed head to toe in black special equipment, the figure looked as if armored in custom gear, or perhaps, confined by it. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Security team, why here? Security never enters the darkness. That rule usually held. If security staff did enter the darkness, dream essence could not be extracted. They only ever appeared to suppress incidents. Yet, sometimes, according to their unique abilities, there were individuals with terrifying, transcendent powers. This is the staff member who will be entering with us today. The employee stared in shock at the strange figure standing silently at the door. The employee from the security team wore a particularly unique outfit full of belts and a mask marked with a special logo on the head. A strange, twisted rectangle shape. The staff recognized it at once, as if struck by lightning. Special Unit. Security Team Special Unit. Within the security team, there were many units whose true composition wasn't even known, just names on the Internet Organization chart, operating behind the scenes. ANO. So all anyone knew were the rumors that circulated after running into them during unfortunate work situations. And the special units rumors were the most chilling. There were whispers saying that you'd witness employees so monstrous, it was hard to believe they were ever from the field exploration team who, in the first place, were people whose origins were impossible to guess. And the researcher, now sweating coldly, had heard even more specific rumors. Supervisor Park, if you see someone from the security team special unit, be polite. They're not human. No, I'm not talking about contamination. They really weren't human to begin with. A department that hires anomalies from the darkness itself, in human form. A rumor as chilling as a ghost story itself, that, thanks to Daydream Incorporated's know-how, the company had signed contracts with the darknesses as if they were employees. For the researcher, it was the first time meeting one of these creatures in person. Despite analyzing darknesses and sending in field exploration team squads, he'd never actually come face to face with a monster himself until now. He swallowed hard, staring at the bizarre employee in front of him. Somehow, the conference room seemed a little darker. The yellow lantern-like eyes and the glimmer at the waist of the employee flickered even more strangely in the black smoke. Looking closer, the lantern on the waist was actually a cluster of horns, like ribs. Uff. The researcher managed to squeeze out some courage and spoke. Hello. Silence. Ah, you can have a seat. No response. Swallowed by the silence of the conference room, the researcher continued, nearly in tears. We'll begin the briefing now. Only then did the strange horned mask walk forward. And sat in the seat closest to the door. Right next to Jang Hyun. Thank goodness it's not me. Everyone tried their best not to look that way, swallowing hard. Please, don't let me be in the same group. Please. As long as they weren't in the same group, it was fine. Every time you entered the theme park, the names and areas changed, but only the rules stayed the same. Follow the mascot's rules. If you cannot follow the rules, move to another mascot's area. And the 4 group members who drew the same color piece must always stick together. In other words, if you weren't in the same group as that monster, you wouldn't even have to encounter them to clear the run. If you were lucky with your area, you could just ride 3 attractions and walk away with a high-grade dream essence and a bunch of points. The problem was, this was a special entry. A research entry with additional objectives. And no matter how you looked at it, this time the variable was that employee. Please. The staff stared at the researcher giving the briefing. Hopefully, they wouldn't be told to find and follow that employee around, right? And for this entry, there are no special instructions. Phew. It's just that, whatever the security team employee does inside, you are not to interfere. Everyone understands, right? Yes. The field exploration team members assembled in the conference room nodded desperately. And the very source of this fear, the security team special employee, was. Wow, this disguise is really doing its job. Letting out a sigh of relief. That's right. It's Kim Solium. Chapter 170.3. I held back a sigh as I looked around the conference room. Well, even if I did sigh, my mask would block it and only black smoke would come out. I didn't expect Director Ho to go this far. This was a prototype piece of equipment, but I'm glad we get to try it like this. He had just slipped me actual security team gear. A so-called reverse side suit. Over the suit, a monster that looks like you appears. That's what was written in the developer's notes included with the suit, which resembled combat gear from a game. As for why the security team was developing a suit that lets a person pretend to be a monster, I desperately avoided asking and chose to ignore it. For the sake of self-preservation, it just seemed best not to know. Probably for some project. Anyway, I didn't know the exact mechanics, but I'd heard about the features. Supposedly, it manifests differently for each person. And in my case, it meant lugging around a pile of horns on my head. My look was like a monstrous being bursting out, yet forcibly crammed into a human suit. I made sure not to scratch my head by accident. It feels strangely reminiscent of my original mask. Remembering the wooden antler mask that had earned me the nickname Roe Deer, I felt oddly nostalgic. I'll explain how to enter cheerful theme park. Meanwhile, the briefing was nearing its end. Entry method, I need to go to the theme park section with the blue dragon mascot. The only problem was whether the place would be chosen for the board this time, but I was strangely confident. It was a kind of inductive certainty, gained from my experience with ghost stories up to now. It'll probably call me. Like a certain TV-headed talk show host who once swore he'd show up whenever I just provided the right medium. Please draw a piece. The researcher politely held out the board game piece capsule with both hands. For some reason, it was my turn first. I think I'm actually the Magne one here. But I couldn't show that, so I reached out as if nothing was wrong and took a capsule. Sorry. This person seems like someone who'll have a hard time lasting long in the research team. Please start looking for another job. I politely ignored the panicked researcher and grabbed another capsule. And shook it. With a rattling sound, a game piece fell out of the capsule. A bright yellow. It's a yellow piece. Okay. I picked up the piece and passed the capsule to the next person. It was Jang Hyun. I have no idea why Director Ho recruited someone already busy working as a corporate spy, but I felt a cold sweat thinking of how I'd inadvertently forced him to spend his valuable day off on this. Nuo. I barely managed to get time off myself, he probably did the same. Why did you sign up for this? Last time, you almost threw up just from seeing the Magic Bunny area's interior parade. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. And Jang Hyun. Yellow. Yes. He drew the same piece as me. For reference, that wasn't Jang Hyun who just shouted. Other staff were clenching their fists in relief. With someone else getting yellow, their own chances of getting stuck with me had gone down. Because they didn't want to be in the same group as me. Haha. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun bowed his head to me. Please take care of me. I gave Jang Hyun a small nod. Thank you for understanding my situation. This is the best I can do. But after that, a slightly awkward situation began. Please. Everyone was openly hoping not to get yellow. Red. And when someone drew a red piece, they practically cheered. Hey, you all read my previous expedition reports, right? Then as soon as you see the Magic Bunny, just run like crazy to the blue zone. Still, it was reassuring to see that the familiar faces were calm about it. Like this. Oh. I watched as Supervisor Lee Song-hee drew a red piece. And then. Blue. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun drew a blue piece. Why is Chief Lizard here anyway? No matter how I looked at it, I couldn't shake the feeling that Director Ho put him here as the stick among the carrots. He already knew I shared all my project outcomes with the D Squad. It's like a subtle reminder not to try anything funny. He's making sure I can't let my guard down, even when receiving a favor. I seriously just want to quit my job already. Phew. We're down to the last one. Anyway, the distribution was almost finished. After drawing the yellow piece, I ignored the staff wearing a harvest mouse mask and a ladybug mask who stared at me stiffly. Let's just hurry up and get on the rides. I'll send them off and then take care of my own business. Clack. And as the last person drew a piece. Departing for Fantasyland. The board game board flew up into the air and swallowed everyone's field of vision. We were entering. Since I'd experienced it once before, I could calmly review my plans for what came next. Let's see. There's no yellow zone though, right? Didn't that Magic Bunny kill the yellow mascot? So I remembered escaping by activating the gate to the ruins of the yellow zone, the resort. I'll head straight to the blue zone. I'd better make sure to check the souvenir shop. That's what I thought as my mind blurred. Not long after, my senses cleared again. Now it should be time for the cheerful theme song of the theme park to play in my ears. Everything was quiet. I opened my eyes. In the dim indoor space, I saw walls with all the paint peeled off and a dust-covered light fixture. There was no light, and even the windows were all broken. A stale, dead space. What is this? This isn't inside the amusement park. This is definitely not the park. I immediately got up and ran to the window to look outside. A huge, crumpled sign, with one side's fixture barely hanging on and swinging dangerously in the wind, came into view. Flower Golden Resort. I stared blankly at the distant, shining blue lights of the water park. Looking down, I saw only ruins. I had woken up in the ruined yellow zone. What is this? At that moment. Click. The lights in the room I was in began to flicker back on. I realized I wasn't just in a simple room. Desk, chair, battered filing cabinet. Through the open door of the worn cabinet, I saw a huge machine. It was like a small office or management room. And on the desk was a single, formally presented sheet of paper. I approached and read the paper. Congratulations on your appointment as the new mascot of Flower Golden Resort.